Chapter 241, Outrageous and Insane. Yi Xinghua looked back and saw that the enemies were in a panic and did not chase after him. He breathed a sigh of relief and answered desperately. I didn't have the courage. I wanted to run but failed. There were too many of them. You are quite honest. Wen Qian smiled and asked, what's wrong with them? They know your identities. But they still hold on to you? The vines on Yi Xinghua and others disappeared. And they climbed up from the ground. With unhappy expressions. Yi Xinghua, it's not crazy. It's been a while. In fact, it started to go wrong after we came back from Ningxing. But it's just getting worse recently. When the outbound teams meet people from the West City base, there will be more or less conflicts. And fights are also frequent. And every time, it is the West City base that takes the initiative to provoke. Bincheng base knows that there are no supplies to find in the city now. So the main task of going out is to collect crystal cores and wood. There are still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to survive in the base. They don't have so much free time to fight. So they think about enduring it. But not all the time you can take a step back, and the world will be clear. More often, the step you take back can only make you so angry that you want to strangle yourself to death and regret why you retreated. The people in Bincheng base started to fight back after being bullied by Xiqing several times. Then it gradually evolved into what it is now. Whenever the two sides meet, they almost have to fight. Yi Xinghua couldn't figure out what Fu Sheng was thinking. He asked Mo Han how to deal with this matter, and whether he should call Fu Sheng over for a talk. But Mo Han's answer was, it's not like we can't win. Why should we talk? This almost choked Yi Xinghua to death at the time. But he thought about it again. Fu Sheng was such a cunning man. Even if he really talked to him about this matter, he would definitely smile and insist that he didn't know anything about it, and promised that he would investigate the matter after returning and find out the troublemaker and deal with him seriously. But that's all he said. He won't do anything after he goes back. He is just that kind of person. Just like the West City base is now against them every day. But Fu Sheng will still call Mo Han with a smile and invite Mo Han to his base for a dinner. People have one mouth, but they say two things. This is particularly evident in Fu Sheng. What Yi Xinghua never expected was that Fu Sheng has become so rampant now. He knew who Xingyi was, and what Mu Beichuan's background was. But he still dared to take action. Yi Xinghua was not stupid. He almost guessed what Fu Sheng meant. If these two people died in Bincheng, Mo Han would definitely be held jointly responsible. The person Fu Sheng really wanted to deal with was Mo Han. Mu Beichuan listened to the conversation between Yi Xinghua and Wen Qian, and couldn't help cursing, damn it. I'll go to the West City base tomorrow and ask that old dog Fu in person what he meant. Wen Qian glanced at him and said, it's no use asking. Mu Beichuan, why? Wen Qian, you have been in the apocalypse for a long time and have less contact with people. Have you lost your brain? When you were a star, your rivals messed with you. When you asked them, did they admit it? Mu Beichuan, that's right. When I messed with others, they didn't admit it either. Wen Qian rolled her eyes at him. So there is only one solution to this problem. For people like Fu Sheng, he will only give in if you beat him up. Bullies are spoiled by cowards. Wen Qian looked at the group of people in the West City base, and the orc they brought with them. The monster that was chasing and shooting people not long ago was now surrounded by her orcs, and looked a little pitiful. Wen Qian turned his eyes, and looked at the two high-level zombies again. One is level 1, and the other is level 2. Although they are not special, they are enough. Wen Qian rolled up his sleeves, and said to Yi Xinghua and others, you get in the car and rest for a while. I'll go hunt. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot, and went straight to the two zombies. The zombie was originally rushing towards them. The senses of zombies are different from those of humans. They can more clearly sense the existence of humans with high superpowers. And the higher the level of zombies, the more sensitive they are to this. So when Wen Qian appeared, their primary target became her. It was such a happy thing that the prey appeared in front of them. The two zombies looked at Wen Qian, who suddenly appeared, and their eyes were full of excitement. They were very satisfied with the food that was delivered to their door. They attacked Wen Qian at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, trying to tear her in half. But Wen Qian kicked one of them away, and the remaining one was pushed into the ground by Wen Qian. Wen Qian was so strong that she almost crushed the zombie's skull. She held back her strength, pulled the zombie's head out of the ground, and casually pulled out a rope from the space to tie it up. She bought the rope in the system mall. It was very strong, and could not be cut with a knife. She caught one. And the one that was kicked away by Wenqian just now also came back angrily. Normal people would hide, if they could, when seeing a zombie so angry. But Wenqian was different. She faced it head-on. In the distance, Chi Huan and others who wanted to come down to help stood there, watching Wenqian beat the two high-level zombies that had been chasing and biting people not long ago, like beating kindergarten children, and beat them into a state of temper. When they were tied up at the beginning, they did not give up struggling, even if they found that they could not break free from the rope that looked ordinary. Wenqian was also worried about the quality of the rope, so he tied 2 more water cages on them. After catching them, Wenqian grabbed the rope in his hand like walking a dog and said, "Bite everyone in the West City base to death, or I will rip off your heads right now. All those who came out of the West City base today have superpowers. It would be a waste to kill them so easily. Waste can also be used. Wenqian wants them to become zombies. In this way, it is possible to recover crystal cores with superpowers by killing them. High-level zombies can understand human language, not to mention the zombies raised by Fu Sheng. These 2 zombies usually eat human flesh in the West City base. Now they heard Wenqian's order and wanted to pretend that they didn't understand. And then, they were beaten even more badly. They were almost beaten off. Finally, they had to surrender under Wenqian's coercion and beating. Wenqian held a long rope in her hand and let them go out to bite people, because the people in Binsheng base had just been transported to a safe place by her vines. The only ones left there were the members of Shiqing base, who were chased like dogs by her orcs and fled all over the place. At this moment, coupled with the zombies' betrayal, the scene looked chaotic and absurd. Chi Huan and others looked at this scene and were silent and speechless. What was going on with this outrageous and overwhelming feeling? Chapter 242. She was serious about fighting. 10 orcs plus 2 zombies were enough to keep the group of people in the West City base busy. After Wenqian let the zombies out to bite people, she had nothing to do. She stood there, looking very bored. She even reached into her pocket and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. Then she remembered that there was a group of people behind her, turned her head to look at them, and put the melon seeds back. Wenqian turned around and walked back. The rope she used to tie the zombies was a bit magical, and there was no limit to the length, so she strolled around without worry. But the zombies were cunning creatures. Seeing that she was unprepared with her back to them, they turned back fearlessly and tried to attack her stealthily. Mu Beichuan and others saw that the zombies almost teleported behind Wenqian, and they held their breath in fear and shouted in panic, "Be careful!" As a result, Wenqian tightened the long rope in his hand suddenly, as if he had eyes behind him. The rope became shorter in an instant, and as Wenqian moved his hands, the 2 zombies tripped and collided face to face, biting each other. The scene was a bit awkward. Wenqian turned her head to look at them, expressionless, and began another round of education. The 2 zombies in her hands were like small spinning tops, being whipped and beaten all the time. Every time they attacked fiercely, Wenqian could easily resolve it. Wenqian controlled the rope in her hand and didn't give them any chance to escape. "Don't you want to bite me? I'll give you this chance. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. 2 against 1. No advantage at all. And they couldn't run away even if they wanted to." Time seemed to have turned back. Back to the time when the zombies first attacked Wenqian. They came with the same confidence, and were beaten to the point where their own mothers did not recognize them. The tactical gloves on Wenqian's hands were extremely dirty, because she had punched through the stomachs of the 2 zombies. After the stomachs were ripped open, their superpowers were completely ineffective. These 2 zombies, one of them was a thunder type and the other was a water type, were actually very powerful when working together. But they didn't know why. The superpowers that could obviously electrocute others to a charred black had no effect at all in front of this person. Wenqian doesn't have lightning abilities, but someone here does. As long as someone has them, she can copy them. Before fighting with the 2 zombies, Wenqian observed them for a while. Once she understood their abilities, it was easy to deal with them. Her whole body was covered with lightning, so when the zombies' abilities came at her, they would naturally be absorbed by the stronger lightning of the same type. When you have the same abilities as others, you can only compete with strength. So the zombies' attacks were just a waste of energy and energy for her. But this trick can't be used all the time. It's risky. Wenqian didn't dare to do this some time ago, because her control over superpowers was still a little unstable. Controlling superpowers is a very subtle feeling. Wenqian had flaws every time she wanted to use superpowers to wrap herself up. Either her hands were exposed, or her head was exposed, or she used too much superpowers, not only wrapping herself up, but also dragging her opponent in. And when fighting, you can't just focus on defense. The more important thing is to attack. That is to say, at least two powers must be used at the same time. Wen Qian had just used the earth power to trap this place, and now the thunder power was wrapped around it, and the water power was counterattacked. She also had to guard against the two zombies' other hidden powers, and be ready to switch between defense and attack modes at any time. Wen Qian was noisy, but she was serious about fighting. She originally wanted to break their legs, but then she thought that two zombies crawling on the ground were like big cockroaches. Too disgusting. So she gave up. This time, the zombie was really beaten hard, and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Wen Qian reasoned with them. You were the first to start. Zombie. Wen Qian, if you don't kill those people in half an hour, I'll leave you with only your heads, and use them as balls. Zombie. Damn. I want to die. They sat up slowly from the ground like two salted fish, and then stood up straight. They stopped struggling and went to bite people. Wen Qian guessed that they didn't have the courage to come to her for the third time, so she left without worry and returned to the crowd. Mu Beichuan and others were still standing there, waiting for her with Qi Huan and others who got off the car. Wen Qian wanted to ask why they didn't go back to the car to rest, but she saw Mu Beichuan frowning and asking her, "Have you become stronger again?" It has been less than a month since the last time he saw her. But Mu Beichuan felt that she was different from head to toe. No. Wen Qian denied it flatly. Your eyesight is not very good. You should take a look. She glanced at everyone and explained, wait until the zombies bite them all to death before killing them. Everyone nodded silently. And it was quiet. Wen Qian saw that they had no intention of getting on the car, and it was not good for her to be lazy. So she could only stand there with them. They stood guard like security guards, watching the battle between humans and zombies. Sometimes, survivors would run to their side in panic, but were kicked back by Wen Qian. After Wen Qian's orcs dismembered the orc in the West City base, they began to cooperate with the zombies. They caught people and threw them in front of the zombies, waiting for the zombies to bite and mutate before killing them. Soon, there were more and more corpses on the ground, and the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Just when Wen Qian thought that everything would end soon, there was a loud noise in the distance, which scared her. Everyone was attracted by the sound, and turned their heads to see that the high wall built by Wen Qian was broken from the outside. Wen Qian was angry because those who were not dead yet, and the zombies were running towards the exit. She gritted her teeth, and was about to go over there to see who was so blind to ruin her good deeds. But she saw Mo Han and his men coming in from there. Wen Qian was silent for a few seconds and roared, "Fix the wall for me." Lin Yin had just come in from the entrance, and was shocked by Wen Qian's roar before he could see who was inside the wall. The people following him were also confused, thinking, who is this? So angry. Didn't you see who was leading them? How dare you shout in such a tone? But before they could see clearly who was shouting, they saw their leader looking back at them and urging them, hurry up. A group of people lined up to enter from the entrance, like chickens entering a cage. The scene inside the wall was a bit too tragic, and their hearts fell to the bottom at a glance. They came here after receiving a distress signal. There were so many corpses on the ground. How many of their people died? Everyone was angry and panting, and was about to take action. But they saw their boss turn around and face the wall that he had just kicked down, and began to repair it seriously. Everyone was stunned, looking at him with question marks on their heads without saying a word. The inner complaints were all written on their faces. Are you serious? Chapter 243. You step on someone's head the first time you meet them. Are you polite? Repairing a wall is actually a very simple thing. All you need is Earth-related superpowers. Wen Qian can repair it herself. She just needs to use her superpowers. But she doesn't want to. She has thick flesh, high blood, and high defense. If someone else were to use their superpowers to build a high wall and get kicked open, they would probably vomit blood. She stared fiercely at the direction where Mo Han was, and Yi Xinghuan next to her panicked. He was afraid that she would roll up her sleeves to fight Mo Han, so he quickly stood in front of her. Sir, he didn't mean it. Yi Xinghua quickly explained, we called the base earlier, and he came here in a hurry to rescue people. It would be fine if he died, but if Shen Yu and Mu Beichuan were to die with him, it would be a big deal. Wen Qian said, oh. And Mo Han had already led people to come over. looking at her and said, "It's fixed. Don't be angry." A group of people around her all looked at her curiously and doubtfully, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. Only Lin Yin had a sense of superiority, that everyone else was drunk, but he was the only one sober. He glanced at everyone triumphantly, and was stunned when he saw Shinyu. Huh? There are people as sober as him? When he heard Wen Qian's voice just now, Lin Yin felt relieved. So now, he looked at Wen Qian with a playful smile and said, "Shin Qian, if we had known you were here, we wouldn't have run so fast." Wen Qian glanced at him, and said unhappily, "If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have joined in the fun." Lin Yin covered his chest with his hands, his expression painful and uncomfortable. "Stop talking. I'm sad. Why don't you miss us at all? Why are you sad? Are you sad that you didn't have enough food when you went to my house 2 days ago?" Lin Yin chuckled and stopped talking. Wen Qian looked at Imohan. His hair was a little shorter than the last time they met. He turned his head to look at the situation in the distance, and then ordered Lin Yin and others to do something. Shin Yu and others were behind Wen Qian. Imohan just glanced at the bodies on the ground, and saw some members of his own base. The number of casualties was less than expected, probably because Wen Qian happened to pass by. Imohan retracted his gaze to Wen Qian, and then looked at the group of people behind her. When he saw Chi Huan and Ji Wei, he raised his eyebrows slightly, searched for a figure in the crowd, and asked, "Little one didn't follow you." "Who?" Wen Qian was a little confused. "Xiong Yushuang." "Oh, my brother has something to do with her, so he stayed at the base." Wen Qian thought about how crazy Xiong Yushuang would be if she heard Imohan call her like that. He also thought that there should be many enemies behind him. It's rare to meet him, so wouldn't they grit their teeth and want to beat him up? Wen Qian looked behind her reflexively, and then she saw Imohan's enemies looking at him in confusion, with the words "Who is he?" written on their foreheads. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had never seen him. Imohan saw her actions, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Wen Qian had already taken the orcs back to the space, fearing that they would accidentally hurt the innocent people who had just arrived. The 2 zombies she caught were still thieves. Seeing so many fresh blood coming in, and the orcs suddenly disappearing, their threats were reduced a lot, so they started to have evil thoughts again. The scene looked a bit chaotic for a while. Wen Qian noticed the commotion over there, from the corner of her eyes, and tightened the rope in her hand. The 2 zombies that were attacking Lin Yin together tilted their bodies, lost their balance and fell to the ground, and then were dragged in front of Wen Qian face to face. Imohan moved his position in advance, waited for the zombie to get in position, and stepped on it, just on the zombie's head. The zombie was motionless, pretending to be dead. Damn. What's wrong with these people who came today? Each one is more fierce than the other. Is it polite to step on someone's head when you first meet them? Wen Qian saw that most of the people in the West City base had mutated, so she didn't bother with the few remaining ones, because if they were captured alive, there might be unexpected gains. What if there were some timid ones, who were too talkative and accidentally revealed some little secrets? So she killed the 2 zombies first, and her movements were so quick and clear that the zombies lying on the ground pretending to be dead didn't even react, and they became real dead. Wen Qian received the 2 crystal cores, took off the gloves on her hands and threw them away, looked at Imohan and said, "You are busy. I will go back first." "Yeah." Imohan nodded. The time and place were not suitable. Otherwise, he would not let her leave so quickly. Wen Qian turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she was pulled back by Imohan. She staggered 2 steps and hit Imohan with the back of her head. His breath was instantly all over her body. Imohan lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Go to Fu Xing's place next week?" Wen Qian's eyes lit up when she heard this, and nodded repeatedly. Okay. How is his zombie park going? Let's go and cut the ribbon for him." Imohan chuckled. His breath brushed against Wen Qian's ears, making her feel a little itchy. "I'll go back and ask him about the progress, and call you." Imohan rubbed her hair after saying that. "Go back." Wen Qian left completely. Everyone got on the car, and Mu Beichuan wanted to follow the crowd secretly, but was discovered by Shinyu, who pulled him back by the collar. With Imohan here, Wen Qian didn't have to worry so much. The wall was demolished a little bit so that the vehicles could pass smoothly. She also forgot how she yelled at someone not long ago and asked him to repair the wall for her. In summary, I can tear down my wall if I want to. And if someone else does, No matter who it is. They have to fix it for me. The main point is that he is unreasonable. As the car drove away, the people in the car gradually spoke. Who was that person just now? There were many people coming behind, but they only remembered one person. That was the man who was very tall, had a strong aura, looked very fierce, kicked the wall to bring people in, and then repaired the wall very quickly. When Qian was playing Sudoku with his mobile phone, and when he saw that they were silent after starting, he looked up. Then she realized that everyone was staring at her, waiting for her to give an answer. The interaction between the two was seen by everyone. Anyone who was not blind could see that she was very familiar with that person. Even more familiar with them. When Qian lowered her head and continued playing games, just as she was about to answer, she heard someone speak for her. Mo Han, the highest executive officer of Bincheng Base. The person who spoke was Mu Ci. When Qian glanced at him, and then remembered that he didn't seem to get off the car just now, and had been in the car all the time. But that's right. He was there when Mo Han went to the base last time. So he knew Mo Han's identity. The rest of the people who had seen Mo Han didn't come here today, and most of them were from the future base. This answer made the car fall into a dead silence. And the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was a bit suffocating. When Qian was the one who disliked this kind of atmosphere the most. She quickly finished a game and put her phone in her pocket. Just say whatever you want to say. If you suffocate to death, I will be responsible for burying you. Chapter 244. Can she make medicine? Or a 100% harmless medicine? As soon as she said this, someone couldn't hold back. So he is the beast. When Qian. This is the first time I heard Mo Han being cursed. It's new. There was a lot of curses in the car. When Qian listened with great interest, there was no sign of wanting to defend Mo Han. Mu Ci was sitting nearby and saw it clearly. He frowned slightly and couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Judging from her interaction with Mo Han, the two of them were more than just familiar with each other. When Qian had no defense against that person, the sense of relaxation when she was with Mo Han was something that could only be seen in her family or people she was very familiar with. For example, Gu Ran, who could live in her house. But it was different from Gu Ran. When Qian had a sense of propriety when getting along with Gu Ran, she would never bump into Gu Ran and would always stand by him. Mu Ci lowered his eyelids to hide the anxiety in his eyes. When Qian listened to their abuse quietly, and waited until they had scolded enough and shut up before speaking again. So, how did he offend you? When Qian asked curiously. There are mainly two groups of people who have grudges against Mo Han. One group from the future base, and one group brought by Xiong Yushuang. The problem with Xiong Yushuang's group is easy to analyze. It's probably some previous grievances and entanglements that happened at the main control console. But due to Mo Han's identity, he can't do anything to him. So he has been holding it in his stomach. This is when Qian's guess. But when Qian doesn't understand the future base, Bincheng Base is mainly focused on saving people. Does it really have time to make enemies with others? Mo Han rarely goes out, and they don't even know what he looks like. So why do they hate him so much? Those who go out are usually from the special forces, mostly led by Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan. Based on Wen Qian's understanding of them, they have a lot of patience with ordinary people, and their bottom line is very low. Sometimes even Wen Qian can't stand it. So she really can't figure out what they did to offend this group of people. Wen Qian asked seriously, and after hearing it, the people in the future base gasped to calm down and give her the answer. The person who answered her was Jian Hui. According to Wen Qian's observations over the past few days, the people at the future base mainly listened to him. He looked at Wen Qian and asked, "You have a good relationship with that Mo?" Wen Qian nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Very good." Jian Hui, then do you know that there was an accident in our base before? And many people died? And one of the culprits was him? Wait a minute. Wen Qian quickly split his words and analyzed them. You are not talking about the fact that you ate the crystal core potion exchanged from the West City base, and then mutated and caused a riot? Jian Hui was a little surprised. You know, I've heard someone mention it. But shouldn't this be blamed on Fu Sheng? What does it have to do with Mo Han? The reason Wen Qian knew about this was because Mo Han told her. Jian Hui sneered. How can it be unrelated? Officials and businessmen collude. If it weren't for Mo Han's involvement, Fu Sheng's crystal core business wouldn't be so big. The two of them are cooperating. Wen Qian, how do you cooperate? Jian Hui, They have been developing and researching crystal core medicines. At present, the success rate of Bincheng base is higher than that of Xiqing base. Wenqian, yes. That's right. And Fu Sheng doesn't seem to really focus on developing medicines. This guy has a lot of crooked ideas. Just look at the half-orc today. Jian Hui. So the medicines in the West City base are all purchased from them. And then sold to us at a high price. Fu Sheng is Imo Han's dog. Running errands for Imo Han. Imo Han is doing this kind of business that harms people in private under the guise of an official base. What else is he but a beast? When Qian understood what was going on, and her expression was a bit complicated. Everyone looked at her, and thought she was deceived by Imo Han. After all, she was young, and Imo Han was handsome. So it was normal for a young girl to not be able to resist the temptation. But they were now in the same base. So they couldn't just watch her being deceived by Imo Han. Jian Hui, you are so powerful. Imo Han must have been plotting against you, trying to trick you into working for him. Don't believe his sweet words. You are a girl. You don't understand men's minds. But we are all men. We understand it very well. So Wenqian, don't contact him again in the future. He will hurt you. Wenqian was silent for a moment, then smiled helplessly. This is a bit of a coincidence. Jian Hui, coincidence? Yeah. Wenqian sighed. To tell you the truth, I was there the day Fu Sheng approached Imo Han to discuss cooperation. And I went with him. While speaking, when Qian took out the phone he had just put in his pocket and searched for something inside. I was a little wary of Fu Sheng because I had saved a kid before, named Fu Yuan, who was his nephew. So when I went to his base, I was also cautious. Fu Sheng was a two-faced man, and I was afraid that he would cheat. So I brought my phone to record the audio, so that it would be convenient for me to review it after I came back. You know that I have a space. So they didn't find it at all during the inspection. This is the audio I recorded at the time. And I won't say much about the rest. You will make your own judgment after listening. In short, the crystal core medicine that Fu Sheng used to cheat you was not imported from the Bincheng base, but made by himself. The whole thing has nothing to do with Imo Han. Fu Sheng was just using his name as a cover to deceive you. Jian Hui took the phone she handed over, frowning and struggling. How can you be so sure that the crystal core potion is not imported from Bincheng base? When Qian smiled. Why? Maybe it's because Bincheng base's potions are all imported from me? Jian Hui. I didn't want to tell you so soon, because I was afraid that you would drag me out to kill zombies day and night, and my weak body would not be able to bear it. But now it seems that I have to say it. When Qian took out a small box of medicine from the space. I can make medicine, and it is 100% harmless medicine. So, you don't have to worry about medicine anymore. Fu Sheng's revenge will be avenged sooner or later. She threw the medicine and the phone to Jian Hui, ignored the shocked expressions of everyone, and got up to go to the observation deck next door. Everyone stared at the things in Jian Hui's hand in a daze, and had not yet gotten rid of the shock brought by the information in her words. What did she just say? She is weak? No. She can make medicine. And a 100% harmless medicine? How is this possible? Even the Bincheng base and the Xiqing base can't do it. How did she do it? Not only Jian Hui's group, but also Mu Xiai and Qi Huan were equally shocked. For safety reasons, they had never dared to touch the crystal core medicine. They were able to survive until now, all thanks to their strong strength and luck. They were also trying to find a more reliable source of medicine. But it was right in front of them. Chapter 245. They are lucky to come to her base. When Qian didn't expect that the audio she recorded on a whim would be useful one day. She was also very grateful that Imo Han rejected Fu Sheng directly that day, and said it as decisively as possible. But Fu Sheng, this old dog, dared to cheat under the guise of Imo Han. This time, they found out about it by accident. So is there something they don't know? No matter what. When Qian felt that Fu Sheng couldn't be allowed to be so rampant anymore. Even if we can't flatten his base in one go, we have to make him bleed a lot and lose his vitality, so that he won't have the energy to come out and cause trouble again. When Qian held her chin with one hand and thought about the orc she had just seen. Does the West City base really have the technology to make such a thing? When Qian was skeptical about it, she was thinking about the things about the West City base. While in the living room, a group of people were holding her mobile phone and listening to the recording carefully. When Qian was not in a hurry to go back. There was nothing in her mobile phone that couldn't be seen by others. Apart from the music player, a few standalone games, and the recording, there were only a few ugly photos of when Rang secretly taken. No one in the car communicated until the car drove back to the base. The car stopped when Qian walked towards the door and saw Jianhui and others with dark faces. But she didn't say anything. No one wants to make the mistake of making enemies when Qian knew that they were simple before she met them, and they didn't have so many twists and turns. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the only ones who were fooled and went to Fusheng to discuss business. So this kind of thing happened, and she was within her acceptable range. And it was better to avenge the dead teammates than to treat their lives as worthless. They still cared about those friends who died in vain, which showed that they were not ungrateful, which was good. When Qian got out of the car, looked at the illusory picture in front of her, and sighed. It was a bit embarrassing to arrive at the door of her house, but not find the door. Fortunately, someone solved her problem quickly. Xiong Yushuang was waiting for her in the security room. When she saw her coming back, she ran out to open the door. When Qian put the car into the space and walked into the base, Xiong Yushuang keenly noticed that these people looked a little strange and the atmosphere was a little depressing. So he asked Qi Huan, "What happened?" Qi Huan just opened her mouth. But before she could speak, when Qian spoke first, "Nothing. Where is my brother?" Seeing that she didn't want to mention it, Xiong Yushuang didn't ask any more questions, and said, "He's upstairs. I didn't see him come down." When Qian nodded, then turned around to look at Jianhui and others. "I'll go back and sort out the crystal cores on hand, and make them all into potions. I'll call you later." Jianhui was about to speak, and wanted to say something. Seeing this, when Qian quickly stopped him. "It's not a big deal, so don't mention it. You should take a good rest recently, and adjust your condition. I will take you to the West City base to play in a while." After she finished speaking, she walked towards building number 1. Walked 2 steps and stopped again. "By the way, I will put the wood I brought back today in the underground garage first. You can chop wood when you have nothing to do." Arriving in the basement, when Qian looked at the rows of tents and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The natives have already adapted to life here, and the newcomers seemed to be very satisfied with the place. When they saw Wen Qian coming, they immediately ran over to ask her if there was anything wrong. Wen Qian smiled and shook her head. "Nothing. Don't worry about me. I'm just walking around." Wen Qian went down to the 3rd underground floor, looked at the piles of old vehicles that had been soaked in water, and simply put them all into the space, thinking that she would throw them nearby later. Otherwise it would be a waste of space here. She took out the wood and placed it in the open space. She heard footsteps behind her, and turned her head to see that it was Mu Ci. Just in time, when Qian raised his chin and pointed at the pile of unprocessed wood. "Arrange someone to chop these?" The previous batches were chopped by the natives here. For fairness, they will not be counted this time. "Okay. I'll arrange it later." Mu Ci looked at the wood. At that time, they chopped a batch outside, and when Qian put a batch into the space. So everyone only knew that there were a lot of them, but no one had an accurate idea of how much they had. Now seeing these wood piled together, Mu Ci was once again shocked that the area of Wen Qian's space was so large. The basement on this floor is several thousand square meters, and it is now filled with wood. Wen Qian walked out after saying that, then turned to look at him and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing. I came to see if there is any help." "You want to go back upstairs?" "I'm going to go out and throw some garbage nearby. There should be nothing else to do today. You go back and rest first. If there is anything, I will notify you through the intercom." "Okay. Then I will arrange for someone to chop the wood." The temperature has obviously dropped in the past few days, and it has returned to more than 40 degrees. Although it is still high compared to before the end of the world, it has dropped by 10 degrees compared to the highest temperature after the end of the world. Everyone is afraid that the temperature will drop to dozens of degrees below zero in a while. If there are no resources for heating at that time, a large number of people will definitely die. No wonder Wen Qian's base is so harmonious. Looking at this whole layer of wood, it really makes people feel safe. And the 2nd underground floor is also full of wood, which has been chopped into pieces and neatly stacked there. There are also vegetable gardens and wells in the base. It must be said that they are really lucky to be here. After Wen Qian left the underground warehouse, he teleported directly to a large hotel near the base, because there are many companies in this area and many people have come here on business trips before. Large hotels are also standard. The zombies circling around were stunned by the sudden appearance of the delicious human. Before they could react, they were knocked to the ground by several dogs released by Wenqian from the space and eaten as snacks. The dogs grew bigger and bigger, and Wenqian usually didn't dare to leave them in the base. First, she was afraid of scaring people. And second, she was afraid that they would go crazy and attract the attention of people nearby with their barking. So every time they came out, they were extremely excited. The zombies were scared and fled in all directions. Wenqian walked straight to the parking lot, sorted out the cars that were originally parked here, and then threw the cars in her space here. She had thought about blocking all the cars on the nearby road, which would stop the zombies and prevent other cars from driving over. But now it was no longer possible. There were so many broken cars blocking the road, which was simply announcing to others that there were living people nearby. One shell could blow these cars away. The current location and camouflage of her base were perfect enough, so she didn't want to add unnecessary details. After dealing with these vehicles, Wenqian walked the dog nearby for a while, then put them into the space and went home. As soon as she entered the house, Wenqian saw Banban sitting on the sofa, looking at her with a guilty look on his face. Before she could ask her anything, she heard Liamo speak beside her. Qian, can you build 2 operating rooms downstairs? Chapter 246. It's great to have a family. There is an operating room in Wenqian's space, but their family is stronger than a bull, so they haven't used it for so long in the end of the world. The 2 times they used it were for Gu Wanwan and Qichen. Liamo, several pregnant women in the base are about to give birth recently, but their physical conditions are not good. I am afraid that there will be a risk of heavy bleeding during childbirth, although there is also a spare blood bank in the space. If the amount of bleeding is large, it is very likely that one person will use up several thousand milliliters of blood. Liamo has healing abilities, but that ability can't help people have children. So she thought, could she build an operating room in the base, pick a good day, and perform cesarean sections on them all? This operation is very simple for her, and the risk is much smaller than pregnant women giving birth on their own. In general, pregnant women don't suffer that much. They didn't get enough nutrition in the early stage, and everyone was malnourished. Liamo was afraid that when they gave birth on their own, they would have no strength and fainted from the pain. Wenqian listened to her and nodded. Sure, no problem. I'll go down and prepare. Let's just stay in our building. I'll clean up the first floor. She has medical equipment and backup power in her space. Before, there were not many people at home, so she thought that if there were any problems, she could just go into the space to deal with them. But now there are more than 100 people in the base, and she can't let every injured person go into her space to rest. So it's more convenient to set up a medical room outside. Wenqian is a man of action, and she will go out to work after she says it. Xiong Yushuang jumped up from the sofa and ran to her side. I'll help. Wenqian turned to look at her. Why are you here? Xiong Yushuang looked back at Liamo helplessly, then at Wenqian, and said pitifully, I want to live here. I asked Animo. She said there is an empty room. Can you let me stay? Xiong Yushuang gently pulled Wenqian's sleeve and shook it. Please, that kid named Qi can live here. I am much more useful than him. Speaking of Qichen, Xiong Yushuang hadn't seen him today, and she didn't know if he had gone back to reveal secrets to Imo Han. Wenqian looked at her pitiful appearance, and thought of her excellent never betray loyalty, and nodded in agreement. Okay, but the room is in the house next door, and currently only you and Qichen live there. Are you sure you won't secretly beat him up in the middle of the night just because you don't like him? Xiong Yushuang. I'll try. It's better. Otherwise I'll throw both of you out. Wenqian took her downstairs with her, accompanied by Liamo. After they got downstairs and said something to the people inside, everyone started to work. All the things were taken away, and then the space was replanned. The operating room is generally divided into clean area, semi-clean area, and non-clean area, which are controlled according to the risk of infection. There should be high-efficiency filters and air disinfection systems in the clean area. Fortunately, Wenqian has these things. After thoroughly cleaning the room, Wenqian began to move the equipment out. The operating lights, operating tables, anesthesia, monitoring equipment, surgical instruments, and surgical imaging equipment are all available. The surgical caps, masks, isolation gowns, shoe covers, and other equipment outside are also neatly arranged. The lighting lamps and ultraviolet disinfection lamps are free of charge. And there are also air conditioners and high-temperature and high-pressure disinfection cabinets. Liam was stunned when he saw them. He didn't know when Wenxian got them back. There are some commonly used medicines in the refrigerator, and blood bags of various blood types are next to them. The generator uses diesel and gasoline. Wenxian thought of the gas station in her space that can provide unlimited fuel. And her back was straighter than anyone else. Having property is amazing. Breathing is more comfortable than others. After 2 hours of tossing and turning, the multifunctional treatment room that meets Liam's requirements was finally completed. Liam went home happily to check the old almanac, thinking of picking an auspicious time and day to quickly let those pregnant women who had difficulty walking and had to hold their big bellies give birth. Wenxian also attached great importance to this matter. The inheritance and advent of life is something worthy of respect. Not to mention under such circumstances, every mother who fought to the death to save her unborn baby and survived till now is a warrior. It's not that others have an easy life, but it's harder for them. Liam chose a date and went to inform the pregnant women. The time is very near. The day after tomorrow. Everyone was nervous and happy to hear the news. And other residents became nervous as well. Wenxian saw that the downstairs was as lively as the new year. And then he suddenly realized that it had been 5 months since the end of the world began. And the new year was less than 3 months away. Wenxian was a little emotional. So she went home to find Wenrang and dragged him into the space. Wenrang was working hard. And he looked at her with a confused look and asked, "What are you doing?" "Overtime." Wenxian pointed to a pile of junk on the ground. And Wenrang lowered his head and observed carefully. And it took him a long time to figure out what it was. "It has arms and legs. Who did you dismember and bring back? Where's the head? There are 2 extra legs. Didn't you pick up too much?" When he said that, Wenxian remembered that there was something missing, and looked around. Sure enough, the dogs took it out and kicked it like a ball. But fortunately it didn't bite it to pieces. "Little black, little green, Bebe, Dojwang, give me the head back," Wenxian roared. And the dogs whimpered and did what he asked immediately. Now everything was complete. Wenxian nodded with satisfaction, looked at her brother and said, "Let's put it together." "No. Do you think this thing is Lego? Can it be put together just by saying it? How can I put it together? Sew it with needle and thread or glue it with 502 glue?" Wenrang laughed angrily and asked, "Where did this body come from? You don't mind it being dirty. And you picked it up." "Of course I have to pick it up. This is a half-orc found in China. I went out today and met the people from the West City base. There were about 100 people with this thing. And they kept firing lasers, almost piercing through Yixinghua, Mu Beichuan and the others. I thought that since you are a skilled worker, you might be able to fix it. So I brought it back to try." Wenrang, "I am a skilled worker, but not this kind of skill. You are really my sister. Not fake at all." Wenrang sighed resignedly, squatted down, picked up the head, and carefully checked it, and indeed found the connection port. He took the things to the experimental cabin of the 10 orcs, connected the head with a computer, and obtained the data inside. Then he frowned more and more. "Fuck." Wenxian heard her brother swear angrily, and curiously leaned over to ask, "What's wrong? If it doesn't work, throw it away. Don't be angry." Wenrang turned his head to look at her. "I wrote the system here. Did these bastards pay me the copyright fee?" Chapter 247. Remember everything? After Wenrang finished speaking, Wenxian looked him up and down twice, with a very vigilant and disgusted look. She even jumped and teleported to the roof, keeping a distance between them. Wenxian squatted on the edge of the roof, looking down at him. "Why is it you again?" Wenrang told me the truth. "Do you have another identity outside without telling me and my parents? I have always felt that something is wrong with you. Are you actually a villain? You have created so many things that are neither human nor ghost. You are so perverted." Wenrang looked up at her speechlessly. "I don't remember teaching you that girls can squat like this at this height. I'm not wearing a skirt today." Wenxian sat down with her legs dangling in the air. "Don't change the subject. Talk about this." There was no reason for Fu Sheng to have Wenrang's stuff, and Wenxian didn't think they were capable of making it. So the question is, where did they get it from? Wenxian turned his head to look at the 10 orcs standing in a row on the other side. They all had the same operating system. So could they be from the same batch? Were they all made abroad? Wenxian thought about it, and thought of Xia Ran. In fact, when she saw Xiong Yushuang and the others being chased by the people at the control center a few days ago. When Qian suspected that Xia Ren had returned to China. But she did not go to find Mo Han when she returned to China, but went to the West City base to collude with Fu Sheng. She also provided the orcs to help deal with Mo Han, which made no sense. When Qian told Wen Rang about her doubts, Wen Rang extracted the data in the orcs' heads and discussed with her. Is there a possibility that Xia Ren provided this thing to Fu Sheng just to let him deal with the zombies? And Xia Ren is still unaware of the series of actions Fu Sheng has taken to deal with Mo Han. When Qian thought about this and said, anyone can deal with zombies. Wouldn't it be better for her to send this thing to Mo Han? Why does it have to go through Fu Sheng? Wen Rang pondered for a moment and replied, maybe she went to the West City base to help herself or help Mo Han gain territory. At present, Bincheng only has these two large bases. If these two forces can be combined, it will be much easier to do things later. She is quite ambitious. She wants to kill Fu Sheng and swallow up hundreds of thousands of people in the West City base. Wen Qian has some respect for such people, because she doesn't have the heart to be a big boss. That's hundreds of thousands of people. How many things do you have to worry about? Just look at Mo Han. He is busy like a dog every day. She doesn't want to become like that. The base was built for her convenience. But now there are more than 100 people, which makes her a little worried. Fortunately, these people are obedient. And now there is Mu Ci, who can help her arrange everything. But isn't Xia Ran's method a bit troublesome? If you want to kill Fu Sheng directly at the West City base, why bother to do these things to show your goodwill to him first? The people over there are bullies, who only fear the strong and bully the weak. They know you are powerful but dare not do anything to you. Even if they curse you 10,000 times in their hearts, they will definitely smile at you. But when Qian thought about it again, Fu Sheng has so many enemies. There must be many people around him who protect him. Maybe Xia Ren had to resort to this strategy because he couldn't get close to him or couldn't beat the people around him. When Qian felt that the latter possibility was more likely, because she had seen Xia Ren and didn't think he was that powerful. When Qian was silent for a while, Wen Rang was processing data below and didn't look at her until he heard her ask, brother, is the mission of this world to get rid of all the zombies? Wen Rang was slightly startled. He looked up at Wen Qian, hesitated for a moment, and answered, yes. TSK. Wen Qian frowned. The difficulty coefficient is too high. But isn't this my mission? Why is Xia Ren working so hard? Wen Rang put down the computer in his hand and asked Wen Qian excitedly, do you remember everything? No. I guessed it. Wen Qian leaned back and lay down. Mo Han told me before that we can only go back after all this is over. But it's not possible that any random mission can take me back. Right? If it was that simple, there wouldn't be so many people coming here. Wen Qian used to be confused, because this world is obviously the same as her last life. But many things are different. She didn't understand why before, but now she figured it out. Because there are too many bugs. Whether it is the appearance of her system, the arrival of Mo Han, or the existence of Xiong Yushuang and his group, no matter which one, it is the reason for destroying the balance of this world. The more people come, the more changes there will be in this world. That's why the zombies will evolve so quickly, and the climate will become so bad. The current evolution of zombies in 1 year is equivalent to the efforts of several years in the previous life. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the crystal core. Wen Qian had never seen this thing in the previous life. So after eating it for the first time in this world, she thought it was a zombie brain. Even if it is a parallel world, each world has different differences. And the degree of badness of this world will probably become more and more serious as the number of people sent by the control center to hunt her down increases. In other words, what mistake did she make to end up like this? Did she dig up someone's ancestral grave? That's not the case. Wouldn't it be fine to fill it with some soil and bury it back? Wen Qian sighed and patted her head, which was attacked by severe pain again. She had gradually gotten used to this numb feeling of pain. Wen Rang stood below and looked at her. He endured it again and again, but still couldn't help reminding her. Wen Qian, do you know what will happen to us if you die? Wen Qian was stunned for a moment, pretending to be relaxed. Just live well. Don't miss me too much. If you die, none of us will survive. Wen Rang said with a serious expression. This is literal meaning. Whether it is me, my parents, or Mo Han, Xiong Yushuang and others, everyone will die. Wen Qian frowned. She sat up and looked at Wen Rang. Why? What kind of age is it still a hobby to be buried with the dead? Because we are bound to your system. As long as you don't die. Even if we all die, we can still meet again in the next world. But if something happens to you, none of us can escape. This is why. Even though my parents and I were dead in my last life, we can still appear here. But it was clearly after I was reborn that I bound you to the system. Not because I made preparations in advance in my last life. When Rang smiled. It wasn't you who made the preparations. It was the system. Why are you so sure? Maybe it's because I wrote your system. When Qian's body tilted, and he fell off the roof. Chapter 248, as expected of her brother. Awesome. When Qian managed to stabilize herself in a somewhat awkward manner, and even sprained her ankle accidentally. She quickly ran to Wen Rang and asked incredulously, "What did you say?" "Say it again." Wen Rang repeated calmly, "I wrote your system." Wen Rang's face showed no emotion. But he was actually very happy. He looked at his sister looking at him with a shocked, delighted, and admiring expression, as if he had returned to many years ago, when they were still children. When Qian spent the most time with Wen Rang when she was young. So once she encountered any problems, the first thing she thought of was not looking for her parents, but her brother. At that time, when Qian was just a little kid, white and tender, and spoke in a baby voice, she would point 2 fingers and tell others, "I am 15 years old." In fact, she had just learned to speak when she was 2 years old. When Wen Rang took her out to play, she would hold Wen Rang's hand and hide behind him, or dive into his arms. Later, she went to kindergarten and started the first step on the long journey. Learning. She would always call him brother when she didn't know how to do something, and asked Wen Rang to teach her. After entering elementary school and junior high school, she felt that her brother was the best in the world, and there was nothing that her brother couldn't do. He was simply a superhero. And all of this ended when Qian went to high school. Before high school, when Qian looked at Wen Rang with light in her eyes. After high school, when Qian only had one comment on Wen Rang, he looked okay and could repair computers. This made Wen Rang very disappointed and angry. He even couldn't sleep that night, and his tongue was covered with blisters. But in his sister's eyes, he was still the keyboard warrior who rarely saw her a year and typed on the computer all day. There was no way. He couldn't see Wen Qian every day after going to college. Wen Qian's studies were also heavy after entering high school. And the girl's personality became completely different from before. Wen Rang would complain to her every day when he called her, "Are you calling me because you are ugly and can't find a girlfriend?" Wen Rang was so angry that he gritted his teeth and silently said to himself 100 times that this is my biological sister. In short, Wen Rang hadn't seen Wen Qian look at him with such admiration for a long time. Wen Qian opened his eyes wide and stared at him with a look that said, "My brother is so awesome," and asked, "Are you the idiot you scolded before?" Wen Rang. "Wen Qian, you are worthy of it." Wen Rang gritted his teeth. "If you were not my sister, I would really beat you up." Wen Qian smiled and hugged Wen Rang's arm, saying, "Brother, how can you be so awesome? You can even come up with such a system. Wow, you are really super invincible in the universe." "That's enough. Any more would be fake." Wen Rang calmly interrupted her flattery. "You can keep your words short." Wen Qian, awesome. In fact, Wen Qian didn't need to say anything. Her eyes alone were enough to make Wen Rang happy. Wen Qian used to think that her system was a masterpiece. At that time, she was thinking who would be so kind to her and understand her so well. Now that she knows the answer, everything makes sense. He is indeed her brother. Awesome. All those years of typing on the keyboard were not in vain. Wen Qian argued with him for a while, then got back to the point. "Brother, you just said it was the system." "No, it was you. You made preparations in advance." "What do you mean?" "Before leaving the main control desk, the system was already ready, and I handed it over to Imohan. And at that time, my parents and I were already on the system's core list." Wen Rang had long expected that no one in his family could survive Wen Qian. Even if all her combat power and memories were cleared, and she was the only one left, she could adapt to the environment and survive. So as long as she doesn't die, they still have hope. But the premise is that the system is activated. According to Imohan, he found Wen Qian at the last moment. Wen Qian said that she died in a big earthquake in her previous life. But in fact she didn't die. Instead, in that big earthquake, Imohan activated the system and pulled her into this parallel world. There was a time difference for various reasons. But generally speaking, the result was good. After listening to Wen Rang's words, Wen Qian was silent for a moment. and then asked, "What about Imohan and the others? Did you write them in the system in advance?" "No. There are only our family on the system core list. They came here on their own." Wenrang lowered his eyes and said slowly, "That's why I told you to be careful. Because if you die, it will really not just be our family that dies. Now that too many people are involved." Wenrang doesn't want to put pressure on her, but he knows Wenqian well. He can't guarantee what she will do in the future. She is crazy at heart. Nearly half a year after the end of the world, there are countless people with superpowers. But when it comes to fighting, no one is better than her. In order to test whether her special ability is useful, she can stab herself with a knife and deliberately let the zombies tear off her arms. Wenrang was very afraid that if he didn't remind her, she would dare to chop off her head one day. Wenqian was silent for a long time this time. So long that when Wenrang thought she would not say anything else, she spoke softly and said, "I know." Wenrang continued to deal with the dismembered half-orc. It was not possible to put it together, but it was still easy to find its base camp along this line. Just as they guessed, this half-orc was indeed from the West City base. But the other party's level was so low that even Wenrang didn't notice that he had hacked into their system. Yes, Fu Sheng's team was originally a group of people who made medicine. As a result, they didn't do a good job of developing medicine. And they were always doing this group of fancy things. So their level was naturally not very high. Wenrang was busy for a while, and found that there were 4 other half-orcs on Fu Sheng's side. Half-orcs have positioning chips in their bodies, so Wenrang used them instead, and could monitor their specific locations at any time, in order to prevent Wenqian from dismembering them next time. Wenrang directly modified the instructions. Let them obey Wenqian directly next time they see him, so as to avoid chaos. After finishing all this, the two of them left the space. The rest was to keep an eye on the movements in the West City, and wait for them to leave the base with the orcs. Then go over to rob them, and take the orcs back. When they went out, Xiong Yuxuan was holding Qi-Chen, who had just returned from outside, and interrogating him severely. She was not tall, but she had a strong aura. She pushed Qi-Chen to the corner and squatted on the ground. She was almost crying because of the interrogation. Seeing Wenqian and Wenrang, Qi-Chen jumped up with a cry and ran behind them to complain. "She framed me." Just 4 simple words. But you can tell how wrong the child is. Xiong Yuxuan said TSK. "Don't pretend to be innocent. You admitted it yourself. You went to Binsheng base today. Then tell me, you didn't go there to leak the secret to Imohan. What did you do there? Did you have a love affair with him?" Chapter 249, She Can't Escape. Qi-Chen looked at Wenqian with a wrong look on his face, thinking that there were people who talked about love with him. But it was definitely not me. But he didn't dare to say this even if he had 800 courage. So he could only pin his hopes on Wenqian, hoping that she would take the initiative to help him. However, Qi-Chen didn't expect that the person who rescued him in the end was Wenrang. Qi-Chen is fine. Imohan is fine. Don't scare him. Wenrang grabbed Qi-Chen's collar and dragged him to his side. Xiong Yuxuan looked at him puzzledly and asked, "Brother Rang, how can you be so sure that there is nothing wrong with him? Maybe it's because he is the one who is in love with Imohan." Wenqian answered first, making Xiong Yuxuan silent on the spot. His eyes widened, and he looked at Wenrang in disbelief. Qi-Chen was also shocked. He once again saw how good Wenqian was at lying, looking at her face not blushing and breathless. He even had the urge to applaud her. "Okay, come with me. I have something to ask you." Wenqian dragged Xiong Yuxuan to her room. Although Xiong Yuxuan had come to her house to squat with her when she was not at home before, her activity space was limited to the living room, rooftop and bathroom, and she did not dare to enter her room to visit. Now she finally had the opportunity to come in, and she looked around curiously. Wenqian sat on the small sofa, seeing her surprised look, and couldn't help asking, "What's so good about this? I didn't expect you to live in such a pink room." Xiong Yuxuan glanced at the pink sheets and quilts on the bed and said, "There is also a little rabbit doll. I'm sorry to disappoint you. That's not the case." Xiong Yuxuan said with a smile, "This is good. I feel more like a human being." "What do you mean? Am I not a human being?" "Yes, but we have never been treated as human beings." Xiong Yuxuan laughed sarcastically and asked, "By the way, what do you want to ask me? Did all the people you brought come here voluntarily?" "Yes." Xiong Yuxuan didn't expect her to ask this. "They are all your team members. And they all followed me when I said I was going to run away. But I was afraid that I had mistaken them. So I erased their memories before coming. It seems to be fine now. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on them. If there is anything wrong, I will kill them directly. Well, before coming to this world, did you know whose mission this was? I didn't know before I came. But I understood after I came. Xiong Yushuang curled her lips, feeling a little irritable. It's Xia Ran's. Otherwise she wouldn't come here. Captain Qian, I'm not suspicious. Mo Han and Xia Ran are really wrong. I've been in the main control desk for so many years, and I've never seen anyone with the surname Mo do a mission for others. When you got into trouble, he ran away faster than anyone else to evade responsibility, and disappeared for several days. Let alone Xia Ran. Ungrateful bastard. It was you who picked her out and brought her into the special forces. But she turned around and bit you harder than anyone else. Bah! What the hell? Xiong Yushuang became more and more angry as she spoke. It was obvious that if Xia Ran appeared in front of her now, she would definitely not be able to resist and would take action directly. When Qian pondered for a while following her words, Xiong Yushuang didn't know what she was thinking. And she was still cursing. I will definitely skin her alive when we get back, and let her have a taste of the torture room equipment. But if Mo Han is there to stop her, no one can touch her. It's so annoying. Captain Qian, why don't we just not go back to the main control console? It's good to be outside without anyone watching us. It's just like being a fugitive. Brother is so powerful. You let him take us to another world, so that even if Mo Han wants to settle accounts with us, it will take some time. We will escape when he finds us. I don't believe he is so patient and will keep chasing us. There were so many things waiting for him to deal with at the main control desk. But he could bear not to go back and stayed here to accompany Xia Ran on the mission. It was really eye-opening. But when did the two of them get together? Why didn't we find out that they had any secrets before? They hid it very well. Humans are gossipy by nature. So Xiong Yushuang couldn't stop talking about this matter. She had been holding these things in her heart for a long time. And she had no one to talk to since when Qian disappeared. Although Qi Huan, Ji Wei, and the others were all there, their memories were wiped. So it was not good to mention the things at the main control desk. Moreover, if she mentioned too much, her body would be affected. Just like now. The piercing pain was attacking her every second. But she could still endure it. After all, it was not easy to have a chance to chat with Wen Qian. And she couldn't miss it. This Mo Han, who used to pretend to be serious, was simply out of touch with the world. With only work and work in his eyes. There was no one more conservative than him in the entire main control desk. Captain Qian, you don't remember that we were punished by him before. Especially you. He always finds trouble with you for trivial matters. And the punishment notices are issued every other day. I don't know how I offended him. The entire notice board is full of your punishment notices. I think your record of punishment is more than your meritorious service. So let's not go back. Just do as I say and run away completely. Otherwise, we will be locked up after we go back. And I don't know how we will be tortured. Xiong Yushuang said a lot, then patted her head and looked at Wen Qian without saying anything. Wen Qian saw her movements and roughly understood what was going on, and said softly, if you have a headache, you can go back and rest first. And we'll talk next time. No. 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 It's not particularly painful. I can bear it. Xiong Yushuang shook her head repeatedly and refused to leave. Wen Qian saw that she was stubborn, so he didn't insist anymore. Just sighed softly and said, you can't run away. Why? Xiong Yushuang was puzzled. Brother is so awesome. Going to another world is not difficult for him. It's not his problem. It's my problem. Wen Qian collapsed on the sofa, saying word by word, this is my mission, not Xia Ran's. So I can't leave. The expression on Xiong Yushuang's face became particularly wonderful for a while. She just sat there for a while, and didn't say a word for a long time. In the end, when Qian poured her a glass of water, she drank a glass in one breath, then held the glass with both hands, sorted out her words with a confused mind, and spoke slowly. You mean, this terrible world is your mission? No wonder the difficulty coefficient is so high. It's even more disgusting than the world war we went to before. But if it's yours, why are Xia Ran and Mo Han here? I used to think that Mo Han didn't kill you in order to let you complete the mission. After all, you have high combat power. Using you to solve this world, and then bringing you back to the main control station for punishment is simply killing two birds with one stone. But now that I hear you say this, I can't figure it out again. So those two people are all here to work for you? Chapter 250. Mohan has a girlfriend. When she thought of Mohan and Xia Ran working for Wenqian for free, Xiong Yushuang felt much more comfortable. But she couldn't think of a reason. Even if Xia Ran might be deceived, it was absolutely impossible for Mohan. He had a record of who was in charge of each world. Only with his consent could the mission be started. Otherwise, without a pass, you could not leave the main control station at will. Xiong Yushuang's group was an exception. She was now a deserter, and was wanted by the main control station. And before she escaped, she also asked a master for help and got a temporary pass. Otherwise she couldn't get out. Not to mention that she followed Mohan to this world. When Qian saw her confused face, smiled and asked, "If what you said is that Mohan wants to use me to complete this task, then why did the control center send people to hunt me down? Because the previous order has not been cancelled? If you ask this, I don't understand. I always thought that because Mohan found you in this world, he assigned the task to Xia Ran to make it easier to catch you back. The console originally intended to eliminate you, but now it seems more likely that they will take you back for research. After all, they spent so much effort but still failed to kill you, which must be something they didn't expect in advance. Wenqian, you are right about one thing. Mohan did bring Xia Ran here because he found out that I was in this world." Xiong Yushuang, why? Wenqian, bring him here to work. He told me that he would secretly kill her after he had used her up. Xiong Yushuang, sorry, I can't quite imagine the scene when he said that. Why? Why would he be willing to help us? Wenqian thought for a moment and replied, maybe it's because he has a special relationship with Wenrang. You know, they graduated together and have a good relationship. Xiong Yu was stunned. She was shocked for a long time and asked in a low voice, how is it special? Can you elaborate on it? I can hold on for a while. I want to try my best to listen to this unknown relationship. There are many people who graduated with Mohan. He even killed a few of them himself before. But he has never been particularly close to anyone. But then again, the timing of his killing of those people was indeed a bit tricky. That is, after the Wen family had an accident, it caused quite a stir at the time. Because you can't kill people casually in the main control center. Even if it's the CO. The main control center has its own set of rules and procedures. And in Xiong Yushuang's opinion, it's just a waste of time. When Mohan killed people, the main control center was in chaos. When Qian's family was expelled, and the affected Special Operations Department, Technical Department, Medical Department, and Supply Department were all in chaos. Many people questioned and protested the unclear punishment, and some even ran away like Xiong Yushuang. So it was understandable that Mohan got so angry and stabbed people. No one thought much about it, just thinking that he was killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, and randomly picked a few unlucky people. But now after hearing what Wenqian said, Xiong Yushuang felt that there was something else going on. She lowered her head and thought carefully, then suddenly looked up at Wenqian. I remember. If that's the case, I did hear rumors that Mohan had a girlfriend before. Huh? This time it was Wenqian's turn to be stunned, because she had never heard of it. Wenqian's head was full of question marks. How about you elaborate on it? I don't know much. I just heard someone mention it before. That person is from the technical department. And he and Mohan don't see each other for a month or two. So when I heard her mention it, I didn't take it seriously, and thought she was joking. Xiong Yushuang's head was almost numb, but she still wanted to finish her words. You know where we are. Forget it. You don't know. You don't even remember me. What else can you remember? Xiong Yushuang looked at Wenqian with a bit of resentment, and then said, it's just that our place is a bit abnormal, and the control is especially strict in terms of relationships. Everyone has strict standards for whether to get married and who to marry. People like Mohan can't get married. Why? I don't know. Maybe because of his high status. He is destined to live alone for the rest of his life? Anyway, that's the rule. What about me? Can I have a relationship? You can. You've been on a blind date. Xiong Yushuang answered. But not long after the blind date, you were assigned by Mohan to carry out the mission for several months in a row. When you came back, the people you went on a blind date with were already engaged. You were really miserable. Wenqian, I was really miserable. Is this considered as revenge? I think so. We all guessed that at the time, thinking that he was just jealous of us being able to go on a blind date. So he hated everyone who could date equally. Wen Qian was thoughtful. From what Xiong Yushuang said, she could tell that Imo Han had done a lot of harm to her in the past. No wonder her subordinates disliked him. She was a little concerned about the gossip Xiong Yushuang said. If Imo Han had a girlfriend, then what would she be? Wen Qian frowned slightly. She thought of several possibilities and finally asked, "Have you never suspected that Imo Han came here for me? Did the rumor you heard at the beginning also refer to me?" Xiong Yushuang was really scared by her this time. He walked up to her and touched her forehead. After confirming that the temperature was normal, he said, "I've never doubted it. And it's impossible for anyone to doubt it. Reason? Because someone once asked Imo Han what type of person he liked. And he answered in person that he liked someone who was completely opposite to you. You were there at the time. And if eyes could kill, he would have been killed by you." Wen Qian, very good. I'm going to get angry. Wen Qian nodded with a fake smile, and ended the topic related to Imo Han. Wen Qian, let's talk about business. What abilities do the people you brought with you have now? What level are they at? I plan to go out in a few days and bring back more crystal cores. Xiong Yushuang's eyes lit up instantly when she heard that there was a chance to go out with her. I'll go back to the room and prepare a table for you. And send it to you later? Okay. Go ahead. Wen Qian nodded and watched her leave her room. Then she leaned over to the sofa, pulled a pillow beside her, and threw it hard on the bed to vent. Bastard. You like the exact opposite of me. Right? Very good. You wait for me. You don't like me, and I don't like you either. Next time you come to me, I'll kick you out. Let's see how you explain it. Wen Qian climbed back to bed angrily, and after lying there for a while, she was awakened by a knock on the door. She rubbed her eyes and got out of bed, opened the door, and saw that Xiong Yushuang had already listed all the relevant information of the team members. Chapter 251, dreaming about something she did at the main control panel. Wen Qian quickly scanned the content above. Her eyes locked on the name behind Xiong Yushuang. What does this granary and arsenal mean? Do you have space? Oh. Xiong Yushuang nodded. I stole it from the main control panel before I left. I left home with so many people. I can't go hungry, she said confidently. But my space is different from yours. Now I can only take things out, not put them in. I plan to go back to replenish the belongings when I have used them up. Wen Qian was happy. You are such a clever little ghost. Hee hee. Xiong Yushuang looked proud. You used to praise me like this. Do you think you can go back to replenish the goods and come out smoothly? We can think of a way when the time comes. I have found you. Why should I be in a hurry? If the day comes when we are at our wits' end, maybe you will take me back to blow up the main control panel. At worst, I will die with those bastards. Wen Qian thought that you knew me well, but still asked, am I so reckless? You're not reckless. You're just fighting when you're not convinced. That's what we were taught before. Okay. Captain Qian, I'll give you all the stuff I have here. I'm sure your space can hold it. Xiong Yushuang was extremely curious about the size of Wen Qian's space. It felt like a bottomless pit, where things could be taken out all the time. Wen Qian thought for a while and said, No. Leave it with you. It's convenient for us to act separately later. It's not a good idea to put all the resources on her alone. If she gets trapped by something unexpected, this group of people will still have other options. Xiong Yushuang didn't insist after hearing what she said. Wen Qian took the paper and went back to the room, asking her to go back and rest. After closing the door, Wen Qian lay back on the bed and looked at the list in her hand, and soon came up with a plan. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she killed zombies to protect herself and had to kill. Later, she killed zombies to obtain crystal cores and had to kill them for survival. As Wen Qian's physical strength and superpowers continued to increase, she killed zombies at will and according to her mood. For so long, Wen Qian had never thought of eliminating all zombies to save the world. She thought that was too ridiculous. Even if it could really succeed, it shouldn't be done by her. But now, someone told her that this was her mission. And if she couldn't complete it, she couldn't go back to the place that kicked her out. Wen Qian thought it was funny. She laughed at the group of people who wanted to isolate her forever outside the main control console. How much did they not want to see her that they threw her into this world? Although it was Imo Han who pulled her into this world. Compared with the apocalypse she had experienced before, this time was twice as difficult. But she had to say that she was much more comfortable this time than last time. Until now, when she still had no desire to go out and save people. It was strange. She knew that she was selfish. She had the ability and time. Compared with Yixinghua, Lin Yin, Lu Bai and other people who were busy with this matter day and night, she was more suitable to do this. Even though she knew that this was her mission, and she had to complete it. But she just didn't have that impulse. To be honest, she was not particularly interested in going back to the main control console. In her subconscious, she felt that going back was no different from now. And she didn't need to go back there and risk her life. Why? Is it because the control center did something to her when they sent her here? I heard that her brain has been manipulated many times. So it is not impossible that some fixed thinking has been implanted. They want her to stay in this state and thinking until the zombies mutate and evolve faster than her. Or she dies accidentally at someone's hands. In short, she must not be allowed to go back. This possibility made Wenqian laugh out loud. She pulled the quilt over herself. And she fell asleep quickly due to sleepiness. In her dream, she saw some familiar scenes. It was when she was at the main control desk. Wenqian stood in front of the notice board, looking at the latest penalty notice posted on it, with her name clearly written on it. That's right. She had never seen anyone else being punished. Wenqian muttered softly. She carefully read the content of the penalty notice, wanting to know why she was put on it this time. After she read the details, she rolled her eyes to the sky. Wenqian didn't understand. What she brought back from the outside world were just snacks. Just snacks. Not bombs. Why can't even this be allowed? The people who checked the immigration were also ignorant. She said so many nice things to them. She even brought them gifts. She thought that they let her leave, and that meant everything was fine. But, what the hell? They still didn't let her go, and reported it directly. Wenqian sighed, and felt a little stuffy in her chest. She looked back at the people who passed by her, hid from her, and looked at her like a monster. Frowning. These people behaved like robots. No matter what they did, they were methodical and never made mistakes. They were not like her, who was punished every other day and reported to the whole system. Why? Wenqian thought seriously. They were flesh and blood and were obviously human beings. So why couldn't they live like humans? No. They were living like humans now. They go to get off work and get off work on time. Eat and sleep on time. They repeat their work day after day. And they form families and reproduce according to the instructions of the system. The only difference is that they have no independent emotions. They are just a group of machines that have been developed and covered with human appearance. No matter what they do, they need the system to issue instructions. Wenqian sneered. They want them to be like humans. But they don't want them to be completely humanized. What on earth are these controllers so noble about? She is really fed up with everything here. Wenqian gritted her teeth and turned to walk towards the office area. Accept the punishment quickly, and she will be assigned to go out to play after the punishment. Although it is dangerous outside, it is much more interesting than staying here. Wenqian quickly calmed down, humming a song all the way, and came to the office building that looked very depressing from the outside. The glass on all floors is transparent, and everyone can see clearly what they are doing. Not only that, there are surveillance cameras everywhere inside. Oh, yes, there is an exception. Wenqian looked up at the top of the building. His sight fell on a piece of unclear glass, and his smile was a little ironic. The chief executive. Unfortunately, he is also a boring one. Wenqian retracted his sight, walked into the building quickly, and went to the law enforcement department to receive the fine. There was nothing to do in this place before. And just when everyone thought it was about to be cancelled, a regular visitor like Wenqian appeared and had to stay. Chapter 252 Mohan. I won't choose Wenqian. When Wenqian arrived, she unexpectedly saw a few people, including Mohan and the old men who hadn't shown up for 800 years, and were the core management of the entire control center. Wenqian lowered her eyes slightly and walked towards them with a wooden face, not wanting to make eye contact with them. She was afraid that she would not be able to control her acting skills and could not help but glare at them, which would increase the punishment time. Wenqian walked to the door dejectedly and spoke without any fluctuations in her voice. Hello, officers. I heard you made a mistake again? One of the old men looked at Wenqian with displeasure and asked. Yes, I'm sorry I made a mistake again. What are you pretending to be? Broadcasting a full platform announcement. Aren't you blocking me here just to scold me? I just brought back a few bags of snacks. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people? What if I accidentally bring back 2 explosive packs one day? Will you hang them on the wall? Wen Qian silently complained in his heart. How many punishments has she received this year? The old man looked at Imohan and asked. Imohan, the 7th. It's only May now. Wen Qian closed her eyes and resisted the urge to refute. The old men were obviously shocked by the answer and looked at Wen Qian in shock and anger. Wen Qian lowered her head, with her hands behind her back, as if she was reflecting on herself. But this still couldn't calm their anger. So Wen Qian's punishment was doubled. In addition, she had to write a 3,000-word self-review. Wen Qian felt that what she had violated was not a rule, but a heavenly law. She was criticized by the old men for a long time. And suddenly, one of them asked her, "How old are you this year?" Wen Qian was slightly startled and answered, 18. The man nodded, then looked at the others and said, "You can get married in 2 years. So start making arrangements now." Wen Qian's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and she held her breath and almost said what was on her lips. "Are you sick?" Wen Qian clenched her hands tightly behind her back. She even pinched herself hard to make herself sober and not cause more trouble. Her fair skin was pinched to purple. Wen Qian gritted her teeth and said, "But Chief Mo is not married yet. He has to drag someone with him before he dies. Why can he be so comfortable?" Several old men were amused by her words and reminded her, "The little girl may not know that he can't get married." Wen Qian was shocked. Is it so unfair? Why can he be so happy? Wen Qian is a loser. If he had been a little stronger and pushed Imohan out, wouldn't he be the CEO now? Wen Qian's words annoyed the old men again, because in the eyes of others, there shouldn't be any question of fairness in this matter. This is a system rule. Everyone just needs to obey it and not question it. But Wen Qian not only questioned it, but also questioned it in front of the person who made the rules. After Wen Qian blurted out his words, he realized that he was wrong again. So he admitted his mistake immediately. "I'm sorry. I was just too shocked because it was the first time I heard this rule. Also, because I could see you guys up close, I was a little nervous and said the wrong thing. I will increase my self-review to 4,000 words and reflect deeply on my mistakes." Why is there no job here to help people write self-reviews? Wen Qian felt frustrated. The old men's faces were slightly relieved by her good attitude. That's right. Everyone will be afraid of them when they see them. That is a reaction that is innate and engraved in the bones and blood. And it will not lie. They breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Imohan, who was silent beside them. After thinking for a while, they asked him, "Imohan, do you want to get married?" "No, because the system's instructions stipulate that I can't." The old man smiled with satisfaction and asked again, "Then if I change the rules, how will you choose?" "I will strictly follow the modified regulations and choose from the list given by the system." The old man asked, "What if I force you to choose one yourself?" Imohan was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about this question. Wen Qian also pricked up her ears and waited for the answer curiously. And then she heard him say, "I don't know who I will choose, but I know who I won't choose." He glanced at Wen Qian and said, "I won't choose Wen Qian." Wen Qian. My God, this person is really annoying. Wen Qian really couldn't help but glance at Imohan. His answer was perfect and completely pleased the old men. Wen Qian was teased by them, and then watched them leave. And then he breathed a sigh of relief, and all his nerves relaxed. Wen Qian woke up at this time. She looked at the ceiling with a dazed look, and there was only one thought in her mind. She wanted to escape from that suffocating place, and she wanted to blow it into ruins. Wen Qian lay there for a while, and then looked out the window belatedly. The sky was hazy and white, and it felt like dawn was coming. Wen Qian looked at the time. It was 5:30 in the morning. She turned over and walked to the window, looking at the sea from afar, until the sun rose little by little. She saw the long-lost sunshine. The polar night that lasted for nearly 3 months finally ended. Wen Qian leaned against the wall, folded her hands in front of her chest, and looked at the sun that was not dazzling at this moment. She was in a bad mood, but she couldn't tell whether it was because of the dream of the main control desk that made her feel uncomfortable or because of what Imohan said. She stood in front of the window until a sound came from outside the door, and the residents downstairs also gathered in the yard excitedly, cheering happily and nervously. Wen Qian smiled, went into the space to take a shower, changed clothes, and walked out of the room. Liamo and others had already woken up and were standing on the rooftop. looking at the sea covered with sunshine, hearing footsteps. Several people turned back to look at Wen Qian. Wen Qian and Li Mo's eyes collided in the air. And Li Mo said gently, "It's dawn." "Yeah." Wen Qian smiled and walked over. "It's a good sign." When Rang came back from outside at this time, entered the room and saw several people, and said, "The temperature has dropped by 13 degrees. The temperature in her house is constant, so she can't feel the changes outside. But people living in other places can feel it very obviously. If this continues, winter will come within a week." Wen Qian has enough resources and not many people, so she is not too panicked. Everyone sat in the restaurant to eat together. Wen Qian said to Wen Rang halfway through the meal, "Brother, go to Bincheng base today and deal with a few high-level crystal cores." Wen Rang looked at her in surprise. "Why don't you go? I have to lead the team to go out to get crystal cores. It's not on the way. There are many people who need medicine here now. I want to be more diligent while the weather is not too cold. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't be back these days." Wen Qian hasn't worked so hard for a long time. Staying out all night to kill zombies? I don't know which area's zombies are so unlucky that they will soon meet her. The Living Devil. Chapter 253, She Doesn't Want to See Me. Li Mo and Wen Chongqing were a little worried when they heard Wen Qian say that. After all, they have all the resources now. If they don't leave the city, it's not difficult to go home. They really can't think of any reason for Wen Qian to insist on spending the night outside under such circumstances. Wen Qian saw their concerns and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm just lazy and don't want to bother. And this time I plan to take more people out. If there are more than 20 people, the target is still relatively large, and the chance of being discovered on the road is also higher. So I try not to run back. 3 days at most. I will definitely come back." Xiong Yushuang stuffed a mouthful of food beside him and quickly swallowed it, saying, "Don't worry, Aunt Mo and Uncle Ning. Nothing will go wrong with us." Xiong Yushuang was so excited to go out with Wen Qian. After eating, Wen Qian started to select team members, because Li Mo had to perform surgery on the pregnant women in the base tomorrow. Wen Qian left 2 people for her. The 2 people were brought by Xiong Yushuang. The list said they were medical staff, which was a great help. Li Mo didn't expect that there were still people with him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after learning about it. Wen Qian planned to take 20 people with him this time, and the goal was to bring back 100,000 crystal cores within 3 days. On average, they only needed to kill more than 30,000 zombies a day, which was more than 1,500 zombies per person. With their current combat power, it was not an impossible task. On Xiong Yushuang's side, in addition to the 2 medical staff, there was also the talent with special abilities, who could integrate the base with the surrounding environment and not be discovered by outsiders. So she had to be left in the base. Wen Qian planned to take all the rest with him. He would take Gu Ran and Qichen with him. Of the remaining 6 people, Wen Qian finally decided on Mu Xiai, Xin Baizu, Su Yang, Jian Hui, Xiao Cheng and Qiu Su. The first 3 were from the original Jingcheng base, and the last 3 were from the future base. After the personnel were selected, everyone simply packed their luggage and went out. Because Wen Qian had space, they didn't bring any food, but only the necessary weapons with them, and they moved as conveniently as possible. Before leaving, Wen Qian also left enough supplies for her family in case of any accidents, and she couldn't get back at the critical moment. Wen Qian looked at the cars in her space, and finally moved the RV out, because it was the only one that could accommodate so many people. However, this RV has also undergone a lot of changes in just a few days, because Qin Baizhu is a modification genius. Wen Qian had only heard that he was very powerful before, and he was the base commander of the Jingcheng base later, but he didn't expect that he had such a skill. Anyway, this RV is very intimidating just by looking at it, and it can be compared with the 2 tanks in Wen Qian's space. Wen Qian brought back a lot of guns and ammunition when he went abroad before, as well as 2 light tanks and RV. But unfortunately, he has not had the chance to use the tank yet. When Rang sent them out of the base, leaned against the gate and looked at Wen Qian, reminding him, "Be careful and don't play too crazy. Wen Qian, you can trust me to do things." When Rang sneered, "I really don't trust you to do things." Wen Qian was in a bad mood, although she didn't say it. When Rang could sense it, he watched everyone get on the car and leave, then turned back to the base and dialed Mo Han's number. The phone rang for many times before it was picked up. After the call was connected, when Rang said straight to the point, "I'll be there in a while. Are you free?" Imo-han was silent for a few seconds and replied, "I'm not at the base." "When will you arrive?" When Rang raised his eyebrows. I said, "I'll be there." "Where does the we come from?" There was no movement on the other end of the phone. When Rang thought about the other party's reaction at this time and said, "My sister said she was going to lead a team to kill zombies, and it was inconvenient for her to go to your place. So she asked me to come to you to deal with the crystal core. You can kill zombies anywhere. There are many suitable places on the way to Bincheng base. It's not inconvenient." Imo-han's eyes darkened slightly, and he said in a calm voice, "She didn't want to see me, so she made up an excuse." When Rang chuckled, "Then I don't know. You can ask her in person next time you see her. When do you plan to return to the base today?" "I can't go back." Imo-han suppressed his irritation and said absent-mindedly, "I'll say hello to the base. If you're in a hurry, you can go directly there. Xinyu and Yixinghua are both here. No hurry. It's just dealing with a crystal core. Why should I be in a hurry? Then call me when you go back." "Okay." Imo-han glanced at the battle situation in the distance. When Rang also heard the gunshots from the phone, he frowned and said, "You go and do your work. Be careful and we'll talk later." After that, he hung up the phone. Imo-han threw the phone into his pocket and recalled what Wen Rang had just said. "I don't want to see him." "Why?" "Last time they met, everything was fine. And they even agreed to go to the West City base together another day. Is it because he didn't call her in the past 2 days? She is not the kind of person who would get angry about such things." Imo-han has been outside since he sent Xinyu and the others back to the base that night. The zombies suddenly rioted violently, causing many casualties among the team members who went out to collect crystal cores. Imo-han has been busy with this for the past 2 days. Not to mention calling. He couldn't even sleep. Now his nerves are tense. When Rang's words undoubtedly made his already irritable mood worse. "Want to see her?" Imo-han sighed and walked towards the zombie group. The end of the polar night did not reduce their combat power. On the contrary, the zombies, who had been living in the dark for nearly 3 months and were accustomed to the dark mode, seemed to be stimulated after the sun appeared. Their combat power increased dramatically, and their aggressiveness was extremely strong. Imo-han estimated that this situation would last at least a week before it could be alleviated. It's not a pet. And there is still a stress reaction. It's ridiculous. Imo-han was in a low mood and full of anger. After returning to the team, Lin Yen and others were shocked. Whose call did he answer? What deadly topic did they talk about that made their boss's face so dark? Lin Yen subconsciously moved to the side, keeping a little distance from Imo-han, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Then he cleverly swallowed all the questions back into his stomach and said nothing. The zombies were too fierce. It was as if they had accumulated energy for more than 2 months and suddenly burst out together, making it impossible for people to think about other things when dealing with them. When Qian and the others had just left the base, when they discovered the changes in the zombies near her base were basically of no reference value. They had been hiding from her for so long. So when she saw these crazy zombies with their fangs and claws bared outside, she thought they were cute without caring about their lives. A lot of weapons were installed on the RV. There were machine guns and micro-rocket launchers on the front hood and on both sides of the car. As the car drove along, many zombies fell to the ground in the hail of bullets. Chapter 254, Zombies and Piranhas Fight. The sound of gunfire attracted the attention of more zombies. And soon, the number of zombies behind the RV increased. When Qian sat in the back of the car, leaning on the window to look at the dark zombie army outside, with a playful smile on her lips, Xiong Yushuang saw her sitting alone in the back and couldn't help but come over to ask, "Captain Qian, what are you thinking about? I think these zombies are really fierce. I wonder which side will have sharper teeth if I throw them into the sea, compared to those piranhas." Xiong Yushuang. "It's okay. We'll know after we try it later. The mermaid battle is quite interesting." Xiong Yushuang. Suddenly, I felt that the zombies outside were not so fierce. The person in charge of driving today was Qin Baizu. I have to say that the young man's skills in modifying cars are first class. And the speed of driving is also first class. There is no red light on the street. And the speed has never dropped below 150. When we got on the car, everyone was puzzled, wondering why this brother installed seat belts in all the seats in the car, in places where you can't sit. A hanging ring is installed above your head. This makes a RV that originally looks high-end look like a bus inside. Now they all understand. If you don't wear a seat belt, you will really be thrown out. Everyone swayed left and right. And they had to shoot. Before long, several people's faces turned green. And they were carsick. In the cab, Sheen, who seemed to be flying a fighter jet, seemed to have sensed it. While stepping on the accelerator, he picked up the loudspeaker at hand and used the radio to inform the people in the car. There's a plastic bag under the seat. His tone was cold and indifferent. And it sounded a little sarcastic. Just when everyone was wondering if they had heard it wrong and misunderstood this brother. They heard him come to finish the job. But I didn't prepare much. So if it's not enough, you can spit on each other. Anyway, don't dirty my masterpiece. Everyone. He's so annoying. When Qian chuckled when she heard Qin Baiju's words, thinking that this guy drove so hard. I wonder what he would be like flying a plane. Let him try the helicopter in his space later. Qin Baiju drove all the way to the port. And when they arrived, Su Yang and others realized that this was the place where they first met Qian. The car stopped. And the nearby zombies immediately surrounded them after smelling the smell. Qian stood up and stretched his muscles, looking in the distance, and saw that the group of zombies that had been chasing their car before also came over. 30 seconds to prepare. I will put the car into the space when the time is up. Qian reminded everyone. And then his figure disappeared from the spot. She teleported outside and used the skill of attracting firepower. As soon as the skill was used, zombies came in overwhelming numbers. And she was the only target in their eyes. Qian glanced at the cruise ships parked on the sea level. She chose this place as her first stop today just for these ships. Bidsheng has a developed tourism industry. And it is a place where many domestic and foreign tour groups will come to check in. Qian saw the ships on the sea when she came last time. But she didn't think about it. This time, she wanted to collect one into her space. The port area has been surrounded by people from the West City base. The reason why Qian and others were able to rush over directly was because the zombies nearby suddenly became violent and launched a surprise attack on them, destroying some of their original defense facilities. There were only 50 people sent to guard here. And now some died or ran away. And there are not many left. Qian and others drove a car to attract a large group of zombies, making the survivors furious. They were just about to see what kind of idiot was so desperate. But a girl wearing a mask and goggles suddenly appeared in front of them, dragged them out of the hiding room, and threw them into the pile of zombies. Several screams sounded one after another, and then disappeared one after another. When Xiong Yushuang and others caught up, they saw Qian tying up hundreds of zombies with water cages and throwing them into the sea. Qian squatted on the shore, observing the scene below with curiosity. Behind her, Xiaobai and 4 dogs were released, biting the zombies that kept rushing up and trying to attack her. On the sea level, a water dragon rose into the air, circling in the air like a living thing, and then rushed straight to the zombies on the ground. It was huge, nearly 100 meters long and about 5 meters wide. It was made of water, but its combat power was jaw-dropping. When the water dragon swam, a strong wind blew, almost blowing people and zombies up. It and Xiaobai and several other pets formed a strong defense line behind Qian. None of the zombies who wanted to attack Qian could get close to her. Qian was too curious. She looked at the zombies she threw into the sea. As soon as they entered the water, they attracted countless piranhas with sharp teeth to attack. She was so surprised that her eyes widened. There are usually few people here, and the zombies are even less likely to jump into the sea. So the fish are almost starving. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Now the global marine system has been damaged, and all marine life has mutated. Therefore, even the small shrimps at the bottom of the original food chain are not so easy to hunt. The zombies that Qian threw into the sea were simply a big pie in the sky for them. In just a few minutes, several white bones floated on the sea, and the rotten meat on them was eaten up. But because the zombies' fatal point is in the brain, they are not completely dead under the protection of the skull. So a very interesting scene appeared. Hundreds of skeletons struggled to escape to the shore in the sea, and the fish opened their mouths to bite their bones and drag them into the sea. The picture is so beautiful. Qian happily took out her mobile phone to record a video, thinking of showing this wonderful picture to Rang after returning. Xiong Yushuang and others were originally worried about her safety, wondering why these zombies ignored their existence as if they were blind. As a result, the person involved was not panicked at all, and even took out his mobile phone to take a video as a souvenir. They were so choked that they couldn't spit out or swallow it, and they were almost suffocated. When Qian saw the scene she wanted to see, stood up with satisfaction, and put away her mobile phone. A faint mist appeared on the sea surface, and in a blink of an eye, the zombie remains that were still fighting with the fish suddenly lost their reaction. The water droplets penetrated the zombies' skulls and killed them completely. Some zombies have evolved their splitting function very successfully. At the moment when the fatal point was injured, they split another body and tried to escape, but were then dragged to the bottom of the sea by the hungry fish. When Qian had a lot of fun, and the 3 minutes of attracting firepower were almost over, she turned to look at Xiong Yushuang and others, and reminded them with a smile. The break time is over. It's time for you to go to class. Chapter 255. Stock up on super luxury cruise ships. As soon as when Qian finished speaking, before the others could react, they saw the group of zombies that had completely ignored them just now turn their heads and rush towards them like crazy. For a moment, all kinds of superpowers appeared, and when Qian's eyes lit up, it has to be said that it is convenient to form a team with high combat power. No wonder people like to build guilds when playing games. It is really fun to fight monsters in groups. 100,000 zombies in 3 days. This goal is not a small number. So after quickly assessing their strength, when Qian continued to use his skills to attract zombies here, water dragons rolled out from the sea, shuttled between people and zombies, and continuously rolled up zombies, and threw them into the sea. But gradually, the attack power of the fish school was not as strong as it was at the beginning, because they were full. There were only a few fish on the seashore, and they were all small fish. It was impossible to expect them to eat all the zombies. When Qian didn't waste time seeing this, and gave up this way of playing, and turned to think about other things. Everyone worked together to deal with the zombies. After a morning, the port was full of zombie corpses, and there was almost no place to stand on the ground. After several hours of non-stop work and continuous use of supernatural powers, everyone's physical strength was a little insufficient. Even a few dogs lay on the ground with their tongues sticking out, too tired to get up. When Qian had no problem, but after looking at them, she decided to rest. She looked around and finally her eyes fell on the largest cruise ship on the sea in the distance. Although the people and zombies at the port had been eliminated by them, there was no guarantee that there would be more. So in order to have a comfortable and worry-free lunch break, when Qian decided to take everyone to the ship, she used teleportation to transfer all the people and pets over. Everyone was busy for a while, and cleaned up all the zombies on the ship. After confirming that there were no fish that slipped through the net, they were completely relieved and collapsed to the ground, and then went to see Wen Qian, who was still alive and kicking. Wen Qian is very strong. This is something that everyone will become more and more clear after contacting her. Her supernatural powers never stopped for the whole morning, and the wide range of their use and the strong destructiveness were beyond everyone's expectations. Even Guran, who had the most contact with her, was now a little unsure of how many supernatural powers she had. Xiong Yushuang was a little surprised, but also felt it was natural. That was Wen Qian, so she should be strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caused so much headaches for the old men at the main control desk. But in her opinion, Wen Qian's real strength was not these supernatural powers, but physical skills. Anyway, Xiong Yushuang has been with her for so many years, and she has never seen anyone who can beat her. Xiong Yushuang lay on the deck, rubbed her stomach and shouted, "Captain Qian, I'm hungry." Wen Qian was also a little hungry. They were all family members, and they all knew that she had space. So she didn't pretend. She led everyone into the cabin and came to the restaurant. After finding a place to sit, Wen Qian began to serve the dishes. In fact, they were all home-cooked dishes. But for them, they were rare delicacies. After the end of the world, it became an extremely luxurious thing to want to eat a hot meal. Even if there was, it was the simplest potatoes and cabbage. But since they came to Wen Qian's side, those things that everyone thought were impossible have become daily routines. A stable and comfortable residence, delicious and fresh food, crystal core potions without side effects, the pleasure of killing hundreds of zombies in seconds. These are what they once longed for but could not have. And now, Wen Qian gave them all. In their opinion, with Wen Qian's strength, it is very easy to expand the base and recruit people on a large scale. As long as she wanted, she could build a super large base to compete with Binsheng base and Xiqing base. But through their observation, they knew that Wen Qian had no such intention at all. She even felt that this kind of thing was a torture for her. But no matter what she planned, with her strength, she would be targeted by other bases sooner or later. Especially in Xiqing base. If Fu Sheng discovered her existence, he would definitely send someone to capture her. They must be more cautious when they go out in the future, and must not let the location of the base be discovered by the group of people. Everyone ate quietly, and everyone was thinking about something. Just like that, they solved the problem of food and clothing. The sun shone through the window, making everyone feel warm and sleepy. Wen Qian put the bowls and chopsticks away, stood up and stretched. I'll go around the ship and see what the decoration facilities are like. Everyone was confused when they heard her words. Gu Ran was the first to react, and asked anxiously, "We are just taking a rest here. Why do you want to see these?" Wen Qian turned to look at him and asked seriously, "Seeing such a large and luxurious cruise ship, are you really not moved at all?" Gu Ran, "You don't want to put it in your space, do you?" Wen Qian, "I think so." Gu Ran, "Not only Gu Ran." Everyone gasped. Mu Xi was shocked. "Can your space still fit such a thing?" "I think so." Wen Qian nodded. "It's just that the fuel is a bit difficult. I'll think of a way later. There is a gas station in her space, where you can refuel without limit. But now, the only oils are ordinary gasoline and diesel, which are fine for cars and generators. But planes and ships need special oil, which is not available in her space. So she has to stock up on oil." When Wen Qian said the difficulties in her words, it felt like the door of her house was locked, and it could be opened if she thought of a way. Everyone was shocked by her idea of stockpiling this cruise ship. And then, they followed her involuntarily, and went to inspect the ship together. No wonder everyone was shocked. The ship is really too big. It is nearly 400 meters long and weighs more than 200,000 tons. It has 20 passenger decks, and a usable area of more than 400,000 square meters. There are 3,000 guest rooms, 15 restaurants and 20 bars. It is like a giant on the sea. And its luxury is beyond imagination. More than 80% of the guest rooms have sea view terraces. Not to mention the conventional configurations such as outdoor swimming pools, water parks, beauty salons and fitness centers, stadiums and cinemas. What's even more amazing is that there is a shopping street of more than 100 meters on the 10th floor. Many of them are international luxury stores. When Wen Qian and others passed by, they saw the counters filled with famous bags priced at tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and famous watches worth millions. But at this time, no one was interested in them, and they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Wen Qian was so tired after strolling halfway that he leaned against the wall and said, "No more shopping. Just this one." His tone was casual, even a little reluctant. Chapter 256 Limited Time Mission Reward. This is a super luxury cruise ship, which costs more than $1.5 billion to build. But Wen Qian was attracted to it not because of its price, but because it can accommodate many people. If there is an earthquake or some other reasons in the future, they have to move away from the base, or even cannot live on the ground, then this cruise ship is undoubtedly their best residence. And even if they don't go out to sea, if many people go out and can't go home at night, they can move it out and use it as a collective dormitory, which is quite suitable. Wen Qian decided to take this huge cruise ship away, except for Gu Ran, who sighed helplessly. Everyone else looked incredulous. There were still some supplies in the cabin, but they had rotted after several months of high temperature, so they were all thrown away by Wen Qian. Seeing that she was serious, Mu Xi and others looked at each other. And finally Mu Xi asked, "Wen Qian, how big is your space?" Wen Qian thought about it seriously, but couldn't explain it clearly. She looked at the curious expressions of the group of people in front of her, and said after thinking for a moment, "How about I take you in to have a look?" Everyone couldn't control their expressions when they heard this. Mu Xi, your space can still allow people to enter? Wen Qian, yes. So far, each of you can stay in the space for 19 hours. It sounds like a lot, right? But if there is a natural disaster that we can't resist, then everyone can hide in the space for less than 5 days. So under normal circumstances, I won't let you in. After hearing her explanation, everyone nodded to show their understanding. Mu Xi asked again, time can be increased, right? What are the conditions? Time is determined by the prosperity of the space. For every 100 prosperity increases, the time increases by 2 hours. Wen Qian did not hide it. In order to ensure the safety of the host and the space, all members in the system will be forced not to disclose space-related information to outsiders. They knew that even if they wanted to leak secrets in the future, they could not do so. And through this incident, we can confirm their loyalty again to see if they have any evil thoughts. Wen Qian's behavior is like fishing for fish, but she doesn't think her behavior is too much. After all, they will entrust their lives to each other's teammates in the future. Before their loyalty reaches the level of never betraying, it is still possible that their loyalty will decline. So it is always right to be more cautious. Wen Qian, there are not certain ways to increase the prosperity of the space. The most basic way is to recruit combatants like you. But I don't want to bring anyone into the base. So this method is not advisable. The rest is up to fate. And I don't know when it will be increased. Wen Qian had been rewarded with prosperity when she achieved system achievements before. When she completed the team task issued by the system for the first time, she was also rewarded. And after several factories in her space started to operate, the system also gave it. But her precious system has not issued any tasks to her for a long time. Wen Qian plans to ask her brother what's going on after she goes back. After all, this is his work. After listening to Wen Qian's words, Mu Xiai and others decided not to enter her space for the time being. Although everyone was very curious. 1 minute now may not be noticeable, but 1 minute later may cost someone's life. So let's save it. When the time comes, there will always be a chance to see it. Wen Qian didn't say anything after hearing their decision, because their decision was correct. She went to put the super cruise ship into the space. As expected, many mice, cockroaches and insects hidden on the ship were cleared out by the system, crawling all over the floor. And Xiong Yushuang was so scared that she almost jumped directly on Wen Qian. Wen Qian was listening to the long-lost system prompt sound, and casually hugged Xiong Yushuang, who was burrowing into her arms with a roar, without having time to dodge. Ding, the system detected that the host has collected all the sea, land and air transportation tools, but has not unlocked all the refueling methods. So a limited time task is issued. Within 48 hours, kill 50,000 zombies, and you will be rewarded with an unlimited space aviation refueling station. Within 48 hours, unlock the base intermediate prosperity achievement, and you will be rewarded with an unlimited spaceship refueling station. Wen Qian, whatever you think will come true. But why are you releasing these tasks in a bundle? The base intermediate prosperity achievement requires her to expand the base by 40 more members to unlock it. Right? Where can she find 40 people? Wen Qian felt overwhelmed. Xiong Yushuang hugged her, looked up at her absent-minded face, and asked in a low voice, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about where I should go to get some people back." Wen Qian touched her head, his mind working rapidly. Go to Bincheng base to recruit people? No way. The ones she likes there have all rejected her, so she can't force them. As for the rest, I think she might not like them. Wen Qian really doesn't want people she doesn't like to come to her place. She hopes that her base can always be happy and harmonious. And the most important thing is that everyone gets together and is happy. But how can there be so many things that go as you wish in this world? Wen Qian frowned and thought for a long time. Seeing her serious expression, everyone didn't dare to disturb her. Until Wen Qian's eyes lit up and she chuckled. By the way, I can go find someone from the West City base. Everyone was puzzled when they heard this. Why would they find someone from the West City base? Wen Qian lowered her eyes and continued to think about whether her method was feasible. The base was expanded to 40 members. But she couldn't be sure that everyone she found was loyal to her. Just like when the base was first established, several people had murderous intentions towards her and were forcibly eliminated by the system because of their lack of loyalty. So in Wen Qian's opinion, this was a bug. She could capture 40 people from the West City base and ask them if they were willing to go with her. Even if it was just a show, they would definitely agree to become members of her base. She thought about contacting Fu Sheng later and leaking the exact location of her base. Once the achievement is unlocked, the system will kill these people who are just making up the numbers, and the problem will be solved. Right? She doesn't even have to bring them back to the base. She can get the achievement reward. Wen Qian determined the way to get around the bug and immediately set off to carry out the mission. The last thing she wanted to see when she went out before was Fu Sheng's people. But now, she can't wait to bump into them after just a few steps. Wen Qian turned to look at Qi Chen and asked, "Can you find the people from the West City base?" Without going to their base, Qi Chen likes to go out to investigate the situation of other bases when he has nothing to do. So he knows where the people from the West City base are distributed better than anyone else. Chi-Chin was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yes. They have many bases. Let's drive over there. When Qian took the car out of the space after she finished speaking, Chi-Chin was still a little confused. But he still did as she said. As he walked towards the cab, he asked curiously, why are we going to find them? Steal their supplies? When Qian, no. Get them to join us. Ah? Chi-Chin stumbled and almost tripped himself. Chapter 257, The Bug of the Card System. The others were the same, all looking at Wen Qian in shock. There were 21 people here, except Wen Qian, Gu Ran and Chi-Chin. All the others had various frictions with the West City base, and it was absolutely impossible for them to form an alliance with the West City base. Wen Qian saw their looks and smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you just pull them over and kill them? Make up the number of heads, so that you can get the space prosperity. Her words made Xiong Yushuang react instantly. System task? Right. Gu Ran and Chi-Chin also had an icy expression, although Musiai and others didn't know what the system was. They had just understood the importance of spatial prosperity. So when they heard Wen Qian say that, they suppressed their doubts and got in the car to find someone. Bai Zhu was still in charge of driving, and Chi-Chin sat in the co-pilot and navigated manually all the way, and soon arrived at the destination. This is an abandoned grain processing plant, although the grain and goods inside have been transported to the West City base, because the factory covers a large area and has complete supporting facilities inside. So Fu Sheng sent people to guard here, treating it as a spare factory building, so that food can be processed here in the future. There are many other sites in Bincheng that have also been occupied by Fu Sheng's people. In this way, when production and construction are resumed in the future, he will be the first batch of people who can obtain resource production capacity. Everyone can hear his calculations. The car stopped 1 kilometer away from the factory. After everyone got off the car, they followed Wen Qian to walk to the destination. Wen Qian deliberately took off the mask on his face to make it easier for the other party to recognize him. It doesn't matter if she can't recognize him. She will give her name obediently. Wen Qian's goal is very clear: to poach people and kill people. She doesn't think she is killing innocent people, because as long as the other party doesn't want to kill her, she won't be killed by her system. If there are innocent people inside, she doesn't mind taking them back to the base, whether they live or die. The decision is in their own hands. As for selfishness, she admits it, and she admits it without hesitation. It is not the right thing to use other people's lives to achieve one's own goals, even if those people are evil and have done a lot of bad things. But this world has its own set of procedures for punishing them, and they will get their own retribution. Not by Wen Qian. But, this is the end of the world. Who cares so much? Besides, Wen Qian never said she was a good person. She obviously has the ability to save people, but she doesn't save everyone equally. She can obviously choose to give up the task given to her by the system, but she wants to use those people to get the reward that belongs to her alone. Wen Qian did this very calmly, but when she turned around and looked at the other people around her, her acting skills were obviously much more unfamiliar, especially Jin Hui and the others. Logically speaking, they have the greatest hatred for the West City base, so they should be the most active in doing this kind of thing. However, these people are straightforward and can't hide things in their hearts. They want to kill the people from the West City base, but they can't do it directly when they see them later, so they have to act first. This is a challenge for them, so they are getting nervous now, and some of them even start to walk with their hands and feet together. When Qian looked at Jian Hui's unnatural look and couldn't help but chuckle. Jian Hui looked at her after hearing this. His old face turned red, and he said in a hard voice, "I've never done this before. I'm not used to it. I can see that." When Qian smiled and nodded. "Your steps are very unfamiliar, but it's okay. First time. Second time. I'll take you to do this kind of wicked things a few more times in the future, and you'll slowly get used to it." When Qian pointed at Gu Ran after saying this, "See, this guy used to be more naive and gullible than you. Look at this natural acting now. It seems like we are really going to find someone to form an alliance with." Gu Ran, your words made me unable to tell whether you were praising me or insulting me for a moment. Of course I'm praising you. Then I thank you. You're welcome. When Qian raised his chin with confidence, expressing his satisfaction with his progress, the conversation between the two made Jian Hui and others relax a lot. And soon, they entered the surveillance range of the West City base. Normally, there would be people passing by this place. In addition to a few bases, there were still some small teams surviving in the city. Every time they met these people, they would first confirm the identity of the other party. If they were not from Bincheng base, they would be captured and sent back to the base headquarters. Those with special abilities could decide where to go based on factors such as whether they were honest or obedient. They might become their companions, or they might become food for zombies, or they might become living bodies for experiments. For those without special abilities, the outcome would be determined based on factors such as gender and age. Those who are too old are taken back to feed fierce dogs and zombies. Young and beautiful women are kept for fun, and men are taken back to be coolies. As for the young children, they are also useful. Girls still cannot escape the fate of being played with. Of course, some boys are the same. The rest are kept for care and locked up in the dungeon as reserve food. The Xiqing base has its own farm, and Fusheng has also discovered several coal mines in other cities, and sent transport planes to transport some people to dig coal. There are hundreds of thousands of people in his base, and most of them are now chained around their necks and feet, not eating enough and sleeping well, working day and night, and will be severely punished by the supervisors if they take a break. So, when the people in the factory saw Wen Qian and his group through the telescope, they immediately perked up, especially when they found that they were not wearing the clothes of the Bincheng base, and the woman in the middle was quite good-looking. They became even more excited. The unwritten rule was that as long as they caught a woman, they could play with her first and then send her back. No one would care anyway. So soon, Wen Qian and others fought with the zombies and ran towards the factory, and were picked up by people who appeared in the factory. The door was closed, and Wen Qian realized that there were quite a few people at this gathering point. Just looking around now, there must be 50 or 60 people upstairs and downstairs. Who are you? What are you doing here? The men looked Wen Qian up and down, and one of them asked. Wen Qian stood in the middle of the crowd, and it was obvious that she was the target of this group of people's key protection. Wen Qian saw that they asked, so she answered, "The navigation shows that there is a grain processing plant here, so I want to try my luck here." As she spoke, she looked around the environment in the house and asked, "Are you Fusheng's people?" She called Fusheng by name, which made everyone in the West City base frown and look at each other. Who is this person? He is quite courageous, but looking at their physical condition, they really don't look like ordinary people. Chapter 258. My name is Wen Qian. I heard you were looking for me. In the end times, only about 10% of people are not starving, and only 1% of them can eat well. The group of people in front of us obviously belonged to the latter, especially the woman who was protected in the middle. She looked like she had never been exposed to wind and rain, and her face was as white and tender as an egg. How could someone with such a physical and mental state be an ordinary person? Everyone became alert and asked Wen Qian, "Do you know our President Fu?" "Of course. He invited me to the West City base before." Wen Qian took 2 steps forward, walked to the man who was talking, and reached out to touch the logo on his clothes. At that time, I saw the people around him wearing this clothes. Wen Qian's sudden approach made the man involuntarily stunned. He smelled the faint fragrance on her body, looked at her face closely, and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Wen Qian." Wen Qian smiled slightly and said, "I heard that your base is looking for me recently." Wen Qian. Everyone was stunned when they heard these 2 words. Although they were responsible for guarding this factory, and did not need to go out to perform tasks, they also heard some things about Wen Qian from private radio and phone calls. In order to find her, the base also spent a lot of effort. Everyone was saying that Mr. Fu fell in love with this woman at first sight, and wanted to steal Imo Han's girl. It was also because of this that the 2 bases had been frequently in friction recently. But after searching for so long, no one has succeeded in bringing Wen Qian back so far. The higher-ups have already said that as long as this is done, you can be promoted directly to management. So now, they look at Wen Qian like hungry wolves seeing a rabbit. Seeing their reaction, Wen Qian asked knowingly, "Do you all know me? I've heard of you for a long time." The man closest to her answered, then looked at the group of people behind her and asked, "How did you get here? I saw you just walked here. There doesn't seem to be any base nearby." "Of course I didn't walk here. My car broke down nearby, about a few thousand meters away." Wen Qian asked impatiently, "Do you have water here? I'm dying of thirst. You useless people can't even drive a car properly." She turned around and cursed at Gu Ran and the others. then saw a box of mineral water piled in the corner. Walked over to get a bottle. Opened it, and drank a few sips. She looked arrogant, spoiled and irritable. Just like a canary, who had no ability, and could only rely on men's pampering to survive until now. Guran and the others didn't expect her to do such a thing. And they were given a few cold stares by her. They heard her talking to the people in West City again. You have so many people guarding here. Which means there are supplies here. Right? It's just right. Bring me some food. And I'll let Emohan return it to you later. When Qian was bossy. With a face full of pampered arrogance. By the way, what does Fu Sheng want to talk to me about? Do you know? The men exchanged glances, with smiles and calculations in their eyes. The one who answered her was the one who just spoke. He seemed to be the leader here. We don't know what Mr. Fu wants to talk to you about. There's not much food here. All the supplies are in the base. How about we send you back to the base? And you can ask Mr. Fu in person after you meet him? After he finished speaking, he frowned again and asked in confusion. Didn't Commander Mo give you supplies? Why did he ask you to come out and look for them in person? When Qian heard him mention Emohan, she rolled her eyes. Don't mention that bastard. I can't even find him if I'm busy. By the time he sends me supplies, I'll have starved to death. The men didn't doubt it when they heard this, because there were a lot of things going on at Binsheng base recently, which they all knew. And she couldn't find Emohan. Whether it was because Emohan was too busy, or because Emohan had had enough fun and was looking for an excuse to avoid her. It was uncertain. After all, with Emohan's status, he could find any woman he wanted. Although when Qian looked beautiful, you could tell from her words that she had a bad temper, and could act like a spoiled child or a demon. If this kind of woman made a scene regardless of the occasion, it would definitely make a man upset. So from the man's point of view, they can understand why Emohan avoided her. The leader of the team almost couldn't help laughing, and said to Wenqian, if you are short of supplies, our base can help provide them. But the premise is that you have to go back with us. Otherwise Mr. Fu will not believe us and hand over the supplies to us. Right? Wenqian nodded. That makes sense. The man's eyes flickered. Then we take you to the base now? Wenqian looked down at the clothes on her body, thought for a while and said, no, I have to go back first. Man, why? Is there something urgent? Wenqian rolled her eyes at him and raised her voice unhappily. I need to go back and change my clothes. Do you think I'm going to beg for food when I go to see Fu Sheng dressed like this? The man opened his mouth and almost cursed Hack, thinking that this woman has so many problems. No wonder Emohan doesn't want to see her. Does it matter what clothes you wear? You have to take them off when you meet their boss. Although he thought so in his heart, he would definitely not say it on the surface. Besides, when Qian's car broke down, so if she wanted to go back, she had to borrow their car. Then they would send someone to follow her, so that they could follow the clues and find her base directly, which was not a bad thing. The man waited and agreed. Okay, then we will send you back. And after you change your clothes and put on makeup, we will set off to our base. Is that okay? Although they could also force her and directly detain her. But the people behind her should be sent by Emohan to protect her? I don't know how strong they are. If one of them escapes and informs Emohan, then this matter will become a big deal. They don't want to conflict with Emohan directly now, so they can only do what she says. Wenqian nodded, glanced at the people in the room again, and asked, how many people are there here now? The man didn't expect her to ask this, but still answered truthfully, 70. What's wrong? Then I want you to send 50 people to escort me back. I don't know what's going on with the zombies outside today. They are crazy. Much more powerful than before. I'm afraid there will be danger on the road. So you have to send more people to follow. They also wanted to bring Wenqian to Fu Sheng without any mistakes. So they did not doubt her request and agreed to it. Wenqian smiled with satisfaction and turned to the door. Prepare the car. I want to arrive at the West City base before dark. It has been a while since I went there. To be honest, I miss Mr. Fu's steak and red wine. Guran and others were all dumbfounded. They looked like they wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. In the eyes of the people in the West City base, it had another meaning. In their eyes, Guran and others were Emohan's spies, who not only protected Wenqian's safety, but also kept an eye on her to prevent her from having affairs with other men. Now that they heard that she was going to see Fu Sheng, they subconsciously wanted to stop her, but were afraid of angering her. so they wanted to say something but didn't dare to speak. Chapter 259, Unlocking the Base Intermediate Prosperity Achievement. The number of people Wenqian brought, plus the people she asked to send her here, totaled more than 70. What kind of car to arrange became a problem. Fortunately, there were many people here originally, and they drove a large bus when they came here. Upon hearing this news, Wenqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. I can get a car later. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for sending a luxury bus. Wenqian's eyes turned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he started to act up again. It's too crowded with so many people. The people who were busy queuing up to get on the bus froze and turned to look at her, with little flames in their eyes. Damn. What on earth does she want to do? She was the one who wanted 50 people. And she was the one who complained about too many people? Wenqian curled her lips. Her eyes fell on Xiong Yushuang and the others, and said, You stay? I'll come back to pick you up after I'm done. Xiong Yushuang raised her eyebrows. Okay. I'll wait for you. Wenqian glanced at the remaining 20 people here again, and her eyes were retracted as soon as they touched. Dispose of the garbage. Xiong Yushuang smiled and nodded. I understand. The 5 people left by Wenqian were all women. When the people at the West City base saw this, they were all happy and thought that she was really good at making arrangements. Wenqian got on the car slowly. The people who got on the car earlier were also sensible. They reserved a seat for her in the front row, and there was no one next to her. Wenqian sat down with satisfaction and leaned against the car window to look outside. Xiong Yushuang and his men stood at the door of the factory and waved at her with a smile. Behind them, there was a group of men who looked at them with evil smiles. They stared at Xiong Yushuang and the others with lustful eyes. To be honest, they really hadn't touched a woman for a long time. It was okay when they were at the base headquarters before. They would go to the dungeon to pull out a few when they needed it. But since coming here, it feels like being exiled to the frontier. They can't even see a woman. If they want to vet occasionally, they have to rely on luck and wait for a woman passing by here. They also secretly kept 2 women before, but they were eventually killed. So now when they look at Xiong Yushuang and the others, they think about that kind of thing. Wenqian couldn't move. So could these others? Wenqian deliberately left them behind. Was he trying to show them a favor? Otherwise, why did he leave these women behind out of so many people? The bus that was responsible for sending Wenqian off set off, and the zombies outside the door immediately surrounded them. The driver was Bai Zhu, who stepped on the accelerator and broke through the zombies' blockade. The car was shaking and was almost pushed down by the zombies. The people who had experienced his driving skills before were now calm, while the group of people in the West City base couldn't help themselves. One after another, "Fuck!" rang out in the carriage. And when Qian and the others laughed, they left, and the people in the grain factory quickly locked the door, climbed up the ladder, hid inside the high wall, and shot the zombies outside with guns. They usually don't use superpowers. Although they are powerful, they will hurt all over after using them, and it will take some time before they can use them again. Therefore, they always wait until an emergency or a critical moment to use them. Xiong Yushuang and others hid in the house and walked around while they were dealing with the zombies. Finally, they sat down in the communication room. There was a radio and satellite phone on the table, and they chatted and laughed until the 20 people came back with guns. They had to contact the headquarters and report Wenqian's situation. They walked to the table to take the phone, but were stopped by Xiong Yushuang. The open door was blown shut by the wind from nowhere. Xiong Yushuang sat on the table, threw the phone to the ground, met their puzzled and angry eyes, and said softly, "Hurry up and clean up the bodies before Team Qian comes back." After she finished speaking, the group of men hadn't reacted to what was happening when they heard a few muffled groans around them, followed by the sound of several people falling to the ground. When Qian kept Xiong Yushuang and the others to prevent them from contacting Fu Sheng and killing them. While they were doing it, when Qian's car had already driven far away, the speeding vehicle suddenly stopped, and Gu Ran and others who had been prepared held the front seats with both hands all the way, fearing that the driver who drove the car like a fighter jet would launch a surprise attack. So when Qin Baizu braked, all his people were fine, but the rest were unlucky. Some were thrown out of their seats, and some were hit directly on the back of the front seat with blood all over their faces. For a while, there were curses in the car again, and this time, the curses were much more dirty than last time. "Can you drive a car? You won't roll down." The leader of the group was sitting in the passenger seat. He hit the front windshield and had a big bump on his head. He rubbed his head and cursed angrily. But Qin Baizu just glanced at him and said, "You can only sit here." Man, huh? He was confused and didn't understand what this meant. Everyone's anger was ignited by the way Qin Baizu drove. And the atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. When Qian sat lazily in the chair and suddenly spoke and laughed. "He's right. You can only sit here." The man frowned at her. "Aren't you going back to the base?" "Yes. But I suddenly remembered that if you are not from my base, you can't go back with me." When Qian looked innocent. "Unless you are willing to become a member of my base, I can't take you back." She said it with confidence. If it weren't for the fact that she was Imo Han's and Fu Sheng was in a hurry to find her, these men would have attacked her long ago. Beat her half to death first. Then torture her to death. Let's see if she will still be so annoying. When Qian looked directly at the man, frowned slightly, and said, "Wow. I'm so scared when you look at me like this." The man took a deep breath and asked her, "What do you want to do?" As soon as the car stopped, the zombies gathered again. "If we don't leave, it will be troublesome," the man asked anxiously, and then heard when Qian asked instead of answering, "Are you willing to become members of my base?" She stood up and looked at the 50 people and said, "If you don't want to, I will open the door and throw you out." Everyone didn't know what she was doing suddenly, so they had no choice but to cooperate with her, nodding impatiently and answering, "Yes." With their agreement, the system prompts rang in Qian's mind. Ding. The base members increased by 50 people, unlocking the base's intermediate prosperity achievement. Reward base infrastructure upgrade. Defense system upgrade. Space prosperity increased by 1,000. Space farm production increased by 50%. Space area increased by 1,000 square meters. Extra reward space unlimited ship refueling station. Ding. It was detected that 50 members of the base had a loyalty of less than 80. The system has started the automatic removal program. System. You uncle. When Qian. Sorry. Chapter 260 Mu sees identity. When Qian would never bring this group of people back to the base. She is not stupid. What if they have tracking devices? Then the location of her base will be completely exposed? Except for Wen Qian. Everyone else was ready to take action. But before they could make a move, they saw that the 50 people were like computers that were forced to shut down. Their eyes closed, and they fell to the ground directly, without even struggling. They were already dead. Such a scene made the car suddenly silent. If they said they didn't feel a little scared, they would be lying. What was going on? What did Wen Qian do to them? Just when everyone was confused, the phone in Wen Qian's pocket vibrated. She took out the phone with some surprise, and heard Wen Rang's voice after answering it. "What did you do?" the other party asked directly, making Wen Qian feel guilty instantly. Before she could think of a good explanation, she denied it. "I didn't do anything." Wen Rang snorted coldly. Just based on the pause she just made, he was sure that she was lying. "Didn't do anything?" Wen Rang glanced at his computer screen. "Then explain to me why my computer suddenly screamed like a hen that had lost its eggs?" And the 4 big words "host violation" were scrolling all over the screen. Wen Qian. How can you play like this without following the moral code of martial arts? This person is too quick to complain. At this point, Wen Qian could only tell the whole story. "I really didn't do anything. I just encountered a bug in the system. It's not a big deal," she whispered. "Don't worry. I will definitely fill the gap of 50 people as soon as possible." Wen Rang was really amused by her. "Little Wen Qian. What is that called? Bug? No. It's perfect. There is no bug. I took advantage of the loophole in the rules. I was wrong." At the critical moment, Wen Qian had a strong desire to survive and apologized very skillfully. The zombies outside had gathered around the car, and even played stacking and climbed onto the roof. Fortunately, the West City base was wealthy, and the car was also modified. The tires, windows and body of the car were all reinforced, so it was not broken by the zombies for a while. Wen Qian coaxed Wen Rang while making a gesture to Qi-Chen. Her action was completely unconscious, and when she came to her senses, Qi-Chen had already received the order and led people out of the car. Wen Qian's mind wandered for a moment, and a piercing pain in his head invaded. Wen Qian frowned and cursed in his heart. At the same time, he used Qi-Chen's skills in dealing with zombies to teleport back to the grain processing plant and found Xiong Yushuang and others. They had already dealt with the remaining people and sorted out their remaining supplies. When Rang heard the movement on the other end of the phone and didn't say anything else. "I'll deal with you when you come back." Wen Qian smiled foolishly. "Brother, has anything changed in our base?" "More than that. TSK. You'll know when you come back." "Okay." Hang up. "Goodbye, brother." As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, she heard the voice of the other end hanging up the phone mercilessly. It can be seen that he was very disgusted with her brother, who shouted with a pinched throat. Wen Qian threw the phone into her pocket and breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that it was a good thing that this system was written by her brother. Dear brother. Otherwise today's matter would definitely not end so easily. She turned her head to look at Xiong Yushuang and others, who were carrying large and small bags of supplies, and said, "Don't be so troublesome. Next time you find something, just throw it directly into the space." Xiong Yushuang, how to operate it? Thinking in your mind. Doing it with your hands. Xiong Yushuang tried it, and it worked unexpectedly. The others were surprised to do it, and then couldn't help but sigh. This space is so easy to use. Yes. Otherwise how could I live so comfortably? Wen Qian never denied the invincibility of her space. After she finished speaking, she took a few people back to the big team, and everyone worked together to deal with the zombies nearby. One mission has been completed, and the rest of the time is to seize every opportunity to kill zombies and get the rewards from the aviation gas station. Wen Qian took a break from her busy schedule and came to the bus, thinking about putting it into the space. But before she did anything, she suddenly had an idea and called Chichen over. Check carefully inside and outside the bus to see if there is a locator. Chichen did it immediately, and after a while, he came to her with 2 locators. Wen Qian sneered, took the 2 small machines, randomly selected a lucky zombie, and fixed the things on its body. Then she released it, sent it a few kilometers away from the danger zone, and walked freely on the road. After finishing all this, Wen Qian went back to find his teammates. But he unexpectedly found that another team had also arrived here, and they were familiar people. It was Imo Han and his team. The moment he saw Imo Han, Wen Qian slightly widened his eyes. How could he be here? Wen Qian's stunned reaction fell into Imo Han's eyes. He didn't say anything and killed the zombies without saying a word. But Mu Beichuan, who came out with him, suddenly yelled, "Mu Xiai!" His shout stunned Wen Qian. She turned her head to look at Mu Beichuan, and saw him angrily passing through the crowd, walked in front of Mu Xiai, and grabbed his collar. To be honest, Wen Qian had known Mu Beichuan for so long, but this was the first time she saw him so angry. Wen Qian hadn't figured out what was going on until Mu Beichuan gritted his teeth and said, "You're so damn hard to find." She suddenly remembered that Mu Beichuan had come to Binsheng in the first place. It seemed, just to find his brother? Wen Qian was stunned. Although they had the same last name, she had known Mu Xiai for several years, but she really didn't know the relationship between him and Mu Beichuan, and she had never thought about it in that direction. How to say it? Maybe it's because the gap is too big. Mu Beichuan is like a peacock. No matter where he goes, there are always a group of people around him. Although Mu Xiai has strong leadership ability, he always brings a lot of people with him in the student union and clubs. But in private, he is a very low-key person, without the slightest bad habits of a young master. He has never mentioned his relationship with Mu Beichuan to anyone. You know, Mu Beichuan has been popular for many years. If he mentions it, many things will be easier for him. Mu Xiai wanted to run, but didn't have time. He met Mu Beichuan's eyes, and spoke in a calm voice. "Did I ask you to find it?" Mu Beichuan was so angry that he took a breath. "Do you think I am willing? If it weren't for the old man's order, who would care whether you live or die?" Mu Xiai smiled. "That's it. You came here out of helplessness. Just pretend you've never seen me before." "Bullshit. If you didn't go home during the holidays, and had to come here to find a classmate, why would I be here?" "Damn. Where is your classmate? Where is he? Let me see." When Wen Qian heard this, she remembered that Mu Xi's family seemed to be not in Binsheng. He was from Jingshi. Chapter 261 Brothers. The people around were busy dealing with the zombies, while listening to the conversation between the two. Those who had a good relationship with Mu Xiai wanted to help, but they stopped when they heard about the relationship between the two. After all, it was someone else's family affair, so it was not easy to interfere. Wen Qian didn't dare to say anything. If she had known Musi's identity earlier, she would definitely not cooperate with him, rejecting the eldest young master of the Mu family and getting the second young master. This is ridiculous. It can be seen that Musi has no patience with his brother, and he is so annoying that he is like a hater. He ran away when Mu Beichuan was not paying attention, and returned to his companions to kill zombies. Mu Beichuan was so angry that his face turned black. He stared at Musi with heavy breathing, and then turned to find Wen Qian. He wanted to ask Wen Qian where he found this person. In the end, Wen Qian stayed far away from him and wandered at the outermost edge of the crowd. He looked like he was concentrating on his work and working diligently, and the 4 words "don't ask me" were almost written on his face. It was obvious that he didn't want to be dragged into this matter. Mu Beichuan sighed. He and Musi were brothers, but there was absolutely no brotherly love between them. On the contrary, they hated each other. They had the same father but different mothers. But it wasn't a bloody story of a mistress getting promoted. It was just that Mu Beichuan's mother was a short-lived ghost, and she couldn't blame anyone else. She died of illness when Mu Beichuan was 3 years old. Then on Mu Beichuan's 6th birthday, his father brought him another mother, with an unborn brother in her belly. The new mother was not bad to him, and could even be said to be very good. She always responded to his requests and gave him whatever he wanted. She was polite on weekdays, and didn't dare to say anything harsh to him. Mu Beichuan knew that he should be content. After all, if he really found a vicious stepmother, he would be the one who suffered. But for some reason, he felt that he was more and more like a temporary guest in that family. So when he was 10 years old, he moved to his grandfather's house, as far away as possible, and it remained like this for many years. As for his younger brother, they could only see each other during major festivals such as the Chinese New Year. When Mu Beichuan was young, he didn't like Musi. He had a natural repulsion from the bottom of his heart, so he naturally didn't have a good face for him. Children are so naive and realistic. If you don't like me, then I don't like you either. So Musi went to find his brother several times, but after getting cold feet every time, he gradually stopped looking for Mu Beichuan. When Mu Beichuan grew up, he was too busy, and he met more and more people. He was used to hypocrisy, and pretended to maintain his image all day long. He could hardly tell the difference between like and dislike. So the disgust he felt towards Musi was much less than when he was a child. He didn't go home, and even his own father rarely saw him. The people he spent the most time with throughout the year were his bodyguard, assistant, and agent. But he didn't go home. And I heard that this brat didn't go home either. He didn't go home during summer and winter vacations. He either went to play with his classmate or traveled to that city. His father couldn't see either of his 2 sons. If he wanted to know the latest situation of his eldest son, he had to watch TV and the internet. If he wanted to know the latest situation of his second son, then it was just luck. It was in this situation that the zombie virus suddenly broke out, and their family was scattered everywhere. Mu Beichuan was fine. He had money, status and position. On the night of the apocalypse, he had just returned to the hotel after attending an award ceremony. He hadn't taken off his clothes yet when he heard ghosts and wolves howling outside. He was lucky. None of his bodyguards were infected. When he found something was wrong, Mu Beichuan's 6th sense kicked in, and he immediately took his bodyguards downstairs, went to the supermarket below the hotel in the chaos, and brought back a lot of supplies. Mu Beichuan filmed a lot of movies, including a lot of martial arts scenes. Before filming, he always had to train intensively for a period of time, and he would go to the gym whenever he had nothing to do to keep in shape. So his skills were not very strong, but he could still protect himself, with him and a few powerful bodyguards, relying on a bunch of biscuits, bread, instant noodles and mineral water. They actually survived safely in the presidential suite until they were rescued by the Mu family. But the eldest son got home safely, but the younger son just cut off contact. Mu Beichuan saw that his father was so worried that he couldn't sleep all day, and the stepmother who didn't dare to speak loudly to him had a lot of white hair, and he was inexplicably irritated. That's right. His guest has returned, but his own son is nowhere to be seen. Anyone would be worried and cry, and he can understand. So, when the old man found out that Musi was last seen in Bincheng and wanted to send someone over, Mu Beichuan took the initiative to offer to help. He didn't think he could really find the person, but he thought that if Musi really died in Bincheng, he would definitely be resented for doing nothing, rather than staying at home and living in the resentment of others for the rest of his life. It would be better for him to be sensible and just leave. If he finds the person, everything will be fine. If he doesn't find the person and something happens, he can have a clear conscience. When he made his proposal, a family war broke out in the Mu family. His grandfather agreed to let him go to Bincheng, but his father and stepmother refused to agree. They even used a very childish method to lock him in the room and not let him go out. So Mu Beichuan's time to come to Bincheng was delayed for a while. After arriving in Bincheng, he found that the evolution speed of zombies here was much faster than that of other cities. Mu Beichuan cursed Mu Xiai in his heart for 860 times, thinking that this bastard really chose a good place. He hid in the base at first and didn't want to come out. He was afraid. And he was really afraid. Not pretending. The zombies in Bincheng can run and jump. And they are thinking about sieges and raids when they have nothing to do. Who wouldn't be afraid? But there was nothing he could do about it. Mu Beichuan was still forced by his grandfather to follow Imo Han on a trip abroad. And then he found out that there was really someone who was not afraid of zombies. And she was a girl. Although she was as fierce as Lu Zhishan. Mu Beichuan was deeply shocked. Under the influence of Wenqian, Mu Beichuan felt that zombies were not that scary. In addition, Wenqian said he was a weakling. So Mu Beichuan had a good impression of this fierce woman. But his self-esteem was hit. And he dreamed that Mu Xiai was bitten to death by a zombie. And cried to him before dying. Brother, you watched him die without helping him. So under various tortures, Mu Beichuan went out of the base more and more often. Schools, shopping malls, hotels, game halls. He looked in many places, but couldn't find Mu Xi's shadow. And he didn't even see a zombie that looked like him. As a result, today, he ran into him here. The other party was alive and well, and looked better than him. And he followed the person he wanted to follow so much. But when he saw him, he didn't even call him brother perfunctorily, let alone crying to him. Mu Beichuan suspected that if he was scratched by a zombie now, his cheap brother would definitely be the first to pick up the shovel and dig a hole to bury him. This is a brother. Chapter 262. He can do it. But I can't. Mu Beichuan felt relieved, and silently cursed himself for being a cheap idiot. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. So he focused on the zombies in front of him. So, the zombies that smelled a fresh human scent and rushed over happily with drooling regretted it when they arrived at the place. They turned around and wanted to run. But where else could they run to since they were already here? Soon, this wave of zombies was cleared out without a single one left. When Qian looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground and didn't use the skill of attracting firepower anymore. Imo Han led the team out for an unknown mission. If he dragged them here, it would be troublesome if they delayed the important work. The surroundings gradually became quiet. People were either standing and breathing heavily, or sitting on the ground due to exhaustion. When Qian also leaned against the big bus that had not yet been put into the space, and took a bottle of water to drink. Mu Xiai walked in front of her and looked at her, hesitant to speak, not knowing how to start. When Qian looked at him and smiled playfully. Why? Are you here to confess your identity? Mu Xi's face changed slightly when he heard her say this, and heard When Qian say again, if I had known that you were Mu Beichuan's brother. Mu Xiai interrupted her before she finished speaking. Do you like Mu Beichuan? The last time he went out, when he unexpectedly met Mu Beichuan and others, Mu Xiai deliberately hid in the car and did not get out, just to avoid meeting him. At that time, he was sitting in the car and saw the interaction between Mu Beichuan and Wen Qian. He knew that the two must have known each other before, and their relationship should be pretty good. Wen Qian was stunned when she heard Mu Xi's words. Oh my goodness. What did she do wrong to give people the illusion that she liked Mu Beichuan? Wen Qian frowned and looked at Mu Xiai. Senior, do you want to calm down? Mu Xiai seemed to realize that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and he showed a rare bit of impatience that belonged to his age. He scratched his hair and said, It's okay if you don't like it. He is him. I am me. I don't want to have anything to do with him. So I didn't tell you before. But to be honest, it was wrong for me to lie to you. I'm sorry. He apologized sincerely, and then looked at Wen Qian with a pleading look. Qian, don't chase me away. Wen Qian sighed. To be honest, your identity is a bit troublesome. But it's not a question of whether I chase you away or not. Mu Beichuan came to Bincheng just to find you. If you don't go with him, you can't explain to your family. Right? Wen Qian had no intention of interfering in other people's family affairs. But if the Mu family kept chasing and interfering in the affairs of her base, she would definitely be annoyed. Since we meet, let's have a good chat. We are not enemies, so there is no need to hide from each other all the time. What's more, in this world now, Wen Qian smiled bitterly. To put it bluntly, we can't tell how long we can live. So don't leave yourself with regrets. Wen Qian glanced in the direction of Mu Beichuan, who was also walking towards her. Mu Beichuan quickly walked up to them and asked Wen Qian directly, "Is he in your base now? Well, is it not okay?" Wen Qian crossed her arms in front of her chest and said confidently, "Why? My small base can't accommodate your Mu family?" Mu Beichuan laughed in anger. "No. Why can he do it but I can't? Little ancestor, tell me, how am I worse than this little brat?" Mu Beichuan begged her to accept him, but she was not happy. But Mu Xiai, the stinky boy, ran to her side to eat and drink. "Why so many whys? I said no. It's no." Wen Qian glared at him, with an unreasonable look on her face. "It's rare for you to meet. I won't bother you. Let's talk slowly in the car. But don't fight," Wen Qian said seriously. "Your brother is my senior after all, and I have a better relationship with him than you do. Moreover, he is now a member of my base. If we fight, I warn you, I will help him beat you up." Wen Qian spoke the truth. She was a protective person, and could not bear to see her own people being bullied. After saying that, she walked away, leaving the place to the two brothers. I don't know which words of Wen Qian pleased Mu Xiai, causing the corners of his mouth to slightly rise, revealing a faint smile. But Mu Beichuan was staring at Wen Qian, so he didn't notice his abnormality. When she looked back at him, he was already looking like he was asking for a beating again. Saying, "I don't know you well," Mu Beichuan gritted his teeth in anger, grabbed his collar, and threw him into the car. Wen Qian looked around, looking for Mo Han. Still curious about why he was here, she scanned the crowd and soon saw her target. Mo Han was standing by the roadside with Lin Yin and a few old acquaintances, holding a lit cigarette between his fingers. This was the first time Wen Qian saw him touch this thing, so she was a little surprised. But after a few more glances, she knew that he didn't smoke it, but just let the cigarette burn. He was listening to what Lin Yin and the others were saying. His expression was as cold as if he was listening to the year-end report, which was incompatible with the cigarette in his hand. Lin Yin and the others were in a lively atmosphere, smoking, and I don't know where they got the treasure. Everyone who hadn't seen it for a long time had one in their hands, and they were reluctant to smoke it fast. In comparison, Mo Han seemed to be wasting supplies. In the smoke, Wen Qian met Mo Han's sight from a distance. With just one glance, she could tell that he was in a bad mood. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows, wondering who was so bold to provoke him. But soon, her attention was interrupted by Xiong Yushuang, who suddenly rushed over. Xiong Yushuang usually liked to say bad things about Mo Han behind his back. But when she really saw him, the fear that arose from the bottom of her heart dominated her again, making her dare not act rashly. This is a habit that everyone at the main control console has. The sense of oppression from the superiors to the subordinates is not only on the surface, but also implanted in their hearts by the system. So Xiong Yushuang hugged Wen Qian's arm and spoke incoherently. Mo Han is here." She glanced nervously in Mo Han's direction and found that he was also looking at her. She turned her head back in fear and didn't dare to make eye contact with him. "Captain Qian, let's run quickly. I feel like he will kill us any minute." Wen Qian looked down at her frightened look and smiled. "Do you think running away will help if we meet him?" "Xiong Yushuang, what should I do? Why did I meet him here?" "Captain Qian is right. If you meet Mo Han, you don't have to run away. If he wants to kill you, he won't let you run away." Wen Qian was dragged by her arm, but he didn't stop walking towards Mo Han. He just walked a little slower. Xiong Yushuang was still whispering to her about the news she had just heard. "I heard the people he brought with him whispering that he was in a bad mood today. Captain Qian, be careful when you speak later. Don't provoke him." Wen Qian pouted. "It's not me who provoked him. I don't believe he dares to vent his anger on me." "Xiong Yushuang, help me. What is she talking about? Does the commander need a reason to vent his anger? Woo woo. Am I going to die here today? It doesn't matter. Brave Xiong is not afraid of death. As long as Mo Han dares to touch Captain Qian, she will dare to rush up to block the knife. He must not get his wish." Chapter 263 You are the one who provokes me. Xiong Yushuang resigned himself to following Wen Qian's footsteps and walked towards Imohan. Imohan saw from a distance, threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out. Although Lin Yin and others on the side were chatting, they were always observing Imohan from the corner of their eyes. Seeing him throw away the cigarette, several people were stunned for a moment. And then they followed suit with heartache. They had never seen Imohan smoke before, but he didn't refuse when he gave it to him today. That's why everyone was so bold to stand in front of him and smoke. Seeing his reaction now, they thought he was annoyed by the smell of cigarettes, and hurriedly blew and fanned to disperse the smoke. After Wen Qian came over, Lin Yin realized what was going on. He smiled and greeted Wen Qian. Qian Shen. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the girl who was holding Wen Qian's arm tightly and looking down at the ground whispered hello. Sir. The voice was flat, as if she was very reluctant. Xiong Yushuang didn't want to say it, but seeing that he had to greet his superiors, the rules for so many years had become a conditioned reflex. Imohan glanced at her and then turned his gaze to Wen Qian. He was still thinking about the phone call from Wen Rang. Wen Qian didn't want to see him, and that was why she had that reaction when she saw him just now. Imohan didn't say anything, but the pressure on him was even lower. Lin Yin and his group didn't dare to breathe. There were a lot of things going on in the base recently, and for some reason, more and more people from other cities came to Imohan. There were several telephone conferences almost every day. Lin Yin didn't know if something big was going to happen, but he knew that his boss was not happy at all. Lin Yin was overjoyed to meet Wen Qian today, thinking that this was indeed a fate from heaven. He could run into him everywhere. Now he could finally see him smile. How come the situation felt worse than before? The atmosphere was so oppressive that he almost suffocated. Lin Yin was just wondering what was going on when he heard Wen Qian ask, "Did you provoke him?" Wen Qian asked curiously, and Lin Yin and the others shook their heads after hearing it, almost shaking their heads off. Lin Yin, how dare we? Yeah. Who provokes him? Wen Qian dragged Xiong Yushuang and walked around Imohan, looking at him as she walked. You look so dark-faced. If any child ran out and saw you, they would be scared and cry. Imohan looked at her, the culprit, and said nothing. Seeing this, Wen Qian simply pushed Xiong Yushuang in her arms forward. Here, I brought the deserter to you. Isn't this worth a smile? Xiong Yushuang. Why does the development of the matter seem a little wrong? Imohan looked at Xiong Yushuang who was pushed in front of him, and then looked at the person standing behind her and asked. She is a fugitive. So what are you? Wen Qian tucked the hair behind her ears and answered seriously, I am a beauty. Imohan was so angry that he laughed. Laughed? Very good. I am not in vain for praising myself so shamelessly. Wen Qian nodded with satisfaction, glanced at Lin Yin and the others, and asked, who of them offended you? It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed to teach them a lesson. I will help you. Lin Yin and the others were so scared that they stepped back. It's really not us. How can we have such a dog's courage? Imohan looked at Wen Qian with a gloomy look. Didn't you think that you were the one who irritated me? Wen Qian was shocked. Wow. This is not something you can say casually. Can you count how many days I haven't seen you? How could I possibly make you angry? Wen Qian would never admit that it was her problem, and Imohan had no way to deal with her. He tilted his head to look at Lin Yin, who immediately understood what to do and dragged his brothers to the side. Let's go over there for a while. The leader wants to talk. Xiong Yushuang stayed where she was, because she was really afraid that Imohan would suddenly stab Wen Qian. Although she felt something was wrong, she couldn't figure out what was wrong for a while. She just looked at them and felt that these two people were strange. Imohan saw that Xiong Yushuang was afraid but still stood in front of Wen Qian, and couldn't help but think of some things about her. Imohan knew her loyalty. So after discovering what little tricks she had done secretly, he pretended to be unaware and let her investigate his whereabouts and follow him to this world. Among Wen Qian's group of subordinates, she should have been in the team the longest and was the closest to Wen Qian. After Wen Qian got into trouble, the special forces split into two groups, one with her as the leader and the other with Xia Ran. In fact, the higher-ups had intended to make her the captain at first. After all, she was once the deputy captain, so it was normal to promote her directly. But she was too obvious in which side she stood on, and was more deeply influenced by Wen Qian than others. In addition, she fled with a group of people as soon as she got into trouble. which made those old guys who had originally had fantasies about her furious. Not only did they promote Xia Ran, but they also artificially increased Xia Ran's combat power, just to let Xia Ran catch these traitors back. However, combat power is not something that can be increased as much as you want. It depends on personal qualifications. Xia Ran's physical condition is not good. Even if the combat power bar is full, it is still far from the former Wen Qian. But then again, Wen Qian is the only one whose combat power and health values soar every time he goes on a mission. And she not only increases these data, but also brings back the skills in the world below. Normally, when the people in the main control console go out to perform missions, they will develop some combat skills according to the differences in each world. But these skills will be cleared after the mission is over, and they return to the main control console. When the next mission comes, everything will start again. But Wen Qian is different. She is like a bottomless pit, absorbing things that are new and useful to her without limit. It is also because of these that the final clearing operation was triggered. Not far away, Lin Yan and others were chatting while secretly glancing at them. In fact, their voices were not loud, and ordinary people could not hear them at all. But Wen Qian is not an ordinary person. Qi Chen is here, and she can copy Qi Chen's ability to eavesdrop. Did Qian Chen know our boss before? It seems that they have a very good relationship. Lin Yan. Hey, it's more than just a good relationship. No way. I heard that they met after the end of the world. Don't you think about how long the boss has been in Bincheng? Lin Yan. This is something you don't know. They have known each other for a long time. Then what's going on between the two of them? It can't be. Lin Yan. Yes. That's right. It's just what you think. Don't talk nonsense. Our boss has a girlfriend. Lin Yan. Why is it nonsense? Can't you use your brains? Is it true? You have been saying this all the time. But I haven't seen his girlfriend until now. Lin Yan. It's far away and close at hand. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Right next to him. Of course it's true. But she can't be considered a girlfriend. I heard that they are getting married soon. Lin Yan. Has it progressed to this point? How come I don't know? But why did I hear that they broke up? Otherwise, think about it. Why didn't my sister-in-law come to Bincheng? Lin Yan. Who made this rumor? Take him out and chop him up. Chapter 264. Civilized people don't fight. Wen Qian's heart sank when she heard what they said. Sure enough, the information Xiang Yushuang had heard before was true. Mo Han had a girlfriend. But shouldn't that person be at the main control desk? How did Lin Yan and the others know? Wen Qian glanced in that direction in confusion. Several people were still discussing this matter in a low voice without knowing anything. Break up. The boss is about to marry Shinyu. Lin Yan. You guys are really good at talking nonsense. Wow. They are indeed the legendary marriage of the strong. But where did you hear this news from? Lin Yan. He said it all? Lin Yan. Lin Yan. What? Who? Me? Lin Yan. No. Brother. Didn't I just steal half a piece of sweet potato from you yesterday? You don't have to be so vengeful that you want to kill me. Lin Yan was so scared that the hair on his body stood up. When did he say these words? If that person heard this, he would be dead 800 times? He turned around uneasily and looked at Mo Han, but saw that the other party also glanced at him. Lin Yan really wanted to dig a hole on the spot to hide himself. You guys make it clear. When did I say these words? This matter must be clarified today. Otherwise he will die with regrets. When several people heard his words, they were also dumbfounded. After looking at each other, they looked at Lin Yan and asked, Didn't you say that? No. Lin Yan answered very loudly. Am I the kind of person who spreads rumors casually? I hope the boss can hear what he said and believe that he is innocent. Then you didn't say that the boss has a girlfriend? Lin Yan. I said it. Have you seen her? Lin Yan. Yes, I have. How can you be sure that she is the boss's girlfriend? Lin Yan. I saw them. Lin Yan stretched out 2 fingers and touched them lightly. Kissed. That's it. You said it all? Lin Yan. You can't convict him like this. Yes. He was a bitch at first and told people that Mo Han had a girlfriend. But he never expected that this would be passed on to 10,000 people, and there would be 10,000 different versions of the story. Everyone forgot what the original words were. But they remembered that the person who passed the message was Lin Yan. What sin did he commit? He shouldn't be guilty of this. Right? Lin Yan was depressed. He didn't even have the courage to look back at Imohan, and could only warn them weakly, and with gritted teeth. Don't spread rumors. There is no breakup. They are fine. If the boss hears this, I will drag you guys down with me if I get killed. You are the reason why I died. After listening to the messy conversation between the people, Wen Qian looked at Imohan with a cold face and gloomy eyes. Imohan didn't know what she heard. He just saw that she looked at Lin Yin unhappily. So he also looked at her. When Wen Qian heard the first half, she actually had a little fantasy in her heart. What if the girlfriend they spread was herself? This is also possible, right? But after hearing what happened, what the hell? Who has kissed him? Xiong Yushuang was still in Wen Qian's arms at this moment. She tried not to look at Imohan if she could, because as long as she saw that face, the fear that burst out from her bones would involuntarily cover her. So she stuck her butt out like an ostrich and buried her head in Wen Qian's arms. Originally, this was a very safe posture. But gradually, the sense of security disappeared. Xiong Yushuang felt that her head was about to be pulled off by her captain. She was almost choking. So she finally couldn't help but pull her head out and whispered to Wen Qian, who didn't know she had almost killed someone. Captain Qian, calm down. Xiong Yushuang said in a very light tone. I can understand your anger. After all, there are many people who want to beat him. But, she secretly glanced at Imohan. Calm down. We can't beat him. It's hard to say about Wen Qian in his peak period. But now Wen Qian's fighting power has obviously not fully recovered. So there is no chance of winning if he takes action at this time. She tried to stand in front of Wen Qian, fearing that her captain would lose his temper and rush forward to attack. But she didn't expect that Imohan would speak at this time. You can beat me. He looked at Wen Qian and said, you can beat me however you want. A question mark appeared above Xiong Yushuang's head. Is this considered fishing/enforcement? No wonder Captain Qian said you were good at this before. It's true. It is a felony for a subordinate to attack his superior no matter what the reason is. Isn't this just tricking a child to the table first, and then beating him up? Wen Qian sighed, and suddenly remembered a sentence. The real chill is not a quarrel. The decency of adults is indeed reflected in all aspects. Wen Qian loosened the hand that was hugging Xiong Yushuang and spoke softly. Go play over there. I have something to say to him alone. Xiong Yushuang opened his eyes wide, and watched Wen Qian roll up his sleeves. Are you talking or fighting? Wen Qian, civilized people don't fight. After saying that, he rolled up the other sleeve. It really doesn't look like he wants to fight, but rather like he wants to kill someone. The atmosphere between the two of them was like the calm before the storm. Xiong Yushuang took 3 steps and looked back. To be honest, she didn't quite understand how things had developed to this point. Wen Qian lowered her head and tightened the elastic on her gloves. Before she could do anything, she heard Imohan ask her, I heard that you don't want to see me. Wen Qian was stunned for a moment and looked up at him. Who told you that? Wen rang. Imohan frowned slightly. He was angry, but he couldn't vent it on her. He said that you were leading the team out, and it wouldn't be on my way. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled, thinking that he is worthy of being my brother. My dear brother, who will not let me down at the critical moment. You see, isn't this situation recovered a little? She is not the one who can only be deceived and has no face at all. Wen Qian felt better, nodded, and said, I really don't want to see you. Why? Imohan's heart tightened. We were fine the last time we met. Wen Qian was originally in a bad mood because of the dream she had. She couldn't tell whether it was because of the dream of the main control desk that made her feel uncomfortable, or because of Imohan's firm eyes and tone, saying I will not choose Wen Qian. Anyway, she was angry and unhappy after waking up from the dream. But this was her own problem. At least Imohan was innocent now, so she didn't want to implicate him. So she tried not to meet him before she calmed down. But who could have expected that he would bump into her? Then she couldn't be blamed. Everyone was in place, chatting or resting, or observing the surroundings to prevent zombies from attacking. In short, there were some noises at the scene, but they were not loud. It was in this situation that a loud noise suddenly came, scaring everyone so much that they shivered and looked in the direction of the sound reflexively. Wen Qian punched the wall behind Imohan, hitting him in the face. There was a big hole on the wall, and a winding crack on the wall continued to rise, and then collapsed. Everyone was stunned, and heard Wen Qian say from a distance, If you don't want to see me, then don't see me. Why are there so many reasons? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll punch you next time. Chapter 265. You have a girlfriend, but you still come to me? Wen Qian's punch stunned everyone. If it were anyone else, if they dared to fight with Imohan, Lin Yin and the others would have rushed up to fight back. But this person was Wen Qian, who was very familiar with them and had saved their lives several times. So they all stood there in a daze, not knowing what was going on, and were in a dilemma. The people on Wen Qian's side were the same. They wanted to go up to help, but it was their boss who started it first. And he was aggressive and seemed to have the upper hand at the moment. They couldn't just rush forward and bully one person. The scene seemed frozen. Imohan's men and Wen Qian's men looked at each other, watching the other side warily to see if they had any intention of attacking. Those who were originally sitting on the ground stood up, and those who were originally standing up reached for their weapons. In short, if anyone sneezed accidentally at this time, it would most likely cause a melee. Imohan's face was calm, and he didn't even blink, even though the fist almost hit him in the face. The wall behind him collapsed. Dust flew, and he was also covered in dust. Imohan tilted his head to look at Wen Qian's hand, trying to grab her wrist to see if she was hurt. But Wen Qian dodged it. Wen Qian was so angry that her eyes turned red. She had never been so aggrieved before. Why did he bother her when he had a girlfriend? She looked stupid and easy to fool. Right? There were too many people around, and Wen Qian didn't want to make things worse. She was too embarrassed. She took a step back to distance herself from Imohan, not wanting to have any physical contact with him. Imohan frowned, and he really didn't know what he had done to make her like this. Seeing Wen Qian wanting to draw a line between them and not wanting to have any reaction to him, he felt flustered. Imohan stepped forward, and there was no way he could let her leave like this. Wen Qian saw him chasing after her, and her nose was sore when she remembered what he had said before that he liked her. Don't follow me. Wen Qian was angry, and was afraid that others would hear this and laugh at her. So she lowered her voice, but still said fiercely, don't look for me again in the future. Impossible. Imohan replied in a deep voice. I said I would go to your base. I came here for you. Liar. You are still stubborn at this time. Why are you looking for me? You have a girlfriend, and you are looking for me. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Imohan was slightly stunned and quickly analyzed the meaning of this sentence. But in Wen Qian's eyes, his reaction became a daze after his lie was exposed. So, after Imohan breathed a sigh of relief, the haze on his face disappeared. And on the contrary, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a smile. Wen Qian's fire was completely ignited. He still has the nerve to laugh. Imohan's tense nerves relaxed. I thought something was wrong, but it turned out to be because of this. She just went to see Lin Yin. Did she hear what they were talking about? Imohan glanced at Lin Yin in the distance, who was watching the movements here intently, and was now panicking like a quail. He just swore to his friends that the boss and his girlfriend were doing well, and it was impossible for them to break up. But he turned around and witnessed a breakup drama. No! The couple he supports must not be together. Lin Yin was nervous, and he could not hear what was being said, except for Wen Qian's angry words, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll punch you. He saw Imohan looking at him again, and he was so scared that he stopped breathing. No. Why would he look at him at this critical moment? Wouldn't he think that he spread rumors to annoy Qianshen? Lin Yin was guilty, so he panicked even more. Imohan knew that if you raise an army for 1,000 days, you will use it one day. Ever since he and Lin Yin confessed to each other, he had been looking forward to the day when Wen Qian asked him about his girlfriend. Finally, he waited for it. Wen Qian was so angry at Imohan's happy face that she wanted to hit him. Let's do it, Wen Qian thought. Even if you can't beat him, you have to fight. You can't let him look down on you. Every failure makes you wiser. It's true that a wise man doesn't fall in love. She will never like someone else again. This time she will learn a lesson. But how can she fight if she can't beat him? Wen Qian's reason reminded her again that she is not a simple person. There are more than 100 people in her base, and their lives are tied to her. She has to be responsible for them. Wen Qian was having a mental battle when she heard Imohan speak softly. I do have a girlfriend, and I like her very much. Wen Qian's heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles, and it hurt so much. You're showing off, aren't you? We were together secretly without telling the entire control center, and planned to modify those useless and troublesome rules, hoping that one day we could hold hands, kiss, and get married in front of everyone. Imohan stopped chasing, stood there, and looked at Wenqian. But one day she suddenly disappeared. I just went out for a few days of meetings. And after I came back, I never saw her again. I looked for her for many years, and finally found her this year. But she forgot all the people and things in the past, including me. Wenqian's steps back also froze. She had a splitting headache. Some pictures flashed in her mind, so fast that she couldn't catch them. Her eyes turned red, and her breathing became a little rapid. The moment she blinked, tears couldn't help falling. The first time I met her in this world was because she took a batch of my supplies. I lied to her that I could read minds, and she was angry. But she didn't dare to scold me in her heart. She avoided me as much as possible, thinking that I was a trouble. I could only keep looking for opportunities to contact her and tell her that I liked her. But she didn't believe it. Wenqian was numb with pain, listening to him talk about the man's crimes and his thoughts that he had never mentioned to anyone. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute that the man was not me. But she couldn't say it. She knew it was. Her meeting with Imohan was never an accident. It was a one-way rush that he had been working hard for a long time. In this pursuit that lasted for several years, she was like an outsider. With her own family, friends, and life, she never thought of him, even in her dreams. But everything he experienced was related to her. Everything he did was to meet her again. Suddenly, when Wenqian thought of all this, her head was more confused, and her heart was more painful. Those memories that had been cleared many times, the secrets that were locked and hidden in her body, were trying to break free and reappear. Wenqian's eyes were bloodshot, and her face was pale. She looked at the ground. Her consciousness was a little unclear, and her vision began to blur. She closed her eyes, and moved her wrist hanging by her side. She broke one of her own fingers. The pain made her sober. Even the healing regeneration power could not stop the sudden pain. She slowly raised her head, and looked at Imohan again. Chapter 266. Imohan lowered his head and kissed her. Imohan's eyes slowly moved down from her face to her rolled-up sleeves. It was obvious that she was really angry, and wanted to beat him up. Imohan suppressed his smile, and the urge to kiss her. His throat rolled and his voice was a little hoarse. I'll give you a chance to regret it. Now roll up your sleeves, and come to Binsheng Base to find me within 3 days. Don't bring anyone with you. Then I will forgive you for cheating on me, girlfriend. Wenqian rolled up her sleeves stiffly. Imohan's eyes flashed with a smile, and he heard Wenqian's voice with a hint of tears. Linyan said he saw you kiss your girlfriend. Why don't I remember it? It's true that she forgot the past, but she couldn't forget everything in this life. Right? Imohan was really a little surprised this time. He looked past Wenqian and glanced at Lin Yan's position again, which scared Lin Yan so much that he really wanted to bury himself. Imohan said with a hint of smile. He made it up. But it's rare that he made it up so well. Wenqian clenched her fists, thinking that she would have to settle the score with Lin Yan later. Why did she make up this when there were so many other things to make up? The desire that had just been suppressed in Imohan's heart surged out again. He took 2 steps forward and walked back to Wenqian, completely clearing the distance between them. Then he looked at her and said, but it can also become true. Wenqian's vision suddenly darkened. The breath of Imohan surrounded her. She resisted the urge to escape, and a touch of warmth covered the corners of her lips. Imohan lowered his head and kissed her. It was a very light kiss, like a dragonfly touching the water, but it was enough to make Wenqian blush. She blushed, opened her eyes slightly, looked up at him in panic and confusion, and then turned back to look at the others. Don't be afraid. They can't see it. Imohan's gentle voice sounded in her ears, as if it had magic, soothing her emotions. Wenqian saw that everyone was frozen in place, as if time had been frozen, and they remained in the same state as before. However, there was an accident. Lin Yan didn't know what happened. He only felt a breeze blowing, and he seemed to be shrouded in an invisible cloud. Then the people around him suddenly stopped moving. He looked at the people around him in panic, and then at the 2 people in the distance, seeing his boss almost being beaten up but still laughing, and then kissing his goddess. Lin Yan felt that his dead heart seemed to come back to life. But his goddess immediately turned around to check the situation here. Lin Yan was grinning and his smile stopped instantly. Damn. He was going to be silenced. Lin Yan's heart, which had just come back to life, died again. Did he dare to show a little bit of abnormality at this time? He didn't dare. He pretended to be calm and pretended to be like other friends, turning into a wooden man. But he blinked his eyes, full of excitement that could not be hidden. He is indeed the chosen one. He has the capital to go out and spread gossip again. He didn't know that his little actions were all seen by Wenqian and the others. So it was useless to pretend. Wenqian felt a sense of exhaustion. She turned her head and was kissed again, different from the previous light kiss. This time Imohan seemed to finally be unable to resist the longing that he had suppressed for a long time and took her into his arms. He kissed a little fiercely, leaving Wenqian at a loss as to how to react. Her mind was blank and her heart was beating as if she was about to die. She was limp all over, leaning on him a little embarrassedly, raising her head to feel his embrace and kiss. She didn't know how long it had been before Imohan stopped. He reminded her in a tender and helpless tone. Breathe. Wenqian was so nervous that she even forgot to breathe. Imohan whispered, I miss you so much. Wenqian felt sore in her heart. She grabbed the corner of his clothes and leaned her head on his shoulder. She was quiet for a while and spoke softly. I'm sorry. She shouldn't forget. Imohan felt a little distressed. He didn't want her to apologize. Not to mention that maybe he was the one who should say these 3 words. It was his greed. He seduced her. He pushed her into the most dangerous abyss. But he wanted her to feel sorry for him. So he said, It's okay. Although I was sad when you wanted to hit me just now. But it's okay. Wenqian. Just now the broken pieces of the wall seemed to hit my face. It hurts a little. Wenqian was so scared that he raised his head and looked carefully at the face that was so beautiful that it was a little too beautiful. He didn't even find a red mark. But his ears were obviously red. Imohan was very satisfied with her reaction. He pointed at the spot under his eyes. And Wenqian saw that it looked familiar. She realized that this was the place where he was injured when he went abroad last time. It still hurts? And he blames her? Wenqian took a deep breath and kicked him. Wenqian continued to put her forehead against his body, calmed down for a while, and then felt that this posture was like Xiong Yushuang hiding in her arms. Like an ostrich. She stood up and coughed lightly. Her face was still a little red, but definitely not as bad as before. Imohan did not put pressure on her. He was already very satisfied today. Wenqian looked back at the group of wooden people behind her, and there was a pretender in the middle. She looked at Imohan again, and Imohan understood what she meant and said, It can be untied, but some things need to be said in advance. Wenqian, I know you don't want people to know about our relationship, and I can still bear it for a while. But as I just said, come to me within 3 days. This matter cannot be delayed. Otherwise, I will let everyone present today, as well as the people in my base and your base, know that you are domestic violence. Not only did you cheat on me, you also beat me up. Wenqian, when did I cheat on you? You clearly promised to like me before, but you turned around and denied it, and warned me not to look for you again. Isn't this considered cheating? Imohan's expression was a bit hurt. If it's not considered cheating, then I can make up something else. When people are crazy, they can say anything. You have to believe me on this. Wenqian was convinced. She thought for a while and said, but it really can't be done within 3 days. Reason? I have a mission. Imohan nodded. The only one who could give her a mission was the system. What's the content? 50,000 zombies in 3 days. For the airline refueling station. Okay. Got it. Imohan smiled. He didn't expect Wenrang to have stolen a lot of good things from the main control console. He touched Wenqian's head. Then 3 days later. Don't make me wait too long. Yeah. Imohan breathed a sigh of relief. The last time he felt so relieved was the day he found her. Imohan untied the restrictions imposed on those people, and everyone looked around in panic, as if they had just woken up from a dream. They could feel that something was wrong, but they didn't know what had happened. After looking around, their eyes finally fell on the 2 people. Then, they saw the CEO of a certain base, who was almost beaten just now. Now he was in a good mood and his mouth was raised, and his face was not so dark. Everyone. They suspected that this person's brain was not normal. He was happy to be beaten. Chapter 267. An alien with a fish head and a human body was discovered. The atmosphere was a bit weird. Although a while had passed, it seemed to these people like a blink of an eye. They continued to guard against the people in the other camp, still worried that the 2 would fight. Wenqian didn't expect things to turn out like this. She was more confused than anyone else. Her face was still hot. and her heartbeat was abnormally fast. Her mind was uncontrollably replaying what had just happened, mixed with some illusory memories, making her a little confused about what was true and false. Because her mind was a little confused, when Qian stood still, her expression looked a little numb. Imohan noticed something was wrong and asked worriedly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" When Qian looked up at him, then shook her head and walked towards the crowd. Imohan followed her, observing her gently. The others were still in the same posture as before, and they looked at the interaction between the two people with some doubt. Imohan, is he such a good-tempered person? When Qian almost slapped him in the face just now. Right? Why didn't he seem angry? The people around Imohan looked at each other and saw confusion and puzzlement in each other's eyes. Does Wen Qian have any leverage over their boss? Otherwise, is this reasonable? Most of the people on Wen Qian's side were confused, because they had never come into contact with Imohan, including the group of people who hated Imohan the most before, Jian Hui and others, who only knew some things about Imohan from other people's mouths. Now, they saw with their own eyes that Imohan was such a person, and they couldn't help but start to reflect on themselves. Did they go too far in the past? He actually thought about killing such a good-tempered person all day long, and he was wrongly accused. No, if he is so easy to talk to, how can he manage such a large official base? Will he be bullied to death? Lin Yan looked at a group of people who didn't know the truth and snorted. What do you mean by everyone is drunk, but I am sober? This is it. Lin Yan's eyes turned slightly, and he had an idea. He said to the people nearby, "Why are you all standing? Aren't you tired?" He pulled his people to sit down, which relieved the tension in the air a lot. Lin Yan lowered his voice. "Don't look. Don't you understand? When has our boss ever been so humble to others?" Everyone nodded repeatedly. They were shocked because they had never seen it before, and couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. Lin Yan, do you know what this incident today shows? A group of grown men pondered and finally came to a difficult conclusion. Could our people accidentally rob the supplies from Qianshen? The boss's reaction is obviously wrong, and he is taking the blame for us? After getting to know Wen Qian for a while, everyone has a better understanding of her temper. She is not someone who would make trouble without reason. So today, they must have been wrong first. Lin Yan, you are really talented. He has reminded them to this extent. They deserve it as a bunch of single dogs. But it is understandable that they are single. Why should he, such a smart person, be single? Lin Yan sighed and said, "Anyway, if this thing is successful, we will have a feast together. If it doesn't work..." His expression was a bit complicated, being stared at by everyone. He said unwillingly, "If it doesn't work, I guess you'll have to eat my meal." Lin Yan was under great pressure. He wasn't stupid, so how could he not understand why Imohan treated him so specially? Wasn't it because he saw that he was smart and wanted him to be an assist? So if it didn't work in the end, he would probably have to go into the coffin one step ahead. Lin Yan was thinking about what to do next, and when Qian and Imohan had already walked up to him, when Qian looked down at him, frowned slightly, and asked, "Why are you here?" "Qianshen, isn't it a little late for you to ask this question?" Lin Yan jumped up with a smile. "We have been wandering outside in the past few days, and basically haven't been back. Before, they found that the zombies showed signs of frenzy, and Fu Sheng was always making trouble. So they were quite busy, especially after Shen Yu and his friends almost died a few days ago. They were even busier." However, Lin Yan didn't tell Wen Qian these words, because he knew that Wen Qian had his own base and his own things to do. "I can't complain to her about how shitty our life is right after we meet. Imohan, we were going to the airport to pick someone up, and when we passed by, we saw zombies coming here, so we came to take a look." Wen Qian was puzzled. "Doesn't your base have a small airport?" "Imohan, too many people came this time, and it's not enough." "Wen Qian, are there more people from other cities moving here?" "Yes. There will be many more people coming later. The initial plan is to eliminate all the zombies in Bincheng, and as the first stop of the counterattack, we will first restore production and construction here." Imohan had nothing to hide from her. He had been having meetings non-stop recently because of these things. It was not as easy to eliminate zombies as people imagined. In the eyes of many people, with modern technology so advanced and weapons and equipment so advanced, there was no reason why the evolution of zombies could not be controlled and turned into the scene today. Wouldn't it be enough to just shoot, fire, throw bombs and kill them? But the fact was that in most cities, the first people to be infected with the zombie virus were almost all combatants. As a result, the human side lost a large number of combat effectiveness at the beginning. In addition, due to their special nature, zombies cannot die from injuries and excessive bleeding like humans. If you want to kill them, you must destroy the most critical point in their brains. In addition, with the evolution of zombies, the functions of the body are strengthened, and the location of the critical point of each zombie is different. Therefore, using guns and ammunition to deal with them is not effective, and weapons of mass destruction will affect and harm the survivors, so they are not considered. The R&D department is now working hard to develop weapons to fight zombies, trying to combine them with superpowers. The medical department is also seizing every opportunity to find out the source of the virus and the solution. But now there is another problem in front of them. That is, it is difficult to have a safe and stable working environment. At present, the zombies in various cities are evolving in different directions. Even in the past 2 days, aliens with fish heads and human bodies have been found in some coastal cities. This is an obvious signal, reminding people that the next battle will only be more difficult. So after discussing with all parties, it was decided to choose a city that is relatively well controlled and easier to occupy. That is Bincheng. Starting from Bincheng, breaking through the neighboring cities one by one. This is what we have to do next. When Qian listened to Imohan's words and thought about it, that is to say, there will be more people in Bincheng in the future. Her eyes flashed. Then wouldn't it be easier to solve the number of heads she owed to the system? Chapter 268. Lin Yin and others joined Xiaobai base. What are you thinking about? Imohan saw Wen Qian's reaction and guessed that she was not thinking of anything good. I think there will be more people in Bincheng in the future, and I can have as many people as I want. Which is great. Imohan raised his eyebrows. Don't you dislike too many people in the base? Well, special circumstances. When Qian glanced at Lin Yin and others, pulled Imohan to the side for 2 steps, then leaned over to his ear and whispered to him what happened today. Imohan thought for a moment and said, You don't have to wait that long. Wen Qian. Imohan, come to me in 3 days, and we'll continue to fix the bug. Wen Qian felt that Wen Rang would be furious if he heard this. You just need the number of heads. Not that you really have to bring them back to the base. Instead of looking for those you are not familiar with, it is better to pick some that suit your taste. This way, when they go out to kill zombies in the future, the crystal cores can be directly given to you. Imohan's calculations were very clear. He glanced at Lin Yin and the others. He didn't bring enough people today. Otherwise he could have asked her to plug the hole today. Wen Qian changed her mind instantly after hearing his words. That's right. She looked at Lin Yin and asked, Little brother, are you willing to be a member of my base? Lin Yin scratched his head and looked at Imohan. Smiling shyly, Qian, this is not appropriate. Our boss is still here. Wen Qian had asked them this question before, and everyone had already started talking. So now they just thought Wen Qian was joking. Wen Qian had a look of disappointment. So she turned around and looked at Imohan again, asking for help silently. Imohan received her signal. Do you want it now? Yes. Wen Qian nodded vigorously. Anyway, it won't be a big deal in a few days. Besides, I still have a mission. You guys can help me make up the numbers by killing zombies outside. These people are not simple in combat power. With them, the mission will definitely be completed faster. Of course, Wen Qian is not the kind of person who is arrogant. She doesn't like to take advantage of others for nothing. If all the crystal cores obtained by these 50 elites from now on belong to her, then she will naturally have to give something in return. She thought seriously for a while and said, So, if I need people in the future, I will go to you to ask for them. In exchange, I will unconditionally help process the crystal core medicine of Bincheng base in the future. You can send someone to send the crystal core to me, and you can take it back on the same day after I process it. And if you need manpower when you go out to perform tasks, I will fully cooperate. In fact, for Wen Qian, these are what she will do in the future even if there is no transaction today. This world is her mission. As long as she wants to complete it, she can't rely on her own strength. She is very clear about this. In the future, there will be more and more people in Bincheng. Maybe everyone's initial goal is very consistent, and they all want to work together to deal with zombies in the future. However, where there are people, there will be disputes. With so many bases gathered together, Sooner or later there will be open and secret struggles. Bincheng needs a base with absolute strength to suppress it. Because only with stability can there be development. Wenqian wants Bincheng base to continue to be the largest official base in the city, both in terms of scale and strength. In this way, it will be convenient for her to do some things in the future. Lin Yan and others were stunned when they heard her say these words. Is this for real? Are they really going to change the base? Lin Yan was a little confused, looked at Wenqian and asked, Qianshen, do you have any important things that need people? If so, don't be so troublesome. Just say it, and the brothers will definitely help. Yes. Yes. The others around him nodded repeatedly. It's just a matter of your words. Wenqian shook her head, and before she could answer, she heard Imohan's voice. Not yet. You can understand this as household registration. If you agree, your household registration will be with her, but you will still stay in Bincheng base temporarily. In the future, all the crystal cores and materials you get when you go out will belong to her. In exchange, she will also provide Bincheng base with all the help she just mentioned. Lin Yan and the others nodded. They understood what was said. Lin Yan, boss, are we the ones you sent to the Xiaobai base to marry? Imohan said. You are just a few of them. Lin Yan. Injured. In fact, this incident did not have any impact on Lin Yan and the others. Anyway, Wenqian just needed a title now, and it would not affect their normal life. Moreover, they were willing to help Wenqian in their hearts. If something happened in the future, and Wenqian needed them, they would definitely go to help without saying anything. Besides, their boss had no objection, so they had no worries and nodded in agreement immediately. This way, they can continue their current life without leaving their original place, and become Wenqian's person again, and they can go to her for free meals openly in the future. Wow! It's so beautiful! Almost at the moment they agreed, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Wenqian's mind. Ding! 27 more base members. Currently, the host needs to fill 35 members before continuing to trigger new tasks. Please correct the mistaken time and reflect on it. Wenqian. Stingy. Lin Yan and others just changed camps, not realizing how this would affect them in the future. Lin Yan looked at Imohan slyly and joked. Boss, do you want to go with us to marry? The others were a little scared when they heard this. They were not as familiar with Imohan as Lin Yan was, and they didn't know the relationship between Imohan and Wenqian, so they were worried that he would be angry. After all, he is the boss of Bincheng base. How could he work for others? Even if it is a joke, this is not allowed. But they never expected that Imohan would say, I have been hers for a long time. The scene suddenly became quiet. Wenqian closed her eyes and turned away with a wooden face. Let's go. Bye. This chat can't go on at all. Whoever can chat can do it. Imohan looked at her back and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. They really should leave. And they still have to pick someone up at the airport. So Imohan turned to Lin Yan and said, Go find Mu Beichuan. It's time to go. Oh! Lin Yan immediately ran towards the bus. Inside the bus, Mu Beichuan and Mu Xiai were silently exchanging glances. Lin Yan Papa patted the door twice and looked inside. Hello, young masters. Sorry to bother you. It's almost time. We should go. Mu Beichuan stretched out his legs, slumped on the seat, and replied, Tell Imohan I'm not leaving. I'm going to the Xiaobai base. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the car door. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, and even Mu Xiai frowned. How come what he said was different from what he did? Just as the two were confused, they heard Mu Beichuan cursing. Imohan! Is this how you use mental control? I won't leave. Woo. Very good. I can't say anything. Chapter 269 Wenqian's value jumped 3 feet high. Mu Beichuan walked back to Imohan reluctantly and found his voice again. I won't leave. I want to stay. He struggled to protest. I want to go to Wenqian's base. He was not present when Wenqian asked Lin Yan and others if they were willing, so his name was not on Wenqian's system member list at the moment. Imohan had no patience for him and said coldly, What are you daydreaming about? Mu Beichuan. I really can't leave. I just found the little bastard. I have to watch him. Otherwise, you take him with you. Don't let him stay. Why can't he enter Wenqian's base? But Mu Xiai can? This is unscientific. He doesn't accept it. Mu Xiai is from Xiaobai base. It's up to Wenqian to decide whether to leave or stay. It's not your turn. Emohan was too lazy to say anything else, and ordered everyone to gather and set off, and forcefully took Mu Beichuan away. Mu Beichuan left, and Mu Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly got out of the car to find Wenqian. Wenqian was just caught by Xiong Yushuang, and he wanted to ask her about Emohan. But this man came running over. He was in the car with Mu Beichuan just now, and he also heard the sound of the wall collapsing. The two of them looked at each other, and thought that Wenqian and Emohan had quarreled, and they were a little happy to gloat over the misfortune. But they didn't show it. Wenqian saw Mu Xiai coming over and asked him, "How was the chat?" Mu Xiai frowned slightly. "I won't go with him. Not going home." Mu Xiai was silent for a moment. "No." "Okay." Wenqian sighed helplessly, and prepared herself mentally for his parents to come to her one day. Wenqian remembered the task given to her by the system. 50,000 zombies in 3 days is not difficult for them now. Not to mention that she has Lin Yan's 20 or so helpers. Emohan will definitely help if he knows about this. But at first, when the system had not yet issued the task, Wenqian set a goal of 100,000 for herself. And the situation in Bincheng will change dramatically in the future. And there will be more people competing with her for zombies in the future. So now she must seize every moment as soon as possible and kill as many as she can. The heat on Wenqian's face, which had risen because of what Emohan said today, and the 2 kisses, gradually cooled down in these thoughts. She called Wenrang. Wenrang was now like an ant on a hot pot, anxious and restless. He regretted very much that he did not go out with Wenqian, wondering what happened to her just now, after the computer screamed to remind him that his sister violated the rules. Not long after, the annoying warning sound rang again. Wenrang thought Wenqian had done something shady and exploited some loophole. But when he looked at the computer screen, his heart almost stopped beating. In his computer, the basic information of all members in the base was displayed, including Wenqian's. On the screen, Wenqian's various physical values suddenly lit up red, as if he had resurrected. Even the one for mental pollution. It seemed to break through the numerical limit. Although he quickly dropped back, he was still like bungee jumping, pulling back and forth for a long time. Wenrang was so scared that his face turned pale. Fortunately, all the values stabilized in the end, and the system had more than 20 data of Lin Yan, which made him feel a little relieved. But he still couldn't figure out what was going on. When he received Wenqian's call and heard Wenqian's voice, Wenrang felt his legs go weak. He asked her hoarsely, "What did you do just now?" "Huh?" "Nothing." Wenqian was a little guilty. "I just ran into Emohan and the others and chatted for a while." Wenrang frowned. How could he be like that with Emohan around? He breathed a sigh of relief. Wenqian felt that something was wrong with him, and asked concernedly, "What's wrong?" Wenrang rubbed his forehead with a headache, leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and answered, "Nothing. It's just that your physical value just now was like the grass growing wildly on the grave. It jumped 3 feet high, and scared me." Wenrang was exhausted physically and mentally, and didn't want to say anything more. Wenqian was a little surprised after hearing what he said. She really didn't do anything just now. She was just angry and mad, and she didn't understand yet. How did she roll up her sleeves? How did she roll them back? It was embarrassing. If there was something wrong, then she seemed to have thought of something from the past, although it was vague and not very real. She was even a little dazed, and couldn't tell whether it was true or false. But some new memories did appear in her mind. Wenqian was afraid that Wenrang would worry, so she didn't mention it, but just comforted him. "I'm fine. Really. Xiong Yushuang and the others are all by my side now. I called you because I have something to tell you. Brother, take the rest of the people in the base out for a walk. Don't go too far. Just stay near the base and get as many crystal cores as possible." Why did it suddenly start to roll up again? "It's because I was forced to do it." Wenqian told him the news he got from Emohan, and Wenrang perked up after hearing it. "Okay. Got it. Be careful." "Got it. You too." Wenqian hung up the phone and shook his head, which was still invaded by pain. To divert his attention, she looked at everyone and said, "You all heard what Emohan said just now. We have to seize every moment to get the crystal core." Everyone nodded to show that they understood. They had just rested for a while, and were almost recovered now. Wenqian saw this, and immediately used the attract firepower skill without saying a word. Waves of zombies were constantly attracted. In this way, Wen Qian led them to fight from day to night, until 3 o'clock in the morning, when the action for the day was over. They rested at sea at night. Wen Qian threw out the giant cruise ship into space, and took everyone on board, away from the zombies on the ground. Everyone could sleep more peacefully. However, for safety reasons, people were still arranged to keep watch. For 3 consecutive days, their schedule was like this: kill zombies during the day, and sleep on the ship at night. The rest time was no more than 5 hours a day. The high-intensity zombie hunting operation made everyone's mental state extremely tense. Of course, the number of crystal cores piled up in Wen Qian's space was proportional. She completed the task of killing 50,000 zombies on the first day. The people she brought, the people from Imohan's side, and when Rang and the rest of the people in the base acted simultaneously. At the end of 3 days, she got nearly 200,000 crystal cores. She had picked up some crystal cores abroad before, and finally got tens of thousands of them. Wen Qian made them all into potions, adding the 200,000 this time. It was enough for the strength of the people in her base to rise. But Wen Qian was not particularly happy about the number of crystal cores, because in these 3 days, the zombies she encountered were only level 2 at most. Chapter 270. Wen Qian's base doubled in size. Level 1 and special zombies never appeared, which made her a little uneasy. Logically speaking, with so many people with special abilities gathered together, plus the attraction skills she kept using, they should have encountered a powerful one anyway. However, there was none. Looking at the crystal cores in the space, it was clear that the situation with Wen Rang and Imohan was the same. Is there no high-level zombies in Bincheng now? Impossible. So the remaining answer is that these high-level zombies are hiding. They are hiding in the dark, and no one knows what they are doing. This is not a good sign. After all, how can normal zombies refuse a delicious human meal? Wen Qian thought of the news provided by Imohan, saying that the zombies in each city are now evolving in different directions, and there are aliens appearing. She frowned. The game is going to be upgraded again. Right? You will never stop until you kill her. Right? Wen Qian led the people back to the base. When they arrived at the door of her house, Wen Qian still had some difficulty finding the front door of her house. Fortunately, there was someone sitting in the security room who found them at the first time and took the initiative to open the door. Looking at the door that suddenly opened in the fake picture, Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. After everyone got out of the car, she put the car into the space and walked into the base. Mu Xiai and others went ahead and were stunned when they entered the door. They looked around in amazement. They didn't expect that they had only been away for 3 days, and the base had changed so much. Wen Qian followed closely behind, and after a quick glance, she roughly understood why the system was so angry before. She took advantage of a loophole to unlock the intermediate prosperity achievement of the base. The rewards for the intermediate and primary levels really look different. Wen Qian's base space has doubled. It's amazing. She doesn't know how the system did it. Anyway, the base has become larger inside. But from the outside of the base, the area is still the same as before. It feels like the principle of her space is similar. It has become a different space, which is very interesting. The extra area has been turned into a planting area by the residents of the base in the past 3 days, because there are no buildings or facilities there, just a large open space. In the middle of the planting area, there are also some automatic irrigation machines. In this way, there is no need to fetch water from the well and irrigate the land bit by bit in the future. The upgrade of the base infrastructure should refer to these. As for the upgrade of defense facilities, Wen Qian looked at the thick walls and gates outside the base. Well, they have been strengthened again. She thought of the Gatling guns and anti-aircraft missiles on the roof and the walls. Although she didn't see them with her own eyes, she believed that there must be some changes. In this way, Wen Qian began to wonder what kind of gift package the Advanced Prosperity Achievement would give her. Just as Wen Qian and others were standing at the gate in a daze, when Rang walked out of the building, he looked at Wen Qian from a distance, and seeing her waving and giggling at him heartlessly, he was completely relieved and walked over to pull her ponytail. Hiss! It hurts! It hurts! Wen Qian tilted her head and shouted. If you don't let go, you're done. I didn't use any strength. Don't pretend. When Rang patted her head and said, Go upstairs. Your parents are waiting for you to eat. Wen Qian was not at home, and when Rang had been eating rice porridge and steamed buns for 3 days, and he collapsed, Wen Qian went home with him, and Gu ran. Qichen. and Xiong Yushuang followed behind. And they were all overwhelmed by the aroma of the food on the table. After running around for 3 days, everyone was exhausted. After eating and drinking, they immediately went back to their rooms to rest. Although the bed on the luxury cruise ship is big, as the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. It is still not as comfortable and safe as at home. Gu Ran and the others fell asleep soon after returning to the house. But when Qian was not sleepy at all, and went straight into the space to process the crystal cores. There were too many crystal cores this time, and it would take too long to process them all. When Qian stayed in the space for a few hours, doing nothing, just sitting in the room, staring at the processor. He supported his face with one hand and held the processed medicine in the other hand, throwing them into his mouth one by one, like eating melon seeds. She was in a daze while eating. After processing all the crystal cores from the past 3 days, she didn't know how much she had eaten. She took out the remaining potions and divided them equally according to the number of combat members in the base. She called everyone together and distributed them to them. Everyone looked at the things in their hands. It was the first time they saw crystal core potions. They all felt magical and incredible. How did Wen Qian turn those crystal cores into these pills? It only took one afternoon. And she processed all the crystal cores? This efficiency is too good. No wonder Mo Han is so good to her. He is just like the god of wealth. Who wouldn't want to worship him? In a flash, everyone figured out what happened that day. This is strength. A group of people nodded in sudden realization and went to eat the medicine given by Wen Qian. The taste of the medicine was not what they imagined. They thought that something made with zombie crystal cores must be smelly. Jian Hui and his group had done a deal with Fu Sheng before, and took some crystal core medicine developed by the West City base. The medicine also tasted unpleasant. So when they ate this, they were prepared to feel sick. Unexpectedly, they didn't smell anything when they opened the medicine box. We collected a total of 200,000 crystal cores during this trip. Of course, some of which were obtained with the help of Bincheng base. Among them, 150,000 crystal cores are level 5 crystal cores, 30,000 level 4 crystal cores, 19,000 level 3 crystal cores, and 1,000 level 2 crystal cores. The synthesized medicine has 1,500 level 5 medicines, 500 level 4 medicines, 1,190 level 3 medicines, and 5,000 level 2 crystal cores. You probably didn't know much about the effects of potions before, so I'll explain it to you all today. Level 5 potions can increase your strength by 3%, level 4 by 5%, level 3 by 10%, and level 2 by 20%. I divided all the potions by person, and give them to everyone every day to take on time. Of course, this also includes the people at Bincheng base. Is everyone okay with this? Wen Qian also prepared Lin Yin and the others, and planned to bring them to them when he returned. Since they are considered as people in her system, she will not let them suffer. Everyone shook their heads after hearing her words and expressed their opinions. No objection. Killing zombies and getting crystal cores is a desperate matter. Others are desperately helping them. There is no reason for them to swallow up what others deserve. Okay. Everyone continue to go back and rest. There is nothing special in the past 2 days. You can freely form a team to walk around the base. Just pay attention to safety. I will notify you if I have anything. Wen Qian said and returned home. And then pulled her parents, and rang into the space to see her super luxury cruise ship. Chapter 271. I can't finish it. I really can't finish it. During Wen Qian's trip, not only did the base area become larger, but the space also changed. When Rang and the other two were pulled into the space by Wen Qian, and they saw the super huge cruise ship on the open space at a glance. The cruise ship is more than a dozen floors, just like a moving high-rise building. Fortunately, Wen Qian's space is special. The area is calculated by square, and there is no limit upwards. Otherwise it may not be able to fit this big toy. Before the end of the world, Wen Qian and his family would always travel during holidays. They traveled to many places at home and abroad, and also took this kind of luxury cruise ship to travel to many countries. At that time, Wen Chongning thought, how great it would be if he could have such a ship in the future, and he could go on vacation without leaving home. Unexpectedly, one day his dream would come true. I know you want to praise me. Praise me. I'm ready. Wen Qian looked proud. I even got the gas station back, so I don't have to worry about sea, land and air in the future. Wen Qian's next goal is to get a big plane. She has one in her space now. But it's just a small helicopter that can't hold many people. Although you can buy it in the system mall. Cars. Ships. Planes. Everything. But? Who doesn't want to buy it for free? Isn't it better to pick it up for free? Wenrang didn't say anything, but silently gave his sister a thumbs up. Liamo and Wenchongning were also very surprised, and hurriedly followed Wenqian to the boat to visit. When Wenchongning saw the super large swimming pool on the deck that was dozens of meters long, his eyes lit up instantly. This big pool. It's a waste if we don't raise fish. Wenqian. That's why her dad is born to be a logistician. Others see the pool, sunshine, beach, bikini. Her dad sees the pool, fill the pool with water and spread fish. Wenchongning walked around the pool and became more and more satisfied. His face was full of excitement and joy. He turned his head to look at Wenqian. Girl, our fish pond is a bit crowded. How about raising some fish here? The environment in the space is very conducive to animal husbandry. Whether it's the food and vegetables they grow, the fruits in the orchard, or the chickens, ducks, fish, and geese they raise, the growth rate and yield are astonishing. So this is why Wenqian is not anxious in the face of the increasingly scarce resources in the end times. Can't finish eating. Really can't finish eating. She looked at her father's shining eyes, and naturally would not let him down. So she nodded and said, okay. You can do whatever you want. Wenchongning, daughters are really the best. Wenrang, I'm still here. Wenchongning ignored him, and followed Wenqian into the cabin to see. After seeing the 100-meter-long commercial street, he simply couldn't walk anymore. He seemed to see how he would make a big splash here in the future. Liamo looked at Wenchongning's reaction, rolled his eyes indifferently, sighed, and didn't bother to say anything. The family walked around the boat casually, and walked thousands of steps. After leaving the boat, Wenchongning found that the area of his farmland had increased again. So without saying anything, he rolled up his sleeves and went to farm, never wasting any space. The remaining three returned to the villa and walked around the kitchen. Liamo hadn't been in the space to cook recently, so the food in the kitchen was visibly reduced. Wenqian and Wenrang helped her wash, pick and cut vegetables, and Liamo was responsible for making all kinds of delicious food for them. Wenqian suddenly said that she wanted to eat spicy hot pot, and Liamo immediately turned around to find bones to make big bone soup, and she would never let her down. In this way, the family was busy and warm in the space. Wenqian thought of the pregnant women in the base and asked, Mom, are those babies going well? Liamo answered while cooking. The operation went smoothly, but due to nutrition problems, the mother's milk was not enough, and the baby's weight was not up to standard. But anyway, the result is good. The medical facilities in the base are very complete, and all the things Wenqian brought back from the hospital were used. And I also stocked up a lot of infant formula for all ages, which came in handy now. Liamo, the weather has been obviously cold in recent days, so I let them continue to rest in the ward. Wenqian nodded. If you have the conditions, you should use it. Anyway, the room is empty, so let them live there. I will go find some baby clothes and bottles, and send them to them later. We have no use for them anyway. The arrival of the little ones is life and hope. It has been taken seriously by the entire base. Wenqian generously prepared a big gift bag for each newborn baby. It contains bottles, milk powder, clothes, diapers, and even small gold bracelets. She secretly ran to see the babies, who weighed only a few pounds and looked like rag dolls. And she didn't even dare to touch them with her fingers. They came quietly and left quietly, just like a thief. When the new mothers saw the things Wenqian brought, they couldn't stop crying. If Wenqian hadn't run fast, they would have knelt down to thank her in a minute. The weather is getting colder and colder. It's only been a week, and the temperature has dropped to more than 10 degrees. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably be below zero next week. The residents of the base were all busy, although they didn't have the ability to go out of the base to kill zombies. They tried to find things to do every day to make their lives more valuable. The wood that Wenqian and others brought back needed to be chopped, and the crops that were harvested before also needed to be processed. Cabbage, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and green onions were piled up in many places in the base. Wenqian saw that some of them were busy pickling sauerkraut, and some were busy drying green onions. Some people dried some potatoes and sweet potatoes. Wenchongning had brought some rabbits for them to raise before. Now, There are almost hundreds of rabbits of all sizes in the base. As the only meat dish, everyone was very satisfied with their reproduction speed. Every corner of the base was cleaned by someone. And it was clean. After Wen Qian walked around, he returned home with peace of mind and went into the space to help Liamo cook. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, the family came out of the space. There are now 9 people living in the Wen family, including Wen Qian's family of 4. Gu Ran's brother and sister, Fu Yuan, Qi Chen and Xiong Yushuang. After everyone finished dinner, Liamo brought out a few bowls of noodles and dumpling stuffing. And everyone made dumplings and chatted together. Just like that, a day passed. Wen Qian slept until dawn. In her dream, she dreamed about some things about the main control panel. So when she woke up, she was still a little between dream and reality, and looked dazed. It was at this time that Wen Rang knocked on her door. Hearing Wen Qian's voice, Wen Rang opened the door, stood at the door and looked at Wen Qian on the bed with messy hair and an idiotic face, and couldn't help laughing. Wen Qian keenly heard that the laughter was not friendly, glared at him and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Chapter 272 Stalked by 5 Level 1 Zombies. How old are you and still wearing this kind of pajamas? Wen Rang expressed his contempt mercilessly. He looked at Wen Qian's childish pajamas printed with Crayon Shinchan and Ultraman, and really wanted to throw her out of the base to let the zombies outside see what kind of thing they are usually scared of. Wen Qian was very angry. "You are jealous of me." "Yes. Yes. I am jealous of you." Wen Rang nodded perfunctorily and got down to business. "Did you have a fight with Imo Han?" Wen Qian was slightly stunned. "No. Why do you ask?" She thought Wen Rang heard Xiong Yushuang talking about her hitting the wall that day. But she heard Wen Rang say, "Why didn't he call you directly if there was no fight?" Wen Rang was woken up by Imo Han's call in the morning, so he was also very angry. "He asked me if you were free, and I said I didn't know. He asked me what you were busy with, and I said you were busy eating, sleeping and playing mahjong." Then he was silent for a while, and said he was free today. Wen Rang sneered. "What does it have to do with me whether he is free or not? Is there any need to tell me?" Wen Qian, "Didn't she just stay at home all day yesterday, and didn't go to see him? Good guy. He called to urge him early this morning?" Wen Qian wrapped in a quilt and looked into Wen Rang's eyes, and asked, "What else did he say?" "No. He hung up after saying that." Wen Rang looked at his sister with a smile. "What are you two saying in secret? Are you using me as a mouthpiece? Don't wrongly accuse me." "I didn't." Wen Qian shook her head quickly. "He called you?" "Not me. Go ask him yourself." At the critical moment, she pushed Imo Han out as a shield. Anyway, she knew nothing. However, looking at the situation, she really had to go there today. Otherwise, she was afraid that the person knocking on her door tomorrow morning would become Imo Han. Wen Qian got out of bed reluctantly and said, "I'm going to Bincheng base today." Wen Rang, "Okay. I'll go with you." "I'll go by myself." Wen Rang, "Little Wen Qian, something is wrong with you. You are the one who is wrong. Get out. I need to change my clothes." Wen Qian was so angry that she drove him out of the room. Wen Rang closed the door and turned around to see Qi Chen coming from the rooftop. He stopped him and asked what happened when he met Imo Han 2 days ago. When Qi Chen heard him ask this, his face changed and he took 2 steps back. His face was full of guilt, which instantly aroused Wen Rang's curiosity. So, he dragged Qi Chen into the study. After some coercion and inducement, Qi Chen told about the day when Wen Qian and Imo Han almost had a fight. When Wen Rang heard him talk about this, he raised his eyebrows almost the whole time. He only knew about such a big thing now. But the little girl didn't seem angry after she came back. She said she was going to find Imo Han alone today. What for? Fighting? Wen Rang thought about it, and seeing that Qi Chen couldn't get anything out of him, he let him go. Wen Qian brought some high-level crystal core potions to Wen Rang a few days ago and asked him to go to Bincheng base to deal with it. Wen Rang knew that Imo Han was not at the base, so he never went there. Anyway, there was no rush. After the family had breakfast in the morning, Wen Qian was ready to go out. She walked to the door and saw Wen Rang waiting there ready to go. And she knew that she couldn't escape today. Wen Rang raised the medicine in his hand. "You go find Imo Han. I'll deal with the medicine. I won't delay you." Wen Qian accepted the reality, did not resist in vain, and happily went out with him. Xiong Yushuang wanted to follow, but when she heard that they were going to find Imo Han, She became timid again, shrank her neck and retreated back to the room, pretending not to know about it. Wen Qian and the other person went downstairs and met Mu Xiai again. Mu Xiai looked like he was going out with his people. When he saw Wen Qian, he asked her where she wanted to go. Wen Qian, Bincheng base. Do you want to go together? Mu Xiai wanted to go with her, but after hearing the destination, he immediately changed his mind and said, no, you can go early and come back early. He didn't want to run into Mu Beichuan again. Just like that, Wen Qian and Wen gave up the base. Because Imo Han said he was free today, they didn't call him again before they set off. Wen Rang was in charge of driving, while Wen Qian slumped in the passenger seat, chatting with him about how she felt something was wrong with the zombies recently. The car drove slowly on the road, and after more than 10 minutes, they didn't see a single living person. Only dense zombies chasing them. They had just dealt with 200,000 zombies a few days ago, but now it seemed that there was no reduction at all. But if you think about it carefully, it's true. The world's population is more than 8 billion, and at least half of them have turned into zombies. Even if she led the team to kill zombies non-stop, at the rate of 200,000 zombies in 3 days, and 2 million zombies in a month, in 1 year, they can only kill more than 20 million. And in 10 years, they can only kill more than 200 million. They can't kill them all. Moreover, they can't continue such high-intensity operations. Looking at Mu Xiai and the others, everyone's physical condition is not as good as before after 3 days. Wen Qian estimates that it will take at least a week for them to recover completely. Therefore, this large-scale zombie elimination operation really requires all mankind to join hands and carry it out together. Relying on a single person or a base is simply a joke. Moreover, the speed of zombies' future evolution is unpredictable. It may not be so easy to kill them in the future. Just when Wen Qian couldn't help sighing, several zombies suddenly appeared in front of the road. They stood in the middle of the road, and then disappeared in a flash. Wen Qian and Wen Rang saw that they were 5 first-level zombies. Wen Rang braked the car and stopped it. At the same moment, the zombies jumped onto the roof of their car. Wen Qian unbuckled his seat belt with one hand and smiled. She had brought so many people with her a few days ago, wandering around the city without attracting them. Now it was just her and her brother. But they were willing to show up. Could it be hunting them? Wen Qian thought of a possibility. A very bad possibility. She had been worried these days. If all the first-class and special-class zombies in Bincheng gathered together, it would be troublesome. They didn't show up a few days ago. Perhaps because there were too many people with superpowers in Wen Qian's place. Although this is a huge temptation for zombies. But at the same time, it also represents danger. But now, there are only Wen Qian and Wen Rang. The number of people is small, which is within their controllable range. So they came. This is Wen Qian's guess. And it is also what she is most reluctant to become a reality. Bang. With a sound, the roof of the car was pierced by a zombie with his bare hands. The fingertips almost scratched Wen Qian's scalp. Wen Qian tilted her head to dodge, opened the door, and jumped out of the car, looking at the 5 ugly and grotesque things, and asked, "Just a few of you?" The zombies were angry at her contemptuous tone. Chapter 273 Zombies. Can't beat them. Can't beat them at all. Wen Qian didn't mean to look down on them. She just simply felt that 5 was a little too few. If there were 50 level 1 zombies blocking her now, she would be happier. But people can't be too greedy. 5 is already very good. The last time I saw a level 1 zombie was when Mu Beichuan and others were surrounded by hundreds of people in the West City base. It was raised by Fu Sheng. This time it was a pure wild one. Wen Qian silently comforted herself. The ugly creatures all had the same target. They all chose Wen Qian first. They wanted to kill her quickly, and then kill Wen Rang. It must be said that there is a difference between wild and domesticated zombies. Wen Qian came to a conclusion while being beaten by them. Whether in terms of strength or speed, these 5 are a little stronger than the one she met last time. And even their superpowers are quite skillful in coordination. Today is definitely not the first time they have teamed up to hunt humans. Realizing this, Wen Qian's mood became bad. He accidentally pulled off the arm of a zombie. After fighting for only a few minutes, the zombies found that something was wrong. The weak human woman should have died in their hands long ago. But now they not only failed to hurt her, but were even injured by her. This is unreasonable. The zombies showed doubts in their eyes. They looked at each other and exchanged glances, and then quickly changed their target. When Rang leaning against the car, This made Wenrang, who had just been completely ignored, feel a little angry. But even though he was angry, Wenrang was still very clear-headed. He easily took down a level 1 zombie, and he was not afraid of 2 level 1 zombies. He could barely handle 3 level 1 zombies, but he definitely couldn't handle 5 together. He was different from his perverted sister. He was a weak human man. Wenrang didn't hesitate at all, and ran behind Wenqian. So neat and tidy. His action stunned the zombies. Where is your self-esteem as a man? Stop playing around and kill them. Wenrang dodged the zombies' attack swiftly, and said to Wenqian, let's finish quickly, so we can go to Mohan's place for a meal. Wenqian, didn't we just come out after eating? We can eat again after we just finished eating. You bastard. What's wrong with me eating some rice from their base? Wenrang said, as he grabbed a zombie and beat him up. In fact, the classification of zombies is now quite clear. The lowest level, level 5, is the slowest moving one, and can be seen everywhere on the streets. Level 4 zombies are also mixed in, but their speed and attack power are obviously better. If level 5 zombies only pounce on people and bite them indiscriminately, then level 4 zombies will learn to attack people with weapons, and know that children are easier to deal with than adults. The advantages of level 3 zombies are more obvious. They are like outstanding athletes among zombies. Whether it is running, jumping, strength, biting, etc., ordinary humans cannot compare. If you meet them, ordinary humans will definitely not be able to escape. Level 2 and level 1 zombies are like experienced killers. Not to mention ordinary people. Even humans with superpowers may not be able to escape from them, because the strength of superpowers is not necessarily as high as theirs. As for special level zombies, just think about the little zombie named Lena that I met when I went abroad. They are intelligent, can communicate, and have multiple superpowers. If you encounter this kind of zombie, unless it is a monster like Wenqian who is more like a monster than a zombie, then whether you can survive depends purely on luck. Most people don't have good luck. But today, the zombies are the ones with the worst luck. They can't win. They can't win at all. When the zombies found out, they made a decision very quickly. Escape. They turned around and wanted to run, but were stopped by the ruthless woman. You come and go as you please. What do you think of us? Wenqian kicked a zombie back in front of Wenrang and said unhappily, you guys are almost turning my dad's magic car into a convertible. They drove Wenchonging's Wuling Hongguang today, and now there was a big hole on the roof, and air was leaking out. Wenqian was angry when she suddenly heard a bird call in the distance. It wasn't just 1 or 2 birds, but many. She looked at the sky in the distance, and saw a black flock of birds flying straight towards them. Wenqian was shocked. With so many birds, even if they didn't attack them, each bird would poop enough to choke them. Wenqian was scared just thinking about that scene. She quickly used water to lay a barrier in the air, thinking that she could at least catch some bird droppings. However, the birds attacked them directly. Wenqian had the shielding device given by Mohan in her car. Normally, animals would not find them and attack them. So it was the zombies who summoned these birds. They were in the same group. With a boom, a huge fireball scattered the flock of birds. Wenqian and Wenrang were surrounded by a circle of flames. The flames swaying in the wind seemed to have vitality, constantly climbing up to the sky and chasing the flock of birds in the sky, while using his special powers. Wenrang thought that they hadn't eaten roasted pigeons for a long time. It was the harmonious society that saved these little creatures. Otherwise, they would have been eaten up by humans. The taste of roasted sparrows is really only known by those who have tasted it. Wenqian smelled the meaty aroma gradually emanating from the air, and looked at the sparrows, crows, and seagulls that had their wings burned by the fire, and fell to the ground. She swallowed and asked Wenrang, brother, can we eat it? No. Wenrang scolded, are you hungry? You want to eat everything. Didn't you see their eyes turned red? They have already mutated. If they can be eaten, then zombies can be eaten too. Wenqian was slightly stunned, and a strange smile appeared on her face. Zombie. No. What is she laughing at? A few minutes later, the 5 zombies with their heads chopped off were neatly strung on a tree trunk and roasted by fire. Wenrang couldn't help but complain. What's the difference between you and cremating them? You can't eat this thing even if it's roasted. I didn't say I'll give it to you. Can't I change Xiaobai's taste? Wenqian said, as she released Xiaobai and the 4 dogs from the space. Xiaobai was now as strong as a bear. Wenqian felt that it was no problem to use it as a mount. The air was full of the aroma of roasted birds. Not only did they crave it, but Wen Qian was also greedy. She squatted on the ground and roasted the 5 zombies until they were about 70% done. Xiaobai and the others also ate the roasted birds on the ground cleanly. 1 cat and 4 dogs, each with a roasted zombie. Wen Qian continued on his way after they were full. An hour later, Wen Qian and the others finally arrived. The car stopped at the gate of the base, and Wen Qian heard the guard ask, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you have a base pass?" Chapter 274. What do I need to explain to you? This question made Wen Qian and the others a little dumbfounded. They had come here many times, and they had no problem entering each time, which almost made them forget that this door was not so easy to enter. There was no familiar face on guard today, and Wen Qian replied, "My name is Wen Qian. I'm here to find Imo Han." Even if the combatants here had never seen her face, they should have heard her name. But what surprised Wen Qian again was that the other party said, after hearing her words, "Did you call them in advance?" "We didn't receive any relevant notification." Wen Qian. Very good. She began to understand the embarrassment of Mu Beichuan and Xinyu being chased and beaten by the people from the West City base when they introduced themselves to each other last time. Wen Qian turned to look at Wen Rang helplessly. "Can you call him?" Wen Rang nodded. And just as he took out the satellite phone, he heard Yi Xinghua's voice. "Wen Qian?" Yi Xinghua ran out of the base and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wen Qian. He ran straight to the door and said to the guards, "Let him in." The guards looked at Wen Qian with a little surprise and did as he was told. Yi Xinghua opened the door and got in the car. Wen Rang drove the car all the way to the parking lot and listened to him. "Commander Mo asked me to come here. Those people at the door are new. Don't mind them." Imo Han found Yi Xinghua and said that Wen Qian might come over, so he asked him to pick him up outside the base. Yi Xinghua was delayed for a while because of something on hand, but fortunately he caught up in time. "New?" Wen Qian wondered. "Where did they come from?" "Yes, from another city?" Yi Xinghua looked around. Although there was no one around them, he was still a little cautious. Thousands of people have come from other cities in the past 2 days. They are currently staying at our base. The few people standing guard just now are their people. Our people have 2 days off, so they are not on duty. No wonder he didn't see Lin Yin and the others. Wen Qian thought of his 200,000 crystal cores and felt a little guilty. He probably really tired them out. Yi Xinghua led them to where Imo Han was and asked Wen Qian in a low voice, "I heard that Lin Yin and the others have transferred to your side." Although everyone thought that this matter was just a verbal statement, Lin Yin and the others did not know the existence of the system. But they nodded and agreed, which meant that they took this matter seriously. If Wen Qian needed them in the future, they would really transfer to her base. "Yes. Do you want to come too?" Wen Qian smiled and nodded. She had the courage to poach people, so she naturally had the courage to admit it. "Who told you that?" "Chief Mo. He asked me to think about it." Lin Yin and the others kept their mouths shut about that matter, and did not mention a word after returning. So Yi Xinghua was quite shocked when he heard what Imo Han said. "So what do you think about it?" Wen Qian tilted her head to look at him. "Imo Han should have told you the specific conditions, right?" "Yes, he did." Yi Xinghua nodded. "I don't have anything to consider. I just want to follow Chief Mo." Strangely enough, they actually had enough reasons to refuse this matter. In any case, the Bincheng base is an official base, and it is the largest official base in Bincheng. And Wen Qian's base is just a small, broken base that many people have never heard of. Even if they know her, they have a good relationship with her, but they have every reason to refuse such a matter that concerns future development. But these people all agreed, and they didn't hesitate. Even their loyalty went straight to 100. And Lin Yan's even reached the level of never betraying. This was something Wen Qian had not expected. These straight men really have one mind and one mouth. If they hate you, they hate you. If they like you, they like you. If they treat you well, they treat you well. They have no ulterior motives. They are exactly the same as Gu Ran. Of course, not everyone is like this. Wen Qian is not that naive, so she considers herself lucky enough to meet them. But what Yi Xinghua said just now, he said he wanted to follow Imo Han. If Wen Qian remembered correctly, the plan Imo Han told her before was that he would go to her place and hand over this place to Xinyu, Lu Bai, Yi Xinghua and others to manage. If Yi Xinghua also left, then Wen Qian felt even more guilty when she thought about it. She felt like she had poached the core team here. Although they didn't have to go to her base, they could still stay here. Wen Qian didn't know who else Mo Han had found, but her intuition told her that he had already picked all the remaining people for her. After the polar night ended, Binsheng base seemed to be even busier. Wen Qian chatted with Yi Xinghua and listened to him talk about the situation at the base while walking towards Mo Han's office. But halfway through the walk, Yi Xinghua stopped him. "What's wrong?" Wen Qian asked in confusion. "Chief Mo is in the dormitory, and he is also on holiday today." Wen Qian said, "Oh," and heard Wen Rang next to him sneer. Wen Rang glanced at his sister and said sarcastically, "No wonder he called to harass me so early in the morning. He is indeed free today." Wen Qian did not dare to speak, and Yi Xinghua also thought it was normal for Mo Han to look for them, so he did not ask anything. In this way, the three of them went directly to the residential area. After passing several inspections, they came to the innermost area A. From a distance, they saw that Mo Han's door was open. He was standing at the door, talking to the woman outside. "We are just having dinner together. Why don't you have time? Aren't you going to eat yet?" The woman was displeased when she heard his refusal. "And aren't you taking a break today? Is there anything else to do?" Mo Han frowned slightly, a little impatient. "Is there anything I need to tell you?" He spoke in a cold voice, causing the woman's expression to freeze. She didn't expect him to say such a thing. It was a rare break time. From morning till now, she called 5 times and knocked on the door 3 times. Mo Han couldn't even sleep. The people he wanted to see didn't come, and the people he didn't want to see didn't leave. Who could be more miserable than him? He looked at the woman with a low and unhappy look and said, "This is the last time. Otherwise leave with your dad." "You?" Mo Han was about to close the door and go into the house. He glanced inadvertently and saw several figures in the distance. He took a look and smiled. His expression changed faster than turning a page. The faint smile that suddenly appeared on his face made the woman startled and her cheeks slightly hot. She turned her head and looked, and then saw Yi Xinghua and 2 unfamiliar faces. Finally, she looked at Wen Qian and had a bad feeling. Wen Rang lowered his head and whispered something in Wen Qian's ear. Wen Qian glanced at Mo Han and smiled. The two of them looked like a group of spectators. Mo Han walked towards them, walked straight to Wen Qian, and asked, "Didn't we agree to come alone?" Wen Rang, who told you that? When did you agree? How come I don't know? There are many things you don't know." Mo Han looked at him with a bit of disdain. "What are you doing here?" Wen Rang was so angry that he laughed. "Then I'll leave?" Mo Han, not impossible. Wen Rang, you wish. Chapter 275. Mo Han felt that he was being scumbag. Mo Han looked at Yi Xinghua and told him to get busy. Yi Xinghua replied okay, then looked at the woman standing behind Mo Han and frowned slightly. This young lady. Anyone who has dealt with her will have troubles. Her surname is Murong, and from the surname, it can be seen that she is not an ordinary person. She came from Beijing, and her family has been doing business for generations. They are the kind of poor that only has money left. Since she got off the plane, she first disliked the car that picked her up because it was too shabby. And after arriving at the base, she disliked the poor accommodation conditions. When she entered the canteen, she complained that it was too crowded and unhygienic, and that the food was too little and unnutritious. When she went to bed at night, she complained that the noise outside was too loud and disturbed her sleep. She had only been here for 2 days, and everyone in the base was afraid of her. But everyone could see that she was interested in Mo Han. When Mo Han had a meeting, she went to the office to wait for him. When Mo Han went out, she led a large group of bodyguards to follow him. When Mo Han ate, she brought the lunch box made by her own private chef to accompany him. When Mo Han rested, she came to the dormitory door to block him, because she didn't get to live in the single dormitory next to Mo Han. She broke a box of jade bracelets. Anyway, everyone knows about the pursuit. Now everyone is talking about it in private, saying that it is easy for a girl to pursue a boy. And I wonder when this rich girl will be able to successfully pursue him. The day before yesterday, Shinyu came to talk to Mo Han about something. And on the way back, she was stopped by this Miss Murong, who asked her directly about her relationship with Mo Han. Most people in the base tacitly agreed that Mo Han and Shinyu were a couple. And even if they were not together now, they would definitely be together in the future. Murong had naturally heard this news, But it did not dispel her love for Imohan. So he went directly to Shinyu and asked Shinyu to break up with Imohan. Shinyu was confused and denied his relationship with Imohan. And he didn't dare to come here these 2 days. He contacted Imohan by phone for everything. Fortunately, there are few women in the base. And even fewer who can have direct contact with Imohan. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of trouble will happen. At this moment, Yi Xinghua noticed that Merongya's eyes were not right when looking at Wenqian. And he had a bad feeling in his heart. He could almost imagine that Merongya and Wenqian were shouting and asking Wenqian to stay away from Imohan. Wenqian looked at her like a psychopath. And Merongya was enraged and asked the bodyguards to take action. And then was beaten up by Wenqian. Wenqian didn't care who she was. And would beat anyone if she got really angry. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. Yi Xinghua turned and left. But walked very slowly. Intending to listen more to the situation behind him. Sure enough, he heard Merongya speak after only 2 steps. Imohan. Who are these two? Merongya walked to Imohan with her back straight. And kept looking at Wenqian. If Wenqian still couldn't see the hostility in her eyes, then she was completely blind. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. And said to Imohan, "You guys chat. We'll go into the house and wait." She wanted to leave after saying that, but was pulled back by Imohan. Feeling the warmth on her wrist, Wenqian paused and subconsciously tried to pull her hand out. But the other party held it tighter. She gritted her teeth and turned to look at Imohan, staring at him silently. "What are you doing? If you don't let go, I'll chop off your fingers." Imohan ignored her warning eyes, and also ignored Wenrang's gasp, trying to resist the reaction of wanting to fight him. He looked at Merongya calmly and said, "I told you I have a girlfriend. Don't come to me again." Yi Xinghua, who had not walked a few meters ahead, felt his feet go weak when he heard this, and stumbled and almost tripped himself. He turned his head reflexively, but because of the position of those people, Wenrang was just in the middle. He blocked Imohan and Wenqian's arms, so he couldn't see the key scene. But Imohan's words were enough to shock him for 800 years. Although he had always heard Lin Yin and his gang talking nonsense, saying that Imohan had a girlfriend, Yi Xinghua never believed it, because he and Imohan had the most contact time. No matter from which point of view, Imohan did not seem to have a girlfriend, and he had never seen him call his girlfriend. But now, Imohan actually admitted it himself? Yi Xinghua was not a gossipy person, but at this moment, he suddenly did not want to leave, and wanted to stay and listen to the whole thing. But thinking is one thing, doing is another. The superior just ordered him to leave, and he had to do it. Yi Xinghua left reluctantly, and when he walked away, he heard Merongya shouting in exasperation, "You can break up even if you have a girlfriend? How is she better than me? I can definitely help you more than she can." Imohan didn't want to waste time on her, so he used some tricks. Merongya wanted to say something else, but she couldn't make a sound. She turned around and walked towards the second base. Imohan took Wenqian's hand and led him into the house. But Wenqian pushed him away as soon as he entered the door. "Wenqian, using me as a shield?" "Wenrang, who is your girlfriend?" The brother and sister spoke at the same time. Both of them looked like they wanted to bite someone. Wenrang looked at Imohan and then at Wenqian, gritting his teeth. "Wenqian, you are so bold. You didn't even tell me such a big thing?" What should I tell you? I'm not his girlfriend." Imohan, you're not." Wenqian, "No. Don't shout nonsense." She hid behind Wenrang, and Imohan felt that he was being scumbag. Wenqian didn't expect that she had just arrived here and hadn't said a few words. But she was forced to make a wave of hatred and an enemy. The young lady was obviously not an ordinary person. Those who could have such a bad temper these days were either powerful themselves or their families were powerful. Otherwise they would have been beaten to death long ago. And there was no chance for them to appear in front of her. Wenrang sneered, grabbed Wenqian by the collar, and dragged him to the stairs. "Go up. I have something to talk to him alone." Wenqian wanted to hide far away now, and ran away as soon as she heard this, and disappeared in front of the two in a blink of an eye. Imohan sat on the sofa and asked Wenrang, "You look like you are going to have rabies. Who do you want to scare?" As soon as Wenqian left, he immediately changed his attitude and asked for a beating. Wenrang frowned at him. "Tell me about your girlfriend. Why didn't I realize before that you are so good at playing dumb?" Imohan was not afraid at all. He stretched his long legs, leaned on the sofa, and said slowly, "What is there to say? Don't you know who I came here for?" What he said was all right, but it sounded very irritating. One rang. When did you get together? This? Emo Han's eyes suddenly drifted. It's a long story. Then let's make it short. In the past. When rang, you fucking? This is too short. Emo Han chuckled. You told me to make it short. And you were not satisfied after I told you. Brother rang. Why didn't I realize you were so difficult to please before? Chapter 276. Anyone who bullies his sister must die. Emo Han's expression and tone revealed a sense of grievance. Without others around, the rigidity of a high-ranking person on him disappeared, and only laziness and perfunctory remained. He really has two faces. If Wen Rang had not seen him before, he would definitely be scared by him. Wen Rang glanced at the direction of the stairs. Wen Qian had already run to the study to hide, so he did not see this man's virtue. Wen Rang smiled sarcastically and said, I'll see how long you can pretend. Emo Han also followed his line of sight and glanced towards the stairs. He was indeed restrained in front of Wen Qian. Even though he was so cautious, he still refused to admit his relationship with him. This couldn't go on. Emo Han lowered his eyes and thought about it. No matter what, he had to let Wen Qian give him a name today. Otherwise, he would not let him go back. Wen Rang got angry quickly and calmed down quickly. Emo Han was right. He should have thought of this earlier. If his sister really fell in love with someone one day, then that person would be Emo Han. This answer would make him feel more at ease than any other answer. In his subconscious, it was only a matter of time before these two people were together. He was furious just now because he was unhappy about being kept in the dark. And this feeling of displeasure also gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if it was not the first time they had kept it from him. So the emotion surged up, and he could not control it. He was angry for a while, and then he was fine. Wen Rang also sat down on the sofa. The sofa was small to begin with, and there was basically no room for the two of them to sit down. Wen Rang tilted his head to look at Emo Han and asked, Do you like my sister so much? What do you think? Did you hear what my sister said just now? She said she's not your girlfriend. Well, please me, and I'll help you. It's better to please Uncle Ning than to please you. Emo Han knew who was the most difficult one in the Wen family to deal with. However, it wasn't that there was no way out. Emo Han glanced at Wen Rang, and Wen Rang felt a chill on his back for no reason. Who was that girl just now? Why haven't I seen her before? Wen Rang changed the subject and asked about the business. The people from Jingshi came over and provided a large amount of supplies to the base over there, basically supporting the entire base. Wen Rang wondered. The thing they lack the most is rich people. Right? There are so many people who can do this kind of thing. Unfortunately, her family happens to be the richest one. The Murong family is so rich that it has exceeded the concept of wealth for ordinary people. In a place like Jingshi, it is said that her family's manor is so big that it takes more than 20 minutes to drive from the entrance gate to the villa where they live. There is also a large golf course behind the villa. Of course, her family cannot have only this one house. There are more than one in major first-tier cities at home and abroad. This information was only found by Emo Han in the past 2 days. Why? Because before she came, the Beijing city did not reveal any information to him. In other words, they said people here without his knowledge. They said that they believed in his ability and could protect Murongya's safety. But in Emo Han's opinion, it was more like they were eager to throw this hot potato away in exchange for peace. The development of the matter did not disappoint the people in Jingshi. Murongya fell in love with Emo Han at first sight. It was not her fault. It was because he was so outstanding that he could be seen at a glance in the crowd, and it was difficult to look away. Murongya had never seen a look that suited her taste in her life. Wen Rang sighed heavily after listening to Emo Han's description of Murongya's background. Evil rich people. Her house is so big. Why did she come here? I'm afraid your dormitory can't even fit the clothes she brought? Wen Rang was right. Murongya brought 100 suitcases with her this time. Emo Han's face turned black at that time. They won't live here forever. I don't have so much space for them. Emo Han sneered. They have already gone out to find a suitable place as the base address. Once they have determined it and improved the defense facilities, the people over there will be transferred here in large numbers. In fact, their original idea was to expand the Bincheng base, like the second base next to it, thence off another piece of land nearby and build more houses. In the future, everyone will be together, and it will be convenient to cooperate. But Emo Han refused. The people who came this time were not just from one city. In the past, everyone did not contact each other frequently. When they met occasionally during business trips and meetings, they were all polite. But so many people are used to giving orders. Now that they are together, who should listen to whom? Imohan agreed to let them come to Bincheng. Of course, it was not for them to tell him what to do. What's more, the supplies in his base were all found by his men, who worked hard and desperately. They said that they would be brothers in the future, and wanted to share the resources in the base. Isn't this too simple and easy? Imohan is not such an easy person to talk to. Even if they live in his base now, they provide him with food and supplies. Otherwise, he would not even provide them with a dormitory for multiple people. They can live wherever they want. It has nothing to do with him. But then again, he doesn't like to entertain this group of people. But some people are eager to take this job. After hearing the news, Fu Sheng called Imohan and invited him to have a gathering. He said that he wanted to apologize to him for some misunderstandings that happened a while ago. But in fact, he wanted to use Imohan as a stepping stone to get involved with a group of people who had just come to Bincheng. However, Imohan did not refuse, because he thought Wenqian might want to go there to play. So he dragged Fu Sheng and said that he would think about it, and asked Fu Sheng to find him again in 2 days. When Rang was silent for a while, he felt tired for Imohan when he thought about these bad things. So he patted Imohan on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work, brother. It's been hard work." Imohan didn't bother to be polite with him. "So can you do me a favor now?" When Rang, "What?" "Tell me first. Go out and help me close the door from the outside. I want to go upstairs and talk to my girlfriend about our relationship. Do you really think I won't do anything? Bad marriages will be struck by lightning. I rarely have some time. But I don't want to waste it on you. You don't want your sister to go home unhappy today, right? So, I'm going to go up and coax her. Will his sister be unhappy because of that Morongya?" When Rang was a little skeptical. His sister should be the one who moved the small stool to sit next to him, watching the fun and eating melon seeds with a happy face. Right? But when Rang still hoped that Wenqian would be happier. So, he followed Imohan's wish. "Say hello to the laboratory. I'll go deal with the crystal core. I warn you, don't touch me in broad daylight. Otherwise I will be really angry. They are all men. And when Rang knows what kind of shit men think about. It's his sister's first time to fall in love. So he can't let this bastard take advantage of her so early. Even if they are brothers. He can't do that. He can stick a knife in his brother's ribs. And he can stick a knife in his brother's ribs for his sister. Anyone who bullies his sister must die." Chapter 277 Taking Advantage, but not wanting to take responsibility. Imohan gave him a look that said goodbye. The two of them stood up together. One went out, and the other went upstairs to the study. Wenqian sat on a chair behind the table, with her back to the door, facing the window, staring at the sky outside in a daze. The door was open. She heard footsteps and turned her head. And when she saw Imohan, her eyes swept behind him. "Imohan, don't look. I'm the only one." Wenqian was puzzled. "Where's my brother?" He went to the lab. Wenqian was anxious. "I still have some medicine for him." The 5 level 1 monsters that she met on the way here have been turned into potions by Wenqian and are now in her space. She stood up and wanted to go out to chase Wenrang, but was stopped by Imohan. "No hurry." Imohan lowered his eyes and looked at her. "I'll go with you later. Let's talk first." "What to talk about?" Wenqian took a step back and watched Missouri Han close the door, slightly widening her eyes. There were only the two of them in the whole house now, so it didn't matter whether he closed the door or not. But Wenqian was still a little nervous because of his action. "Let's talk about who my girlfriend is." Imohan was quite concerned about this. He looked at Wenqian, who was not looking at him with a guilty conscience, and asked, "You don't want to take responsibility after taking advantage of someone?" Wenqian was shocked. "Who took advantage of you? Do you need me to review what happened that day?" "No. No need. I haven't said anything yet. Why are you blushing?" Imohan saw a lot of boxes on the desk behind Wenqian, neatly placed together. He walked over curiously, picked up one, and saw a name on it. After opening it, it was filled with crystal core medicine. Wenqian also took the medicine that Lin Yin and the 20 or so people were given, and wanted Imohan to pass it on to them. Imohan looked in the box, but didn't see his name, and asked, "No share for me?" Wenqian, You don't need this. I do, Imohan said seriously. I contributed. And a lot of it. Captain Qian. Isn't it bad for you to be so partial? When Qian had not felt anything when Xiong Yushuan called her Team Qian before. But now? Imohan blocked her at the table. Behind Wen Qian was the desk. And in front of her was Imohan. When he approached, her breathing subconsciously stagnated. And her mood became a little subtle. She did not reject his approach. But she was still a little uncomfortable. You are so nice to others. Have you ever thought about what I would think? Imohan looked at her intently and asked, in your eyes. What is our relationship? Friends? Friends don't kiss. Lovers? But she didn't admit it. You said before that you had many boyfriends. How did you finally confirm the relationship? Imohan asked, making Wen Qian feel like she was shooting herself in the foot. She remained silent, and Imohan asked pitifully, or do you not like me? I didn't say that. Then I like you. If you like me, why don't you admit it? The one you are dating is the old me, not the current me. You have to give people a buffer period. Right? Wen Qian said in a low voice. Who can adapt to having such a big boyfriend immediately? Wen Qian didn't think so much when she was bragging before. But in her memory, she has indeed been a single dog all these years. She didn't quite understand the mode of getting along after dating. And she was a little panicked. Wen Qian finished speaking. And the room fell into silence. She lowered her head and couldn't see the expression on Imohan's face. Seeing that he didn't say anything for a long time, she thought he was angry. Just when she was about to say something, he lifted her chin. And then she was bitten on the corner of her lips. Wen Qian gasped. What are you doing? Help you get used to it. Wen Qian blushed so much that she could even notice it herself. She clearly felt the scent of Imohan. And when he lowered his head again, she closed her eyes reflexively. So cute. Looking at her reaction, Imohan couldn't help but chuckle. Wen Qian blushed even more after hearing this. And her expression became very stinky. Laughing at her, she opened her eyes and wanted to get angry. But he touched her lips again. Don't be angry. Imohan coaxed in a low voice. I was just too happy and couldn't help it. Not that I wanted to laugh at you. What's there to be happy about? I'm happy to see you. Imohan stood up straight, which made Wen Qian's tense nerves relax a little. I was thinking that if you didn't come today, I would go to your place in the evening. If it's too late, I might ask Uncle Ning and Aunt Imo to let me stay at home for one night. Wen Qian, my dad won't agree. That may not be the case. After all, it's so dangerous at night. If I go back to the base alone, I will be besieged by zombies. Say more nice things. And Uncle Ning will always be soft-hearted. This is true. Her father has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. As long as Imohan pretends to be weak, her father will probably be soft-hearted. However, Wen Qian thought of the current state of her base and smiled slyly. You may not be able to find where my base is now. Why do you say that? It's not the original location? Yes, but the appearance looks a little different. Imohan was a little curious about what she said, which was a good thing. The fewer people knew about her base, the better. There was a simple sofa bed in the study room, and Imohan pulled her over to sit down. Wen Qian's hand was held by him, and she didn't let go. Imohan glanced at her straight back and smiled. What are you afraid of? I can't eat you. I want to tell you something. Imohan told her that Fu Sheng called him, and Wen Qian's attention was diverted by him every minute, and she forgot to take her hand back. Imohan kneaded her fingertips carelessly, and heard her say, Didn't Xia Reng go there? Has she not contacted you yet? No. That's strange. I thought she would be eager to see you. Wen Qian thought. Could it be that she wanted to meet you while you were meeting Fu Sheng? This way, Fu Sheng wouldn't be suspicious. Well, maybe. So do you want to go? I want to go to a zombie park. I don't know how it's going now. By the way, have you noticed that the zombies in Bincheng are not right recently? Wen Qian told him about being besieged by 5 level 1 zombies on the way here. It's so shameless. They bully the minority with their numbers. They run away when they can't win. I don't know which zombie taught them that. Imohan also noticed the situation she mentioned. But he was not as lucky as her. He only encountered 2 zombies at one time. The 2 zombies had been hiding in the dark and following Imohan. They showed up only when Imohan was left alone on purpose. Imohan, there are still more than 2 months before the Chinese New Year. Should we do something big before the New Year? Wen Qian became interested. How? So many people came from other cities. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't use such a large number of combat power? Fu Sheng wants to cooperate with him through our line. So give him this opportunity, and carry out a joint operation. Chapter 278, He kissed me a little fiercely again. Mo Han said this because he already had a plan. Wen Qian nodded. Okay. But the weather is getting colder and colder. And I don't know how low the temperature will drop in a while. If it's as hot as before, and it goes down to minus 50 or 60 degrees, it will be difficult to deal with. Zombies have a special body structure. And no matter how the climate changes, it will not affect them. But people are different. Although before the end of the world, in some areas in the north, the winter temperature can reach more than minus 50 degrees. But at that time, there were all kinds of supplies, and heating was available in winter. So people rarely froze to death. But now it is different. If the problem of keeping warm is not solved, a large number of people may freeze to death in a month. Wen Qian turned to look at Mo Han. When my brother left the main control console, he took a lot of things with him. When Xiong Yushuang led people to escape, he also stole and took away all the belongings. What about you? What did you bring here? Haven't you seen my space? That's it? Nothing else? Yeah. Mo Han nodded. I only brought some clothes. Nothing else. You are really poor. Wen Qian's tone was disgusted. She sighed and said, Forget it. I'll give you a set of constant temperature clothes, so that you won't be frozen stupid one day. The temperature outside today is less than 10 degrees. There is no heating in this house, and the air is freezing. Although Wen Qian was wearing a constant temperature suit, she could still feel the coolness in the house on her hands and face. She took out a set of constant temperature clothing from the space and handed it to Mo Han. Mo Han lowered his eyes and glanced at her, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. You care about me so much? Forget it. I didn't say no. Mo Han's voice was full of laughter. Thank you for your concern, my girlfriend. I will definitely have a good sleep tonight. As soon as Wen Qian opened her mouth, Mo Han's head rested on her shoulder. Don't hide. Let me lean on you for a while. Mo Han was relaxed all over. His tone was lazy, and the hand he was holding turned into interlocking fingers with hers. Do you remember the day I bound your system? He suddenly asked this question. Wen Qian thought about it seriously and answered, I remember that time when I caught an ice zombie with my brother. I tied it back and forced it to make a lot of ice. Well, I almost couldn't help it that time and wanted to hold your hand. But you were not familiar with me at that time. And when Rang was also watching from the side, I thought at that time that if I really held hands, you two brothers and sisters would definitely fight against each other. Forget about him. I will definitely not fight back against you. And I will just have to endure your beating for nothing. I am not familiar with him on one side. Wen Qian felt that there was resentment between the lines of his words. But what he said was not wrong. Wen Qian remembered that he had proposed to go to her base that day, but was rejected. When Rang was wary of him like a thief at that time. But now his attitude has changed 180 degrees. And he is relieved to leave her here alone with him. Mo Han rubbed her neck, which made Wen Qian feel a little itchy. There are more and more people in Bencheng, and it's really annoying to deal with them every day. If I get bullied one day, I'll go find you and take me in. Okay? Mo Han asked softly, and Wen Qian was stunned after hearing it. Who can bully you? The key is the second half of the sentence. Baby? The sudden change of his address changed the atmosphere in the room again. Mo Han turned his head to look at Wen Qian's profile, and his breath sprayed on Wen Qian's ear. Not answering. Does it mean you don't agree? Wen Qian gritted her teeth and turned her head to look at him. There was only a few centimeters between them. Mo Han heard her say in anger. Mo Han, you're so annoying. The content of her words was very fierce, but the tone sounded very soft to Mo Han. She raised their hands and asked, Have you been so clingy before? Mo Han was quiet for a moment and answered, No. We were very busy before, and we didn't dare to let others know when we were secretly together. Every time we met, we were in my office. People who didn't know thought I was causing trouble for you again. So, I regretted very much. He looked directly into Wen Qian's eyes and said, If I had known that I would be separated from you for so many years, I would have seized every opportunity to cling to you and never let you leave. Wen Qian's heart sank as he spoke, and then rose again with his next move. Mo Han kissed her silently. And unlike the two kisses just now, he kissed her a little fiercely. Desire, restlessness, and even a little anger were quietly vented in this kiss by Emohan. Wenqian seemed to feel his anger, but she couldn't figure out why. And the current situation also made it impossible for her to think too much. He held her with one hand and pinched her waist with the other. Their breasts intertwined. Their lips and teeth were attached. Wenqian couldn't help but make a little sound from the kiss. And then she forgot to breathe again out of fear. Emohan's breathing was a little heavy. He looked up at Wenqian, who immediately put her head on his shoulder and refused to make eye contact with him. He smiled silently and said, "This time, you can't say you were not my girlfriend again. Right? Shut up." Emohan smiled and touched her head, as if he was touching a cat with its fur standing up. Wenqian calmed down for a while, and felt that this was not a solution. So she told him, "It's not that I don't acknowledge you. I just don't know how to get along with you. I am not used to being so intimate in front of outsiders. Neither of us has the hobby of being intimate in front of outsiders. So don't be nervous. I won't force you to do anything. But, if you don't acknowledge me, I will feel a little uneasy. After all, there is no name or status. And if I want to hold hands in the future, when Rang may say that I am a hooligan. I didn't dare to fight back when he hit me. It was very miserable. My brother is not such an unreasonable person. Your brother is not a human being most of the time. He just pretends to be a decent person in front of you. You don't know. He is very fierce when he scolds me." Emohan secretly exposed when Rang's true face and took the opportunity to complain. Wenqian looked up and suddenly thought of someone. "By the way, didn't you say before that he has a girlfriend? Where is she?" "At the main control desk. We have to leave a reliable person there. And she is it. But she is impatient. Maybe she will come here next year." Wenqian's eyes lit up, as if she was looking forward to meeting that person. Emohan kissed her forehead. "When Rang asks about our relationship again in the future, don't deny it. Okay? If I don't agree, will you never let me go?" "Yes. If you don't agree, I won't let you leave today." Emohan did not hide his purpose. He snorted and laughed, and said, "It was okay before. You didn't know. I pretended to lie to you. And I lied to myself, and it was over. But some things can't be undone once they are opened. So you must give me this status." Chapter 279. Find out about Wenqian. If Emohan and Wenqian were to return to their previous relationship, he would never be able to do it. Wenqian also realized this, and said after thinking for a moment, "Okay. I promise you." Emohan expected the answer, but he was still happy. Wenqian reached out and pushed Emohan away. He kissed her so hard that she was a little short of breath. "Go change into the thermostatic suit, and we'll go find my brother." Wenqian deliberately sent him away. Emohan saw it, and got up and left as she wanted. When he walked to the door, he glanced at the people in the room, and saw Wenqian fanning herself frantically with her hands. Emohan smiled, pretending that he saw nothing, and went to the bedroom to change into the clothes she gave him. In fact, he has his own set, but he certainly won't tell it. Otherwise, how can he make his girlfriend feel distressed? While Emohan was coaxing and deceiving Wenqian to be his girlfriend, Mermaid just walked back to her residence at the second base. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately regained her freedom. After she came to her senses, she immediately wanted to find Emohan again. But as long as she walked out of the room, she would return the same way. After trying several times, Mermaid got angry. Outside the room, the bodyguards listened to the sound of things being thrown inside, looked at each other, not knowing what happened, and did not dare to ask. No one can control this young lady when she gets angry. If she goes in now, she will only be beaten. "Ah!" Mermaid screamed in anger. She didn't expect Emohan to dare to do this to her. What's wrong with being her boyfriend? Is he mentally ill? Can't he tell the difference? Mermaid vented for a while, then sat on the bed and panted. The infrastructure of the second base has not been fully completed, and she lives in one of the few dormitories with complete facilities. Many people live in tents outside. The temperature has dropped in the past few days, and the house is also cold, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Mermaid grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around herself. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't swallow this breath. She called the bodyguard outside the house in and ordered, "Go and check the identity and background of the woman who came to see Emohan today. Go now." The bodyguards were confused because she had just gone there to find Emohan and didn't allow anyone to follow. So they didn't know what happened. But no one raised the question because it was obviously easier to ask others than to ask this young lady. They nodded immediately and went out to do their business. Seeing them leave, Merongya picked up the phone and called her father, who was far away in Beijing. She came alone this time because she was too bored at home. So when she heard that there was an opportunity to come to Bincheng, she thought of it as a trip to relax and help her father investigate the situation here to see if it was worth developing here. Unexpectedly, she met Imohan. As soon as the call was connected, Merongya asked in a crying voice, "Dad, when will you come to Bincheng?" The man heard that her tone was wrong and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "I was bullied." Her words made the other party hesitate, because under normal circumstances, she was the only one who bullied others. When Merongya saw that her father didn't say anything, she said again, "I like someone, but he doesn't like me and bullies me. Can you come to Bincheng to support me?" Merongya then smiled and said, "Oh, there are still people who don't like my daughter. Who is it? Why are you so ungrateful?" "That Imohan. The one you mentioned before." "Dad, I like him. I want to be with him." Imohan. Merongya frowned slightly when he heard the name. He hadn't seen this person so far, but he had heard a lot of information about him from other people. If it was him, then this matter would be a little difficult to handle. "Xiaoya, you are now on someone else's territory. You should be more sensible. Understand?" "I'm sensible enough. Dad, please come quickly. Let's build our own base. I don't want to live in this broken house. The accommodation here is really too bad. The house is not even as big as my bathroom. I really can't get used to it. Also, the temperature has dropped here. There is not even an air conditioner here. I can't sleep at night because of the cold. Dad, please come and save your poor daughter." "Okay." Merongya was aggrieved and acted like a spoiled child. And sure enough, Merongya softened his heart when he heard this. Merongya sighed. "Okay, I know. I'll make some preparations here and go there next week." "Great. I'll wait for you then." Merongya hung up the phone happily, and after throwing the phone aside, the smile on her face disappeared again. Climbing onto the bed, she waited for the bodyguard to come back with information. Although the bodyguards had passes within the base, they could not go anywhere unimpeded. They could not get close to Imohan, so they could only ask other people. When they arrived at the first base, they looked at the unfamiliar faces coming and going, looked at each other in silence, and sighed at the same time. It's so hard to serve the young lady. They searched for a long time and finally saw two familiar faces, so they hurried over to stop them. It was Lin Yin and Ji Fan. They were on break today and were about to go to the cafeteria for dinner. After being stopped, Lin Yin said unhappily, "What do you want to do?" He knew them. The bodyguards around the troublemaking young lady. "Brother, can you talk to me for a minute?" The three bodyguards dragged him and Ji Fan to the corner of the wall, saying with a flattering smile on their faces, "I want to ask you something." After saying that, they took out a pack of cigarettes from their pockets and handed them over. Lin Yin and Ji Fan looked at the cigarettes and didn't take them, but sneered. The news that Merongya was chasing their boss was a hot topic, and they all knew it, so they subconsciously thought that they were here to inquire about Imohan's news. Unexpectedly, they heard them say, "Did you see Chief Imo today? Do you know who the woman who came to see him is?" The two were slightly stunned and exchanged glances. They really haven't seen Imohan today, but the only woman who can come to the base to find him should be Qianshen. Right? Why are they asking this? The two looked at the bodyguards warily, and the other party felt their attitude change and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. We don't mean anything else. We are just a little curious about her." Heh. Lin Yin pulled the corner of his mouth with a fake smile. "There are many people who are curious about her. You are quite brave." The bodyguard took the initiative to light a cigarette for Lin Yin, and Lin Yin took it this time, leaning against the wall to smoke, and took the pack of cigarettes in his hand and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to know?" "Bodyguard, who is she? You all seem to know her. Is she also from this base?" "First, we need to find out the background of that woman, although we know that she is definitely not as powerful as the Murong family. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If the other party has strength in Bincheng, it will not be easy to deal with." Lin Yin smiled and said, "Okay. If you are so curious, then I will reveal some information about her to you." Chapter 280. When Qian secretly gave them a special treat. After Lin Yin finished speaking, Ji Fan frowned, wondering what he was up to. He kicked Lin Yin and silently reminded him with his eyes, "Do you want to die?" Lin Yin gave him a soothing look. "I know my limits." Lin Yin put the cigarette in his pocket and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, you are asking about my goddess. Her information is actually public and everyone knows it." Bodyguard. Know everything? Then why do we have to exchange cigarettes? Do you know how precious a pack of cigarettes is now? How can you have the nerve to take a whole pack? Beautiful. Interesting. And awesome. Lin Yin uttered 3 adjectives under the gaze of the 3 people. He nodded, and then pulled Ji Fan to leave. Wait a minute. The bodyguard quickly stopped him. That's it? That's all? Lin Yin was unhappy. Why? Isn't that enough? These are 3 pieces of information, and each one fits the character's characteristics. Bodyguard. Fuck. Lin Yin was impatient. Get out of the way. Don't delay my meal. He pushed the 3 people aside and walked away swaggeringly. Ji Fan followed him and was too embarrassed to look back at the 3 people. After they walked away, he couldn't help but complain. Aren't you kidding me? How did you kid them? Can you tell me what I said was wrong? 3 useful information in exchange for a pack of cigarettes from them. They are taking advantage. Right? Lin Yin was so confident and self-righteous. Like a bandit. Which made Ji Fan think that his behavior was a bit like someone else. He said faintly, "Why are you like Qinshin? Full of banditry. Learn from whoever you are learning from." I'll take it as a compliment. Lin Yin turned his head to look at the dormitories, not knowing where Wenqian was now. Lin Yin, let's go. Let's go play with Qinshin after dinner. It's rare to have time today. Ji Fan, Qinshin must have something to do when he came to see Chief Mo. How could he have time to play with you? Lin Yin, if you want to say that, it's right. Kissing, hugging, lifting up, etc. He really couldn't get in. Lin Yin sighed and walked towards the cafeteria a little dejected. But as he walked, he saw 2 familiar figures in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, then ran over quickly. Boss! Qinshin. What a coincidence! Wenqian turned around and looked at them when he heard the voice, and smiled. Hey, what a coincidence. Are you taking a break today too? Yeah, taking a break. They both nodded in response. Wenqian, then I'll go play with you later? By the way, I got you some medicine. Remember to get it from Mo Han later. Medicine? Lin Yin was a little confused. What medicine? Crystal core potion. Wenqian lowered her voice and said to him like a thief, last time, those 20-odd people all had a share. We ate it secretly and didn't let others know. Wenqian was secretly cooking for them. Lin Yin scratched his head and looked at Mo Han. But he didn't see him trying to stop him. But if he just took it, he would feel embarrassed. Lin Yin, isn't this bad? What's wrong with it? Wenqian thought it was normal. You are my base. So some things don't have to follow the rules here. Besides, we are following the plan of first being strong and then being strong. If you become stronger, it will be more convenient for you to take others out to kill zombies and get crystal cores. When there are more crystal cores, they will be able to get more medicine. Wenqian doesn't have so much property to share with everyone here. She only gives it to those she wants to give it to. Lin Yin looked at Mo Han again. If the boss didn't say anything, they would definitely not dare to take it. Mo Han saw that he kept stealing glances at him, and said in a calm voice, take it if it's given to you. Don't say anything. Thank you. Qinshin. Don't worry. Boss. We brothers know what's going on. They are people who want to do great things quietly. They will never go out to show off their wealth and make Qinshin hate them. If people knew that Wenqian had the ability to make crystal core potions, more people would come to her. Lin Yin thought of the bodyguards just now and told them that they came to him to inquire about Wenqian's news. After Mo Han heard this, his eyes turned cold instantly. Lin Yin and Ji Fan both felt that he was unhappy and dared not say a word. Wenqian smiled and said, it's only a matter of time. I knew when I met the young lady just now that she would definitely not let me go. But what did you say? Lin Yin, I said you are beautiful, interesting and powerful. Hee hee. You even changed a pack of cigarettes. He took out the cigarettes and showed them to Wenqian, who raised his eyebrows. These are 3 messages. Remember to change 3 packs next time. Ji Fan. This is too cruel. No wonder Lin Yin was so calm just now. It turned out that he was guided by a master. Wenqian, are you going to eat? Then go first. We will go to the laboratory to find my brother. After she finished speaking, she looked at Emohan and asked, have you eaten? Emohan shook his head. Wenqian, then we'll go to the cafeteria later. Lin Yin, okay. See you in the cafeteria later. After that, he dragged Ji-fan away. Ji-fan originally wanted to go to the laboratory with him to find Wenrang. He hadn't seen his senior for a long time, and had a few technical questions to ask Wenrang. Lin Yin, run. Don't be a light bulb. Ji-fan, what light bulb? Lin Yin, children should not ask about adult matters. As the two walked away, Wenqian nudged Emohan with his elbow. Don't be unhappy. Emohan, I will take care of Murongya's matter. How? You should have said everything. Good or bad. Right? Refusal is useless. Can you really beat her up? Wenqian is open-minded. If she wants to find out, let her find out. If she wants to stay in Binsheng in the future, she will run into her sooner or later. Besides, I'm not afraid of her. Wenqian didn't believe that Murongya could find out anything useful. Those who knew her strength were tight-lipped. And there were even fewer people who knew the location of her base. As for those who don't understand her, like Fu Sheng and his gang, Wenqian doesn't care what they say. Emohan's expression softened. Wenqian didn't say anything, but he knew she was coaxing him. The two came to the laboratory, and Wenrang had become very familiar with several old professors. One of them was the one they rescued from abroad before. Wenqian also handed the remaining crystal cores to them. Everyone chatted while waiting. After the end, several professors took the initiative to ask to go to the cafeteria with them for dinner. Wenqian didn't dare to refuse, and quietly followed the others. Her rare docile appearance made Emohan, and Wenrang unable to help but look at her a few more times. Wenqian hadn't been to their cafeteria for a while, and she was really not interested in their food. As soon as Emohan and several professors appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the crowd in the cafeteria. Naturally, they also saw Wenqian beside them. The person in charge of serving food in the cafeteria was still Wenqian's former neighbor. Seeing her, he wanted to say hello but didn't dare to. So he kept peeking at her. Lin Yin and others were sitting at a nearby table. Seeing them, they didn't dare to come forward to join in the fun, and watched silently from the side. Wenqian brought the food, and after she sat down, Emohan sat next to her very naturally. Chapter 281 Combat power increased by 2,500%. This was actually nothing. It was normal for many people to sit together casually. However, when Emohan naturally helped Wenqian to pick up the food she didn't like, it was not normal. Even Wenqian herself was a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect that he knew her preferences well. Wenqian was indeed not picky about food. She could even drink a few sips of bean juice. But there was one thing she really couldn't eat. That was ginger. When the professor sitting across the table saw the scene, they couldn't help but be stunned when they took the chopsticks. When Rang turned his head to look at the two people, Wenqian stepped hard on Emohan under the table. Emohan was not affected at all. After doing what he wanted to do, he slowly said to Wenqian, "Eat it. I'll eat your head." Several professors exchanged glances and looked at the two people with a kind smile on their faces. Finally, the professor named Yuan Chen, who was rescued from abroad by Wenqian and his friends, spoke first. "Does Wenqian have a boyfriend?" He was quite good at eating melons. Wenqian looked at Yuan Chen expressionlessly, and everyone else at the table was looking at her, waiting for her answer, especially Emohan, who put one hand on his forehead and tilted his head to look at her. "I want to know too. Do you have a boyfriend? This guy really deserves a beating." Wenqian gritted her teeth. She had never noticed that Emohan had such a rude side before. Other tables were talking and laughing. Only her table was silent. It seemed that as long as she didn't answer, they would not eat. Wenqian lowered her eyes and answered in defeat. "I have a boyfriend." Emohan smiled softly, very satisfied with this answer. Yuan Chen and several old professors also smiled. Without her saying anything, they automatically gave her boyfriend a name, Emohan, because apart from him, there seemed to be no one else. When Wenqian came to the base before, several old professors found that she and Emohan had a good relationship. This was quite unusual, because Emohan rarely got close to others, except for leading the team. He was alone in the base. Even eating is done directly in the office, not in the cafeteria to eat with everyone. Every day, he goes to the office or the dormitory. Occasionally, he goes to the second base, and immediately goes into the office after finishing his work. So, when he appeared with Wenqian before, took Wenqian to visit the base, ate in the cafeteria, and went to the laboratory to meet several professors. They felt something was wrong. Others may not dare to think about this, but these professors dare to. They are all experienced people with grandchildren, and they can see it clearly. They had also privately asked Emohan what his relationship with Wenqian was. Emohan replied at the time, "We are still friends for now." For now. Now it seems that the answer can be invalidated. Yuanqin is different from the old professors. He had never met Emohan and Wenqian before. He only met them after they rescued him abroad. These two can be said to be his saviors, and Yuanqin has always been grateful to them. But Yuanqin has a problem. He has been like this since he was a child. He likes to observe everything around him, whether it is people, animals or plants. So on the flight back from abroad, in just over 10 hours, he discovered that Emohan treated Wenqian differently from others, let alone other things. The way he looked at her was different. There were also subtle changes in the tone and expression of his speech among the people at the table. Only when Rang disagreed with this answer, because more than half an hour ago, his sister didn't say that. When Rang sighed, shook his head helplessly, and buried his head in his food, the professors were still chatting and laughing, saying that it was good to be young. They spoke in low voices, and other tables were also talking, so no outsiders could hear them. The meal was finished in a harmonious atmosphere. Wenqian and the other two sent the professors back to the laboratory, and everyone talked about the recent changes of the zombies and the subsequent crystal core processing issues. Wenqian had already explained to them and promised that she would handle all the crystal cores here in the future. But this matter could not be known to outsiders, and they still had to declare to the outside world that they had developed a 100% harmless crystal core agent processing solution. No one had any objection to this. Wenqian was willing to help, which was a great thing. They would naturally cooperate with all her suggestions. After leaving the laboratory, when Rang was caught by Ji Fan, who was squatting at the door, he was annoyed by several technical problems. It was rare for him to see the great senior today. He didn't care whether he was on vacation or not, and directly dragged him away for help. When Rang directly blamed Mohan for working for nothing, because this was his base, Ji Fan went to work, and Lin Yan shamelessly went back to the dormitory with Wenqian and Emohan. This was the first time that Lin Yan entered Emohan's dormitory. He had been here before, but he was always outside the door. At most, he would stand at the door and look inside. But he had never gone so deep. Taking him upstairs to the study, Lin Yan saw so many medicines on the table, and his eyes were wide open. Wenqian found his box and handed it to him. "It's up to you to decide whether to take it all at once or separately." "Take it all at once." Lin Yan didn't hesitate at all. "If this good thing is lost later, I won't be able to cry." "Wenqian, but if you use so many medicines at once, your body may not be able to adapt to them." "Well, I'm thick-skinned and it's okay. I can bear it." Over the years, he has suffered all kinds of injuries. So why would he care about this little drug reaction? Seeing that he was determined, Wenqian brought him some water. Wenqian divided the thousands of medicines into 47 portions. She brought 20 people that day, and Lin Yan's 27 new combatants, who joined the system, were all included. On average, each person can get 32 level 5 medicines, 13 level 4 medicines, 40 level 3 medicines, and 105 level 2 medicines. Level 5 medicine can increase the strength of one's own supernatural power by 3%, level 4 by 5%, level 3 by 10%, and level 2 by 20%. So after taking these medicines, it is conservatively estimated that Lin Yan's combat power can be immediately increased by more than 2,500%. Lin Yan took the medicine like eating, and Wenqian and Emohan stared at him quietly beside him. The effect of this medicine took effect immediately. When Lin Yan took the first handful of medicine, he could already feel some changes in his body. When he finished taking all the medicines, his face was red and purple, and he felt that his blood vessels were about to burst. "Are you okay?" Wenqian couldn't help but whisper to the warrior. It was the first time she saw someone take so many pills at once, and she had never dared to try it before. "No, burp." "Nothing." Lin Yan burped. "Just a little dizzy." Lin Yan turned his head to look at the sofa bed and asked Emohan, "Boss, can I sit for a while?" "Emohan, sit." After getting permission, Lin Yin immediately moved over. Then he fell down and was motionless. Wen Qian. Sure enough. Taking medicine has risks. And you need to be cautious when taking it. Chapter 282. Fu Sheng came to apologize. Wen Qian walked over and squatted. Stretched out her hand to feel Lin Yan's breath. And breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought he had eaten him to death. Mo Han smiled and pulled him up. It's not that easy to die. Let him fall asleep first. We go downstairs. The two came to the living room. Wen Qian looked at the sky outside, which had become gloomy at some point, and suddenly felt like it was going to snow. I saw that you didn't eat much just now. Didn't you have an appetite? Mo Han walked behind her and asked. The food in your cafeteria is hard to stomach. Right? Wen Qian did not hide her dislike. But today I came here purely because I'm not hungry, and I've eaten at home. Wen Qian turned to look at him. A little suspicious. Won't you get tired of eating these things every day? She said this a little too much. And Wen Qian knew it herself. In this situation, it's good to have something to eat. How can there be so many choices? How many people outside can't even see rice? The food in Bincheng base is really good. And let's not talk about others. Just talk about Wen Qian herself. She has choices in this life. And when she didn't have choices in the last life, she chewed the bark, and it was delicious. I don't have any requirements for eating. Eating is just a basic condition for maintaining the functioning of various functions of the body. It's okay as long as I can eat enough. Wen Qian. Then you are really not picky. Mo Han didn't know what he thought of. And the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Wen Qian saw it and asked with concern, What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at someone who was a greedy cat a long time ago. Hiding in my office and eating all kinds of food. And then blaming me for causing trouble for her. Wen Qian's eyes shifted. And she didn't want to admit that the person was herself. But Mo Han didn't give her the chance. And said, You treat my office as your warehouse. Captain Qian. Who taught you to do this? Don't bring up the past. I don't remember. It's useless to ask me. I don't admit it. Wen Qian broke the jar and said. Besides, if you don't want to, you can throw it away even if I put it with you. Speaking of which, Chief Mo, you really caused me a lot of trouble in the past. Didn't you? Wen Qian still remembered the dream that made her unhappy. She was good at digging up old things. Didn't you say that you wouldn't choose Wen Qian? Why did you end up with me? Mo Han stiffened slightly when he heard her words. You remembered? I'm sorry, but I haven't. I just remembered some things that don't seem to be of much use. But they still affect my mood. Mo Han looked at her intently. People will say a lot of words in their lives. And they are often repeated. It is impossible to remember every word clearly. The reason why Mo Han was so impressed by this sentence was that he had only said it once. And he paid a price for it. He looked at Wen Qian quietly for a moment. And then answered her question. Maybe when I said that sentence, I had already chosen you. In his opinion, everyone at the control console was no different to him. But Wen Qian was an exception. When you feel that someone is special, things are actually going in the wrong direction. He still remembers the cause and effect of his saying that. Wen Qian was indeed punished a bit severely that time. She wrote a self-criticism of several thousand words. For a long time afterwards, it was posted on the public notice board and watched by passers-by. When several old men asked him what kind of person he wanted to marry, his heart beat a little faster. He didn't notice this question. Even if he noticed it, he probably couldn't figure out why. But at that moment, the first thing that flashed through his mind was Wen Qian's eyebrows. Even though she was standing in front of him, Mo Han was very good at disguising his emotions. So no one noticed that he was wrong. And they just thought that his silence was a sign of thinking. He was indeed thinking. He was thinking that if Wen Qian was a work partner, the mission would be smooth and pleasant. He had been to several worlds with her before. And the completion time was shorter and shorter each time. And the records were all broken by refreshing with her. But if such a person were to live together, then it would be a disaster. Mo Han thought of the various gadgets she had smuggled back from various parallel worlds, which scared the immigration inspection staff again and again. The most outrageous time was when she packed 2 boxes of handmade soft candies in the shape of various weapons, such as pistols and grenades, all in 1-to-1 size. Then when she went through security check, the checker's face turned green with fear, thinking that she was mentally polluted and crazy. That time she was put in solitary confinement for 3 days. And he finally got her out. He told the higher-ups that there was a task that she had to carry out, and no one else could complete it. The old men were angry, but they still agreed, and ordered that her luggage should be checked carefully in the future, and no small pocket should be missed. When Qian was so angry that she didn't even look at Imohan. She didn't think that he was helping her by saving her, but just punishing her in a different way. After all, she was the only one who could complete the mission in that world. It was a world full of ghosts and monsters, and she was the only one who was not afraid of those things. Imohan thought of many memories from the past in an instant, and when he looked at the person in front of him, his emotions surged. When Qian didn't know what he was thinking, but she felt that the man's eyes looking at her suddenly became very hot. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Yan's voice came from upstairs. When Imohan sighed helplessly, when Qian couldn't help but turn his head and laugh. Imohan gently poked her eyebrows with his fingers, turned around and looked at Lin Yan, who was staggering down the stairs. Boss. God, Qian. Am I asleep? Lin Yan felt like he was drunk now, and he was floating when he walked. Imohan, well, go upstairs and sleep for a while. No. No. Lin Yan quickly refused. I'll go back to my own dormitory to sleep. I won't disturb you here. He walked towards the door as he spoke, but his body was not strong enough. He fell to the ground after 2 steps. He fell to the ground with his face, and fell asleep again. When Qian saw Imohan's jawline tighten for a moment, as if he was gritting his teeth, Imohan let him sleep on the ground. This weak and ignorant thing. Why can't he just lie down upstairs? Why did he have to come down here? Such a big base. Hundreds of thousands of people. Not a single one is reliable. When Qian was still laughing, she liked to see some small expressions that Imohan showed inadvertently. She felt it was very interesting. At the critical moment, it was not only Lin Yan who was ignorant, but also Imohan's phone call. The phone rang, and he heard Yixinghua's voice after he picked it up. Fu Sheng is here. Yixinghua frowned and said, he is now at the gate of the base, saying that he came to apologize. Imohan's eyes sank slightly, and he spoke in a cold voice. Let him wait. Just say that there is a situation in the base now, and I will pick him up in person after it is resolved. Yixinghua, I understand. Chapter 283. Show Fu Sheng his power. Imohan hung up the phone, looked at Wen Qian and said, Fu Sheng is here. Wen Qian raised her eyebrows. It's not a good thing for a weasel to pay New Year's greetings to a chicken. This is Fu Sheng's first time to Bincheng base. It seems that he has failed to meet Imohan several times recently, which makes him a little anxious. In addition, these people from other cities who came to Bincheng are now with Imohan. If he wants to see them, he can only go through Imohan. There is no other way for the time being. But you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Isn't Fu Sheng's intention a bit too obvious? When Qian sneered and asked, when do you plan to meet him? In an hour. Let him wait. Outside the base, Yixinghua brought Imohan's words. There is something wrong in the base now, and it is not convenient for outsiders to enter. If Mr. Fu has time, please wait here. The people around Fu Sheng were angry when they heard this. What can't let people go in and wait? It's just a wall and a door. What's the difference between inside and outside? It's so dangerous outside. If they are attacked by zombies, who will be responsible? Imohan is deliberately embarrassing them. Right? Fu Sheng saw his men were about to speak, and immediately winked at them. Fu Sheng, okay. Since Chief Mo is busy, we'll wait here. He smiled and closed the car window. Yixinghua looked at the convoy in front of the door. Fu Sheng brought a total of 10 cars this time. Although they were all small cars, each with only 5 people, there were 50 people in total. What on earth was he doing here? Yixinghua frowned and stood guard at the door to prevent any accidents. In Imohan's dormitory, he and Wen Qian sat on the sofa in the living room on the first floor and talked about Fu Sheng for a while. Lin Yan lay on the ground in front of them and slept for more than 10 minutes. When he woke up again, he looked much better than before. He sat up slowly, looked at the 2 people on the sofa and asked, did I faint again? Wen Qian smiled but didn't say anything, and Imohan didn't bother to answer. Lin Yan got up embarrassedly and said, I seem to be fine. I'll go back first. Don't worry. Wen Qian said to keep him. Fu Sheng is here. Come with me to watch the fun later. He came to our base? He's so brave. Lin Yan was furious when Fu Sheng was mentioned. How can this guy be so shameless? How dare he come here? Wen Qian, What is he embarrassed about? It's safest to come at this time. Lin Yan was a little confused. Well, I don't quite understand what you mean. Wenqian, Bincheng base now gathers people from several major bases in other cities. So no matter what grievances you have with Fu Sheng, you can't cause trouble for him when he takes the initiative to come to you to show his goodwill. Otherwise, what would outsiders think if they saw it? Do you think that Commander Mo is killing a chicken to scare the monkeys? To show them? Or do you think that you killed the person who took the initiative to show goodwill? And that he is not a partner at all, but a very dangerous enemy. And the first one to be dealt with by the team in the future will be you? Fu Sheng dared to come because he saw these things clearly. And it was a surprise attack without any warning. Otherwise it would be easy to be ambushed halfway. After hearing Wenqian's words, Lin Yan's face seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. What should we do? Just let him come here to show off? How is that possible? Hasn't your superior already left him out? Mr. Fu is now rich. If he doesn't leave something behind after coming here today, he can't leave. Wenqian took out the poker cards. It's still early. Let's play landlord for a while. The news that Fu Sheng came to Bincheng base was soon known to people in other bases. Even Merongya, who was forced to stay in the room, knew about it. Mr. Fu has been waiting outside the gate for almost an hour. I don't know what Chief Mo is busy with. Why don't we go meet him? Merongya was playing games. When she heard this, she looked up at the brainless bodyguard and remembered his appearance. Is your head a decoration? Although Fu Sheng called my father several times before and clearly expressed his intention to cooperate with us. But don't forget where we are now. The owner of the base didn't move. What are we going to do? If you don't know, you might think we are in a hurry to bypass Mo Han and hook up with a guy named Fu. Have you seen people from other bases go to see him? If you say such stupid things again, get out of here. Damn. I'm so annoyed. The bodyguards were scolded so much that they dared not say a word. Merongya played a few levels of the game and then began to touch up her makeup. Fu Sheng knew she was here, so he would definitely ask to see her. She drove all the bodyguards out, picked out some clothes to change into, and waited for Mo Han to send someone to find her. Outside the base, Fu Sheng sat in the car, and his patience wore away bit by bit. He guessed that Mo Han was trying to intimidate him, but he didn't expect that Mo Han would dare to make him wait for an hour and a half. You ungrateful thing. You'll have to pay in the future. Fu Sheng sighed heavily, wanting to vent his anger. Mo Han and Lin Yan accompanied Wenqian to play cards. He actually noticed the time, but he didn't remind Wenqian because she was having fun. When Wenqian came to her senses, it was already this time. Wenqian put away the cards and threw them to Lin Yan. Keep them and play next time. Lin Yan stuffed the cards into his pocket, and then followed the two out like a follower to meet Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng's men were furious now. No one had ever dared to make them wait so long. So when Mo Han showed up, someone immediately said in a sarcastic tone, Chief Mo is really arrogant. He waited for you for almost 2 hours before showing up. Lin Yan sneered and hit back. Where is this dog barking? You? With just a few words, the smell of gunpowder in the air became stronger. Fu Sheng opened the car door and got out. When he saw Wenqian next to Mo Han, he was a little surprised. Why is she here? Fu Sheng originally thought that Mo Han made him wait so long just to embarrass him. But Wenqian's appearance gave him other ideas. Could it be that Mo Han was really dealing with something? She knew would definitely be unhappy if the mistress he kept outside came here? Fu Sheng staged a big drama in his mind. Walked up to Mo Han and smiled. Chief Mo. Long time no see. I know you are busy, but I didn't expect you to be so busy. It's good to know that I am busy. Mo Han glanced at the people he brought. What does Mr. Fu want to do with so many people? These people are only responsible for protecting my safety. Chief Mo also knows that zombies are not easy to deal with now. And it is not easy to go out. I called Chief Mo several times before, but failed to successfully invite you to my place. I had no choice but to come to your door myself. Fu Sheng looked at Wenqian. Miss Wen, I didn't expect to see you here. What? Xin Yu is not at the base today? Chapter 284. Did Wenqian recover her memory? Fu Sheng reminded Wenqian of her identity as a mistress. Wenqian was not annoyed and replied, Xin Yu is here. If President Fu wants to see her, I will help find her later. It's a rare trip, and I will definitely not let you down. Wenqian's face showed no trace of fear, which made Fu Sheng frown slightly. What's going on? Has Xinyu accepted the relationship between Imohan and Wenqian? Is she so reasonable? Fu Sheng was full of doubts. He had already preconceived that Imohan and Xinyu were a serious couple, and regarded Wenqian as Imohan's mistress, who was kept outside and could not be seen in public. As a result, now, he was a little confused by them. Imohan and Wenqian guessed what he was thinking, but did not expose it. Imohan, go in and tell them that the car cannot be driven in. So just park it here. Fu Sheng's people dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything, thinking that the next time Imohan went to their base, he would definitely make him look good. The people sitting in the driver's seat got out of the car one after another. Wenqian glanced at them, her eyes flickering slightly, because she saw two familiar people. One was Xia Ran, and the other was Cui Yin. Let's not talk about Xia Ran. Wenqian already knew that she had returned to China and went to Fu Sheng's place. And Cui Yin. Wenqian had sent this man to the gate of the West City base. But what surprised her was that it had only been a short time, and he actually had the ability to crawl to Fu Sheng's side? TSK. He is indeed a man who makes a living by lying. Amazing. When Wenqian rescued Cui Yin, she wore a mask and goggles, and she was wearing a yellow outfit, which was quite conspicuous. So Cui Yin had never seen her face, and now there was no reason for him to recognize her. She comforted herself and went to see Xia Ran. Xia Ran walked straight to Fu Sheng, and frowned when she saw that Wenqian was still alive, because Fu Sheng and others were there. Xia Ran did not say hello to Imohan. The group was taken into the base and looked around. They were all here for the first time, and after looking for a while, they all showed disdain on their faces. Indeed, compared with the facilities in the West City base, this place is far inferior. Fu Sheng's base is for his own enjoyment, while the Binsheng base is only for saving more people. Imohan took the people to the conference room. Fu Sheng only took 2 people in, and the rest stayed outside the room waiting. Lin Yan secretly took the intercom to notify the brothers who were resting today. 10 minutes later, everyone ran over and stared at Fu Sheng's people. Fu Sheng entered the room and sat down, looking at Imohan with a smile. Is Commander Imo still angry with me because of some misunderstandings that happened some time ago? Imohan asked coldly. Which misunderstanding do you mean? Sending 100 people to hunt down members of my base? Or trying to snatch the crystal core when members of my base are out killing zombies? Or looking for Wenqian all over the city? Fu Sheng thought Imohan didn't know that he was looking for Wenqian, and Wenqian also thought he didn't know, but he just didn't say it. Imohan, explain one by one. I want to hear your answer. Fu Sheng's smile froze for a moment, and he cursed Imohan in his heart as a bastard. It seems that Commander Imo is still angry. Fu Sheng maintained a smile and said, It's all a misunderstanding. Commander Imo and I are friends. How could he send people to hunt down your people? Besides, didn't you kill all those 100 people? Your people are still fine. So let it go. What do you think? Commander Imo? Imohan didn't want to think about it. He looked at Fu Sheng in silence. Seeing this, Fu Sheng said again, As for the matter of robbing your crystal core, that's even more nonsense. To be honest, the direction of our base's recent research and development is no longer on crystal cores, but on orcs. We are no longer on the same track. When he talked about this, his tone was a little proud, as if he was the only one who mastered this technology. Wenqian glanced at Xia Ran, wondering how she fooled this old man, and it was quite successful. After Fu Sheng finished speaking, he looked at Wenqian again. I admit that I sent someone to find Wenqian, but I just want to meet you through her. After all, the relationship between you two. Fu Sheng smiled ambiguously. By the way, where is Xinyu? Call her over. I will apologize to her in person. And the eldest young master of the Mu family. I have to apologize to him too. I really scared them last time. He said so, but in his heart, he wanted to see some fun. Imohan, who else does Mr. Fu want to see? Tell me. Fu Sheng, I have had business cooperation with the Murong family before. I heard that Miss Murong is now in your base. Imohan, besides her? What other news have you heard? Fu Sheng poked his cheek with his tongue. Imohan was really angry today, and he contradicted him with every word, not giving him any face. Fu Sheng's eyes sank slightly, and he looked at Imohan. Suddenly, Xia Ran, who was sitting next to him, spoke. Sir, we are here to discuss cooperation with you. Xia Ran stated her purpose. I have some technology that can quickly eliminate zombies. You should be interested. She was referring to the orcs. Wenqian couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking, you are shameless. Is that your technology? Did you pay my brother? Emohan looked at Xia Ran. Since it is cooperation, there are conditions. Tell me what you want. Technology exchange. We provide the orc technology, and you provide the crystal core research and development technology. Emohan smiled. Didn't you say that we are not on the same track and won't have the idea of the crystal core? It turns out that you are still thinking about it. Fu Sheng was a little embarrassed. Fu Sheng, if Chief Mo doesn't want to cooperate, why don't you call people from other bases and listen to their opinions? After all, there will be more than one official base in Binsheng in the future. Right? The old fox couldn't help but lose his temper. Wenqian looked at Fu Sheng's sour face and asked him, then how can Mr. Fu be sure that we don't have the technology of the half-orcs? Fu Sheng was stunned for a moment, looked at her in confusion, and then looked at Xia Ran. Xia Ran, Wenqian. Long time no see. Not long. Haven't we met before abroad? I thought you wanted to pretend that you didn't know me. Little Xia Ran. Xia Ran. Xia Ran's pupils shrank. She hadn't heard anyone call her like that for a long time. Did Wenqian recover her memory? Wenqian's mood was also complicated. Who could stand being bitten back by the person she had brought up? The two looked at each other. Xia Ran's body was obviously a little tense, as if he was nervous. And Wenqian, as always, was relaxed, just about to grab a handful of melon seeds and crack them. Wenqian saw Xia Ran's reaction and found it boring. Xia Ran quickly came to his senses and replied with a gloomy look. I'm not pretending not to know you. I'm just not familiar with you. What a strange person. Wenqian smiled and nodded, and said nothing else. Emohan continued, just like before. I still refuse to cooperate with Mr. Fu this time. Chapter 285. You are Wenqian? Orcs, to put it bluntly, are people who are genetically modified, which is no different from human experiments. Emohan knew that the program Xia Ran provided to Fu Sheng was the one written by Wen Rang. But originally, it was used on intelligent robots. At the beginning, someone at the main control desk suggested using real people, because no matter what, there is still a difference between humans and machines. If real people are used, changes in the human body can be better observed, which will facilitate the modification of the bodies of combat members in the future. But Wen Rang refused. After Wen Rang left the control panel, someone immediately pushed forward the implementation of the plan. Even though the plan was rejected by Emohan when it was submitted, it was still carried out later because of the support of the old men above. Something that was originally used on robots is now used on humans. So there will definitely be problems. After Wen Rang left, no one in the technical department could come up with a new program plan. Even if there was one, they were pretending to be stupid and didn't know anything. So what Xia Ran brought out now was still the original program, without any improvement. Emohan's words made the atmosphere in the conference room plummet. Fu Sheng's smile could no longer be maintained. He looked at Emohan with a dark face and asked, you refuse this and that. Are you planning to not cooperate with any base in Binsheng in the future and go it alone? Do you know how powerful the orcs are? One orc can at least beat 50 humans. Build an orc army, and you can kill zombies with half the effort. Such a thing that benefits mankind. You actually refuse? What on earth are you thinking? Fu Sheng was so angry that he slammed the table, and the sound was so loud that even the people guarding outside the house could hear it. When Fu Sheng's men heard that he was angry, they immediately rushed to the door, but were stopped by Lin Yan and others. The situation inside and outside the house was tense. In the quiet and tense house, someone suddenly laughed softly. Fu Sheng looked over and saw that it was Wenqian, which made him even angrier. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at the fact that you are old. But your PUA methods are quite clever. According to you, if I don't cooperate with you, I will be an enemy of all mankind. Then I would like to ask, the combat power of an orc can be equal to that of 50 humans. So how many lives will be consumed to successfully develop an orc? Wenqian looked at Xia Ran. You know this better than he does. You tell me. Wenqian had not forgotten the corpses she had seen at a foreign base. She handed over the computer data she brought back to the professor at Emohan's place. When they were chatting in the laboratory just now, they talked about this matter. Even if there is a perfect program system, the results will be different because everyone's physique and genes are different. Conservatively speaking, to successfully develop a stable and controlled orc, At least hundreds of experiments must be conducted, which means hundreds of lives. Xia Ran, scientific research requires sacrifice. If someone is willing to sacrifice, why bother about it? As long as the mission can be completed as soon as possible. What does it matter if more people die? As long as the whole army is not wiped out. There are sacrifices in any mission. And this is within the scope allowed by the main control station. Wen Qian, who was cleared by the main control station, has no right to talk about this. Xia Ran came here this time to make Imohan agree to cooperate. She thought Imohan would understand what she meant when he saw her, so that the resources of Fusheng base could also be used by him. But he refused unexpectedly. Xia Ran didn't quite understand what Imohan was thinking. Isn't it the most important to end it all as soon as possible and return to the main control console? Xia Ran frowned slightly and cast a puzzled look at Imohan. Imohan ignored her silent question and only said to Fusheng, "I won't cooperate here. As for the people in other bases, you can ask them yourself." Fusheng, "Okay. Then please ask Chief Mo to call the people from other bases and discuss the cooperation plan together." 10 minutes later, people from other cities gathered in the conference room, including Merongya. Seeing Fusheng, she smiled and called Uncle Fu, which made Fusheng smile. After a few pleasantries, Merongya turned to look at the table, but saw that there was no seat next to Imohan. She had no choice but to sit next to Fusheng and then asked Wen Qian, "I heard that we were asked to come here to discuss cooperation between several bases. I wonder which base this lady is the representative of." Fusheng wanted to embarrass Wen Qian, so he answered before Wen Qian could speak. "Have you heard of Xiaobai base?" After saying that, he glanced at Wen Qian with a smile. A small, broken base with only 40 or 50 people. Imohan probably wouldn't dare to let others know about it. Right? I really don't understand why he would bring a woman to such an occasion. He really can't distinguish between public and private. Such a person can actually be the base commander of Bincheng base. It's ridiculous. Merongya thought she had heard it wrong. Xiaobai? Isn't this the name of a dog? Seeing that people from other bases were also shocked, she wanted to drag them to laugh at Wen Qian. Who would be a good person to give a base such a name? It looks like a small workshop that is not presentable. Everyone, don't you think? Before she finished speaking, she heard others asking, "Xiaobai? Is it the Xiaobai base? You are not Wen Qian. Are you? You are the Wen Qian? Imohan. Why didn't you introduce her to us earlier in the base?" "That's right. We are looking for her for something serious." "You are too rude." Mirangia's expression froze. And Fusheng and Xia Ran didn't expect things to develop in this direction. Wen Qian had previously gone abroad to help several bases retrieve hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, and this matter had spread among the major bases. They had been trying to contact Wen Qian during this period, wanting to bring her to their base, because according to their team members who participated in the operation, her combat power was definitely top-notch, not inferior to Imohan. After working so hard for so long without any results, I didn't expect to meet her here today. Everyone looked at Wen Qian, and it was hard to connect her with the person they were thinking of. How to say it, the girl was too young, and looked pretty, with delicate skin and tender flesh. She didn't look like a fighter at all, but a spoiled girl raised in wealth. Although she was wearing a combat uniform, she looked very obedient sitting there without saying or laughing. It felt like catching a zombie in front of her would scare her to tears. So everyone asked several times, and finally after Imohan nodded, they confirmed that she was the person they were looking for. Wen Qian saw that their eyes were shining when they looked at him, so he quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Fu has a project to discuss with you. Let's talk about this first." Fusheng nodded. "Yes, that's right. Let's talk about cooperation first." He suppressed his doubts and thought about asking them what was going on after the meeting. Why did they know Wen Qian? And they showed great enthusiasm and interest in her. Chapter 286 Wen Qian, thank you. Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu is so generous. After listening to Fusheng's cooperation plan with the orcs, everyone exchanged glances and fell into silence. In fact, they had heard about the orcs before. After returning, the team members who were sent abroad told their respective bases about some of the things they encountered there, including the orcs. "I heard that there are people abroad researching this thing, combining living people with zombies, or with animals, to form a new type of weapon. They also realized that this weapon might become a new threat besides zombies. But they didn't expect that someone in China had started to study this." After a moment of silence, Everyone asked some important questions. First, what is the success rate of the orcs? Second, what are the costs and risks of subsequent maintenance? Third, what are the ways to improve the combat effectiveness of the orcs? Fu Sheng also gave them the answer. To be honest, the loss rate of the experiment is still very high. But I think if we select some people with good physical conditions to participate in this project, the chance of success will be higher. As for the subsequent maintenance, don't worry about it. We have a very complete control system here, which can be destroyed with one click when necessary, and will not bring any danger. As for improving combat power, crystal cores are still needed, and we are currently trying to solve this problem. But the crystal core does not need to be processed again and can be used directly. I think this is already very good. After hearing his answer, everyone looked a little subtle. What he meant was that the physical fitness of his people was not good. So he hoped that they could provide some stronger combatants. One-click destruction when necessary. Which means that there are still certain uncontrollable risks. However, this point can be ignored. After all, there is nothing that can be done without any risks. What made everyone completely give up the idea of cooperation was Fu Sheng's last sentence. Since the combat power of the orcs is also affected by the crystal core, why bother? Isn't it enough to focus on the development of crystal core potions? Wen Qian frowned after hearing what Fu Sheng said. Do you need crystal cores to improve your combat power? Then why don't you use those in her space? As long as Wen Rang inputs the relevant data of her fight with the orcs and re-updates the system, it will be fine. But the data cannot be changed at will. It requires a lot of practical experience. So Wen Qian will enter the space every night to play with them for 2 hours. It seems that these people still haven't mastered the most core gameplay. Fu Sheng felt that everyone's reaction was wrong and said anxiously, although more manpower and material resources are needed in the early stage, orcs can live forever. This is the most important thing, isn't it? If there is a lot of experimental data, maybe it can be used directly on humans in the future. Then immortality will not be a dream. Fu Sheng's words did not impress everyone, and the atmosphere in the room was a little solemn and tense for a while. Merongya saw Fu Sheng's clenched fists under the table, smiled silently, and said, Uncle Fu is also thinking about the overall situation, hoping to clear out the zombies as soon as possible. I think it would be better to let Uncle Fu study it for a while, and after optimizing the problems that everyone is worried about, we can sit together to discuss this project. How about it? Fu Sheng's expression eased a little. He nodded and said, okay. Let's do as Xiuya said. Fu Sheng looked at Merongya and asked, are you used to living here? Do you want to go to Uncle's place? I'm really not used to it. Merongya smiled bitterly and replied, both the accommodation conditions and living facilities here are far inferior to my home. Fu Sheng chuckled. Of course. This place is nothing compared to your home. So, why don't you come with me today and take a look at my place? No. Wait for my father to come over in a while, and I'll go with him. When does your father plan to come? Next week. I just talked to him on the phone today. And this is the current plan. Fu Sheng's eyes turned slightly. As a businessman, Merongyan would definitely understand his thoughts. Fu Sheng sighed. I'm sorry for you. You don't have enough food or warm shelter here. I just walked along and saw many people still living in tents and wearing thin clothes. The weather is getting colder, and this is not a solution. Fu Sheng looked at Imo Han and asked, Captain Imo, I wonder how many months the food reserves in your base can last. Fu Sheng originally wanted to humiliate Imo Han, but Wen Qian suddenly jumped out at this time. Oh, right. I would have forgotten about this if President Fu hadn't mentioned it. Wen Qian looked at Fu Sheng excitedly, which gave him a bad feeling. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your help to Bincheng base. When will Mr. Fu send food and clothes? Fu Sheng. When did he say he would send these things to Bincheng base? Fu Sheng was about to deny it when he heard Wen Qian say again. Mr. Fu said when he came here that he came here mainly to apologize. After all, your 100 men and orcs almost killed Shen Yu and Mu Beichuan. You just mentioned that there is not enough food and clothes here. It seems that you must have prepared these supplies and want to send them to Bincheng base for free. Right? Wen Qian's eyes sparkled, and she said in an admiring tone, as expected of Mr. Fu. Unlike some people who only apologize with words and don't take any practical actions, I know that Mr. Fu is a responsible and kind person. He does good things for the benefit of mankind. Before, when Imo Han led the team to Ningxing to rescue people, he took away all the supplies in Bincheng. He must have helped them, because he saw how hard they were working. Right? Come on. Everyone applaud and thank Mr. Fu for his selfless dedication and generous donation. Mr. Fu has a sense of justice. She didn't give Fu Sheng any chance to refute, and took the lead in clapping. The others were confused and followed suit reflexively. For a moment, the whole room was filled with applause, which made Fu Sheng's face look uglier and uglier. Wen Qian, Mr. Fu, you haven't said how much supplies you plan to donate. Miss Murong is also temporarily living here. It's not good to let her have poor food and shelter. Right? In other words, Mr. Fu is also planning to send some generators and air conditioners? Oh my god. Mr. Fu is really great. Mr. Fu is generous. She spoke sincerely, and Imohan sat aside, trying hard not to laugh. Wen Qian caught a glimpse of his slightly raised mouth and stepped on him. Fu Sheng was pissed off by Wen Qian, and he had never thought of giving Imohan supplies. But Wen Qian had put him on such a high pedestal, with so many people watching, and he was a man who wanted to save face. In addition, someone asked Wen Qian about the details of the incident between Shen Yu and Mu Beichuan, and Fu Sheng was afraid that Wen Qian would say something else that would be unfavorable to him. So he could only speak quickly. I do have some food, clothes, generators, and air conditioners. Wen Qian, thank you, Mr. Fu, for the 10 tons of rice, 10 tons of flour, 10 tons of potatoes, 10 tons of sweet potatoes, 10 tons of cabbage, 10,000 pieces of clothes, 100 air conditioners and generators. Mr. Fu is awesome. Fu Sheng. Damn. Why didn't she go and rob? Someone poisoned her and made her mute. Chapter 287 Fu Sheng. Damn girl. Wen Qian opened her mouth and knew that Fu Sheng would not be willing to take out so many things, even if it was for face. He wanted to keep his belongings. Moreover, wealth should not be exposed, and he must pretend to be poor in front of these people. So she did not give Fu Sheng a chance to speak. Wen Qian looked at everyone present and said to them, what you don't know is that Mr. Fu is the best entrepreneur in our Bincheng. No one else. I've been to his base before. The large farms and pastures are simply a paradise. When you didn't come over just now, President Fu promised it himself. He said that everyone will live together in Bincheng in the future. And if there are any difficulties, you can ask him for help at any time. He admires you the most, and he is willing to cooperate with you to save all mankind. This time, President Fu provided a lot of supplies to the Bincheng base. It is precisely because of this that President Fu's intentions can be fully expressed. Shen Yu and Mu Beichuan will be moved when they know this. They will also completely believe that the previous accident was just a misunderstanding. What do you think, President Fu? Fu Sheng's mouth twitched. You've said all the good and bad things. What else can I say? Wen Qian, when I first met Mr. Fu, I knew that he was a trustworthy elder who never bothered with us juniors. Today, Mr. Fu once again let me see your personality charm. Mr. Fu, I missed the steaks at your base. How about you send some more pigs and cows? Don't you have a lot of them there? Look, it's almost the new year, and we poor children can't even eat meat. You must feel bad, right? Needless to say, we know you will feel bad. Your expression has already shown it. In this case, we don't ask for more. 100 pigs. 100 cows. This number should be enough. Right? Fu Sheng's heart really hurt. He regretted coming here today. Wen Qian stared at him intently, which made Fu Sheng a little scared. He was afraid that if he didn't nod now, this stinky girl would continue to shamelessly ask him for things. He could see that she could say anything. She used the name of Shen Yu Mu Beichuan, put him on the moral high ground and praised him, and used so many people from the base as a shield. She asked for so many things. Even if he sent people to bring them back, it would be impossible to transport them all in one trip. It would be better if he agreed now. And when the people from Bincheng base went to pick up the goods, he could intercept them halfway. After all, the world is so chaotic now. It is normal to have road robbery. Even if Imohan suspected him, he would have no evidence and could not do anything to him. Just like he knew when Qian was trying to trick him. But he could only endure it. So Fu Sheng nodded and said, Girl, after all you've said, I can't help but agree. Right? But you have to send someone to get the things you want. I'm not responsible for delivering them. No problem. It's better to do it today than today. When Mr. Fu goes back, we'll send someone to go with him. Is that okay with that? Fu Sheng sneered. Then you have to arrange more trucks. The world is in chaos recently. Be careful not to get robbed on the way. Why would you need a truck? You only need to send one person to get these things. Lin Yin and the others are now linked to Wenqian's system and can directly put things into the space. But they still have to pretend. Fu Sheng failed to reach a cooperation and was cheated of such a large amount of materials. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger and decided to go back. The people watching the excitement exchanged glances and had already reacted to what was going on. They all suppressed their laughter and sent Fu Sheng out. Outside the door, Lin Yin and others stood in a row and were called over by Imo Han. You lead the team and go with President Fu. Ah? What are you going to do? Lin Yin was confused. Someone behind Imo Han laughed and said, Go get supplies. President Fu sent a large amount of supplies to your base, which is enough for you to toss for a while. A question mark appeared above Lin Yan's head. Is Fu Sheng so kind? Wenqian reminded, President Fu sent 10 tons of rice, 10 tons of flour, 10 tons of potatoes, 10 tons of sweet potatoes, 10 tons of cabbage, 100,000 down jackets, 100 air conditioners, 100 generators, and 100 pigs and 100 cows. Remember it clearly, and don't take more. Fu Sheng was walking in front and heard this. He was so angry that he almost bit his teeth. She was not reminding people not to take too much. She was reminding people to check the goods and never take less. This damn girl. Lin Yin looked at Fu Sheng in disbelief. What was wrong with this old man today? He was so angry that he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and slapped himself? But no matter what, since he gave it, he must take it back. So Lin Yin happily shouted to Fu Sheng, Thank you. Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu is generous. Fu Sheng didn't even pause and walked straight out of the base. Imo Han pulled Lin Yin over and whispered a few words to him. Lin Yin was stunned at first, then nodded vigorously. I understand. Sir, don't worry. We will bring the supplies back safely today. After that, he led a team to the parking lot, ready to leave with Fu Sheng. Xiaoran followed Fu Sheng and looked back at Imo Han. She still had something to say to him, but she didn't have the chance. In the crowd, Cui Yin looked at Wenqian, his eyes flickering. When they arrived at the gate of the base, everyone got on the car, and the scene looked a bit chaotic. He took the opportunity to walk in front of Wenqian and asked, Xiao Huang. Wenqian. No. How did he recognize her? Wenqian pretended to be stupid. What do you mean? Cui Yin smiled meaningfully. You are still so careless when lying. Okay. I will talk to you next time. After saying that, he turned around and got on the car, leaving Wenqian in a messy state. And Imo Han looked at her quietly from the side. Fu Sheng was so angry today that he forgot to ask those people why they knew Wenqian. He had waited outside the gate for nearly 2 hours before he left after staying in for less than an hour. Lin Yin drove a truck behind him, with only 5 people in the truck. Everyone couldn't help asking Imo Han after seeing this. What can this truck carry? 10 trucks can't carry so many things. Right? It can be carried back. Imo Han's simple words made everyone look at each other in bewilderment, and they soon understood what he meant. Those 5 people are all space ability users? But even if that's the case, it's not enough. I haven't heard of anyone whose space can hold so many things. Moreover, Fu Sheng was obviously reluctant to give this batch of supplies. He only sent 5 people. Aren't they afraid that something unexpected would happen and they wouldn't be able to return? Everyone had doubts in their hearts, but they didn't say it out loud. After all, this was not their own base's business, and they wouldn't get any of the supplies even if they were brought back. So they just watched the fun and saw if Imo Han's people were really that capable and could bring the supplies back safely. Chapter 288. The selection criteria is Wenqian. Compared to the batch of supplies, they are more interested in Wenqian. Before Wenqian could run, he was surrounded by a group of people. Wenqian. Right. Let's talk. Do you understand first come first served? I came here first. According to what you said, I came here earlier than you. Wenqian is a talent, and they can see it completely, although her combat power is not yet visible. Based on her mouth that can fool people, it is definitely worth it to bring her to their base. Wenqian was surrounded by people, and there was no place to hide. She looked at Imo Han for help, but found that he was being held by Murongya. Alright, you should handle your own problems. The group of people surrounding Wenqian also saw the situation on Imo Han's side, and said to Wenqian with a smile, "Let's go. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Don't delay their business." Miss Morong was chasing people in a hurry, and everyone in the base knew about it. Wenqian followed them and left. Imohan looked at her from behind and frowned. Why isn't she jealous? Imohan felt a little uncomfortable. Morongya followed Imohan's line of sight, and saw that everyone around them had left wisely. Now there were only the two of them here. You mean Wenqian? The girlfriend you mentioned? Morongya asked with a sneer. What do you like about her? She's sharp-tongued and will cheat people? Of course. Morongya could see what was going on just now. Fu Sheng had lost a lot by coming here today. But she thought that no matter what, this batch of supplies would end up in Imohan's hands. She wanted to help Imohan, so she didn't say anything to that shameless Wenqian. Imohan, you are a smart person. You should know that being with me will give you much more than what you have now. You have power, and I have money. We are the best match together. Morongya discussed with Imohan in a gentle voice. It is not important to like someone, but it is the most important to be suitable for him. I am more suitable for you than Wenqian and Xinyu. And feelings can be cultivated. As long as we are together, you will definitely like me. I have enough confidence in this. Bincheng will have more bases in the future, and it is inevitable to fight overtly and covertly. Stay with me. I can help you maintain your current position in Bincheng. I don't understand why you are still hesitating. Imohan was still looking at the direction where Wenqian left, and when he saw Morongya was silent, he turned his head to look at her. Imohan, are you done? Morongya, not finished. Then don't say it. I don't like you. And I will never like you. Let alone be with you. My criteria for choosing people have never been based on money and status, or appearance and interests. So no matter what you say, our relationship will not change. If you don't look at these, then what do you look at? What is your standard? It's Wenqian. The standard for choosing a person he likes is Wenqian. And he only likes Wenqian. Imohan is really a little impatient to deal with these time-wasting bad peach blossoms. Seeing Wenqian and the group of people walking away without even turning their heads, he has begun to feel unhappy. He glanced at Morongya again and said, Don't bother me anymore. There are many people who like you. There is no need to waste time on me. After saying that, he walked towards Wenqian. Morongya wanted to stop him, but she walked towards the second base involuntarily, unable to say a word. Imohan, that bastard, used his supernatural power on her again. Wenqian was taken to a corner by a wall by a group of people, and was listening to them painting a rosy picture for her. As long as you come to our base, the position of the second in command is yours. I promise. As long as you come to our base, you can ask for any conditions you want. We can provide you with crystal cores to help you improve your combat power. We can also give you crystal cores. We can also guarantee that everyone in your current base will have a safe place to go. We will never treat them unfairly. You can use our base's materials first. We can accept son-in-laws in our base. All of them will go to you. Everyone was talking, and Wenqian was a little moved, especially the little clever guy who said he wanted to marry into the family at the end. Wenqian looked at him and couldn't help laughing. She lowered her eyes and thought, and was about to reply to them when she heard footsteps behind her. Imohan walked through the crowd to her side, stretched out his hand to grab her collar, and pulled her over. Then he looked at the others and asked, What are you doing? Everyone felt a little guilty for a moment, but after thinking about it, they became justified. Imohan, this is what you did wrong. Wenqian is not from your base. Why are you interfering in her affairs? That's right. We are here to discuss serious cooperation with her. We are all friends. So what's wrong with cooperating? You have been cooperating with her for so long and have gained benefits. Now you don't allow us to take advantage of it. Right? Everyone protested. And Imohan sneered after hearing it. She is mine. He replied to what someone had just said. So I have the right to interfere in her affairs. Wenqian didn't expect him to say it so bluntly, and her body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. The others also fell silent, looking at each other, seeing the suspicion in each other's eyes. For a moment, they guessed something. But thinking of the rumors about Xinyu and Imohan, they all felt that the previous guess was impossible. It was well known that Mr. Shen admired Imohan. He had mentioned Imohan to everyone more than once in Beijing before. So the rumor that he wanted to match Imohan with his granddaughter was considered normal by everyone, and they had no doubts about it. As for Imohan, smart people knew what he should choose. So after a moment of silence, They had a new interpretation of what Imo Han had just said. What he meant was, Xiaobai base was a branch of Bincheng base? Like the second base. It was all his. Wow. This guy is really good at hiding. Imo Han didn't want to waste time talking to them. So he took Wen Qian away. The rest of the people didn't dare to chase him. After all, they found him, and it was embarrassing in front of him. You have to be careful of him when you look for Wen Qian next time. You must not let him find out. Imo Han took Wen Qian away. And they were still standing there discussing countermeasures. Suddenly, someone came up with a bad idea. Brothers, if it doesn't work, let's use the beauty trap. Let's see who can catch up with Wen Qian. In this way, even if she is Imo Han's subordinate, it will be useless. In the distance, Wen Qian shuddered for no apparent reason. She glanced at Imo Han's profile and said, "Don't act cool. Handsome guy? It's scary to look so stern. You're still afraid?" Imo Han asked her. "Why didn't you stop Morongya from looking for me just now?" Wen Qian hesitated for a moment and replied, "I saw her looking for you first. As the saying goes, first come, first served. If she wants to talk to you, let her talk first. First come, first served?" Imo Han laughed. "According to what you said, everyone should stay away from you and me. When we were together, they were still drinking milk at home." Chapter 289. Entering the West City base to collect supplies. Wen Qian was stunned for a moment. But then she thought that what Imo Han said was right. She has lived for 50 years in this life plus the previous life. She met Imo Han 50 years ago. Even if there is a time difference in the parallel world, it should not be too much. So those people are not even born at home, let alone drinking milk. For the first time, Wen Qian felt that she had lived for so long. How to say it? It's pretty cool. She tilted her head while walking and looked at Imo Han, asking, "Are you angry?" "No." "What is that?" Imo Han sighed. "You seem to never get angry when you see me with other women. That's because I trust you. I trust you too. But I still get angry when I see other men clinging to you. What should I do if my boyfriend is too clingy? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent." Wen Qian saw that Imo Han was like a cat with its fur standing on end. And there was nothing she could do but comfort him. "Leave Miranjia's matter to me, so you won't be angry anymore. Right? Come on. Smile." Imo Han was stunned for a rare moment. The handling she meant. Wouldn't it be to kill the person directly? For some reason, Wen Qian guessed his thoughts at once. Killing someone is a different price. And you can't just smile at it. What are you thinking? Imo Han was really amused by her this time, and thought of what she had just said to Fu Sheng in the conference room, and laughed softly. Wen Qian was dazzled by that smile, and she was lost in thought for a moment. Turned her head and looked forward, telling herself to calm down. It was just male lust. There was no need to beat so fast and act like an inexperienced person. But then again, she seemed to understand the happiness of the female Sea King. Imo Han X10. Don't be too happy. Wen Qian and Imo Han returned to their residence, and when Rang was squatting at the door like a stray dog, waiting for someone to come back. He had helped Ji Fan solve the problem a long time ago, and no one opened the door for him for a long time after he came back. And now he was angry, especially when he saw the two of them talking and laughing. The air seemed to be filled with the sour smell of love. And he, a single dog, was even more angry. "Where did you go?" When Rang stood up and asked unhappily, "I thought I would stay here forever." "I went to cheat someone," Wen Qian said excitedly. "Fu Sheng just came." "What did he come for?" When Rang looked at Imo Han. "Left?" Imo Han, "Yes. He left. If he doesn't leave, he will lose everything." Several people opened the door and entered the house. After listening to Imo Han's account of what had just happened, when Rang regretted not being able to go and watch the fun. After being cheated of so many things, Fu Sheng's face must have been turned into an emoticon. Lin Yan drove with Fu Sheng's convoy to the West City base, because they were clearing zombies in front. The road was quite leisurely. Fu Sheng saw the car they drove and the people who came, and frowned. He didn't know what Imo Han was doing. What can be loaded in a broken car? Fu Sheng's men saw that there were few people coming, and they also had evil intentions and wanted to kill them. As soon as Lin Yan and his friends got out of the car, they were surrounded by a group of people. The smell of gunpowder on both sides instantly rose. If Fu Sheng hadn't spoken in time, they would have fought immediately. "Guests are welcome. Please don't scare them." Fu Sheng sneered at Lin Yin and the others. Thinking of the loss he suffered in Bin Sheng base before, he was actually furious. He didn't want these people to go back alive. But killing them like this was a bit too easy for them. First tease them, then tie them up and do experiments on half-orcs. Mo Han dared to let them come alone. Which means that these people must have high fighting power. But what's the use even if it's high? There are so many people in his base. Are you afraid that you can't catch these young guys? Fu Sheng was full of confidence. He imagined that after turning Lin Yin and the others into half-orcs, Mo Han's expression when he saw them would be very interesting. Fu Sheng thought to himself. And his smile became brighter and brighter. When Lin Yin and the other 5 saw him smiling like that, they knew that he was definitely up to no good. And they were ready to take action at any time. But what they didn't expect was that Fu Sheng said, "Let's go. I'll take you to get the supplies. But the car you drove is too small." "Why? Is your base really that poor?" Lin Yin heard the sarcasm in his words. But he was not angry. No matter what he said. As long as he was willing to give supplies. He could say anything. Even if he called Lin Yin a turtle bastard. Lin Yin would nod and agree with a smile. "Lin Yin, we are indeed poor. Otherwise, how could we get so much material assistance from President Fu?" He brought up something that was not relevant, which made the smile on Fu Sheng's lips stiff for a moment. Fu Sheng was silent for a moment, and said, "Okay. Today I will let you see what it means to have a lot of supplies." After saying that, he walked towards the material storage area. Fu Sheng's men looked at each other, unable to believe that their boss was so easy to talk to today. They followed Fu Sheng closely. And when they saw Fu Sheng really brought the people to the place, they couldn't help but speak. "Boss Fu." This. Fu Sheng smiled indifferently, and stopped the man from speaking. "Just take them to have a look. Don't be nervous." Everyone thought about it. And it was right. 5 people. A broken car. Even if they were allowed to take, how much could they take away? Bring them here. Let them feel the gap between bases. And understand that they are not qualified to be called the first base in Bin Sheng. Let them see but not get. Let them be greedy. Dozens of people gloated and did not speak. Lin Yin and others did not say anything. Just followed behind Fu Sheng until he said, "The capacity of these small granaries is exactly 10 tons. If you have the ability, move them away." Lin Yin looked at the direction he pointed and asked, "This is rice and flour. What about the rest of the supplies?" Fu Sheng was happy. This guy was quite serious. "Even if I tell you where it is, you can't take it away. Right? Well, you just want to see it. Like Mr. Fu just said, we come from poor places and have never seen the world. So we can't imagine how big a scene it would be if the supplies provided by Mr. Fu were put together." Fu Sheng nodded with satisfaction. "Okay. Let you see the big scene. Come. Go and sort out the supplies they want. Rice, flour, potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, etc. are all in this area and don't need to be moved at all. As for the down jackets and air conditioner generators, they were in the back area." Lin Yin pretended to be curious and strolled towards the granary. Fu Sheng's people didn't stop him at all, just treating him as a country bumpkin. Lin Yin walked over and touched this granary. Then that granary. After walking around, he was so happy that he almost couldn't act anymore. There was no change on the outside of the granary, but the things inside had long been put into the space by Lin Yin. Chapter 290, Kowtow, and I'll give you an air conditioner. Before Lin Yin set out, Mo Han had privately said a few words to him and told him how to collect supplies. Although Lin Yin knew that their boss couldn't lie to him, he was still a little skeptical about this matter, because he had never seen anyone's space that could hold so many things. But now, he completely believed it. And he was so convinced that he wanted to kowtow to Mo Han and Wen Qian, the 2 gods. How could they be so powerful? This end of the world really cannot be without them. After Lin Yin put the supplies into the space, he felt something. He couldn't describe what was going on. Anyway, he could feel it. The people in the West City base didn't know what he did. Otherwise they would have been furious. Lin Yin suppressed a smile and walked back to Fu Sheng, praising him. "It's worthy of being the West City base. The material of this granary is different from what you see outside." Fu Sheng raised his eyebrows. You have good vision. This granary is black technology, which can ensure that the food inside will not mold or be infested with insects. Rats can't even think of running in." "Lin Yin, listen to me. Thank you so much." He found another excuse to ask Fu Sheng to take them to the back area. And Fu Sheng took them there without thinking too much. Fu Sheng's men had already moved out 100 air conditioners and generators, and were placing them in the open space. As for the down jackets, they were in the factory building next to it. Lin Yan walked to the factory building and leaned on the window to look inside. His hand was on the windowsill, and his heart almost jumped to his throat when he thought of the automatic material search function that Imohan mentioned. In the blink of an eye, he put all the things in the factory into the space. There were more than 100,000 pieces of clothing. Lin Yan watched the space become empty and was a little dumbfounded. What to do? He didn't control it well. His boss didn't teach him how to take half and keep half. Lin Yan's stunned look made Fu Sheng and others laugh. But they couldn't laugh anymore after Lin Yan's next words. That? Lin Yan looked a little embarrassed. It seems there is nothing here. At the critical moment, Lin Yan took the initiative. That's right. Instead of them opening the warehouse door and finding something wrong, it's better to remind them myself. What? Fu Sheng's expression froze, and he walked quickly to the window. The others followed him. In a flash, the windows were full of people. The empty factory made everyone dumbfounded. Fu Sheng was still a little bit unbelievable and shouted, "Open the door for me." The door was a combination lock plus a regular door lock. The three people in charge of guarding only knew the 2-digit password each. They opened the door in a panic, and only air greeted them. Lin Yan felt a little sad and embarrassed for them. No one suspected Lin Yan, because he did nothing. He didn't even get close to the warehouse door. He just leaned on the window and took a look. Lin Yan stepped back again and again, retreating to his friends. In their confused eyes, he secretly winked at them. Just on the way here, Lin Yan told them how to collect supplies. In fact, they could have emptied Fu Sheng's place without any effort. It was just a matter of touching it. But they didn't. They only take what they should take. Fu Sheng's face was very ugly at this moment. He took a deep breath and turned to look at his men around him, without waiting for them to speak. They were frightened to the point of kneeling on the ground. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It wasn't me either. Boss, believe me, I don't have such courage. Neither did I. Boss, I have been with you for more than 10 years. You know me. I can't do such a thing. Fu Sheng's brain was working fast. It is not easy to take away such a large amount of goods. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the base, and any movement will be discovered. And there is no use taking so many clothes. After all, no one can live a lifetime on a pile of rags without food or drink. But the things are indeed gone. What happened? Fu Sheng thought about it, turned his head, and looked at Lin Yan and the others. Could it be them? But how did they do it? Superpower? What kind of superpower is this? Can you take things from a distance? Where did they put the things after getting them? Space? Impossible. No one can have such a large space. Fu Sheng's eyes were gloomy, and he soon calmed down. It doesn't matter. He will definitely find the things. There are not many people who have the authority to approach the warehouse. At worst, they can be killed one by one. Anyway, after people die, the things in the space will explode. Then it will be clear who did it. Lin Yan looked scared. Mr. Fu, don't look at us like that. We are innocent. We just came. Or you brought us here. We have never been to your base before. This is true. Fu Sheng had only invited Imohan before, and only allowed him alone. Only a brave person like Imohan would dare to come here without caring about his life. And he also brought the useless Wen Qian with him. Fu Sheng suppressed his anger and asked Lin Yan, "It's getting late today. Why don't you stay for one night and leave tomorrow?" No. It's only 3 o'clock. Fu Sheng, what if I don't want you to leave? Lin Yan, you can't pretend anymore? Weren't you fine just now? Fu Sheng pointed at the air conditioner and generator over there and asked, "Do you want it?" Lin Yan, you mean what I said? Of course I want it. Then kneel down. Knock your head once for me, and I'll give you one. Knock 100 times, and I'll give you 100. Lin Yan, isn't this bad? Fu Sheng sneered and said nothing. Lin Yan sighed. This matter? Isn't it forcing people to turn against each other? I kneel to the sky, the earth, my parents, and the god of wealth. What are you? Lin Yan looked around and asked, where is the ranch? The people around Fu Sheng laughed and said, why? Do you want to go there? Lin Yan, your place is really big. It's easy to get lost when you come here for the first time. Now we only need to see the pigs and cows. After collecting them, we can go home. Lin Yan looked at Fu Sheng and said, Mr. Fu, you promised to give these things today. No one forced you. Don't you businessmen value integrity the most? You did such a big business before. It can't be exchanged for fraud. So today, you should also fulfill your promise. Right? Fu Sheng ignored his provocation. He was going crazy today. What if I regret it? Fu Sheng said coldly, even if I kill you. Emo Han has no evidence. He sent the 5 of you here to kill you. Why don't I give you a choice? Stay with me, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, none of you will leave today. Lin Yan, you are being unreasonable. What people with power say is reasonable. Young man, don't be so naive. Chapter 291. His combat power didn't increase in vain. In the West City base, what Fu Sheng said was reasonable. Fu Sheng was angry all the time. The more he looked at these people, the more he disliked them. He stopped talking nonsense with them, and gave orders directly. Catch them. Send them to the laboratory. Dozens of people around Fu Sheng were waiting for him to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, the group immediately surrounded Lin Yan and the other 5, and started to arrest them. How could Lin Yan and the other 5 surrender? In a blink of an eye, the scene became a mess. Lin Yan seized the opportunity to break through the crowd and ran towards the generators and air conditioners piled up in the distance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he waved his hand, and a large amount of supplies disappeared in an instant, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Fu Sheng took a breath of cold air, and didn't expect that it was really the work of this little bastard. Fu Sheng's men were also a little slow in their movements because of this scene. Lin Yan's accomplices took the opportunity to knock down several more, and rushed to Lin Yan's side. Now there are only pigs and cows left. As long as they get these things, they can run away. But the West City base is really too big. How to quickly find the specific location has become a problem. Lin Yan saw Fu Sheng took out the walkie-talkie, and it seemed that he was mobilizing people to rush here. Judging from the posture, he was determined not to let them leave today. What to do? Or give up? Before leaving, Emo Han also told him to take as much as he could. And safety was the most important. But they came here with great difficulty. And they were just missing this little thing. And they left like this. To be honest, Lin Yan was unwilling. The 5 people retreated while fighting. And suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Yan. It's Xia Ran. Lin Yan frowned. He didn't know why Xia Ran was here. But even if she didn't help them, there was no reason for her to help Fu Sheng. Right? Lin Yan had spent many days with Xia Ran during the previous overseas mission. So he knew her strength. If she took action, then he really didn't have the confidence to leave smoothly. But even so, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. Lin Yan took a deep breath and used all his strength to deal with Xia Ran. Xia Ran originally wanted to pretend. After all, she was now on Fu Sheng's side. And if she did nothing, it would arouse suspicion. But she never expected a loud bang. The entire land in their area was shaking. Countless vines broke out of the ground. The range was wide. The number was large. And the shape was huge. The houses nearby collapsed because of these vines. And winding cracks appeared on the ground, several meters wide, causing many people to fall directly. 100 meters in radius was covered by Lin Yan's vines. And nothing else could be seen. Lin Yan. Someone tell me I'm not dreaming. Damn it! Lin Yan's companions couldn't help but swear when they saw this scene. They hang out together all day, and know each other's strength very well. Lin Yan is indeed a little stronger than them. But definitely not to this extent. What's going on? Xia Ran had to step back because of the plants that sprang out from under her feet. She looked at these giant vines with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters, and showed a puzzled expression on her face. How did his strength evolve so quickly? Compared with before abroad? This is simply not the same person. Lin Yan was the first to come to his senses. Fu Sheng's men either fell into the ground or were trapped and rolled up by his plants. The only few who were still standing on the ground posed no threat at all. Let's go! Lin Yan led his companions to evacuate. Since they had already started fighting, there was really no room for negotiation. Lin Yan made a decision in his heart. Although he was unwilling, in the current situation, saving his life was indeed the most important thing. At this moment, a man rushed towards Lin Yan, aggressively, and looked like he wanted to stab him to death. Lin Yan subconsciously fought back. But before he could hit the man, he fell to the ground with a cry of awe. Lin Yin. Come to scam me at this time? Are you sick? Lin Yin couldn't help but look at the man more, and then found that he silently said a few words to him with his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes, and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Lin Yin. Friendly? The man who fell was Cui Yin. What he just told Lin Yin was the specific location of the pig and cattle farm. Lin Yan's heart instantly came alive, although he also had some doubts whether this man was lying to him. But after a brief consideration, he decided to try his luck, because if it was true, then he could see the pasture from 100 meters away and smell the smell. You know, it is impossible to raise livestock without smell. Since Fu Sheng promised to give them 100 pigs and 100 cows, it means that the number they raise is far more than this. You can imagine how strong the smell of feces will be. If it's fake, then we can still run away. Lin Yan took the potions given by Wen Qian, and now his strength has been fully exerted. Lin Yan's heart was beating wildly with excitement. He really liked the feeling of adrenaline rushing. Wait for me in the car. I'll be back soon. Lin Yan turned around and said to his companions. They split into two groups, and Lin Yan went straight to the destination. Fu Sheng couldn't see the surroundings clearly because of the broken vines. He could only see a green area and nothing else. Lin Yan ran and used his supernatural powers all the way. Soon, Fu Sheng's base was messed up by him, and there were plants everywhere, like a rainforest. These vines stretched their branches and leaves, like spider silk, waiting for approaching prey. With them as cover, Lin Yan was safer, because he could feel anyone who touched the vines. How many people there were, and where they were exactly. All were clear. He was the master of this rainforest, and could control everything. Soon, the people chasing him were noticed. Before they saw Lin Yan, they were tripped by plants that suddenly sprang out from the ground. And then, they were wrapped in branches and leaves like mummies, hanging on a tree trunk 4 or 5 meters high. It was absolutely impossible to identify the enemy's position and launch an attack so accurately in the past. Lin Yan once again sighed at the power of the Crystal Core Potion. Sure enough, the 2,500% combat power was not increased in vain. Lin Yan soon arrived at the location Cui Yin said. He did not lie to him. This was the place Lin Yan wanted to find. The ranch is at the edge of the entire base, far away from where Fu Sheng and others live. So no matter how strong the smell is, it will not affect their lives. But there are countless bungalows here. When Lin Yan ran over, he glanced inadvertently and saw some people in chains through the glass. They were all elderly or disabled. Fu Sheng locked them up here and raised them like another kind of livestock. Chapter 292. She is their god. Lin Yan stopped. His mind was blank. He stood in front of the bungalow, eyes wide open, looking at the troughs embedded in the wall in shock. After the window was opened, the people inside could reach out and grab the food in the trough to eat. Lin Yan couldn't tell what he felt now. Angry? Angry. Before the end of the world. The clothes he wore and the badge on his shoulder reminded him all the time that his duty was to protect the safety of the people. Powerless? Powerless. After the end of the world, more and more things happened, which made him realize how insignificant he was. He might be able to save people, but he couldn't save everyone. So Lin Yan looked at these trapped people, who had hope in their eyes because they found him, and knocked on the doors and windows to ask for help from him. And he was a little overwhelmed. He couldn't save them. He didn't have the ability to take them away. Lin Yan's breathing was a little rapid, and he suddenly felt nauseous. It wasn't because the smell here was too bad, nor because the people in the house looked too dirty, but because he was helpless. Lin Yan's throat rolled a few times, and he took 2 steps back with red eyes. I'm sorry, Lin Yan whispered. I'm really sorry. I can't save you. Lin Yan turned around and left in those painful wails. Every step he took was extremely heavy, and he had never hated Fu Sheng so much. There were also people in charge of guarding here. When they saw Lin Yan coming from a distance, they were knocked unconscious by Lin Yan before they could recognize whether he was one of them. Lin Yan was so angry that he really wanted to take away everything here and make Fu Sheng a pauper. But he was afraid that without these livestock and meat, Fu Sheng would eat those people. He had just tried, but he couldn't take those people into the space. Lin Yan restrained his emotions, took what he needed, took a shortcut over the high wall, and left the West City base. Under normal circumstances, no one could do it, because the high wall at the edge of the base was 5 meters high. and there was an electric grid on the wall. But Lin Yan could, because he had the ability of plants. He could use the height of the vines to bring himself up and escape smoothly. After Lin Yan left, he immediately contacted the other people with a walkie-talkie. The communication distance of the walkie-talkie is up to more than 10 kilometers, and there is no limit at all. After learning that they had successfully returned to the car, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He made an appointment with them for a meeting place, and then ran towards it. In the West City base, the vines that pushed down the houses, tore the ground, and entangled the crowd suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Just like the missing supplies, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fu Sheng looked at the scene in front of him, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Imo Han! Fu Sheng had never thought that there was such a person under Imo Han. If he had known Lin Yan's ability earlier, he would never have brought him to the supply area. Fu Sheng originally wanted to humiliate them, but he didn't expect to lose both the lady and the army. He felt his heart bleeding, and he must blame Imo Han and Wen Qian for these losses today. Lin Yan successfully met up with his companions. After getting on the car, he took the water handed to him by his companions and drank half a bottle in one breath. The car was very quiet, except for the driver. The other three were staring at Lin Yan. Lin Yan calmed his breathing for a while, threw the water level to the ground, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Ask if you want to ask anything. Fuck you. As soon as he opened his mouth, someone couldn't help it. You chat with us every day, but you work hard on your own. Right? Lin Yan. You uncle. You're cheating on us. Right? What's the difference between you and those people I hated the most when I was in school, who studied secretly and pretended to sleep in class? Lin Yan was almost kicked to the ground by them. He said innocently, I'm not. I didn't. You listen to my explanation. Explain? We want to see what you, a stinking scumbag, can say. Lin Yan wanted to cry, but had no tears. I really didn't work hard behind your back. I didn't know I was so good now. This guy really deserves a beating. No matter what. Beat him up first. Lin Yan was beaten by several people, collapsed on the ground and was too lazy to move, and continued. Today, I have undergone a qualitative transformation. Didn't Qianshan come to the base today? She gave me something. Guess what it is? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. Lin Yan, crystal core potion. 100% harmless crystal core potion. Nearly 200 pills. I became like this after I ate them. His words silenced several people. They thought he had some way to become stronger, so they could learn from him. But if it was a potion, Wen Qian gave him so many pills because she had a good relationship with him, and it was impossible for her to give them to everyone she met. So when they realized that they had no chance to become stronger, they were a little disappointed. Damn. I'm so jealous. They say that when one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. But you've achieved success while we're still standing still. Brother, who do you think is a chicken or dog? They cursed and sighed. Lin Yan smiled. What is there to be jealous of? You all have it. Qianshan brought dozens of boxes of medicine, and everyone's name was marked on the boxes. The 20 or so brothers we promised to go to her base last time. All of them have a share. Everyone gets the same amount. She never favors anyone. Several people's eyes lit up instantly, and even their breathing paused. There is such a good thing? Lin Yan, but it can't be said that everyone has a share. But our boss doesn't. Qianshan said he doesn't need it, and I think he seems a little unhappy. But what does it matter? Lin Yan sat up from the ground. We will go to the boss when we return to the base. The medicine is in his dormitory. But I tell you, there will be a reaction after taking the medicine. I fainted several times in front of the boss and lost my face. Several people nodded repeatedly, and Lin Yan said, also, keep your mouth shut about this matter. Don't say anything. Otherwise, everyone will go to ask Qianshan for medicine, and she will be in big trouble. Don't worry. Everyone knows it. Wen Qian is so good to them. And if they put themselves in her shoes, how could they possibly cheat her? She will be their god in the future. She told them to go east, and they definitely won't go west. The car sped all the way and returned safely to Bincheng base. Those who came from other cities sent people to watch the movement at the door. Seeing that the people sent by Imohan came back so quickly, they were a little surprised. Lin Yan and others drove the car to the parking lot. locked the car door, and went to find Imohan. Imohan and Wen Qian were waiting for them in the living room. Seeing that they returned safely, Wen Qian asked happily, "Did Fu Sheng get angry to death by you?" Chapter 293. Fu Sheng's bad days are still to come. When Fu Sheng was mentioned, Lin Yan couldn't help laughing. "Wow, you didn't see his expression at that time. I felt that he was so angry that he was about to smoke." Lin Yan briefly told Wen Qian and the other two what happened at that time. "But today I was the only one who did it. And they didn't touch the supplies. Among the 5 people who went today, only Lin Yan showed the ability of space. They had already discussed this matter on the way there, and felt that it was better not to let too many people know about this skill. Fu Sheng learned about Lin Yan's strength today, and he will pay extra attention to him when he meets him next time. But he never expected that Lin Yan was just one of them. There are now hundreds of people like him who could empty the supplies with a wave of his hand. And as long as Wen Qian wants, they can increase indefinitely. So it is useless for Fu Sheng to defend Lin Yan alone. And his unlucky days are still to come. Lin Yan thought of the man who helped him and told Wen Qian about it. After listening to his description of the man, Wen Qian had the answer in his heart. It should be Cui Yin. "Imohan, is he the one who said you were a liar at the gate of the base today?" "Yes." "Lin Yan, Qian Shen. Is he one of ours? Is he the undercover agent you sent to the West City base?" Wen Qian smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. "I did send this person to the West City base, but I never told him to be an undercover agent. I just wanted him to harm Fu Sheng. This person rarely speaks the truth. His ability is to lie, and he relies on lying to enhance his combat power. So you must be careful when you see him in the future. Don't be fooled by him." Although Cui Yin also said at the time that she was a savior, and he would repay her when he became powerful in the future. But Wen Qian didn't take this to heart. If he believed Cui Yin, he would be cheated and nothing would be left. Lin Yan was scared to death after hearing Wen Qian's words. Fortunately, this buddy was crazy and told the truth today. Otherwise he would be in danger. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and thought of those people who were locked up as reserve food. He hesitated for a long time, and didn't tell Imohan about this. Because if he told Imohan, it would be like putting pressure on Imohan to find a way to save people. While they were talking, the 4 people who followed Lin Yan looked at Wen Qian eagerly without saying a word. Wen Qian didn't understand what they meant at first, but as soon as they saw them, they smiled silly and made Wen Qian feel helpless. Finally, it was Imohan who mentioned the crystal core potion, and Wen Qian suddenly realized it. "Wait, I'll go upstairs and get it for you." After she finished speaking, she remembered that there was an iris lock on Imohan's study door. So she sat down again and reached out to poke him. "You go." Imohan obediently got up and went upstairs. After taking the things, he came back quickly and brought the remaining medicine down with him. The 4 people were about to cry when they saw the medicine boxes with their names on them. Lin Yan didn't lie to them. Wen Qian really shared the benefits equally, and everyone got a share. "Imohan, Lin Yan, when you leave later, take the remaining medicine and share it with them. Take advantage of today's rest to finish the medicine and have a good rest." Lin Yan nodded quickly. Indeed, it's not a good idea to ask everyone to come here to get the medicine. The boss rarely has a day off, so we can't disturb him and his girlfriend. Lin Yan thought very sensibly. Lin Yan took the remaining medicine and left with the friends, who were still immersed in joy and laughed like the idiots in the village. Everyone protected the medicine in their arms like thieves, and immediately found water to take it after returning to the dormitory. Just as Lin Yan said before, after eating, several people fainted. They fainted and fell down so easily. Lin Yan was amused when he saw it. People really want to compete with each other. Compared with him, he looked much stronger. At least he got up in the middle. Lin Yan dragged several people to the bed, and went to find the rest of the people to give them medicine. After learning that Wen Qian gave them a large box of medicine for free, everyone was so excited that they didn't know what to say. They could only silently remember Wen Qian's kindness, and swear to repay her in the future. They carefully took the medicine back to their residence. And like Lin Yan and the others, they decided to eat all the medicine at once. If such good things were discovered by others, they would definitely be stolen or robbed. So it is safest to eat them. After Lin Yan and the others left, Wen Qian took Wen Rang and Imohan into the space to see the supplies they brought back. Imohan hadn't been here for a while, and the first thing he saw after entering was the super huge cruise ship. He was slightly stunned, turned his head and looked elsewhere, and found that Wenqian's space had become much larger. Wenqian walked over to check the supplies, and couldn't help laughing when she saw the pigs and cows trapped by Xiaobai and 4 dogs. These animals panicked because of the sudden change of environment, and started running around after entering the space. Xiaobai and the others had a hard time getting them together. Seeing Wenqian appear, Xiaobai took the lead and ran to her side, nudging her with his head, almost knocking her down. The dogs also barked and wagged their tails, looking for praise. Great, Wenqian praised. I'll take you out for a zombie buffet later. After comforting them, Wenqian and Imohan said, I'll go out and give you the supplies. These things will be enough for a while. Especially these down jackets, which are really a relief. Imohan, you keep the pigs and cows. I don't want them. Wenqian was shocked. Is Chief Imo so unlovable to eat meat? If I want to eat, I'll go find you. Wenrang, brother, you are a little shameless, aren't you? Imohan glanced at him. There are too many people and too little meat here, so we can't share it. Wenqian and Wenrang thought about it and agreed. 100 pigs and 100 cows. Although it sounds like a lot, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Binsheng base. If these pigs and cows are only given to combatants, then ordinary people will feel uncomfortable and feel unfair. And some will even take the opportunity to start a riot. If these livestock are kept in a pen, a large piece of land is needed. And they also need feed and grain. There is nothing in Binsheng base for them to eat. In addition, it is cold now. If the temperature drops to dozens of degrees below zero in a while, they will be frozen to death if kept outdoors. Therefore, it is not a good idea to give them to Imohan. Wenqian nodded and said, Thank you for your kindness, Chief Imo. I will treat you to barbecue later. Imohan raised his lips slightly. Well, thank my girlfriend first. Wenqian saw Wenrang standing next to Imohan, with a speechless and angry expression on his face. Wenrang, someone come and kill this man for me. Chapter 294. Build a factory and let zombies come to work. Wenrang was so angry that he made a gesture to Imohan to shut up. Imohan saw it and asked, Jealous? I know you are so pitiful alone. I am in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Wenrang, get lost. Imohan took 2 steps towards Wenqian and hid behind her to complain. He wanted to hit me. Wenqian, Min, is it true that only when the photo is hung on the wall can you stop being childish? Wenqian kicked both of them out of the space, then dug out a few containers, used her mind to pack the supplies that Linyan had brought back, and then went out. It was getting dark outside. It was time to go home. Wenqian asked Imohan to take her to deliver the supplies. Imohan frowned slightly, said nothing, and did as she was told. As soon as they left the house, the strong wind blew in their faces so hard that the 3 of them could hardly open their eyes. The cold air swept over, and Wenqian felt as if her face was cut by a knife. It had only been a few hours. How could it be so cold? Several people quickened their pace and walked towards the material storage point. When they arrived, Wenqian took out the container, put it away, and then looked at Imohan and said, It's getting late. Let's go back first. Imohan remained silent, but directly held her hand. He used to either pull her arm or her wrist. Now, he didn't hide it in front of Wenrang. Can you not leave? Imohan whispered, Stay one night and go back tomorrow. Wenrang felt like air. Wenqian looked at her brother, then at Imohan. Wenrang couldn't bear to see Imohan pretending to be pitiful anymore, so he turned around and walked a few meters away. Seeing him leave, Imohan exerted a little force on his hands and pulled Wenqian into his arms. Don't leave. Okay? Didn't you say you would treat me to barbecue? Today. Right now. I'm hungry and don't want to eat food from the cafeteria. As he spoke, he hugged Wenqian and buried his head in her neck to complain. My stomach hurts. It's uncomfortable. This trick of his was very useful to Wenqian, who was soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. Although Wenqian knew that he was acting, she was still a little worried. After all, she heard from Yixinghua and the others that his diet was indeed irregular. So she reached out and pressed his stomach, frowning and said, Does it really hurt? Do you have medicine in your dormitory? It's fake pain, but I really don't want you to leave. Imohan was also afraid that she would worry, so he hesitated for a while and confessed, I don't know when I will see you next time. Fu Sheng is so angry that he won't contact me for a while. I have no reason to take you to his base to play. Hey Qian. While I'm resting today, can you stay with me for a while longer? Okay. When Qian stood in the cold wind, her face and ears were burning. Mo Han was so straightforward that she couldn't handle it. When Qian couldn't help but feel curious. Was he like this before? When Qian pushed him away with a little force, raised her eyes and looked at him, and asked, "Who did you learn these tricks from?" "What? Are you pretending to be sick?" Mo Han was stunned for a moment, tilted his head to look in Wenrang's direction, and happily passed the blame to his brother. "Wenrang? He taught me. Wen used to rely on this trick to chase his girlfriend." When Qian closed her eyes, a little regretful for asking this question, Mo Han saw that she didn't make a move, so he pinched her fingertips. When Qian sighed and said without resistance, "Then where do my brother and I live?" "He lives in my study, and you live in the building next door. It has been reserved for you, and no one has lived there." "Okay, let's go back." Mo Han's eyes flashed with a smile after he succeeded. The two walked to Wenrang's side, and when Qian spoke in a low voice, "Brother, let's go back tomorrow." Wenrang sneered, having expected the development of this matter. Just now in Mo Han's dormitory, when Qian said that he was leaving, this bastard's face was not right. Although he didn't say anything at that time, Wenrang was very sure that he would not let it go. Sure enough, he succeeded in the end. Wenrang glanced at his disappointing sister, and this time, it was Qian who hid behind Mo Han. Wenrang sighed with regret and said, "Okay, tomorrow, I will listen to you, aunt." Just like that, the three of them returned to Mo Han's dormitory. Without heating, the room was already very cold. Qian and the others were wearing constant temperature suits, but the rest of the base didn't have such good equipment, because the temperature dropped almost at a cliff-like speed. In less than an hour, it had reached -10 degrees Celsius outside. The incident happened suddenly. After Mo Han came back, he connected with several phone calls, arranged for people to distribute cold-resistant supplies to the residents of the base, and went to the laboratory again. When he came back, Qian and Wenrang had already set up the table upstairs and were waiting for him to eat. The two of them didn't dare to have a private meal in the living room on the first floor, for fear that someone would come and find out that they were cooking a big meal. It would be bad if people saw them eating so much meat and fish. Qian, although you said you wanted to eat barbecue, I think it would be better to eat some hot pot in this kind of weather. So let's put the barbecue aside for next time. Do you have any objections?" "No. How could he have any objections to having another chance to eat with her?" Qian had just called home to inform his parents that he would not be back today, because Wenrang was there with her. Changming was not too worried. On the table, the 9-grit pot bottom was steaming, with different dishes placed in it. There was no electricity in Mo Han's room, and the mobile power supply in Qian's space could not support the power of the induction cooker, so she could only move out a high-power silent generator. Mo Han ate very slowly, and from time to time, he would blanch the dishes for Qian, help her wipe the sauce that splashed on the table, and hand her paper when she wanted to use it. During this rare leisure time, the few of them chatted while eating, and before they knew it, they were talking about resuming production and construction. Qian expressed his opinion seriously. "In fact, I think we can really build a factory for zombies to work." "Wenrang, what are you talking about?" "I'm not kidding. Think about it. Zombies don't need to sign labor contracts, and they don't need to be paid. What a great thing. And the most important thing is that they don't need to rest 24 hours a day, all year round." Qian had already thought about it. If someone needed a lot of labor in the future, she would take over the project. Then she would use her summoning ability to randomly select 1,000 zombies to work for her. As for the remuneration, she only wanted the crystal cores, nothing else. Qian told the two of them about this plan, and Wenrang was really glad that she was not interested in doing business or starting a company. Otherwise her employees would be exploited so badly. Mo Han, who was just a clown, had no choice but to agree with his sister's crazy talk, and even promised her, "Then I will keep an eye out for you in the future and introduce you to the right one if there is one." Chapter 295. No. I love you. Mo Han, do you know what it means to help the tyrant? Wenrang looked at him and asked seriously. "I know. You mean jealous." Wenrang, forget it. There is no way to communicate with a love-brained person. Wenrang moved the stool with disgust on his face, trying to stay away from Mo Han. for fear of being infected by him. The three of them hid in the house and ate a hot pot. When they were full and drunk, it was already snowy outside. When Qian went downstairs, opened the door, reached out to feel the temperature outside, and felt it was outrageous. It's not like I haven't seen the temperature drop before. But isn't it a bit too shameless to drop by nearly 20 degrees in just 2 or 3 hours? In the residential area, hundreds of thousands of people were crowded in tents, wearing the thermal underwear and down jackets they had just received, and were overwhelmed by this terrible weather. The only thing to be thankful for now is that Imohan still has sufficient supplies for the time being, whether it is food or other things. The laboratory has also developed extreme cold seeds a long time ago. And now it is time to verify the results with real swords and guns. The whole base was busy in the heavy snow. Imohan's vacation ended with the sudden arrival of extreme cold. When Wenqian squatted at the door to watch the snow, he was called away by a phone call. Wenqian leaned against the wall and looked at his back, sighing. So she stayed just to accompany him for a meal? She didn't even play landlord. The heavy snow kept falling, and Wenqian and Wenrang watched for a while, feeling a little worried. The 3 consecutive months of heavy rain at the beginning of the apocalypse were still fresh in their memory. Would there be another snowstorm this time? Although water resources are scarce now, if the snow is stored and turned into water, it is also a resource utilization. However, the global oceans are now contaminated by nuclear power, and there are a lot of radioactive substances in the seawater, which may enter the atmosphere and fall to the ground through the atmospheric circulation pathway. So whether it is rainwater or snow water, whether there are radioactive substances in it, and how much is the content, it needs to be confirmed through precise measurement and cannot be used casually. Brother. Wenqian frowned slightly and asked Wenrang, after a while, we won't need to wear anti-radiation suits to go out. This climate change really scares me a little. Wenrang sighed heavily. No one can predict what will happen now. Wenqian looked up at the sky, pondered for a long time, and then returned to the house with a chill. Imohan asked you to stay with him tonight. I'll go next door. While he's busy, let's go to the space to wash up. After standing outside for nearly half an hour, it would be so nice to take a hot bath and soak in a hot spring at this time. After they washed up and changed their clothes, Imohan came back after dealing with things. He took Wenqian to the dormitory next door, while Wenrang stayed in the study to play games, not wanting to be stimulated by the past. Imohan opened the door and handed the room card to Wenqian. There was a solar-powered charging lamp at the door, which was not too bright, but barely enough. Keep the room card. No need to return it to me. No one can live in this house except you. Imohan pulled Wenqian to sit on the sofa and smell the milk-scented shower gel on her body. Have you taken a shower? Dog nose? You can smell this? Wenqian was a little surprised, and then looked at the room card in her hand and asked him, does this count as abusing your power for personal gain? I think that as the head of Bincheng base, I work so hard every day, so I should get a little privilege. Right? When the base was first established, he asked for these 2 dormitories, and never thought of letting others live in them. Imohan lowered his head and pecked Wenqian on the lips. After a short separation, he couldn't help but kiss her again. Wenqian was pressed on the sofa by him and kissed again and again. And finally she couldn't help but turn her head away to avoid it. Are you a woodpecker spirit? Wenqian's ears turned red, and a faint blush covered her fair neck. Imohan's eyes changed slightly. His throat rolled, and his eyes were filled with lust. He held one of Wenqian's wrists and pulled it above his head to control it. The other hand was against his chest. Suddenly, Wenqian turned around and touched his chest. Imohan raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? Take it off for you to touch? Wenqian gritted his teeth and replied, thank you. No need. She raised her hand and unzipped Imohan's clothes. The pendant on his neck fell out instantly, almost hitting Wenqian in the face. What is this? Wenqian asked curiously. She had seen him wearing this thing before in Ningxing, and wanted to ask at that time. But their relationship was a bit awkward at that time, and it was not easy to ask such a private question. So Wenqian never mentioned it. Look for yourself. Imohan spoke in a low voice, and Wenqian was not polite when she saw this, and immediately opened the small pendant. And then her eyes froze. Wenqian opened her eyes slightly and stared at the photo. It was her and Imohan. The photo was not very intimate, but one could tell their relationship with just one look. The photo was a selfie. It made sense. How could they dare to let others know about their relationship and ask someone to take photos for them? In the photo, she was leaning on Imohan's arms, smiling heartlessly, and even stretched out her hand to make a yeah gesture above Imohan's head. Imohan also rarely showed a harmless look and let her do whatever she wanted. When Qian stared at the two people in the small photo and began to have a headache and tinnitus, many images flashed in her mind like a revolving lantern, reminding her what had happened and what she had forgotten. Who am I? Where am I? And why am I here? When Qian always thought of these questions before. Sometimes she felt that she was separated from this world, and that she was a soul temporarily living in this body. Sometimes she would keep reminding herself several times that her name was Wen Qian, and what were the names of her family members. Sometimes she felt that she was ridiculous. And sometimes she was frightened by the sudden feeling of not belonging. And now, she has understood why all this happened. Because she was a wanderer who was driven out of her home. When Qian took a deep breath, looked at the photo hidden in the pendant for a few more times, then closed the pendant and carefully put it back into Imohan's clothes. She helped him adjust his collar, zipped up his clothes, and looked into his eyes. The whole house was quiet, and only the sound of the wind blowing through the window and door cracks could be heard. The light at the door was dim, and there was not much light left when it shone on the sofa. When Qian used this light to look at Imohan's face, which was close to her, she looked at him for a long time, and then asked him, Imohan, you seem to really like me. Imohan told her many times that he liked her. But when Qian had never been as sure of the credibility of that statement as she was now, she thought he would admit it as before. But he lowered his head and whispered in her ear, No, I love you. Chapter 296 Aliens Raid the Base. Her breath became hot. When Qian grabbed his collar, raised her head and kissed him. Imohan was slightly startled by her initiative. The girl's kissing skills were very clumsy. She had no experience. And she couldn't be said to have any skills. She just wanted to comfort him, please him, and respond to him at this moment. The sound of lips and teeth entangled in the air was particularly clear and ambiguous. Imohan let her kiss for a while, and finally couldn't help but change from passive to active, deepening the kiss. When Qian's mind was in a mess, and her heartbeat was out of control, Imohan's clothes were wrinkled into a ball by her without her noticing. She closed her eyes, and the whole person seemed to be drowning in the deep sea. And at this moment, when Qian suddenly felt something, she opened her eyes, and the hand that was grabbing Imohan's clothes turned into pushing him away. She turned her head to look out the window, and Imohan also looked in the direction of her sight. After just a few seconds, the two looked at each other and both stood up. Something was approaching quickly outside the base. This feeling came inexplicably, but when Qian was very sure, judging from Imohan's reaction, he also noticed it. Imohan picked up the intercom on the table, alerted the guard at the gate of the base, and walked out. When Qian followed him. When the two walked to the gate, they heard gunshots in the distance. At the same time, there was a commotion at the second base. When Qian, let's act separately. You go to the second base. I haven't been there, and I'm not familiar with it. Okay. Imohan nodded and left immediately. Just as when Qian was about to use teleportation. When Rang ran out from next door, he also heard the gunshots, looked at Wen Qian and asked, What's going on? I don't know. Let's go and take a look. Wen Qian grabbed her brother's clothes and took him with her. When they arrived at the gate of the base, they were both dumbfounded. Fuck. When Rang couldn't help but swear. And Wen Qian's face was not looking good. It's an alien. Not a zombie. Not a man-made orc. But an alien. Wen Qian had heard Imohan mention it before. And some cities had already found this kind of thing. But she didn't expect that Binchum also had it. The aliens that are attacking humans at this moment are of various shapes. Some are just like what Wen Qian had heard before, with fish heads and human bodies. Some are human heads and snake tails. And some are as strong as gorillas. Where did so many monsters suddenly appear from? Obviously, I have never encountered them before. This is too strange. Wen Qian looked at the people lying in a pool of blood. They were all killed by that stinky octopus. When Rang hid behind Wen Qian and carefully observed these creatures, his eyes were gloomy, and he had a vague guess. Wen Qian had no time to observe, because after seeing her, those monsters were so excited that they seemed to be on drugs. Coming for her? If so, that would be easy. Wen Qian's figure flashed, leaving them empty-handed. and she was behind them in an instant. She waved her hand, and several mutants were trapped in a huge water prison. With her movements, they were thrown more than 10 meters away. The people who had just come from the base to support saw this scene, and they were dumbfounded. Lin Yin and those who had taken drugs and fell asleep before, and were awakened by the gunshots, also rushed over. Seeing Wen Qian fighting with a few half-human and half-ghost creatures, they hesitated for a moment, and did not go over to make trouble. The zombies near the base were also attracted by the gunshots and fighting sounds. They were responsible for cleaning up the zombies. The surge in combat power made them particularly handy when doing this. Those who came from other cities and stayed here temporarily also rushed over. At this time, there were zombie corpses lying on the ground outside the base, all of which were killed by Lin Yan's 20 or so people. They watched for a while, looked at each other, and saw complicated expressions on each other's faces. The basic combat power of Bincheng base is so high? Why do they feel that any one of them is stronger than them? Also, what the hell is that thing with an octopus head over there? Is that person who is tearing the octopus by hand Wen Qian? After fighting for a while, Wen Qian felt that the speed and strength of the mutants were stronger than the zombies. The combat power of these mutants in front of him can be comparable to that of the first-level zombies. Things were not going well. Wen Qian thought about killing all the other mutants, leaving one to be beaten half to death, and sending it to the laboratory for the professors to see what was going on. She looked around and finally decided to keep the gorilla. The octopus had many claws, which looked appetizing. She would kill it and feed it to Xiaobai and the others. Yes, Xiaobai. Wen Qian released Xiaobai and the 4 dogs from the space. The zombie buffet that was delivered directly to the door should not be wasted. Wen Qian quickly dealt with the mutants in front of her, tied up the knocked-out gorilla, and threw it to Wen Rang. She stood there, breathing slowly, and then looked in a certain direction in the distance. There seemed to be someone there. Wen Qian noticed it, and immediately teleported over. But what she never expected was that she would see an old lady. Wen Qian tilted her head, and a question mark appeared on her head. The old lady looked very old, with white hair and wrinkles on her face. However, she was wearing the clothes of the main control console. Wen Qian wondered, "Did you create those mutants?" "It's you." The old man looked Wen Qian up and down, ignoring her question. "You're not dead yet." "Of course I'm not dead. You're still alive, and well at your age. Why should I die?" Wen Qian said sarcastically. "I'm a person who respects the elderly and loves the young. But the premise is that the other party is worthy of me. Obviously, you are not in this range. At this age, he can still come to hunt her down. It seems that he is quite powerful, and the color of her clothes is different from the people who came to hunt Wen Qian down before. It is gray. If it wasn't for the same style and the console logo on the shoulder, Wen Qian would have almost failed to recognize it. Wen Qian, how did you know I was here? Did Xiaoran send you? The truth must be this. She had just met Xiaoran today, and the people from the console chased her. It was really bad luck. The old lady sneered when she heard Xiaoran's name. The disdain in her eyes was not fake. Wen Qian saw it and heard her say, "It's not that difficult to find you. Just kill a few more people, and you will appear naturally." Wen Qian's body stiffened. "What do you mean?" "Literally. You are like this. You say you don't care, but in the end you can't help but care. As long as you kill more people. 10 is not enough. Kill 100. 100 is not enough. Kill 1,000. 1,000 is not enough. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. If you keep going like this, you will always show up." Wen Qian didn't expect to hear such an answer. She clenched her fists and asked, "What do you think of human life?" Chapter 297 with you. "Can you kill me? What do you think of human life?" When the other party heard Wen Qian's words, he chuckled as if he heard a joke. "Only defective products like you care about human life. There are so many parallel worlds. This world has been classified as an uncontrollable abandoned world by the main control station. So the people here have no meaning whether they live or die. In my eyes, they are just ants. So there is no difference between killing one and killing them all." The reason why she came here today was not because she knew Wen Qian was here in advance. It was simply because this was an official base with many refugees. So as long as she took these people as hostages, she would not be afraid of not being able to force Wen Qian out. But she did not expect that things were even simpler than expected. And Wen Qian was here. After hearing her answer, Wen Qian did not feel surprised at all for some reason. It seemed that this answer was the standard answer and had existed in her mind. When she suddenly remembered something about the main control console. As the old man said, there are indeed many parallel worlds, and it is inevitable that various problems will arise. The existence of the main control console is to maintain these worlds and prevent them from becoming uncontrollable like the current world. Doesn't it sound great to prevent the world from being destroyed? A group of people monitor countless parallel worlds day and night, and send people to solve problems in time when they find them. They don't want to be paid, even though there are casualties in almost every operation. But they still persist in doing this. What's funny is that when they gave up these worlds, they did it so easily that it was outrageous. What does the main control station look at when evaluating whether a world still needs to be saved? Whether the people sent can complete the task. If the special forces successfully complete the task and return to the main control station, then everything is fine. If the special forces cannot solve the current problem and die here, then this world is considered abandoned. The team members will not do any rescue. No reinforcements will be sent. No plan will be changed. And it will be abandoned directly. They arrogantly believe that the problem that even the carefully selected combatants of the main control station could not solve was unsolvable. And there was no need to waste extra time here. After all, there are so many parallel worlds. It would not be a problem if one disappeared. Just like there are car accidents every minute and every second in this world. There are also disappearances every day in the parallel world. They either disappeared in plague disasters or disappeared in world wars. In short, where there are people, there will inevitably be disputes, survival, and unpredictable disasters. Of course, when a world disappears, a new world will be created. This is the magic of the universe. This is why when Qian was initially dissatisfied and questioned the main control console. She is the captain of the Special Forces team. Her team members are sent to various worlds to perform tasks. She is not allowed to rescue them when they encounter danger, even if she is on vacation and has enough time. What kind of bullshit rule is this? There is no need to save the world they can't save? What kind of bullshit joke is this? What are they? Are they gods? They are just people. Although their genes have been modified, and they have been carefully selected and screened countless times, they are still people after all. When Qian has experienced many deaths of team members, it can be said that the Special Operations team is the place with the fastest and most frequent personnel changes among all departments. She was angry, confused, helpless and numb. In the end, she began to resist, and then got this result. In these few short seconds, when Qian remembered a lot of things in the past, she looked at the old man in front of her, her tone somewhat helpless. Do you really want to kill me? The old man sneered. There is no need to keep a defective product with polluted mind. Oh, yes, mental pollution. She had been exposed to too many worlds and performed too many tasks. So her various behaviors were defined as mental pollution. In that boring and suffocating main control desk, her abnormality was regarded as a kind of mental illness by everyone. No kidding. They really thought so. That her mind was polluted. But what can I do? I don't want to die yet. When Qian said in distress, I am very satisfied with my current life. I have parents, friends, and a boyfriend. I haven't had enough of my good life yet. You have no say in this. When Qian snorted and laughed. If it's really not up to me, why am I still standing here now? You, old lady, since you just said that there are so many parallel worlds, it doesn't matter if one disappears. Then by the same token, there are so many people at the main control desk, and it won't matter if you are missing. Right? When Qian smiled brightly. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. What a joke. The old lady sneered. Can you kill me now? Her fighting power and memory had long been cleared. Even if she had broken through the shackles and gained some abilities, she was definitely not as good as before. The old man looked at Wen Qian with gloom in his eyes. This person couldn't be kept because she broke through the control of the main control console again and again. The initial mental control was a kind of control. Obviously, everyone's gene programming program was the same. But she was the only one who mutated and contaminated a group of people. After her memory and combat power were erased, she was supposed to die in the last world. Although that apocalypse was still within control, the main control station had intervened in her body, making it impossible for her to evolve superpowers like other people. But what no one expected was that she evolved the life-saving invisibility superpower under such circumstances. And for some unknown reason, she was transferred to this world. According to the current relevant information, She already has some combat power and superpowers. So the main control station wants to get rid of her as soon as possible, rather than eradicating her through the destruction of this world. Although this violates the relevant regulations, it will not be good for the control center to continue to drag it out. No one can be sure whether she will cause other troubles. What if she escapes from this world again and hides in another world? As long as she is still alive, the control center will be in danger. The old lady clenched her crutches, and at the same time, many figures appeared from the darkness behind her. Wen Qian looked at the figures walking towards her, but could not see their faces clearly for the time being. But it's obvious that they are not here to help me. I'll know if I can kill you after trying. To be honest, you sent so many people, but none of them can fight. Wen Qian stretched his muscles while talking. Don't be so naive at your age. Do you think you can kill me? Chapter 298. The old lady's walking stick was knocked away by Qian Shin. After a simple warm-up, Wen Qian saw clearly what those people who came out of the darkness looked like. She was slightly stunned, because those people were familiar to her. Xiong Yushuang, Qi Huan, Ji Wei, Jiang Yu and other familiar faces were among them. Why were they here? Wen Qian's heart suddenly beat. She frowned, and several possibilities flashed through her mind quickly. Betrayed? No, not this. Wen Qian believed in the system that Wen Rang had written for her, and also believed in the loyalty of these people to her. At this time, they might be playing in the snow in the base, making snowball fights or building snowmen. Anyway, some childish things. Or they might be hiding at home, wrapped tightly in a small blanket, shivering and cursing this damn weather. In short, they would not appear here. So who are these people? Another answer came up. They are clones. Compared to the world below, the technology development of the main control station is much more advanced. The genes of all people there were edited before they were born, and they have kept all the genetic data of all people. So it is not difficult for them to clone an identical person. However, these clones are robot level, although they look no different from real people, and their combat power values should be the same. But they are not flesh and blood. It seems that the old lady got the news a little late, and she didn't know that she had already joined Xiong Yushuang and the others. She didn't even know that the base she attacked today was in Mohan's. Otherwise, why would they use these things to scare her? This is interesting. Did Xiaoran tell them nothing? When Qian finished her warm-up exercise, and the old man stood there and felt a gust of wind blowing by her side, and when Qian disappeared in front of her. When Qian was really angry when she saw these counterfeits, so she chose to deal with them first. When Rang was stunned after seeing the appearance of Xiong Yushuang and others, and rushed over immediately. When the old man saw him, the expression on his face became even uglier. After all, this was once her student, her favorite student. When Rang was the one she was most satisfied with among all the people she had met over the years. His application of technical knowledge made her, as a teacher, admire him. Now many of his works are still preserved in the main control console because no one can make similar ones. They had no choice but to continue using them. When Rang saw her steps pause for a moment, but he did not stop. No matter what happened at this moment, it could not stop him from going to his sister. When Qian had just dealt with a few counterfeiters, when she saw her brother being captured by that stinky old woman. When Rang looked down at the rope that trapped him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The blue flames wrapped around his whole body, burning the rope that trapped him bit by bit. He stood in the firelight and looked at the old man, and many memories of her flashed through his mind. When Rang, I didn't expect you to become a defective product too, the old man said with some disappointment. In that case, I will send you and your sister on your way today. You are the one who should go. Get away from my brother. When Qian teleported in front of Wen Rang and blocked him behind her, the old man saw her coming, slightly widened his eyes, and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. But he saw that the robots she brought had fallen to the ground, their heads and bodies separated. How is this possible? The old man was shocked. When Qian did it, there was no one else except her. But how did she do all this in such a short time? Those people are the elites of the special forces. Even if they are cloned robots without independent thinking, as long as their data is input into them, they will be better than many ordinary special forces members. As for why Wen Qian's data was not input, of course, they were afraid that an accident would happen again, and that the robot would mutate. They also knew that this worry was ridiculous and unnecessary. But they just didn't dare. They were afraid that there would be a second Wen Qian, even if it was a robot. In the distance, Lin Yan and others were busy fighting. and were dragged by the endless stream of zombies. At the same time, they were distracted by the movements here, which made them confused. Why did an old lady suddenly appear? Why are all of Qianshen's men here? It's great to have help. No. Why are they fighting with Qianshen? Is there a riot in the base? These bastards are rebelling. Wow. Qianshen is so handsome. Instant kill. Oh no! How did the old lady tie me up? Ah! Qianshen and the old lady are fighting. The old lady's walking stick was knocked away by Qianshen. When Qian looked down at the person lying on the ground, full of murderous aura. At this moment, the old man felt scared. When Qian's speed of evolution was undoubtedly another blow to the main control desk. Her combat power had recovered so much. When Qian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, she raised her knife and chopped the old man. At the moment, she heard Wen Rang's voice behind her. Stop! When Qian hesitated for a moment, and was dragged over by Wen Rang. She looked at Wen Rang in confusion, and seeing that Wen Rang was so scared that his face turned pale, she said to her, her ability is to counterattack. Whatever you do to her will happen to you as well. When Qian. Oh! That's interesting. When Qian turned to look at the old man, after hearing what Wen Rang said, she was not afraid, but showed a creepy smile on her face. I remember that if the people at the control center were bitten by zombies, they would also be infected. Right? When Qian said softly. She remembered that the special zombie she met in Ningxing before was sent by the control center to hunt her down. She looked at the old man with burning eyes and said, I want your superpowers. The old man, that depends on whether you have the ability. More cloned robots appeared in Wen Qian's sight. They were all wearing the clothes of the master console, which made Wen Qian annoyed. I'll deal with them. Wen Rang pressed Wen Qian's shoulders and whispered, She is left to you. Wen Rang remembered something and looked at the old man with a complicated look. He patted Wen Qian's shoulder and walked towards the robots. When passing by the old man, he said something. Goodbye, teacher Sang. Sang Yi's breath was choked, and her eyes followed Wen Rang. But before she could say or do anything, Wen Qian stood in front of her. Whatever I do to you will happen to me. Wen Qian smiled. Then I want to see how long you can last. As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, Sang Yi felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. The next second, several steel bars burst out from the ground and pierced her limbs. Wen Qian expressionlessly connected her dislocated arm, and then pulled out the steel bars one by one from her body. She was bleeding like a self-torture, as if she could not feel the pain. She enjoyed the painful expression of the person in front of her with interest. Chapter 299, Don't Let Me Find You. Sang Yi was careless. Not only her. Judging from the current situation, perhaps the entire control center underestimated Wen Qian's strength. Sang Yi did not expect to meet Wen Qian here today, but she was always prepared to fight with Wen Qian and take her back. So there is only one reason for the current situation, which is the simple difference in strength, compared with Wen Qian, who has been at the center of the battle for many years. The entire control center can't find a few people who can fight back and forth with her, even though her current combat power has not been fully restored. The combat experience engraved in her bones and blood has never disappeared. Wen Qian dealt with Sang Yi while keeping an eye on Wen Rang's movements. It seems that Sang Yi has other abilities besides counterattack, such as space. But her space is different from Wen Qian's. At present, it seems that her space is used to store combat power. Otherwise, where did so many clones come from? It is hard to explain. Wen Qian looked at Sang Yi's gradually exhausted appearance with a cold look. Actually, I was just thinking, what if you are also a clone? After all, smart people generally don't choose to go directly to the main body. Fortunately, you are not as smart as I thought. Sang Yi was angered by her words. And Wen Qian smiled. Sure enough, some researchers hate to be told that they are not smart. But what can I do? The fact is that Wen Qian turned her head and looked at the bodies of the aliens she had killed before in the distance. I used to suspect that those aliens were created by you. But now I can breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that you just found them while looking for me and brought them here. Otherwise, it is impossible that she has been throwing out clones for so long without seeing any aliens. From her contempt for humans, it can be seen that there is no reason for her to leave so many human raw materials unused, but choose to use the experimental subjects in the main control console. Sang Yi, so what? You can't escape. Reason? Sang Yi sneered and said nothing. Wen Qian scanned her up and down, frowning slightly. Even though he was injured like this, he still talked nonsense. Did he really have a backup plan? Or was he just trying to scare her? When Wen Qian was observing Sang Yi carefully, she suddenly found that her eyes seemed a little strange. A flash of dark red flashed across Sang Yi's eyes. Very quickly. But Wen Qian caught it. Wen Qian was shocked and had a guess. What should he do? How can he kill her quickly without hurting his core parts? Wen Qian thought of many ways to kill her, such as digging out her heart directly, or cutting her throat. But because of the special nature of Sang Yi's ability, these were too much damage to Wen Qian. Although Wen Qian had the ability to regenerate, she was not sure whether her regeneration speed could catch up with the speed of death. So these two methods were not feasible. The only thing left was to let her die from excessive blood loss. Wen Qian didn't want to delay any longer, so she sped up her hands. The movement on her side scared many bystanders. From their position and angle, they couldn't hear Wen Qian's conversation at all. From their perspective, all they could see was Wen Qian torturing an old man. During the torturing process, her body seemed to have some problems. If someone looked carefully, they would find that after the old man's arm was cut off, Wen Qian's arm also separated from her body. Such a discovery made Lin Yin and other people who were familiar with her pale and almost burst into tears. But soon, Wen Qian's arm grew back. For a time, they thought they were dazzled and saw it wrong. But then, this scene reappeared. They stared at Wen Qian's body with wide eyes. After realizing that the truth was what they saw, everyone felt unprecedented fear. What kind of terrible superpower is this? Fortunately, such a person is a teammate. We must not let Wen Qian be infected by the zombie virus. If she becomes a zombie, then everyone is really finished. Sang Yi fell in a pool of blood, dying. Wen Qian gave her the last blow, and when her breathing completely stopped, he squatted down and took out her heart. With double protection, Wen Qian would never let this person return to the main control console. Since he is an enemy that will be eliminated sooner or later, there is no need to raise a tiger to cause trouble. After experiencing Zhang Xiang's incident, Wen Qian was more certain of this. She crushed the warm heart with her bare hands and felt a little sorry. She failed to turn Sang Yi into a zombie when she was alive, so she could not obtain her superpowers. Wen Qian sighed and prayed in her heart that one day she would meet a zombie who would be proud of her and also have such superpowers. Wen Qian lowered her eyelids and stared at Sang Yi's eyes that could not be closed. She hesitated for a moment and dug out her eyeballs. Sure enough, they were transformed. The old lady was a bit cruel to herself, Wen Qian thought. She held the eye that was transformed into a monitor in her hand and looked at it expressionlessly. At the same time, the main control desk, in the conference room of the institute, everyone was shocked by the picture on the big screen and their faces turned pale. Why did Sang Yi say that she couldn't escape? Was it because the main control desk had already determined that she was here, so they would start to hunt her down non-stop? But didn't Xia Ren have seen her before? Could it be two different groups of people? Wen Qian sneered. It was not certain who was chasing whom now. She spoke softly to the monitor. Don't let me find you. This simple sentence frightened some people so much that they lost their balance and fell off their chairs. The next second, Wen Qian crushed the monitor. In the meeting room, there was panic. After Wen Qian dealt with Sang Yi, she immediately went to Unveiling, helped him decompose the remaining clones. The two killed several more waves of zombies, until no more zombies dared to approach. Wen Qian looked in the direction of the second base, which seemed to have calmed down. She turned and walked into the base. Lin Yan and others followed her, and Xiaobai and the 4 dogs ran around happily in the crowd. It can be seen that they had a great time tonight. Some people had never seen Xiaobai and the others before, and they were all frightened by these huge war pets. A cat with snow-white fur and a strong body like a lion, and 4 dogs with black hair, as strong as wolves. Where did they get them from? After being frightened, everyone gradually showed envy in their eyes, especially those who came from other cities. They were more determined to recruit Wen Qian to join their own camp. The information was right. This Wen Qian was really strong, and through what happened just now, it can be basically confirmed that her ability is regeneration. This is an extremely rare ability. At least they have only seen her now. Wen Qian returned to the accommodation area and noticed those people who were standing in the distance and had not entered the house, all staring at her, and she had a bad premonition. They showed that kind of wolf-like eyes seeing meat. What did they mean? Chapter 300. She kills everyone who comes to the control desk. Lin Yan follows Wen Qian's gaze and snorts. Qianshen. Ignore them. They must be thinking about how to poach you. Today I overheard them saying they want to chase you. Lin Yan's words angered everyone around her. What the hell? It's fine if they want to poach people. But why do they want to chase people? What are they thinking? If Qianshan really wants to find a boyfriend, will they be able to do it? That's right. There are so many of us lining up. The door behind Wen Qian opened, and Imo Han stood at the door looking at the people outside. Who wants to chase her? Wen Qian, Lin Yan, and the others were frightened by him. And soon someone found something wrong. Boss, how did you get out of this room? Imo Han appeared from dormitory 002. As everyone knows, he doesn't live here. Looking for her. Imo Han lowered his eyes and looked at Wen Qian. Wen Qian coughed lightly and asked, "What's going on at the second base? Are there any aliens?" Everyone then noticed the blood on Imo Han's body and suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that the boss came to talk to Qianshan about the battle situation. Lin Yan glanced at the group of people and shook his head helplessly. It's really lonely to know the truth by yourself. Boss, you guys chat. We're leaving first. Lin Yan cleverly led everyone away. And when he walked away, he also pushed those onlookers who were standing at the door and unwilling to enter the house with bad intentions into the house. What are you looking at? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death in such a cold day? Go in. Lin Yan cursed. Wen Qian saw that no one was watching around, so he put Xiao Bai and the others into the space. In fact, there was no point in doing so. After all, so many people saw them appear out of thin air just now. The three of them entered the house, and Wen Qian and Imo Han exchanged information from each other. After hearing that Wen Qian met Sang Yi, Imo Han's face sank. Wen Qian, so who is that old lady? I see that the clothes she wears are different from those of Xia Ran's group. Didn't Xia Ran tell them that I was here? Imo Han, Sang Yi's identity is different. She is from the Research Institute. It can be said that all of us were studied there. They have been studying genetic changes and evolution for many years, as well as the cyberization of the human body. It is conceivable that if the strength of the body increases, the combat power will also increase, and the casualty rate will decrease. We don't have much contact with him. But Sang Yi had intended to bring Wen Rang over to be his assistant before. But something unexpected happened, and it was left unresolved. As for Xia Ran, their information is not shared. The Research Institute does not like to contact the Special Forces, and a large part of the reason is because of you. And Xia Ran also intends to deal with you alone. She has always been very hostile to you. So not everyone at the main control station knows that you are still alive and where you are now. After listening to Imo Han's words, Wen Qian and Wen Rang summed up the most critical problem. That is, they will be hunted by two groups of people in the future. Wen Qian leaned back in her chair and looked up at the ceiling. She looked calm, but she cursed in her heart. Why was this world classified as uncontrollable? Don't those people have any idea? Isn't it because of their constant intervention that the situation here has become more and more chaotic? Of course, there are also reasons from their own people. Wen Qian glared at Imo Han. Thanks to these people, Wen Qian's experience of surviving for 15 years in her previous life now looks like a joke. And there is basically not much that can be used. And the situation will only get worse. The people sent by the control center to hunt her down will definitely continue to stimulate the evolution of zombies and aliens. Wen Qian gritted her teeth and said to Imo Han, "Let's make arrangements. We will go out of the city and get another batch of supplies back in 3 days. There are several large cities near Bincheng." Wen Qian remembered that the coal yard discovered by Fu Sheng seemed not far from here. I don't know how long the cold winter will last. It's always right to prepare more. But the heavy snow keeps falling, and it's difficult to travel. Wen Qian currently has enough supplies for the people in her base. But as more and more people come to Imo Han's side, the inventory will only get less and less. Wen Qian is not nosy, since the necessary condition for passing this game is to protect them and eliminate zombies. She will do it. She is now looking forward to the day when she can fight back to the main control console. She really can't wait to tear off their heads one by one. Wen Qian, I don't need much supplies here, but I need crystal cores. Today, I heard what Sang Yi said. My strength is far worse than before. Even if I have to take drugs, I have to keep up my fighting power. Otherwise, if those bastards at the main control desk succeed, they will probably hang my body up for show. So hurry up and do something big before the new year. It's a good opportunity to vent Wen Qian's anger. She is now extremely murderous. Imo Han would naturally not refuse her proposal. Okay, I'll arrange it. Before you leave tomorrow, bind Yixinghua and others to the system. I picked them for you. Wen Qian nodded. By the way, why didn't I see Yixinghua just now? He's at the second base. Didn't I tell you before that I was going to leave this place to Xingyu and Lu Bai? And let him be the assistant? So I haven't looked for him much recently. And they are now in charge of the second base. They just come to me to discuss some things occasionally. Mo Han was determined to leave. But there were indeed some problems in front of him. If he left, the strength of Bincheng base would be greatly reduced. To be honest, Wen Qian didn't think Xingyu and the little crybaby could calm the situation. Fu Sheng will definitely come to cause trouble then. And Sang Yi's words today also made Wen Qian a little worried. Will they use human lives to force her to show up in the future? This is really disgusting. Wen Qian didn't think about saving everyone. But she didn't want everyone to die because of her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. When Rang, who was sitting next to her, saw it and moved closer to Mo Han. If you want to fight, hit him. Your boyfriend is more resistant than me. Don't hurt me by mistake. Wen Qian looked irritable. I'm really annoyed. I hate the feeling of having to do something. Wen Qian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. And she didn't even notice it. She just thought she would kill everyone who came to the control console. And she must make this abandoned world classified as controllable. Wen Qian took a deep breath and looked at her dirty clothes. She took a bath in vain. And also wasted a set of constant temperature clothes. Annoying. She looked at Mo Han. You go back and rest. When Rang and I will go into the space to take a bath, change clothes and sleep. Mo Han, can't you take me into the space with you? When Rang, brother, what do you want to do together? Mo Han looked at him speechlessly. Take a bath with you. And then take you back to my room to sleep together. Are you satisfied with this answer? Brother Rang? When Rang tightened his clothes and moved closer to Wen Qian. Chapter 301. She is really fierce. Even fiercer than a female gorilla. Wen Qian brought the two immature men into the space and went into her room, not bothering to care about them. Mo Han entered the guest room in the villa with familiarity, took a quick hot shower, and changed into the clean clothes he brought in. Men take showers faster than women. So when Wen Qian came out, Mo Han and Wen Rang had been sitting in the living room chatting for a while. The three of them left the space, and Mo Han took Wen Rang back to his dormitory next door. Wen Qian lay down on the bed, thinking about what happened tonight, and couldn't sleep. She was thinking back to the things about the control panel that she had thought of when she was fighting with Sang Yi. The pain in her brain had made Wen Qian start to adapt, and she fell asleep unconsciously in this pain. When she woke up the next morning, the snow outside had stopped, but the wind was stronger than yesterday, and the temperature was colder than yesterday. It was minus 35 degrees. Wen Qian looked at the thermometer hanging on the wall with a painful expression. When will this hell of a day end? She went into the space to wash up, cleaned up the shit for Xiaobai and the others, and added food. She went to the kitchen to get some breakfast and took it out of the space to find Mo Han and Wen Rang. She knocked on the door, and the door opened. She looked at Mo Han at the door and threw him a bottle of hot milk. After entering the room, Wen Qian looked around and asked, "Where is my brother?" He went to the laboratory. Wen Qian looked puzzled. What is he doing there? Didn't you send the alien you caught last night there? The data came out, and when Rang said he was a little interested, so he went to take a look. Can her brother be interested? This is a bit rare. Wen Qian put the breakfast in her arms on the table and looked at Mo Han. Eat. We'll go find him after eating. Wen Qian brought pancakes. A super luxurious set meal. The kind that can make you full after eating one. The two of them went out after eating and drinking. And the oncoming wind made Wen Qian put on the mask immediately. Why don't the system mall have constant temperature masks and hats to wear? This is unreasonable. Wen Qian decided to ask her mother to make two for her after returning home. And she would have the raw materials after disassembling the constant temperature suit. Before the two of them left the accommodation area, Wen Qian saw Yixinghua and a group of people waiting in front. She turned her head to look at Mo Han. And after seeing Mo Han nod, she walked over to ask Yixinghua what they wanted. Like Lin Yan's group, they agreed without hesitation. In this way, Wen Qian completely made up for the number of people she owed the system. After finishing this matter, everyone dispersed and went about their own business. It snowed all night yesterday, and now snow is being cleared everywhere in the base. The residential area was full of life after a long absence. Wen Qian heard the laughter and playfulness from afar, and the corners of her mouth could not help but slightly rise. When they arrived at the laboratory, Wen Rang was discussing something with the professors, and the atmosphere in the room was a little serious. Wen Rang's previous job was in robotics and AI, and he came here to see if these mutants could be transformed. After a whole night of examination, the various values of the mutant had come out. From the test results, it was indeed transformed from a human to what it is now. However, the radiation level in its body was very high, and its genes had also changed a little. It was locked in a special room, and it wanted to escape violently. But after seeing Wen Qian, it immediately calmed down and ran to the corner and squatted. It can be seen that Wen Qian really beat it hard last night. Wen Qian was very satisfied to see that it was so sensible. Wen Rang and the professors found this scene a little funny. They had been trying to communicate with it before, but to no avail. Just like its current appearance, it looks like a violent gorilla. Wen Qian suggested, "What do you want to communicate? I'll go in and talk to it." Wen Rang, "Nothing special. Just want to see if it can still speak human language and where it comes from." "Okay. Let me in." Wen Qian put on the radiation protection suit and went into the room. As soon as she entered the room, the seemingly honest mutant immediately attacked her, and then she taught him a lesson. Outside the glass, except for Yuan Chen, the other old professors had never seen Wen Qian take action. They always thought she was a technical person. After all, she could develop a 100% harmless medicine. But seeing this scene, they were a little scared. Wen Qian beat the mutant, who was much stronger than humans in both size and strength, until he cried. Wen Qian was a little annoyed by its crying, and remembered what her mother said to Wen Rang when she was a child. "I'll count to 3. Hold it back. 1, 2. Good. If you cry again, I'll beat you to death, regardless of whether it can speak human language or not." From the current point of view, it can at least understand human language. Wen Qian asked it, "Can you talk?" The mutant nodded first, then shook his head. "Wen Qian, are you kidding me? Can you or can't you? Give me an accurate answer, or I'll beat you up." The gorilla's face silently shed tears. It cried for a while, and when it saw Wen Qian rolling up his sleeves again, it tried to squeeze out a few words. "I can speak, but it's very difficult." Wen Qian felt uncomfortable after hearing it say a sentence. Is it that the language system has degenerated while the other functions of the body have evolved? Wen Qian observed its reaction closely. Perhaps it is not only the language system, but all human-related habits are changing. Wen Qian asked again, "Bincheng?" The gorilla shook its head and uttered 2 more words, "John." "City." Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. It was quite far from Bincheng, several thousand kilometers away. It was a mountain city. It seemed that Sangyi had gone through a lot of detours to find her. Thinking of this, Wen Qian felt relieved. Wen Qian turned her head to look at the oversized glass, and saw Wen Rang outside making an okay gesture to her, and was about to go out. Before leaving, she pointed at the gorilla face and warned, "You'd better be quiet and obedient. Otherwise I will break your legs next time." Gorilla face. She is really fierce. Even fiercer than a female gorilla. Wen Qian left the isolation room and did another purification before returning to Wen Rang and others. She looked at Imo Han and said, "Arrange someone to come and keep an eye on it. Lin Yan or someone else. Trustworthy and capable. This thing is just like a zombie. It cannot be trusted. If she doesn't show up in a few days, and there are only some thin and weak professors here who either wear glasses or have white hair and look easy to bully, it will definitely continue to be violent and think about escaping. If it really escapes, it will be difficult to deal with it. It can't be solved by just firing 2 shots." Imo Han nodded. And after a few more chats, Wen Qian and Wen Rang left. They planned to go back. Before leaving, Wen Qian remembered something and said to Imo Han, "Be careful. Sangyi seems to have located this place last night, and the main control desk may send someone over again." Chapter 302, I feel a little sorry for the zombies who met Wen Qian. After listening to her words, Imo Han nodded and said, "Since you are so worried about me, why don't you stay and protect me? Goodbye. No need to see me off." Wen Qian spoke expressionlessly, pulling Wen Rang away, in order to avoid being surrounded by people from other bases at the door. Wen Qian directly chose to use teleportation, and didn't want to waste time meeting them. Before Wen Rang could react, he was dragged by his sister to a place 3 kilometers away from Bincheng base, and almost fell into the mouth of a zombie. The heavy snow blocked the road, and it was difficult to drive. Just when Rang wanted to ask Wenqian if they wanted to teleport back, he saw his sister staring at the heavy snow in a daze, and then turned to look at the zombies running towards them, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Rang knew that she must be up to no good. A few minutes later, Wenqian and Rang sat on the snowmobile, being pulled forward by the zombies. Rang crossed his arms in front of his chest. Sometimes, he really felt a little sorry for the zombies who met Wenqian. Wenqian caught only level 3 zombies, which were not very powerful and ran very fast. With their heads tilted, they ran dozens of kilometers and sent the two back home. When they arrived near the base, Wenqian jumped out of the car with great kindness and killed them casually. Not long after the two walked out, they saw Xiong Yushuang playing outside with a group of children, all of whom were children from their base. Seeing Wenqian and Rang from a distance, Xiong Yushuang ran over excitedly, his face red from the cold, and looked at Wenqian and said, "Captain Qian, you're back." "Yeah." Wenqian looked at the group of children in the distance, including Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan. "Why did you think of bringing them out to play?" Because there is no snow in our base." "Do they want to play or do you want to play?" Wenqian's words revealed the secret, making Xiong Yushuang's face even redder. But Wenqian didn't blame her, because Xiong Yushuang had made sufficient preparations. On the roof of the base, Qi Huan and others were using binoculars to patrol the surrounding area. As long as someone appears, they will find it immediately. Seeing Wenqian coming back, Xiong Yushuang no longer wanted to play. She brought a group of children who were shivering like chicks back to the base. As soon as Wenqian entered the gate of the base, she saw a dozen snowmen standing at the gate of the base, which were moved in from outside. There was a glass roof above the open space of her base, so the inside of the base was clean and there was no snow, and the crops were all good. At this time, the snow on the glass roof was also cleaned up by everyone. The temperature outside Wenqian's base is higher than that of Imohan's, because of the glass. Wenqian went back upstairs and asked Xiong Yushuang, "What did you do last night?" Xiong Yushuang was stunned by the question, and then answered a little guilty, "I just went out to play for a while. But I didn't go far. Just nearby." "What's the matter?" "I know." Wenqian smiled. "Guess who I met last night?" "Who?" Xiong Yushuang came over with interest. "Do I know him?" "I should know him. Otherwise you wouldn't ask me." "Sang Yi. That fierce old lady? Why is she here?" Xiong Yushuang's eyes widened in shock. She didn't have a very good impression of Sang Yi. Every time they met, she had a stern face, as if someone owed her money and didn't pay it back. "What else can you do?" "Kill me." "But I killed you." Wenqian took off his coat and slumped on the sofa. "But the laboratory has confirmed which city I am currently in, and they will definitely send other people over next. So you all should be on guard." Xiong Yushuang nodded repeatedly. "I know. But the laboratory doesn't seem to have much combat power." "Right. They used to have a bad relationship with our special forces, and sometimes they came to borrow people with a very bad attitude. I always feel that they are looking down on us. I wonder if Xia Ren has eased up a little since he took office. Could it be that they have joined forces?" Wenqian, "Probably not yet. Xia Ren didn't tell them that I was here. They came here on their own." Xiong Yushuang sneered. "Then Xia Ren just wants to eat alone and get a special merit. You understand Xia Ren very well. Don't be careless. Although the laboratory has not joined forces with the special forces, they also have their own combat power. They are robots developed based on the basic data of the special forces members." Xiong Yushuang's face fell when she heard this. "So you met my robot last night? Then you just asked me what I did last night. Is it suspect me?" Xiong Yushuang didn't say the last few words, but tears were already welling up in her eyes. Wenqian really admired her. She didn't know why her tear glands were so developed. "I just want to confirm whether my guess is correct. You don't have the brains to be an undercover agent. Hold back your tears." "Okay." Xiong Yushuang's tears disappeared. Wenqian sighed helplessly. While the two were talking, Wenchongning and Liamo came back from outside. One of them went to the ward downstairs to see the pregnant woman in confinement, and the other went to the planting area to see if the crops were frozen to death. Fortunately, both people and things were in good condition. "Dad, come here." Wenqian hooked her finger at Wenchongning. "I'll take you into the space and see what I've got. I've got something good for you." Wen Chengming's eyes lit up instantly, and he followed Wen Qian into the space, his mouth shaped into an O in surprise. The huge crowds of pigs, cows, and livestock made Wen Chengming cry. Where did this come from? Wen Chengming's merchant blood began to awaken. I suddenly felt like I had taken another step closer to becoming the world's richest man. Wen Qian, he was trickier. Do you remember Fu Sheng? Yes, I remember. Wasn't it that bastard Uncle Anan? Yes, it was him. He got cocky after I praised him a few times. He gave it to us. Wen Chengming smiled. That's great. Next time you see him, take me with you. I'll praise him till he dies. Wen Chengming rolled up his sleeves and started to work. With so many pigs and cows, the original pigsty and cowshed are not enough. We have to build new ones. While he was busy working in the space, Wen Qian went out temporarily and gathered Xiong Yushuang, Mu Xi and others together. He told them about the joint operation with Binsheng base in 3 days. Xiong Yushuang, but someone has to guard the base. Who will stay? Wen Qian, whoever asks can stay. Xiong Yushuang. Wen Qian looked at her with a smile. It's you, Captain Qian. If you say that, I'll really cry. Xiong Yushuang's face was full of reluctance. No, I want to go out with you. I keep you at home because I trust you. Of all the people here, I trust you the most. Xiong Yushuang pouted, although she was still unwilling. But her attitude was shaken. Well, okay then. Everyone. Isn't this little girl too easy to coax? Chapter 303 Wen Qian's mental pollution value has increased. The joint action plan makes everyone very excited. Except Xiong Yushuang. The last 3-day high-intensity outdoor action made them all feel the joy of killing zombies. After so many days, they have also rested well. So they are particularly excited about this outing. Wen Qian and Imohan have not yet discussed the specific plan. Telling them this in advance is just a hope that they can conserve their energy and not go out to cause trouble in the next few days. After everyone left, Wen Qian looked at Xiong Yushuang, who was still silent with a gloomy face, and asked her, Do you know why I kept you in the base? Xiong Yushuang replied weakly, Because I'm a bad mouth. And because you trust me. I don't know how long it will take for me to come back this time. So I must leave someone I can rely on in the base. Didn't I tell you about Sangyi before? I'm worried that they will send other people over. If they really come to our door, Mu Xi and the others can't deal with it at all. Those robots look like ordinary people. If they use our faces to sneak into the base, it will be bad. My mother is more worried about the pregnant women and will not participate in this operation. If she doesn't go, my father will definitely stay at home. So I need you to stay with them and protect their safety. Do you understand? Xiong Yushuang was a little emotional before, but she was completely gone after listening to Wen Qian's words. I understand. She nodded seriously. I am the reliable chosen son. Of course I won't leave you alone. You can choose any of the remaining team members. After this operation, I will take you out to play alone. Xiong Yushuang's mouth curled up. Do what you say? Do what you say. No more anger. Happy! Xiong Yushuang happily accepted this fact and went out to choose teammates. She only chose 2 men brought from the main control desk, in case of any accidents, so that they can have a higher degree of tacit understanding with her. If they act together, there will be many people, and it will be mixed. And they may also encounter special zombies in other cities. Xiong Yushuang was worried about Wen Qian, so she left the people she trusted to her. Wen Reng went into the study room after he came back, typing away on the keyboard, and Wen Qian didn't dare to disturb him. In the study room, Wen Reng looked at the data on the computer screen, frowning. Wen Qian's mental pollution value increased. He turned off the computer power before he went out, fearing that the system would suddenly issue a warning and scare his parents. When he came back, he saw that something abnormal had indeed happened. But why did it increase? Because she had close contact with mutants? Last time, Wen Qian's body values also fluctuated, but they stabilized in the end. But this time, the mental pollution value was fixed at 30, which was already the highest in the entire base. Wen Reng was a little worried. His sister is really going to become a villain. He leaned back in his chair and thought for a long time. Then heaved a sigh of relief. Villains are villains. What they are doing now is not something that good people can do. Whose good people are wanted every day and hunted by a bunch of people. As long as his sister is mentally stable and conscious, Wen Reng will not mind her becoming a zombie. At worst, they will all become zombies. whether in this world or in the world of the main control console. No one can think about it. Just bite each other for fun in the future. When Rang turned off the system, worried that others would accidentally see it, he went out to the living room and saw Wen Qian holding Gu Wanwan, tricking her to go out with him to kill zombies. Gu Wanwan had gone out with them once before. After all, she was young, and although there was no danger, she was still afraid. Wen Qian always thought it was a pity that her ability was not used as a big meat shield. So she wanted to take her out to practice when she had the chance. Gu Ran didn't interfere with what Wen Qian did. Sometimes he wanted to take Gu Wanwan out, but he couldn't resist the 3-year-old baby's coquetry, and his heart softened again and again. So he was very grateful to have someone like Wen Qian. Sister, can we not go? Gu Wanwan grabbed Wen Qian's clothes with her little hands and asked in a low voice. No. Go out with sister to kill zombies, or be hung on the wall by sister to fish for zombies. Which one do you choose? Gu Wanwan was frightened by her words, and looked around aggrievedly, hoping that someone could come to help her. When Rang was the first to catch her eye, seeing her looking at him for help, he shrugged and said, Don't look at me. I'm also afraid of being hung on the wall to catch zombies. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the room, not giving the little girl any hope. The second person Gu Wanwan targeted was Xiong Yushuang, although she was not particularly familiar with his sister. As a result, Xiong Yushuang's answer was even more extreme. She is my captain. I listened to her. Maybe I will be the one to hang you on the wall. Hee. Gu Wanwan was breathing rapidly and was about to cry. She tried to find someone else. Gu Ran hid at the door of the room, listening to the conversation outside, and didn't dare to show up at all. Liam O just came out of the kitchen, saw Gu Wanwan's tearful look and turned back, and the child didn't even have a chance to speak. Finally, Gu Wanwan looked at Fu Yuan, who was sitting next to her. Fu Yuan looked distressed. He looked at Wen Qian, then at Gu Wanwan, thought for a while and said, Don't be afraid. Sister, brother will go out with you to kill zombies. Gu Wanwan. Wow. The child finally couldn't help crying. Wen Qian saw that she was crying so sadly, so she stuffed an apple into her mouth. Gu Wanwan was choked and lost her voice, looking at Wen Qian pitifully. In fact, she knew that her sister was the eldest in the family, and no one could help her. But the usual thinking of children is to try. Maybe it will work? At the moment, Gu Wanwan really had no choice. So she held the apple in one hand and wiped her tears with the other hand, and whispered, Sister, how many zombies do I have to kill this time? 100. Gu Wanwan gasped, and the apple in her hand fell out of fear. Gu Ran would sometimes take her out, but the goal she set for her was only 3 or 5. 100. Sister wants her to live in the zombie's house. Doesn't she want to bring her back? She threw herself into Wen Qian's arms and hugged Wen Qian tightly. Wen Qian didn't know what the little girl had imagined. She only heard her say, I don't want it. I don't want to eat and sleep with zombies. Wen Qian. Gu Wanwan looked up at her. Sister, don't leave me. I want yours. Dear Wanwan, I'm taking you out to kill zombies. Others don't have the chance to go out with me. Xiong Yushuang, you can actually just tell me my ID number. Xiong Yushuang sighed and looked at the little one in Wen Qian's arms with envy. That's great. She also wants to bury her head in his chest. Chapter 304 achieved the intermediate ranch achievement. Gu Wanwan and Wen Qian were in love for a while, but they didn't get the result they wanted, so they had to give up. She pouted and went to play with Fu Yuan. Seeing that she accepted this, Wen Qian and others were relieved. Liam O walked out of the kitchen, looked around, and asked Wen Qian, Where is your dad? In the space. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the intermediate ranch achievement. Unlock the automatic feeding and cleaning function. Reward breeding speed increased by 50%. Output increased by 50%. Wen Qian was slightly stunned, wondering what her father had done in the space. Xiong Yushuang hugged Wen Qian's arm. Okay, Captain. Take me into the space to have a look. Wen Qian did not refuse, and took her and Liam O into the space together. After Xiong Yushuang came in, she saw the familiar villa at first sight. Her expression froze. She never expected the space to be like this. The last time Wen Qian put the super cruise ship into the space, everyone was guessing how big her space was. Now it seems that everyone's guess is still conservative. When Qian and Liamo walked to the breeding area and saw that Wen Chongning had built a new cowshed with the help of 10 orcs. No wonder they received a system prompt. Before, when these cows and pigs were placed in the space, the system would default to the category of supplies. But after they were given a home, the nature was different. Wen Chongning was confused because the newly built cowshed suddenly changed and looked much more advanced. And the pig pen, sheep pen, chicken pen, etc. seemed to have been upgraded. Wen Qian came in at this time, and Wen Chongning hurriedly asked what was going on. What else could it be? You, the logistics director, are too hardworking. And you triggered the system task. So it's a reward. Wen Qian smiled and said, automatic feeding and cleaning functions. So you can be a little more relaxed in the future. It's really tiring to come in every day to feed them and clean their feces. When Wen Qian goes out, he will take time to enter the space and help Wen Chongning do these things. First, he is afraid that the animals will be hungry. And second, he doesn't want his space to become smelly. Fortunately, the space is special, and there is no special smell even with so many livestock. Otherwise Wen Qian really doesn't know what to do. When Wen Chongning heard that he could unlock rewards by working, he was more motivated and decided to build the pig pen today. Xiong Yushuang walked around the villa and ran over excitedly. Captain Qian, that house is exactly the same as your previous home. Wen Qian didn't react to this, but Liamo and Wen Chongning looked a little strange. Wen Chongning, my home? When did my family have such a big villa? Xiong Yushuang. Oops. I seem to have said something I shouldn't have said. Xiong Yushuang. Ah. I remembered it wrong. Uncle. It's another friend's house. And it's super similar to this one. Wen Chongning, I said I've never been so rich. Xiong Yushuang couldn't help but mutter in his heart, thinking, don't sigh. When you remember that you are the head of the supply department and hold all the material resources at the main control console, you will be a different face. Wen Chongning turned around and went back to work, while Liamo went to the kitchen, planning to make more delicious food in the few days before Wen Qian left. Wen Qian took Xiong Yushuang around in the space, visited all the places, and satisfied her curiosity. After returning to the starting point, Wen Qian looked at the groups of pigs and cows, and said to Wen Chongning, Dad, let's kill 5 pigs and cows for the residents of the base. Wen Chongning, is it okay? Well, we have a lot of supplies now, so we can be a little extravagant. And the rewards you receive today also include a 50% increase in breeding speed and a 50% increase in output. We will never lack meat in the future. When Wen Chongning heard this surprise, his first reaction was to look at the rabbits he raised. Will the speed increase by another 50%? Will the output also increase? Then we have to hurry up and braise the rabbits. We have to make spicy rabbit cubes and spicy rabbit heads. Wen Qian followed her father's gaze, and couldn't help shaking her head. Rabbit. It is indeed one of the necessary reserve food in the end times. Just a few simple ones can give you endless surprises. They used to give some rabbits to the residents of the base. And now they are all raised. The cute rabbits have become the only source of meat for the residents of the base. Wen Chongning retracted his gaze and said, why don't you just give them the pigs and cows, so that they can feel a little involved? There is more than a month left before the new year, and the temperature outside is suitable now. It is a natural refrigerator, so it is not a problem to freeze some meat. Wen Qian thought about it, and it made sense. So she went out of the space and went downstairs. There are currently less than 200 residents in her base. If I remember correctly, there are about 160 or 170. As for Yi Xinghua, Lin Yan and others, although they are bound to the system, they do not live here, so they are not counted for the time being. More than 100 people, not including Xiong Yushuang and Mu Xi and other combat members. Their meals will be supplied by Wen Qian separately. For ordinary residents, 5 pigs and 5 cows are enough for them to eat for many meals. They haven't eaten oily food for a long time, and it's not easy to eat a lot suddenly, which can easily cause stomach discomfort. After Wen Qian and Xiong Yushuang went downstairs, Wen Qian took out the cows and pigs and put them on the open space. Ordinary residents are still living in the underground garage. The entrance and exit outside the garage have been blocked, and they can only enter through the elevators and stairs of each building. So Wen Qian asked Xiong Yushuang to stay here while she went down to notify those people to come out and slaughter pigs and cattle. Wen Qian hadn't been to the garage for a few days. When she came here again after the extreme cold, it was a completely different scene. Large tents that were windproof and warm were placed along the wall. In order to be warmer, they lived together in groups next to each other. Outside the tent was the iron stove that Wenqian had given them before. They usually gathered together to burn wood for warmth. And they could also roast sweet potatoes and potatoes on the stove as meals, which was very convenient. There are drinking water facilities nearby, which are several large plastic barrels with taps. They fetch water from the well in the base and pour it into the barrels, so they don't have to run out when they need it. There are several large trash cans a little further away, where they throw their trash, and they take them out every few days. Before, throwing away the trash was the responsibility of Wenqian, but now they are a little bolder and dare to leave the base and go out to throw away the trash together with other combatants. As for physiological problems, they were solved in the building. The toilets on the first floor of each building were open, and no resident of the base was allowed to urinate or defecate in other places. Otherwise, if they were found by Wenqian, they would be thrown out of the base directly. After the polar night ended, the light in the garage became sufficient, and there were windows in the garage for ventilation, so daily life could be fully satisfied here, and they lived a very comfortable life. Chapter 305. Many people in the base have reached the loyalty level of never betraying. Many open spaces in the garage have been planted with sweet potatoes, and some vegetables by residents. There is also a big stove built with bricks, where everyone cooks and eats together, and the smell of fireworks is quite strong. As for the kitchen that Wenqian prepared for them in the building before, they rarely use it. Since the beginning of the polar night, they have basically seldom left here. Now that the polar night is over and the weather is very cold, everyone doesn't want to go so far to eat, so they just eat here. Seeing Wenqian appear, everyone quickly surrounded her and asked her if there was anything they could do. Wenqian, we got a few pigs and cows from outside. You can arrange a few people who can kill to go up and deal with them. Take advantage of the weather now to freeze some of the meat and save it for the new year. Pig, cow. These are words they haven't heard of for a long time. Although sometimes they are very greedy and have imagined sweet and sour spare ribs, tomato beef brisket and so on. It is just a thought after all. They know that the species outside are mutating violently. Otherwise they can go to the sea to fish so close to the sea. When they went to the beach before, they were frightened by the mutant fish with sharp teeth. Later, the mutation of crows, seagulls and bats also made them completely give up on these animals. Now, when they heard Wenqian say this, they all kept swallowing their saliva, thinking that they were hallucinating. Are they edible pigs and cows? In the silence, someone asked cautiously. Wenqian smiled and answered, of course they are edible. Otherwise why would I bring them back? To eat you? As soon as she finished speaking, cheers rang out in the garage. Ah, great. We have meat to eat. We are so lucky to be able to come to this base. Meat. Mom, I want to eat meat. Adults and children all hugged each other. Wenqian looked at them. Her eyes moved slightly, and she turned around and walked out without saying anything. A group of people followed her, regardless of whether they knew how to kill pigs and cattle. They all wanted to go out and take a look, leaving the underground garage. As soon as they walked out of the unit door, they saw the pigs and cattle on the open space. They were screaming in panic. Xiong Yushuang and a few others surrounded them. They were relieved when they saw Wenqian and the others coming. The residents behind Wenqian were stunned when they saw so many pigs and cows. They looked at each other and asked Wenqian, are they all for us? Yes. Wenqian nodded. Let's kill them today. The conditions in our base don't allow us to raise them. Their base was still too small. If they had to set aside a piece of land to raise them, it would not be a problem. But with the food, feed and hygiene issues, it would not be cost effective. Pigs can give birth after 4 months, and cattle can give birth after more than 9 months. This is too long for them, and no one can be sure what the climate change will be like by then. If the hot weather like the previous period occurs again, and the animals are killed by diseases, then the breeding of these months will be in vain, and even the residents in the base may be infected and sick. So why not drink wine today and eat meat today? After thinking for a while, everyone immediately started to discuss who would do it. After a while, several representatives were sent out. 2 old men were directing on the side, and several middle-aged men took knives and started working. Several pigs were tied up and screamed miserably. Wenqian was not afraid that the screams would attract nearby zombies. The zombies near her home were all cowards. and they would not have the courage to come even if they heard the sound. She was more worried that if a stranger passed by and heard the sound, it would be difficult to deal with. So she asked Xiang Yushuang and Qichen, who had just returned from outside the base and saw the pigs and cows with a confused look on his face, to guard on the roof and stare at the movement outside. The base was bustling with activity, and it felt like the new year was coming soon in the village. Adults and children all gathered together, some working and some watching the fun. The atmosphere was harmonious and warm. The big pot stove in the small square was also burning. When Qian looked at the pot and thought about asking Fu Sheng for some sheep next time, it would be nice to drink some sheep soup in the cold weather. There were too few sheep in her space, and she was reluctant to kill them. She wanted to raise more and have more piglets. So this matter had to be asked of our boss Fu. The pigs were killed with the cooperation of everyone. Without the howling, everyone relaxed a little, and it was much easier to kill the cows. Everyone was busy, and they didn't feel the time passing while working. Unexpectedly, when they finished all the processing, the sky became dark. The solar lights in the base were lit up, and everyone looked at the fresh meat that had been dismembered and cut, and they didn't know how many times they had swallowed their saliva. Now there is meat. But how to eat it? Many dish names flashed through their minds one by one. But in the end, they were all rejected because they were too wasteful of meat. We must think of a way to make it last longer. Finally, everyone thought of making dumplings and buns. Now that the weather is so cold, we can freeze them right after making them. When we are craving for something, we can cook some dumplings and steam some buns, which can satisfy our cravings and keep us from being hungry. Add more vegetables to the fillings, as long as they have a little meat flavor. In this way, we can make a lot more. Everyone agreed and started to act immediately. First, move the meat into the kitchen on the first floor, and all the kitchens in several buildings will be used. Some people were responsible for turning the chunks of meat into stuffing, while others were kneading the dough. As for the flour, Wen Qian had distributed some to them before. There were too many of these things in Wen Qian's space, and she couldn't finish them all by herself. And her father also planted a lot of wheat in the space. And because of the special nature of the space, he had harvested several waves. When Chengning used a flour mill to grind the flour, packed it into bags, and put it in the kitchen in the space. Now the rice and flour that their family eats are basically grown by themselves in the space. The supplies that Wen Qian had found before were left unused. In fact, Wen Qian had the ability to provide rice and flour for the people in the base every day. But she didn't do it because of the complexity of human nature. If you treat them too well, they will take it for granted. If something unexpected happens one day, and Wen Qian can't provide them with these supplies, she will be criticized and scolded. Although Wen Qian has a lot of supplies, she also went out to find them at the beginning, and they did nothing. So most of the time, Wen Qian let them eat the crops they grew themselves. She provided the seeds, water and places. There were many old, weak and disabled people in the base, and Wen Qian never cared about the use of medicine, and gave them unconditional use. So she didn't owe them anything. Occasionally, she gave them some benefits, and they would be grateful. Like today, Wen Qian has received many people's loyalty reminders that they will never betray. Chapter 306. Is it really good to fleece Mr. Fu so frequently? After the noodles and fillings were prepared, they were moved back to the underground garage. More than 100 people sat together and started making dumplings all night long, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Wen Qian didn't know they were so motivated. When she went downstairs the next day and saw the open space outside was full of dumplings, she was shocked. After a night of low temperatures, the dumplings were frozen hard. A clean plastic sheet was spread on the ground, and some flour was simply sprinkled on it, and the dumplings were placed on it. Wen Qian thought that this group of people were really brave. Fortunately, there were no insects, ants, rats or anything like that in their base. Otherwise, there would probably be nothing left after one night. After the dumplings were frozen, they were put into plastic bags and stored together. When eating, they were cooked according to the number of people, and each person cooked a few. No one could take advantage of them. After the meat from the pigs and cows was shaved off, the bones were not wasted. They were all boiled into soup and then frozen into pieces. In this way, when the children are hungry in the future, they can use the soup to cook vegetables. Wen Qian went downstairs and strolled around before returning home. Not long after, she heard someone knocking on her door. She opened the door and saw several people standing at the door, holding several stainless steel basins in their hands. The basins contained stewed meat, cooked dumplings, and steamed buns. The man standing at the back was holding several large plastic bags filled with raw meat, some of the better parts of the meat that they had specially picked out. The woman in the lead blushed a little when she saw Wenqian. "These are for you." She stuffed the basin into Wenqian's arms and said, "Although you may not need this, I still have to give it to you. Thank you for taking care of us. We are limited in our ability and can't help you much. But we always remember your kindness in our hearts. If there is a chance to repay you in the future, no matter what you ask us to do, we are willing to do it." Wenqian held the basin, a little confused. Before she could sort out her words, the few people threw down the things and ran down the stairs. Wenqian stood at the door for a while, then sighed and smiled helplessly. She moved the things into the house and called her parents out. Liamo and Wenqian were very happy to hear that these things were sent by the group of residents downstairs. Wenqian returned to the room and lay on the bed reading. Suddenly, the phone next to the pillow rang. She picked it up and heard Imohan's voice. "Let's go to Hongcheng," Imohan said. Hongcheng is about 500 kilometers away from Bincheng. It's a bit far to drive, but it's very convenient to take a plane. Wenqian, it snowed so heavily the past 2 days. It's not easy to drive on the highway. Right? Or do you decide to take a plane? Is there someone to meet you there? Otherwise, what if the plane hits a zombie when it lands? No driving. No flying. By boat? Yes. If we take the sea route, it will take more than 2 hours to get there in a straight line. Not impossible. Wenqian's eyes lit up. Then use the one in my space? No. Use Fu Sheng's. Wenqian raised an eyebrow. Is it really good to take advantage of Mr. Fu so frequently? Why not? He came to us on his own initiative. After Wenqian left, Imohan called a meeting of the people in the base and told them about the plan to go out and look for supplies. The news spread, and Fu Sheng took the initiative to call Imohan and asked to participate in the operation. Imohan called the people from the bases in other cities to a meeting, so he didn't feel surprised that the news leaked out. After listening to Imohan's words, Wenqian really admired Fu Sheng's flexible character. But from another perspective, this kind of person is also the most terrifying. Fu Sheng said that he would provide a ship and send 30 people over, and he would take 1/3 of the supplies obtained. But there is a prerequisite, that Lin Yin is not allowed to participate in this operation. Ha ha ha. Wenqian couldn't help but laughed out loud. Lin Yin knew he was going to curse. Right? I notified him immediately. Judging from his expression, he must have cursed Fu Sheng's ancestors for 18 generations. But what's the point of stopping Lin Yin? Mr. Fu is still naive. Imohan, I will pick 30 people. You take 30 people. And meet at the port at 7 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. No problem. See you the day after tomorrow. Wenqian hung up the phone and went to find Wen Rang and Gu Ran. It was better to be careful when Fu Sheng was involved in the operation. Although Wenqian was not afraid of him cheating. At worst, the boat could be blown up and everyone would perish together. She had a spare boat anyway. With her and Imohan, Fu Sheng's people could not cause any trouble. Wenqian quickly decided on the list of people going out. In addition to her brother, Gu Ran, Gu Wanwan, and Fu Yuan, Chichen had to be brought along. Then 5 people were selected from the people brought by Xiong Yushuang. And the remaining 20 people were decided by Mu Ci and others by drawing lots. After confirming the departure time, Liamo and Wen Chongming have been busy in this space. Wenqian bought some constant temperature combat suits from the system mall. They cost 5,000 mall coins each, which is a bit expensive, but definitely worth the money. After buying them, Wenqian gave one to Liamo. Mom, help me change it into a mask and gloves. Liamo rarely looked embarrassed. Wen Chongming took the clothes and said, You found the wrong person. You should find your dad for this kind of thing. Liamo, I'm going to cook. Wen Chongming left with the clothes. When it was time for dinner, he had made everything Wenqian wanted, and even added a headgear and socks. Seeing Wenqian's incredible look, Wen Chongming looked proud. With these equipment, Wenqian felt that she could get 500,000 crystal cores back this time. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. At 5 o'clock in the morning, it was still dark. Wenqian took Gu Wanwan and Fu Yuan, who were still asleep, downstairs and set off towards the port. She also put constant temperature suits on them and the equipment her father made. So the two little guys didn't feel cold at all, and slept soundly in the car. Finally, they were woken up by Gu Ran. Because the driver was still the driving genius who used to drive the car like a fighter, Qing Baizu. There was a lot of snow on the road, but his speed was not affected at all. There were 31 people in the car, except for him and the two sleeping cubs. Everyone else, including Wen Qian, sat upright, feeling as if they were going to visit a grave. Gu Ran hesitated for a moment, woke up his sleeping sister in his arms, put her in the seat inside, fastened her seat belt with a serious face, and then went to call Fu Yuan. The two little guys were still dazed at first, but soon woke up because they felt like they were on a plane, and they were always in the taxiing stage when they were falling. The car was quiet, and when Qian wanted to say something several times but stopped. In fact, she didn't want Baiju to drive, but he very consciously entered the cockpit, sat in the driver's seat, and adjusted the seat and rearview mirror. A set of actions was as smooth as water, showing everyone in all directions that he was determined to get the driver's position. Chapter 307 The Sucker Who Came to the Door. After finally reaching the port, Qing Baiju stepped on the brakes, and the car slid for a while before finally coming to a stop. At this time, everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Wanan grabbed her clothes a little nervously, turned her head, and looked at Gu Ran and asked, "Brother, did the driver brother fly a plane before?" "Maybe," Gu Ran answered weakly, somewhat worried regarding Qing Baiju's driving. Everyone had some opinions, but they didn't dare to mention it. Why? First, Qing Baiju usually has a sullen face and is taciturn. He is not very old, but he looks like he has a bad temper. The second point, and the most important point, is that although he drives hard, he has never had an accident. Just like today, he drove like a snake on the empty snowy road, constantly dodging the zombies rushing in front of him. And he didn't fall into the ditch. You say he has skills. He can make a whole car of people sick. You say he has no skills. He can take you to your destination safely. It's very annoying. After the car stopped, everyone got out of the car immediately, breathing in the fresh air outside, all with pale faces. When Rang looked at the last driver who got off the car, whistling and looking very happy, and couldn't help but complain to Wen Qian in a low voice. "What a talent. Why don't you let him try the plane in your space? You better shut up. Don't let him hear it." Wen Qian felt guilty like a thief, because he thought Qing Baiyu would definitely be interested in flying a plane. Who can bear it if the helicopter is used as a fighter jet? Wen Qian put the car into the space, and everyone walked the rest of the way. The temperature dropped sharply. It was more than 30 degrees below zero 2 days ago, but it was almost 50 degrees below zero today. Although everyone was wearing down jackets, it was still cold. Wen Qian saw it and sighed secretly. In fact, she also wanted to arrange constant temperature clothes for them all, but the economic conditions did not allow it. There should be about 100 combat members in her system, including Lin Yan's group. Since they are all her people, she can't be partial to them. So if she wants to give, she has to give to everyone. But if one piece costs 5,000, 100 pieces would be 500,000, and she would have to sell everything she has to save money. So let them bear it for now. If the temperature continues to drop, and they really have to buy, she will sell everything she has. In an instant, Wen Qian suddenly felt the pain of raising a child. After walking for more than 10 minutes, everyone killed zombies while walking, and gradually became warmer. They were familiar with the port area because they met Fu Xing's men here a few days ago and took over the super luxury cruise ship. There were still many dead zombies on the ground, frozen hard, and could be used as murder weapons. Wen Qian held a rope in her hand, and all the zombies that attacked her were tied up by her. They walked all the way to the destination and saw people from other bases. Wen Qian already had more than 20 living zombies in her hands. They were tied together and very irritable. Wen Qian spotted someone in the crowd with her sharp eyes. After a slight pause, she pushed the zombie to Wen Rang and screamed, "Ah! Scary!" Wen Rang frantically grabbed the rope and looked at his sister with a puzzled look. Why is she so crazy? What is she afraid of? Is she afraid that these zombies are not enough for her to play with? Speak properly. If you keep pinching your throat, I will beat you up. Wen Rang gritted his teeth and warned. Brother, you are so scary. Now you are the scary one. Can you be a little more normal? Wen Qian rolled her eyes in frustration and reminded them in a low voice. Fu Xing is over there. Why would he come here in person? This really surprised Wen Qian. When Jian Hui and the others found Fu Sheng, their faces darkened. They had been tricked by Fu Sheng before, and they had exchanged inferior crystal core potions and brought them back, which caused the base members to mutate and riot, biting many people to death. Wen Qian walked up to them and whispered, "Be kind. You are much more powerful than the people in his base now. This is a sucker who came to your doorstep. Don't scare him away." Jian Hui frowned and looked at Wen Qian. "A sucker? Boss Fu brought 30 people to help us clean up the zombies and find supplies. Even if they didn't get any credit, they still worked hard. Don't you think?" This is why Wen Qian agreed to let the people from the West City base participate in the operation. Free thugs. Don't miss it. Jian Hui understood what she meant belatedly. The clouds on his face dissipated, and he smiled and nodded. Wen Qian turned to look at Fu Yuan, who was following Gu Ren hand in hand with Gu Wanwan, because he was wearing a constant temperature suit and a hat and other equipment. He was not cold at all, and his little face was a little flushed. He hadn't noticed Fu Sheng yet, and even if he had, he probably wouldn't have reacted immediately. Just as Wen Qian was thinking this, he saw Fu Yuan pause and stop where he was. He saw Fu Sheng. Wen Qian, the little guy has a pretty good memory. Fu Yuan had always had a bad impression of his uncle, whom he rarely met, because every time he went back to his grandfather's house, Fu Sheng would help his grandfather scold his father for being useless. Wen Qian saw Fu Yuan standing still, walked up to him, squatted down, and looked him in the eye. "And is not afraid. Beat him if he dares to bully your sister." Fu Yuan stared at Wen Qian blankly, then nodded, seemingly less nervous. Fu Sheng soon noticed the movement of Wen Qian, because they looked too noisy. It was so cold that not even a car was driving, and there were 2 little kids in the crowd. Wasn't this a joke? Did they come to play house? When Wen Qian and others approached, they found the zombies that Wen Rang had caught. Fu Sheng's men immediately protected him behind him and shouted, "Why bring zombies here? What are you making a fuss about? Are you embarrassing Mr. Fu?" Wen Qian said sarcastically, "Have you never seen zombies? Don't you have enough zombies in your base? You? What do you mean by me? If you can't talk, just shut up." Wen Qian snorted coldly, looking like she was good at nothing and was the best at talking nonsense. She glanced at the man. Fu Sheng said something behind him that forced him to suppress his anger. Wen Qian retracted her gaze and walked straight to the beach with Wen Rang. Wen Rang looked into the sea and saw that there were indeed a lot of fish. After seeing the zombie in his hand, they fluttered even harder. He pushed the zombie into the sea, and almost instantly, the zombie was eaten by the densely packed fish until only bones were left. Ever since Wen Qian fed them last time, they remembered this place. It's a pity that they waited for so many days and were hungry for so many days. But no one came. Today, they finally waited, but there were only a few zombies. The school of fish gnashed their teeth and output at the air, which made the people on the shore dumbfounded. Wen Rang laughed and experienced the joy of feeding fish. Chapter 308. Does Fu Sheng want to support her? Wen Rang had watched the video Wen Qian took for him before, so he wanted to try it out. He didn't expect it to be quite interesting. "What are you doing?" Wen Rang heard someone ask behind him and turned around to answer, "Feeding the fish." "Didn't you see it?" "I asked because I saw it." "Are you crazy? Feeding fish with zombies? Are these fish raised by your family? Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting others by bringing zombies here?" Wen Qian looked at Fu Sheng, who was frowning and looking at Fu Yuan, as if he recognized who he was but was not sure. Didn't their family die a long time ago? How could this kid be here? Is it just that they look alike? Fu Sheng was full of doubts. He looked at Wen Qian and asked, "Who is this?" "My child. I brought him out to see the world." Wen Qian looked around. Mo Han and the others haven't arrived yet. But it was still early. There were still 20 minutes until 7 o'clock. Fu Sheng looked at the people Wen Qian brought with him, and frowned even more after seeing a few familiar figures. Aren't they from the future base? How did they get together with Wen Qian? No wonder I haven't heard from them recently. Fu Sheng was not very happy. He did not expect that Mo Han was not satisfied with guarding an official base, and secretly annexed other small bases. It seems that the previous base for finding people has suddenly disappeared recently. Could it be that Mo Han also lured it over, and sent it to Wen Qian? TSK. He really cares about this Wen Qian. I thought he would be more restrained after having Shinyu. But he did not expect it to be even worse. Last time at the Bincheng base, He actually brought Wen Qian to the stage instead of Shen Yu for such an important occasion. But then again, isn't Shen Yu's personality a little too good? He's just a meat bun. When Fu Sheng lowered his head and raised it again, he was already a different person. He smiled kindly and said to Wen Qian, Chief Mo and the others haven't arrived yet. What's your relationship with this child? He doesn't look like you at all. My son? He looks like his father. Wen Qian didn't even think about it and spoke without hesitation. Fu Yuan froze in place, afraid that she would ask him to cooperate with her and call Mom. She pointed at Gu Wanwan again and said, That's my daughter. Doesn't she look like me? Fu Sheng opened his eyes wide in surprise. He knew that Wen Qian didn't tell the truth, but Wen Qian's answer was too natural, and her expression was quite serious. She didn't look like a joke at all. This made Fu Sheng a little unsure. He thought for a moment, turned to look at Cui Yin, and silently asked him whether it was true or not. Cui Yin couldn't help laughing because of Wen Qian's amusement. He even felt that this girl might be more suitable for his ability than him. Cui Yin shook his head, telling Fu Sheng that she was lying. Fu Sheng closed his eyes after seeing this, holding his breath in his chest, which made his heart hurt a little. Fu Sheng, Wen Qian, you don't say a word of truth. It's just a joke, and no one will believe it. I'm only 19 this year. How could I have such a big cub? By the way, why did Mr. Fu come in person? This really surprised me. Not only did he come, he also brought Xia Ran and Cui Yin. The number of times he has left the base since the end of the world can probably be counted on one hand. Right? What kind of evil wind is this today? Could it be? He was scared by Lin Yan a few days ago, and was worried that Imo Han would secretly bring Lin Yan here and take their supplies quietly. So he wanted to keep an eye on them personally. Although Fu Sheng is greedy for money, he is more deadly. Even if he was fooled by Lin Yan, he still has a lot of supplies left. There is really no need to go out in person for such a small amount of things. So, he must have other purposes. When Qian glanced at Xia Ran behind the crowd, who was also looking at her, she smiled, ignored Xia Ran's gaze, and continued to chat with Fu Sheng to pass the time. Fu Sheng answered her previous question. I was a little bored after staying in the base for a long time, so I took the opportunity to follow Commander Imo and his team out to take a look. After all, with him around, safety is guaranteed. Otherwise you wouldn't come. Right? Wen Qian nodded. Yes. I am someone who will only run when I see zombies, so I must be sure it is safe before I come. How do the pigs and cows at my base taste? Fu Sheng suddenly changed the subject, smiling, and it was hard to tell his emotions just by looking at his face. Wen Qian was thinking about how to answer this question. If she said it tasted good, he would be angry. If she said it didn't taste good, he would be even angrier. So she chose the former. Wen Qian gave Fu Sheng a thumbs up. It's great. I really didn't expect that I could still have such a good meal after so long in the end of the world. The temperature was so high in the past few months, and those pigs and cows were still raised so fat and strong. I have to say, Mr. Fu, you are really amazing. Wen Qian was praising him from the bottom of her heart this time. Fu Sheng smiled softly. It's not difficult. Just keep it in an air-conditioned room. Hundreds of thousands of base residents were like prisoners, either imprisoned in the basement by him or doing manual labor for him day and night. But those livestock can live in air-conditioned rooms in extreme climates. How ironic. Fu Sheng reached out and took Wen Qian's arm, winked at Cui Yin, and walked to the side with Wen Qian. Cui Yin and then walked to a safe area where no one was, and heard Fu Sheng whispering to Wen Qian. How did you and Imo Han know each other? Fu Sheng had been trying to find out Imo Han's background, but he didn't give much. He also sent someone to check Wen Qian, a girl with good academic performance and a simple background. From the trajectory of her life, she shouldn't have had any intersection with Imo Han. Wen Qian looked at him, then at Cui Yin, and answered, I met him after the end of the world. I met him when I went out with my brother to look for supplies. Why is Mr. Fu asking this? Fu Sheng looked at Cui Yin, who nodded silently. Nothing. It's just that Commander Mo is a little mysterious, so I'm interested in him. Fu Sheng didn't hide it, and changed the subject again. Next time you're hungry, come to me alone. Don't mention meat in front of so many people. Wen Qian smiled. Is Mr. Fu trying to win me over? You're a smart person, and I always like dealing with smart people. Think about it. The 200 pigs and cows you helped Imo Han take away that day. How many bites could you eat? And how many bites could he eat? There are many people in his base. And it's not enough to fill the gaps between teeth if they are divided equally. So come to me alone next time. If you want something that Emohan can't give you, you can come to me. Understand? When Qian was thoughtful, she understood a little bit and didn't understand a little bit. Is Fu Sheng trying to support her? She replied, I'll go back and think about it. Yeah. Think about it carefully. Fu Sheng patted her shoulder. Give me a phone number. It will be convenient to contact in the future. Okay. When Qian told him a string of numbers, and Fu Sheng dialed it in front of her, he heard the phone ringing on her body and smiled with satisfaction. As soon as Emohan arrived, he saw Fu Sheng smiling at Wen Qian with wrinkles on his face. He got out of the car and walked straight towards the two of them, asking, What are you talking about? Chapter 309, the legendary plot of being hit in the face by money appeared. We are talking. Why hasn't Chief Emo come yet? Did something happen on the way? Fu Sheng glanced behind Emohan, and finally felt relieved after not seeing Lin Yin. To be honest, he really wanted to catch that brat and cut him into pieces to feed the zombies. Lin Yin messed up the West City base that day. Not only did he lose a large amount of supplies, but many of the ground was like a major earthquake, with fractures everywhere. The weather was too cold, and there was no way to repair the road. So Fu Sheng could only watch his base become like that. And there was nothing he could do. One of the reasons why Fu Sheng came out this time was because he was too annoyed. So he wanted to get some fresh air. If Fu Sheng didn't tell the truth, Emohan couldn't force him to ask here. Like Wen Qian, Emohan also felt that there was something fishy about Fu Sheng's appearance here. Everyone was present, and Fu Sheng took everyone on a large passenger ship docked at the shore. Wen Qian didn't see this when she came last time. Otherwise she would have taken it away as well. After getting on the boat, Fu Sheng looked at the little boy following Wen Qian again. No matter how he looked at it, he felt something was wrong. He finally walked over and asked, Fu Yuan? And then hid behind Wen Qian in fear. Fu Sheng saw that he was so timid, just like his father. So he confirmed his identity even more. Fu Sheng looked at Wen Qian and said, Is this my child? His tone was very sure. Where are his parents? I picked it up. It's mine. Wen Qian lowered her head and touched Fu Yuan's head, comforting him. Go play with your brother. Fu Yuan whispered okay, then glanced at Fu Sheng and ran away quickly. Wen Qian then answered Fu Sheng's other question. His parents are dead. And when I found him, he was the only one left. Fu Sheng sneered, not showing any sadness or grief for the death of his brother. He said sarcastically, I knew that coward wouldn't live long. Wen Qian didn't respond. He knew that the internal relationship of the Fu family was complicated. Fu Sheng and his father had always been pessimistic about Fu Yuan's family. But then again, Fu Sheng also has a wife and children. Right? Why have I never seen them? Fu Sheng stared at Fu Yuan's figure. This little guy was raised to be fair and clean, and he didn't look like he had suffered at all. It seemed that Wen Qian was really good to him. Fu Sheng didn't like this child. As the saying goes, you can tell a person's future from the age of 3. Fu Yuan looked like his father at first glance. He had no ambition, and was born to be a loser. So he had no interest in taking the person back to raise him. Of course, this was without knowing Fu Yuan's ability. Wen Qian had expected this. But fortunately Fu Yuan's ability was special, and there was no big noise when it was activated. So no one would notice it. Even if someone did notice it, they could blame it on someone else. After everyone got on the boat, they started to sail towards their destination. The weather was cold, and the wind was strong. But no one rushed into the cabin. Instead, they stood on the deck and watched the fish in the sea constantly attacking the hull. They looked extremely hungry. The sharp sound of their teeth biting on the metal plate soon made the group of people unbearable. They got goosebumps all over their bodies and ran away, covering their ears. The seagulls in the distance seemed to have smelled the smell of fresh food and flew here one after another. For a moment, the sky became dark. At the critical moment, Yi Xinghua pressed the button of the jammer. Hundreds of seagulls flying over suddenly lost their target. After circling over their heads for a while, they flew away again. Fu Sheng looked at the thing in Yi Xinghua's hand with interest and asked him, Mohan, what is this? This is the shielding jammer independently developed by my base. Didn't President Fu know about it a long time ago? Fu Sheng had indeed heard about it before, but he didn't expect it to be so useful. He couldn't help but say to Mohan, Chief Mo, name a price. How many can you sell me? Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. As for the price, I'll tell you when I think about it. Fu Sheng was very tempted, but was afraid that Imo Han would ask for too much. So he thought about it and said, I only need one. Take it back, disassemble it, find someone to study it, and it shouldn't be a problem to make a copy. Unexpectedly, Imo Han seemed to guess what he was thinking and said, the minimum price is 100 units. Fu Sheng was so angry that his face turned blue. Everyone was so cold that they entered the cabin one after another. Soon, there were not many people left outside. Wen Qian and the others were wearing constant temperature suits and were not afraid of the cold. So they stood outside and chatted. Fu Sheng wanted to stay with them at first, but later he was so cold that his upper and lower teeth were chattering. So he couldn't stand it anymore and went back. Imo Han saw him leave and asked Wen Qian, what did he talk to you about? What can we talk about? Just some content to curry favor with me and bribe me. Wen Qian smiled and patted Imo Han's arm. So Chief Imo, try your best. But don't be outdone. You know me. A greedy person. Imo Han raised his eyebrows. And before he could say anything, he saw a figure out of the corner of his eye. Wen Qian noticed that his eyes were not right, and looked over, and saw Merongya walking out of the cabin. The eldest lady wore a white fur coat, a fur hat of the same color on her head, and boots on her feet, looking very noble. Imo Han couldn't have brought her here, so there was only one answer. It was Fu Sheng. The boat belonged to Fu Sheng, so it was normal for Merongya to know the departure point and come here in advance. When Merongya saw Wen Qian, her expression immediately turned cold, especially when she saw Wen Qian touching Imo Han. She walked straight over and asked, what are you doing here? Wen Qian, you can come, but I can't. Why do you compare with me? Is your father's last name Merong? Merongya turned her head to look at the two little kids, and felt even more incredible. You even brought two burdens with you? You will kill everyone. Don't you know? Wen Qian leaned on the railing and said TSK. Her impatient expression made Merongya feel even worse. In fact, Wen Qian wanted to turn around and leave. She really had nothing to say to such a person. But she was afraid that if she left Imo Han here, he would come back to settle accounts with her. After all, this person still holds grudges. So she was a little annoyed. Just when Wen Qian was thinking about how to deal with this person, she heard Merongya ask herself, make a condition. What do you want in order to break up with Imo Han? Wen Qian. The legendary plot of being hit in the face with money by the mother of the rich second-generation boyfriend? Although the identity is not right. This should be the feeling. Wen Qian looked at Imo Han excitedly and asked, how much do you think he is worth? Merongya thought she was moved, and her eyes were even more disdainful. She turned her head to look at Imo Han. Did you see? Such a woman is not worthy of you at all. After that, she looked at Wen Qian again. How about this? I heard that you have a base. From now on, I will cover the daily rations of everyone in your base. So don't bother him anymore. Chapter 310 Send You to Heaven. When Rang and Gu Ren watched the excitement from the side, thinking that fortunately the people they brought and the people Imo Han brought had all hidden in the cabin because it was too cold. Otherwise, after hearing this conversation, they would have to jump into the sea to calm down. Imo Han's face was already full of impatience. He was about to say something, but Merongya spoke first. Why are you in a hurry? Are you afraid that she will agree to me? To be honest, Imo Han was not without such worries. His girlfriend was the type who would sell him and ask him to help count the money, and then snatch him back and sell him to another family. When Qian glanced at Imo Han, snorted coldly, and started chatting with Merongya. He can also meet the conditions you mentioned. If so, why should I agree? Merongya, what else do you want? Tell me. Just stay away from us and don't let us see you again. I want you to jump off the boat. What did you say? Merongya thought she had heard it wrong. I said, I want you to jump into the sea. When Qian repeated in a good-tempered manner, as long as you jump and hold on for 5 minutes. I will consider your proposal just now. How about it? What are you kidding? If you want me to die, just say it. Merongya angrily scolded. You said it as if you dare. Why don't you jump down and hold on for 5 minutes? And I will consider not targeting him anymore. How about that? The person is mine, and you can't take him away. Why should I do such a useless thing? When Qian leaned on the railing, feeling the sea breeze, and said calmly, if you want to steal someone's things, you must be fully prepared and courageous. If you can't do it, don't bother me anymore. since she is a child of a rich family. At least she is well educated. Don't you feel ashamed to always pester other people's boyfriends? I only know that it is the end of the world now. And no one can tell how long they can live. So live one day at a time. And make yourself happy for one day. A fierce look flashed in Moronia's eyes. I am the happiest in the world. So what I can't get, others can't get it either. If Imo Hanren wasn't here, Moronia really wanted to push Wenqian into the sea. She had inquired with Fu Sheng and knew that Wenqian had no strength at all, and was just relying on Imo Han for support. She admitted that Wenqian did look good, but appearance was the most useless thing in the end times. Besides, she was not bad looking. So why was Imo Han so stubborn? Moronia looked at Imo Han unconvinced. It's useless to talk nonsense. Wenqian didn't want to be pestered by this person for the next few days, saying useless things. She came out to do business. Although I don't know why you are here, and I don't know what your itinerary plans for the next few days are. But I'll be frank with you. If you really make me angry, I won't be polite to you. Oh! Moronia became interested when she heard this. How can you be rude? Can a canary like you fly to the sky? As she spoke, she subconsciously reached out and pushed Wenqian. Wenqian leaned back slightly, and the next second, Moronia screamed and floated in the air. It's enough if I can get you to the sky. Wenqian moved Moronia from the boat to the sea surface. He didn't throw her down, but she also descended to a certain height. Moronia fell head first. Her hat fell into the sea, and she shouted once before no more movement. Her bodyguards immediately rushed forward, but ended up like her, being thrown out of the boat by Wenqian, hanging on the sea, being blown by the wind and waves, and being stared at by the fish in the sea, jumping up and biting them from time to time. Fortunately, they were wearing thick clothes, so only their clothes were bitten, and their skin was not hurt. But they were also scared to death, and their faces turned pale, and they felt like urinating in their lower abdomen. When Rang, Gu Ran and Imo Han didn't expect Wenqian to do this, especially when Rang, who stayed with Wenqian every day, and didn't know when she had this ability. He looked at Wenqian in shock, and Wenqian was looking at Moronia and the others with a dim gaze. Wenqian lay on the railing, wondering whether she should just kill Moronia, although she was just annoying with her words for now, and hadn't taken any real action yet, but sooner or later, she would do it. The balance in Wenqian's heart was swaying. The moment she saw Moronia fainted from shock, she felt it was meaningless. She threw Moronia back onto the deck, and the bodyguards were still hanging there fishing. She turned and walked towards the cabin, saying, "Let's go in and play landlord." Fu Sheng was resting in the guest room, and because the room was well soundproofed, he didn't hear Moronia's scream at all. Xia Ran and Cui Yin, who had been staring at Wenqian, noticed the movement here, but one was too lazy to care, and the other was standing on Wenqian's side. When Rang followed Wenqian and asked in a low voice, "What is your ability?" "Anti-gravity." It can't be considered hers, because Qi Chen was on the boat, and Qi Chen's ability was to control gravity, so Wenqian could copy it. But it was a little different from simple copying. She used it in reverse. Although the operation was a little complicated, it had to be said that the effect was quite good. Moronia fainted completely, and was exposed to the cold wind on the deck for 2 hours before being discovered by Fu Shen's men. As for her bodyguards, they couldn't even say a word when they were rescued, so everyone was confused and didn't know what had happened. When they arrived in Hongcheng, before the ship docked, Wenqian had already seen the dense zombies on the shore. Like ants, Imo Han handed Wen Rang a map, which was based on previous intelligence and the recent survey conducted by helicopter. The addresses of some important supply points in Hongcheng and some dangerous areas with more zombies were marked. Wenqian tilted her head to look. Her eyes locked on a place not too far away. There were many factories near the port, and there were many workers who turned into zombies. She wanted to go there first, and then take a look at whether there were any remaining supplies in the factory. "I'll go here." Wenqian pointed there and said to Imo Han, "I'll contact you after it's over." When the other people who came with Imo Han heard this, they also wanted to act with her and take the opportunity to build a relationship. So they made an excuse. "This is our first time in Hongcheng, and we don't know how dangerous it is. It's better not to separate for the time being. Imo Han, be careful." "Everyone, Imo Han, this is my first time in Hongcheng too. I'm a little scared. So, find me quickly. Everyone." Wenqian smiled. turned around and asked her people to prepare. After everyone gathered, she teleported 30 people to the shore. The number of people she could carry with her teleportation increased, but the range remained unchanged for the time being. Fu Sheng had just woken up Merongya and heard her say that it was Wen Qian who harmed her. Just as he was about to come out to find Wen Qian to ask what happened, he heard someone say that she had left. Gone? Fu Sheng looked around, his face full of suspicion. The ship hadn't even docked yet. Where did she go? Chapter 311. There are still survivors in Hongcheng. Fu Sheng originally thought that Wen Qian came here just for Imo Han and would stay with Imo Han for safety. But now, things are beyond his expectations. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, and this bad premonition reached its peak when the boat docked at the shore. Looking around, the shore was full of zombie corpses, and not long ago, Fu Sheng saw them alive in the telescope. In just 10 minutes, the group of people around Wen Qian could kill them all so quickly. Imo Han was relieved to let Wen Qian follow the group of people, which meant that they could ensure Wen Qian's safety. This unknown and uncertain fighting power made Fu Sheng very uneasy. He didn't know how many tricks Imo Han had hidden. The previous Lin Yin and the people who followed Wen Qian today were completely inconsistent with the intelligence Fu Sheng had obtained before. In other words, the true strength of Bin Sheng base was actually higher than he expected, and he couldn't guess how much higher it was. Thinking of this, Fu Sheng couldn't help but get irritated. He looked at Imo Han and others who were about to leave and said, "I'm old, so I won't go through the trouble with you young people. How about I stay on the boat and wait for you?" Imo Han had no objection to this, and he didn't expect Fu Sheng to help. As for Merongya and her bodyguards, they were still shivering in bed, and it was even more impossible for them to join in the fun. However, Fu Sheng still arranged 10 people to follow Imo Han, not to help, but simply to keep an eye on them, fearing that they would do something else and take the good stuff for themselves. Imo Han saw through it, but didn't say anything. He didn't want to waste time and took his people away. After they left, Fu Sheng asked people to drive the boat a distance further into the sea. In this way, even if zombies or humans appeared on the shore, they couldn't reach the boat and threaten them. Before Imo Han left, Fu Sheng borrowed a shielding jammer from him, so the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky would not attack the hull, which was a relatively safe state for the time being. The living facilities on the boat were very complete. In the luxurious suite, the burning fireplace quickly warmed up the whole room. Fu Sheng frowned as he looked at Merongya, who was wrapped in a blanket and had a pale face. Merongya felt ashamed, so she didn't tell Fu Sheng the details of what happened at that time. She only said that it was Wen Qian who made her like this. Her bodyguards kept silent when they saw that their master didn't say anything. So until now, Fu Sheng still didn't know what happened at that time, and could only be blamed by Merongya. "Didn't you say that she was a waste without superpowers? Uncle Fu, do you really not know, or are you deliberately trying to trick me?" Fu Sheng smiled bitterly. "How could I possibly cheat you? You should know how much I'm on guard against that stinky girl." Merongya was upset and angry, and she didn't like anyone. She simply drove Fu Sheng out and fell on the bed. She was so dizzy from fever that she fell asleep again. Wen Qian led the team all the way to the factory area. She also released Xiaobai and the dogs from the space to enjoy this zombie feast. Gu Wanwan and Fu Yuan were short, and they were not in the parallel side range of the zombies. Wen Qian and the others kept a close eye on them, but they didn't protect them too much, because they were brought out to train them. Although the two little guys were scared, especially Gu Wanwan, they also knew not to shout, and they didn't make any sound all the way. Unlike the way adults killed zombies, they mainly used guns to shoot. After several months of training, Fu Yuan's shooting skills were already quite good, and he basically didn't need to fire a second shot to successfully kill the zombies. The intense action soon made everyone feel less cold. Wen Qian went to several factories and also collected some supplies, although not much. Her main purpose of coming here was the crystal core, so she did not feel disappointed. However, when they came to a food processing factory, Wen Qian looked at the empty factory and warehouse, and she frowned sharply. It was too clean. So clean that it was a little abnormal. Normally, whether it was a shopping mall, a supermarket, or a factory warehouse, even if someone came here to collect supplies, there would not be nothing left. Because first of all, there won't be so many survivors who are capable of coming out to collect supplies. Second, even if someone is capable of coming out, they will definitely be in a panic. You should be able to see things that have accidentally fallen in the corners, under the cabinets, etc. After all, there are many zombies around here. There is no reason not to be afraid. So the current situation is very contradictory. When Qian just found some fabrics, leather, and the like in several factories nearby, it doesn't seem to be of much use. But it is also a good choice to put it in the garment factory in her space. And the ones she got were obviously the ones that had been picked up by the people in front. There are still survivors in Hongcheng. When Qian had a guess in her mind. And this guess became more and more certain as she went to more and more places. Because most of the supply points had been visited by them. This group of people is not official. Otherwise, they must have been connected with Imo Han. Could it be Fu Sheng's people? The reason he came here this time was to take them back? But it's not right. Because Fu Sheng is not that generous. The agreed terms were that Fu Sheng would take 1/3 of the supplies. Using 2/3 of the supplies to ask Imo Han to be a bodyguard was a bit too much. When Qian was a little interested in these survivors, whom he had never met. He didn't know how strong they were. And he hoped that they were still alive so that he could meet them. He was busy from morning to evening. After dark, when Qian led the team to meet up with Imo Han and the others, the combat power of everyone in the base was improved, which made Wen Qian's gains today far exceed his previous expectations, including the zombies killed by Imo Han's team. It only took 1 day for her space to have an extra 100,000 crystal cores. This is already a considerable number for Hongcheng, which has a population of only 3 million. At this rate, they will have a chance to clear out the zombies in Hongcheng within a month. Everyone returned to Fu Sheng's ship, and after choosing their own rooms, they collapsed on the bed, not caring whether they were clean or not, and did not even take off their clothes, hungry and sleepy. When Qian had distributed food to them before she came back, so her people solved the problem of food and clothing by hiding in the room. Before eating, they specially checked the room to see if there were any surveillance cameras or something like that. After Wen Qian rested for a while, Imo Han came to knock on her door. He deliberately chose the room next to hers, and only the group of straight men under his command, who had basically zero emotional experience, could not see that. Chapter 312. Talk about something not serious. Imo Han entered the room. When Rang sat on the bed and waved to him, Gu Ran was playing with 2 children in another corner. He turned his head when he heard the noise, and after meeting Imo Han's eyes, he also greeted him. Gu Ran was thinking whether to take his sister and Fu Yuan away. Is it not good to stay here as a light bulb? He was about to get up, but he heard Wen Qian asking Imo Han, "What did you get today?" "Let me tell you, I didn't find any food today. All I found was scrap copper and iron. Hardware malls, building material markets, decoration companies, etc., all of which are temporarily unused. It's the same here." Imo Han told her about his discovery. "And today, I found some zombie corpses at several important supply points, all of which were shot in the head." Wen Qian, that's right. There are still survivors in Hongcheng, and they seem to be quite powerful. It was this group of people who took away the food and supplies, leaving some useless things that could not be moved, and were taken away by Wen Qian's group of junk pickers. Imo Han, we sent planes to Hongcheng several times before, but no distress signals were found. And the base radio station is sending messages every day. If they want to contact us, it's not difficult. When Rang lowered his head to peel an apple and smiled, that means they don't want to contact us, which means they are living well here. Wen Qian, that's right. So everyone should be careful in the next few days. Now we are in their territory. We are already invaders, and it's not surprising to be attacked at any time. When Rang cut the peeled apples into small pieces, put them into a box, inserted bamboo sticks, and handed them to Wen Qian. Wen Qian leaned against the wall, eating and thinking. According to the current situation, this group of people actually have the ability to escape from Hongcheng. The reason why they are still in Hongcheng may be just because they want to do so. In this case, if they meet, they may not be willing to go with him. Of course, Wen Qian is not the kind of person who forces others. If they really don't want to, forget it. But the premise is, how can we find these people? Wen Qian looked at Imo Han, and when Rang had asked, if it were you, where would you choose to hide? Imo Han took out a paper map of Hongcheng and spread it on the table. Gu Ran also came over from there. Several people gathered around the table and screened the locations on the map. Finally, they circled several possible areas. Wen Qian, in this case, let's focus on these places tomorrow. If we make a big fuss, they will always notice it. Imohan listened quietly to her plan and asked, can we act together? Wenqian, but if we separate, the efficiency will be higher. I don't want efficiency. It's a rare trip out of the city. And we have to act separately. Isn't it a loss? Imohan came to her for this matter. I want to act with you, Wenqian, and the two of us will be more efficient together. What do you think? Imohan looked at Wenrang. Brother Rang. Wenrang, when you need me? I am the brother? Yes. Wenrang. I think you should get out of this room now. Imohan didn't give up and continued. Being with me can also avoid some unnecessary troubles. Wenqian, for example? For example, Xiaoran doesn't dare to call the people at the main control desk in front of me. If they attack you by surprise, it will also waste time. Right? Wenqian, what if I don't agree? Then I will let Yixinghua lead the team tomorrow. And I will follow you. Anyway, he has made up his mind to be with Wenqian. Wenrang gave Imohan a thumbs up. Shameless. Imohan had a blank expression on his face. And he didn't even bother to refute. Having a girlfriend is enough. Why bother with face? Wenqian knew that he could do what he said. And it was a headache. In the end, he had no choice but to nod. Okay. Let's go together. Imohan felt comfortable. After running around outside for a day, although it was not too late, everyone was already tired. Especially the two children. They fell asleep in the corner after a while. Imohan achieved his goal. So he didn't delay Wenqian's rest, and took the initiative to stand up, and said he was leaving. When Rang and Gu Ran followed him to the door. They had agreed before that it would be safer to leave Gu Wanwan and the others at Wenqian's place. Imohan was the first to leave the room. He stood at the door, and said to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, you go first. I have something to say to her. Wen Rang looked at him with disdain. What was there that he couldn't say inside just now? He turned and left with a sneer. Gu Ran was even more sensible, and had already walked away, and returned to the room. The corridor was quiet. Wenqian stood in the room, wondering what he wanted to say. She guessed that it might be a little bit improper, so she couldn't say it when her brother and Gu Ran were there. But Imohan just reached out and pulled her over, then lowered his head and pecked her on the lips. Good night. Imohan whispered tenderly. I missed you a lot today. Wenqian took a breath and her face flushed. Imohan was very satisfied with her reaction, helped her close the door, and went back to the next room. Wenqian stood there for a few seconds like a wooden chicken, then turned stiffly and met the eyes of the two little ancestors who suddenly woke up at some point. Gu Wanwan, brother and sister kissed. Fu Yuan, I said he was sister's boyfriend, and it turned out to be true. Wenqian, someone come to save her. Wenqian coughed lightly and walked to the two of them, holding their clothes and carrying them to the bed. Go to sleep, or I will eat strawberry tips tomorrow and only give you butts. The two of them got into bed obediently. Wenqian lived in a standard room with 2 beds and a large sofa. The 2 little ones each had a bed, and she spent the night on the sofa. This was Fu Xing's boat, and there were Xia Ran and Murongya on board, so it was impossible for her to sleep peacefully without any defense. Fortunately, Xia Ran didn't dare to do anything because of Imohan. Murongya and her bodyguards were still running a fever and shivering in the room. As soon as Wenqian left the room the next morning, she was blocked by Fu Xing's people. The person was Cui Yin. Wenqian saw him blocking the door and raised her eyebrows and asked, Are you looking for a fight? Cui Yin looked around and smiled. Of course I wouldn't dare. How can I beat Xiao Huang? I don't know what you are talking about. Do you have something to talk to me about? Fu Xing is talking to you. It seems that he wants to ask you about what happened between you and Murongya yesterday. Have you thought about how to make it up? No. Go back and tell him that men should not interfere in women's affairs. Fu Xing was talking to her just to find out what special ability she had. She guessed that with Murongya's personality, she would definitely not tell the details. But she definitely told Fu Xing that she had special abilities. Chapter 313 Are Zombies Mentally Ill? Cui Yin was amused by Wenqian's words and asked her, Aren't you afraid that the Murong family will come after you? Didn't you hear what I just said? Men should not interfere in women's affairs. This is not only for Fu Xing, but also for you. Okay. Okay. I don't care. Cui Yin nodded and took a step back. Then you should be mentally prepared. Fu Xing will definitely send someone to investigate you. The old man is now extremely curious about Wenqian. He talked about her all day yesterday. He has now started to think that the reason why Imohan treats Wenqian so well is because Wenqian has some special abilities. Cui Yan listened to the group of people discussing her, and found it quite interesting. Fu Sheng's people seemed to have no idea of Wenqian's strength. Cui Yan didn't expect her to hide it so well. By the way, what's going on between you and Xia Ran? Cui Yan asked in a low voice. Is my talk in vain? Don't make a fuss. I'm just concerned about you. Cui Yan said seriously. That woman is not simple. Be careful. Xia Ranjian is not simple. Wenqian knows better than him. As for his so-called concern, Wenqian doesn't dare to believe it. The door of the next room suddenly opened, and Imohan walked out of the room, looking at the two of them, without saying anything, and without any intention of leaving. Cui Yan smiled as soon as he saw him. Good morning, Chief M.O. What are you doing here? I'm going to ask her something. I've already asked her. I'm leaving now. Cui Yan waved at the two of them after he finished speaking. Then I'll go back and report that you met a special zombie outside yesterday. And now you're so scared that you're confused and don't remember what happened. Wenqian, you are still the best at talking nonsense. Cui Yan left. And Wenqian and Imohan walked out with the two children. The members of the two bases were already waiting in the hall. They had taken care of their own food and clothing in their rooms and came out. Although Fu Sheng had informed them that there was a buffet in the restaurant and they could go there anytime to enjoy it, no one went. Imohan saw them and immediately said, Today we will act together with the Xiaobai base. Wenqian felt as if he was afraid that she would regret it. Imohan's people were very excited to hear this. And they felt very safe. The two big guys were going to team up to fight monsters. So wouldn't they just win without doing anything? There was no danger at all. The few people sent by Fu Sheng had been squatting outside early, fearing that Imohan and others would get rid of them and sneak away. They didn't bring back any food yesterday. If Fu Sheng hadn't sent his trusted men to follow them all the way, he would really suspect that Imohan had taken all the supplies. But the 10 people he sent said that they really didn't find any useful supplies. And Cui Yan, the lie detector, also confirmed that they were not lying. So Fu Sheng could only sigh and accept this fact. Wenqian took advantage of Fu Sheng not bringing people out to delay time, and teleported directly, bringing everyone to the shore. Fu Sheng's men swayed and almost lost their balance, with a look of shock on their faces, unable to believe that they were here this time. Parked on the shore were the two buses that Imohan found yesterday. Wenqian had reason to suspect that he had planned to act with him from the beginning. Qin Baizu was so proactive when he saw the car. Musiai didn't get the lottery this time and stayed at the base. But he did. By the time Wenqian and the others realized what was happening, he was already in the driver's seat. They had no choice but to get in the car. Others didn't know the truth, and they were puzzled when they saw that they looked like they were going to visit a grave when they got in the car. Fu Sheng's men rarely got a chance to get close to Wenqian. So after exchanging glances, they quickly got into her car. Then they soon regretted it. Ah, what the hell is this car? A hearse? Slow down. Slow down. You fucking slow down. The curses were heard in the car. Wenqian and his group had fastened their seat belts the moment they got on the car. So now they just calmly watched Fu Sheng's people fumbling around. And the unlucky guy who was thrown out of his seat and fell on his face on the ground. Oh, now you know what kind of life we usually live. Right? Going out in a car is a hurdle they can't get over. Imohan's car followed behind, and gradually left behind. Yi Xinghua was sweating profusely while driving, but he didn't catch up in the end. When they arrived, Wenqian and the others had already gotten out of the car. Fu Sheng's men squatted on the side of the road and retched. From their expressions, it was clear that the parties were extremely regretful. After they came to their senses, they went to settle accounts with the driver. But they didn't expect that the other party was more fierce than them. Qin Baiyu looked at them impatiently with a face that was not easy to mess with, and asked, I begged you to sit? Didn't you climb up by yourself? He said sarcastically, You can't even sit in a car and get dizzy. Why are you coming out to kill zombies? We 3-year-olds are better than you. 3-year-old Gu Wanwan didn't dare to say a word. Fu Sheng's men were full of anger, and now they were surrounded by Wenqian and Imohan's people, so it was not easy to argue with them. They silently memorized Qin Baiju's appearance, thinking of finding an opportunity to teach him a lesson. And the zombies suddenly went crazy for some reason. And the zombie tide rushing towards them did not give them any chance to rest. As soon as Wenqian activated her firepower attracting skill, the nearby zombies immediately ran over uncontrollably. She hid in the crowd and copied and practiced other people's abilities. The diversity of abilities determines that when using them, the tricks are also different. When Qian is used to gaining experience in battle, so every time she goes out with everyone, she uses them secretly. Anyway, there are many people and many abilities, and everyone is busy and has no time to distinguish whether those abilities are from their own hands. They just occasionally have a feeling of I seem to have become stronger. When Qian had copied so many superpowers, but she found that the mental system was the most difficult to control. At the moment, she was controlling some zombies to kill each other, and she felt that her head was about to explode. As Emohan said before, the two of them would be more efficient together. For the whole morning, when Qian kept using the superpower to attract fire. Finally, at noon, Fu Xing's 10 people were exhausted. They were confused and didn't know what was going on with the zombies today. After waiting for the zombies to calm down, the zombie corpses around them had already piled up into a mountain. They looked around and confirmed that there were no zombies, then hurried to look for zombie crystal cores. They only found a few, and none of the remaining zombies had the thing in their heads. They were shocked. So all the zombies here have brain problems and incomplete brain development? When Qian and the others looked at their confused expressions, but smiled without saying anything. The crystal cores in her space had also piled up into a mountain like these corpses. Chapter 314 Summoning Superpowers to Upgrade. When Qian found a tall building and took everyone to the rooftop to rest. Although the wind was really strong, it was really safe compared to other places. Everyone gathered together and sat against the wall, finally having a short break. The people at Wen Qian's base and Emohan's base moved in a surprisingly consistent manner, opening their bags, taking out thermos cups, and drinking some hot water first, which surprised the people at Fu Sheng's side again. Where did you get the hot water? They couldn't help asking. Yi Xinghua looked up at them. Does it have to be hot water when using a thermos cup? Ji Fan beside him said. Yes. We are just giving ourselves a psychological hint. Su Shu, cold water. As cold as our hearts. Wen Qian. When did these people become so good at talking nonsense? The water is still steaming. How dare they say that? They really learn from who they are. Wen Qian glanced at Emohan and felt that he was really a good teacher. After drinking the hot water, everyone felt a little better and took out compressed biscuits from their backpacks. Wen Qian and the others didn't ask for special treatment. If Fu Xing's people weren't there, it would be fine. But with them, the wealth couldn't be exposed. After an hour's rest, they continued to work. Fu Xing's people were busy with Emohan all day yesterday, and they were already tired enough. Originally thought that with Wen Qian and 2 little kids following them today, it would definitely not be as busy as yesterday. In the end, they really didn't expect that they were more tired than a dog. The dog could even lie down and stick out its tongue to catch its breath. But they didn't even have time to catch their breath. Zombies came one after another. It was weird. Such a big city. Millions of zombies. So the appearance of a special class zombie was completely expected by Wen Qian and others. But when the special class zombie, which looked like an ordinary person but had white eyes, appeared in the crowd and accurately caught Wen Qian, everyone was stunned for a moment. Fu Xing's people were the first to react. They saw at a glance that the zombie was unusual, and quickly hid at the back of the crowd, far away from it. At the same time, after seeing Wen Qian being caught, they had only one thought. It's over. Wen Qian is dead. The others thought the same thing. It's over. This zombie is going to die miserably. The zombie left immediately after catching the person, wanting to enjoy the meal alone. Wen Qian's collar was pulled by the zombie, and the cold wind blew into her clothes through the gap, making her shiver. Wen Qian was so angry that she turned around and cursed, "Catch him somewhere else." The zombie was also frightened by her and shivered. Is this person okay? Did she have poor eyesight and didn't recognize herself as a zombie? The zombie turned its head to meet Wen Qian's gaze, and a sinister smile flashed across its dead fish-like eyes. This person has delicate skin and tender flesh, and at first glance, he is a top-grade ingredient. Humans taste best when they are frightened. So it doesn't matter if she didn't recognize herself as a zombie just now. It's not too late to know now. It grinned at Wen Qian, and its sharp teeth instantly reminded Wen Qian of the piranhas in the sea. Could this thing have mutated into this because it ate too many fish? Seeing that she was still calm, the zombie simply said, "I am a zombie." Wen Qian. Wow. A talking zombie. It's been a long time since I last saw it. Wenqian's eyes were filled with excitement, causing the zombie's steps to freeze for a moment. For some reason, it had a bad premonition. The zombie quickly ran away with Wenqian, while Imohan and the others were still dealing with other zombies. And it seemed that they had no intention of catching up. The one who reacted the most in the crowd was the youngest human cub. 3-year-old Gu Wanwan opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Wow! My sister was taken away by zombies." There was no fear or sadness in the words. Fu Xing's people were a little dumbfounded. Aren't these people so heartless? They don't even pretend? Didn't Imohan like Wenqian? He built a base for her and sent people to protect her. Why didn't he save her at the critical moment? Also, is Wenqian's brother among the people who came this time? Is he his real brother? TSK. These bastards are so cruel. For a moment, everyone in Fu Sheng felt sorry for Wenqian. But their complicated emotions did not last long. In less than 10 minutes, Wenqian, who was dead in their hearts and had grass growing on his grave, appeared in front of them again. And just like when he left just now, he was followed by the zombie. But if you look closely, you will find that there are actually some differences. For example, the zombie's head is crooked, the collar of his clothes is torn, and several fingers are cut off. It followed behind Wenqian, looking dejected, like a stray dog, completely lacking the energy it had when it caught people just now. Wenqian winked at it, and it immediately started to fight its own people, becoming very smooth. Fu Xing's people were completely dumbfounded. They stood there watching the zombie's actions, and after seeing it kill several zombies so quickly and accurately, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this zombie sick? The special zombie had no expression on his face, and the words Wenqian had just scolded him kept echoing in his mind. Is it a proper zombie? Huh? Do you have any moral sense to grab a little girl's collar in the middle of winter? Did you grab me with this claw just now? I'm asking you if it was you. Speak. Cut it off yourself. Quickly, or I'll help you. Try to show your teeth at me again? I'll knock your teeth out. Since you can speak human language, I'll spare your life. If you don't obey, I'll tear your head off. Come on. Let's kill zombies. Woo. It's so miserable. The zombie was killing zombies while stealing glances at Wenqian, unable to believe that he couldn't beat her. It was a special class. A fire class special class. It originally wanted to roast her until she was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside before eating her. But before it could even activate its superpowers, she pressed its head against the wall. And its head was not crooked. Even now, it was not willing to do what it did. But it had no choice. It didn't know the reason. Anyway, it had to do what Wenqian ordered. It thought about resisting, but there was no way. Wenqian used the summoning ability, but all the other ordinary zombies were killed by her in seconds, leaving only this one. So within 24 hours, this special grade zombie will obey her orders unconditionally. This was the first time Wenqian summoned a special grade zombie, and she accidentally upgraded the summoning ability to the intermediate level. Every time she used the summoning ability before, she could summon the nearest 1,000 zombies and control their actions. Now after the upgrade, the number she can summon has become 5,000. The control time has also become 48 hours, without anyone telling her. Wenqian thought she was so perverted. Chapter 315. Subdue the zombies with virtue. After killing the zombies around her, Wenqian stopped using the skill of attracting firepower and gave everyone a moment of rest. Fu Xing's men were shocked and scared. They kept hiding behind Imohan and could hardly tell whether Wenqian was a human or a zombie. They looked at Wenqian and asked tremblingly, Are you a human? I am your ancestor. Wenqian glared at them and replied unhappily. After she finished speaking, she called the zombie to her and asked, Are you a local zombie? The zombie nodded, with a look of resentment. Wenqian asked again, Do you know that there is still a group of people alive in Hongcheng? The zombie was stunned for a moment, then nodded again. It didn't want to be so obedient, but it had no choice. Wenqian smiled with satisfaction. What is this called? This is called getting something without any effort. Wenqian, then do you know where they are now? The zombie was silent for a moment, then said, I knew before, but now I'm not sure if they are still there. It doesn't matter. We'll be sure once we get there. Those people have collected so many supplies. They will definitely not move easily. So they are probably still there. One person and one corpse. You ask and I answer. It's so harmonious. The people said by Fu Sheng have never seen such a scene, although they also have zombies in their base. Those zombies never talked to humans like this. They watched when Qian eagerly asked for information about the survivors of Hongcheng. And the zombies had no intention of attacking anyone. It didn't even attack the two little brats who came over to watch the fun. So they gradually relaxed a little and looked at the zombie curiously. It was a zombie. They were very sure. But why was it so obedient? Is it because people are not tasty, or is it a vegetarian? If it is a vegetarian, why did it grab Wen Qian just now? Is it lustful? It has turned into a zombie. But it still likes this? They endured it again and again. And finally couldn't help asking Wen Qian, why didn't this zombie kill you? Wen Qian turned to look at them and answered, because I am reasonable. Wen Qian, I talked to it. And it thought I was right. So it came back with me. I call this subduing corpses with virtue. You can try it later. Wen Qian was talking nonsense seriously. And when Rang was really trying to hold back his laughter until his face hurt. The others saw that Fu Xing's men were fooled by Wen Qian. And they also held back their laughter. Although they didn't know how Wen Qian did it. They just believed that she had the ability. After finding out the whereabouts of the group, Wen Qian planned to set out to find them. But she didn't plan to take everyone with her. Because Fu Xing's people were following her. Wen Qian thought that she would talk to those people after they met. If they wanted to leave here, they could go with her. If they didn't want to, they would just pretend they had never met. Everyone has their own choices. And a forced melon is not sweet. Wen Qian would definitely not force them. Nor would she take away their supplies to cut off their retreat. But if Fu Sheng knew their whereabouts, he would definitely come to harass them afterwards. Wen Qian couldn't guarantee what would happen then. She didn't want to cause them unnecessary trouble. So she simply didn't take Fu Sheng's people with her. Wen Qian looked around the crowd, and finally her eyes fell on Imo Han. Imo Han had been staring at her from the beginning. As if he was afraid that she would ignore him. Imo Han. Accompany me. Wen Qian said helplessly. Okay. Imo Han immediately walked to her side. Looking like he couldn't wait to go. In fact, choosing Imo Han was also a better option. Because if she chose someone else, Fu Xing's people would definitely say you are in danger with fewer people. It's safer for us to go together. Trying to follow them. But if they choose Imo Han, this possibility does not exist. And they know that they have a special relationship with Imo Han. In the West City base, Wen Qian is Imo Han's mistress. This rumor has been spread countless times. And Wen Qian is no longer surprised. After she finished speaking, she took the initiative to look at Fu Sheng and his group, and asked them silently with her eyes. You are not so ignorant. Are you? The 10 nin silently swallowed back the words that were already on their lips. They thought that if they told him, Wen Qian might come over and scratch their faces. Very good. Wen Qian looked away with satisfaction. She looked at Wen Rang. Brother, I'll be back soon. Call me if you have anything. Okay. Wen Rang nodded, not bothering to say anything about being careful. Wen Qian and Imo Han were not there. So they were the ones who should be careful. The two of them left with the zombies. Walked a long way. And when they reached a place where Wen Rang and others could not see them, Wen Qian pulled a car out of the space. The zombie looked at the car that appeared out of nowhere. And a question mark slowly appeared on its head. Wen Qian turned his head to look at it and asked, Can you drive? Zombie. Be a human being. Okay. It's fine to let it help kill zombies. But now you want it to help drive? It nodded uncontrollably again. And its body did not resist Wen Qian's request at all. Wen Qian saw this and got into the back seat directly, making the zombie feel that he was originally a taxi driver. Imo Han also sat with Wen Qian very naturally. The zombie stood outside the car and saw him trying to hold Wen Qian's hand. And suddenly realized what was going on. Bastard. It got into the car stiffly, sat in the driving seat, and drove in the direction it knew. Wen Qian had been in Qin Baiju's car for a long time. And suddenly, she was a little uncomfortable with this smooth driving. She wanted to ask the zombie if it was okay. But then she thought, forget it. Don't embarrass the zombie. And as the saying goes, driving according to the rules is glorious. Speeding is shameful. Qin Baizu is a shameless person, and does not recommend others to learn from the zombie. The zombie was driving while peeping at Wen Qian and Imo Han from the rearview mirror. Wen Qian and Imo Han did nothing but sit there to rest. Of course, they were still holding hands. But she was still annoyed by being watched. So she caught the peeping zombie in the act and said coldly, If you look at me again, I will dig your eyes out. The zombie dared not look. But it still said something mean. Your girlfriend is too fierce. Wen Qian. Imohan raised his lips slightly, pressed Wen Qian's head, and let her lean on his shoulder, and replied, "If you say that again, I will sew your mouth shut." Zombie. They are indeed a pair of bastards. Zombie stopped talking and concentrated on driving. Soon, they arrived near the destination. Wen Qian got out of the car and put it into the space, letting it lead the way, and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, they saw a residential building. Sure enough, those people were hiding in the residential area. Wen Qian stopped and looked around vigilantly. At this distance, he should have entered the surveillance range of the other party. Maybe they have discovered him. Just as Wen Qian had this thought, the zombie next to her was shot in the head by a bullet flying from a distance and fell at her feet. Wen Qian frowned slightly, looked down, and sighed. This is the most undignified death of a special grade zombie in history. After going to hell, he will probably be laughed at by other zombies. Right? Chapter 316. Are they also from the main control console? Wen Qian didn't expect it to die in this way. To be honest, it's a pity. Originally, it could have killed zombies for more than 10 hours. When it was cold at night, it could have used its supernatural power to turn itself into a big fireball and warm everyone up. But now, it can't do anything. Wen Qian looked into the distance, raised her hands happily, and surrendered. She didn't want the other party to treat her as a zombie and collapse together. Looking at the shooting skills, it is clear that the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. What are you still standing there for? Raise your hands. Wen Qian saw that Imohan didn't respond, so she urged him. However, the next second, a bigger shell was fired at them. Wen Qian subconsciously grabbed Imohan and teleported to a far place, looking at the place that was blown to the ground. Dumbfounded. No. She has surrendered. Why are you still fighting? Do you have any martial ethics? And didn't they use bullets just now? Why are they firing cannons now? Do they look so damnable? Wen Qian was a little confused, but she quickly came to her senses. Wait for me here. She threw a few words to Imohan, then turned around and went to look for the zombie's head that was blown away. The crystal core is still inside. She must get it back. The power of the shell just now was so great that many houses nearby collapsed. Wen Qian had just found the zombie's head when she heard a loud bang. She was so scared that she picked up the zombie's head and ran away. And then she found that several shells were heading towards Imohan, and there was no shell on her side. Wen Qian. It turned out that she was not the one who deserved a beating. Wen Qian took out the crystal core and hurried to find Imohan. Seeing Imohan was blown into dust, she laughed out loud. Sir, can you do it? Wen Qian had just said a word when the other party started a new round of attacks. Wen Qian's head was buzzing from the explosion. She tried and found that the other party's main target of attack was Imohan. Could it be his enemy? In the residential building, more than a dozen men gathered together, cursing while working. I told you long ago that the positioning is wrong. This machine is broken, but you just don't believe it. You hindsight. Shut up. That guy is really Imohan. How did he find this place? Did we reveal our whereabouts? Who is the person following him? I don't know. I can't see her face clearly because of the hood, but it should be a woman. Woman? Xia Ran? It's probably her. Kill her. Soon. Wen Qian was also blown to dust. She was very angry when she saw Imohan smiling and saying nothing. The other party had such a strong attitude right from the start, so it seemed that it was impossible to have a good talk, and it would not work to convince others with virtue. Wen Qian wiped the dust off her goggles, confirmed the target location, and brought Imohan to the door. This time she teleported directly to the residential building where the other party was, and stood in the corridor with Imohan, looking at the surveillance camera above her head, frowning. Is it so unlucky? There are surveillance cameras wherever you go? Wen Qian didn't believe it, so she changed to the next floor, and then found that it was not her bad luck, but the other party was too well prepared. There are surveillance cameras and infrared laser guns on every floor. She was chased and beaten, jumping up and down in embarrassment, and felt that she had vividly performed the effect of chaos. As for her hateful boyfriend, he could only be dragged by her and run with a silly smile. Laugh, laugh, laugh. I don't know what he was laughing at. Wen Qian was angry and turned around and yelled, "If you laugh again, I will beat you up." Sorry. My girlfriend is too cute. I can't control myself while being chased and beaten. Wen Qian was like a human-shaped complaining machine, talking non-stop with her little mouth, which made Imo Han really happy. Wen Qian wanted to kick him out. You have to control yourself even if you can't, or your girlfriend will be blown away. Okay, I'll try, Imo Han replied seriously. Wen Qian, damn man, destroy him. After struggling to find the other party's specific location, Wen Qian looked at the dozen burly men in the room, and her first reaction was that she had entered the den of the underworld. After a closer look, she felt that this was not a serious underworld group. After all, it was the first time she saw a big brother who tattooed Hello Kitty and Crayon Shinchan on his face. Having just seen the opponent's firepower, Wen Qian did not dare to be careless. The sudden appearance of her and Imo Han also made the dozen people completely furious. Wen Qian was surrounded by them before she could say a word. Ah! Let's talk it over. A gentleman talks, not fights. Wen Qian dodged in disgust. Brother, you have to be reasonable. Right? Who the hell is a gentleman? If you want to be reasonable, just go to someone else's house. The other party refuted. Wen Qian felt that he was right, so he replied happily, I was wrong. Is it okay to be wrong? How can you have the nerve to beat up a little girl with so many people? I have elderly parents and a child who is only 3 years old. I came to you to discuss cooperation. The other party didn't believe even a single punctuation mark in her words, because the person next to her was Imo Han. Facing Imo Han, they were also very nervous. But since the other party came to the door, there was no point in running away. So they had to force it. Even if I die at his hands today, I will never surrender. As for the woman next to him, although judging from her height and the degree of her chattering, she was not Xia Ran. But who can follow him? If they die today, they must take someone with them to be buried with them. If they can't kill Imo Han, they must kill the one next to him. Wen Qian was forced to fight. The opponent punched her in the right place, stabbed her waist with every knife, and wanted to kill her with every move. It must be said that this group of people are really good at fighting. Rationally speaking, Wen Qian even felt that her brother and Gu Ran were not their opponents. But she saw that Imo Han had no intention of killing them, and it was obvious that he didn't want to kill them. So she stopped her strength and wanted to go back to Imo Han to ask for clarification. After playing around with them for a while, the wall in the house collapsed and the roof collapsed. Fortunately, this is the top floor. Otherwise the whole building is in danger now. Finally, Wen Qian and Imo Han cooperated to tie them up. One was responsible for catching, and the other was responsible for tying, which was quite tacit. Imo Han looked at the dozen people tied together, and finally said the first sentence he saw them. Do you want to calm down? Calm down? The other party sneered. Do you want to be killed by you calmly? Forget it. I am not as skilled as you. Just kill me if you want to. Stop talking nonsense. How the hell did he find me? Is there something wrong with the tracking device? Is there a scam? I've said before that cheap goods are not good. You don't believe me. If you believe me, you should have caught someone from the technical department to work as a laborer for us. Wen Qian listened to their words and blinked. Could it be that they are from the main control desk? Wen Qian observed these people again, and they looked much older than her. In their 30s. Are these big brothers also her subordinates? It shouldn't be. If so, why weren't they with Xiong Yushuang? Chapter 317 Wen Qian is my girlfriend. Xiong Yushuang said before that she had brought all the selected people here, and she had also made preparations in advance, in order to prevent any unnecessary accidents. Their memories of the main control console were temporarily erased, but the people in front of him obviously still remembered. Imo Han looked at their angry faces and pulled Wen Qian into his arms. Wen Qian was thinking about something, and was taken away without any resistance. Before she could ask him what he meant, the windproof and warm mask on her face was pulled off by him. Wen Qian. Others. For a moment, the only sound in the house was the whistling of the wind. Wen Qian saw the changes in the expressions of those people. They went from being angry and unhappy with Imo Han to being stunned and confused, then to being ecstatic, and then back to being angry again. In just a few seconds, Wen Qian watched their changing faces. Imo Han, you are not a human. Still holding a hostage? If you have the ability, let her go. That's right. Let her go. Come to us if you have anything. Qian, run. More than a dozen strong men were talking to each other, and the room became a mess again. Wen Qian watched them struggling to get up and rush over. but because the knot she tied them up was a bit special. The kind that got tighter the more they struggled. In addition, the rope was bought from the Space Mall, and the quality was very good. It was not a problem to tie up zombies, so there was no question of it breaking. Emohan watched their fears struggle quietly, and then did the next move. He turned his head and kissed Wenqian. Although it was just a light kiss, it happened in front of so many people. Wenqian's face turned red, and the room once again returned to a dead silence. Wenqian was angry and broke the silence. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Her words resonated with the group of people. "That's right. Do you want to die? Ah, I'm going to kill you. Our little Qian is dirty. Emohan. You beast. Old beast." Emohan was scolded by a bunch of people. According to his previous temper, he should have killed them directly. But now, he is very patient. He was not angry when he was called an old beast, and explained to them, "Wenqian is my girlfriend." Everyone froze for a moment, and then showed an expression of "you are kidding me." Wenqian was afraid that Emohan would suddenly kiss her again, so she quickly revealed her identity. "He is right. I am his girlfriend." Her words made more than a dozen people dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, they came to a conclusion. "You are fake. You are not Wenqian." "That's right. You were sent by the main control desk to confuse us. Emohan can't have a girlfriend. Even if he does, it can't be you. You don't even know how to find a suitable script for acting." "Bah!" Wenqian was in a complicated mood. She wanted to say something, but she felt that it was futile to say anything. They didn't believe it, and Emohan didn't get angry. No one knew how he felt when he said that just now, including Wenqian. "Wenqian is my girlfriend." He had wanted to say this sentence countless times, wanted to make their relationship public in front of other people at the main control desk, and wanted everyone to know that she was his. But he couldn't. He had been patient for many years, and finally waited until today. He said it out, and he felt so relieved. When Rang once complained about him, saying that the way he looked at Wenqian was as if he wanted to tie Wenqian to his waist and take her wherever he went. Although this kind of thing is impossible, it is indeed what Emohan wants to do. He is extremely eager to contact Wenqian. To him, she is like a contraband. There is no reason to explain it. He is just obsessed with her and can't stop. He is immersed in it and can't break free even if he doesn't want to. Emohan took Wenqian's hand and held her fingers tightly. He enjoyed the shocked and angry expressions of the people in front of him, because it meant that they knew what all this meant. Emohan used his supernatural power to shut them up, and then said to Wenqian, "Ignore them for now. Take away the supplies here." "Ah?" Wenqian hesitated. Isn't this bad? Although she was not a good person, she was not a robber to this extent. "Right? Emohan, it's nothing good or bad. We are one family. What's theirs is yours. The people who were tied up and forced to be silent. Who is your people? You are not a human." Wenqian turned her head to look at them, and then used the automatic search for supplies skill. Soon, all the supplies stored in this building entered her space. Emohan, they took all the supplies in Hongcheng. I said that ordinary people don't have this ability, but this building should not be able to hold them. Look for them in other buildings. The house search is just like this. When Baopi took away the supplies, and really didn't leave any of them. As Emohan said, Wenqian found a lot of supplies in several nearby residential buildings. Not only food, but also a large number of weapons. There were dozens of armored vehicles alone. And I don't know where they got them from. And the vehicles were equipped with various advanced weapons. If you drive a vehicle, fire a burst of bullets, and then set off a rocket launcher, thousands of zombies will be blown away. Although it is impossible to completely kill zombies in this way. After all, zombies evolve very quickly. As long as you don't hurt a certain fatal point in their brains, they can continue to survive even if their limbs are gone and their stomachs are broken. But it's so cool to use this method to clear the way. So cool. Wenqian looked around and came back only after making sure that there was no one left. I heard Emohan say, "Take them back." He pulled the rope in his hand, and those people were forced to stand up and stagger forward. Wenqian glanced at it inadvertently and found that the big brother with Hello Kitty tattoo on his face had half of the tattoo rubbed off at some point. Wenqian curiously moved over and observed it closely. Wow, it's a tattoo sticker. Sure enough, he is not a serious big brother. A group of people were caught like this. They felt that they had no dignity and could not do anything to Imohan. They could not fight him, and they could not escape. In this situation, even if they wanted to bite their tongues and kill themselves, they could not do it because they were controlled by Imohan's mental power. After going downstairs, when Qian looked at so many people, pulled out a truck from the space, and stuffed everyone in. The driver Xiaosang had died gloriously, so Imohan had to drive on the way back. When Qian sat next to him and couldn't help asking him, "Who are those people? Which department are they from? They don't look like my men." Imohan smiled silently. "They are indeed not your people, but they are here to find you. You will know when you bring them back to the base." Imohan knew before that they had taken a large number of weapons and ran away. But as for where they hid, he hadn't thought about looking for them. "I didn't expect it to be so coincidental this time. And I caught them directly. Imohan, they are smart. There should be supplies hidden in other places. You can ask them when you go back." Chapter 318 put into Imohan's space. When Qian basically had the answer in her mind, she turned her head to look out the window, and said after a moment of silence, "I don't want to take them back to the ship. It will be troublesome if Xia Ran sees them. If Xia Ran knew that they were all gathered together, he would definitely send people to hunt them down more frequently. But if he didn't take them back, where should he put them temporarily? Once separated from them, these people would definitely run away without looking back, and it would not be so easy to find them again." When Qian was a little distressed, members outside the system could not enter her space unless they were injured or seriously ill. How about knocking them all out? When Qian thought about it again, and then looked at Imohan. "Can your space hold people?" "Yes," Imohan replied softly, which made Wen Qian relieved. "I'll throw them in later." The two drove a distance and stopped halfway, and Imohan sent the people into the space. More than a dozen people had no power to resist. Suddenly, the scene changed. They were forced to squeeze into a narrow room, looking at each other with worried faces. The eldest brother was not found, but Imohan was. This thing was such a failure. When Qian and the others returned to the starting point, when Rang saw that they did not bring back any supplies or people, and even the zombie that led the way was gone. So he couldn't help but feel curious, but he didn't ask. Others wanted to ask, but they didn't have the chance, because after Wen Qian came back, the zombies ran towards them again as if they were sick. So many that it made people's scalps numb. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the group returned to the ship. As soon as Fu Sheng's people got on the ship, they immediately ran to Fu Sheng to complain, saying that they didn't want to follow them tomorrow. Even the donkeys in the production team didn't do this. These beasts are just too beastly. When Qian and the others went back to their rooms to rest, and Imohanti naturally followed her back to her place. When Rang walked in the back, closed the door, and saw a dozen burly men suddenly appear in the middle of the room, and couldn't help but stop. Are they the survivors of Hongcheng? The food is good? When Rang walked over and touched the hard muscles of the big brothers, and couldn't help but sigh. When those people saw Wen Rang, they changed their faces again. Imohan, Wen Qian, and Wen Rang. The three of them stood together so harmoniously that it was hard to believe this was real. Let me remind you first. Xia Ran is also on this boat. So be quiet. I don't want her to find you. Wen Qian's words made the dozen people look even more confused. Who? Xia Ran? If they met her, they would fight to the death? Wen Qian sat on the sofa and asked them, "Are you here to see my dad?" They are not her people. Nor are they from the technical department. Wen Qian judged people by appearance for once, and didn't believe there were doctors and nurses who looked like this. So the only thing left was her dad's side. Tell me the location of the remaining supplies, and I will take you back to see him in 5 days. Why should we believe you? Because you have no choice. If you believe me, there is still a 50% chance. If you don't believe me, I won't lose anything if I kill you. Anyway, I have taken such a large amount of supplies from you, so it's not a loss at all. Wen Qian's words made them feel familiar, but they still couldn't accept that she was Imohan's girlfriend. If she lost her memory, would Imohan also lose his memory? After she regained her memory, wouldn't she regret it so much that she would bang her head against the wall? After weighing the options, they decided to take a gamble, because as Wen Qian said, they couldn't escape anyway. What's more, they had a backup plan. Their supplies were not only in Hongcheng. After Wen Qian finished talking to them, he sent them back to Imohan's space, and didn't forget to bring them some steamed buns and water. When Rang looked suspicious and felt something was wrong, So he asked, whose space did they enter? Mine. Imohan replied happily. When rang, I haven't been in it yet. Well, you don't deserve it. When Rang got up and left, dragging Imohan out as well, not giving him a chance to say a word to Wenqian. Wenqian took the two children into the space to wash up and rest. They fell asleep quickly because they were too tired, not knowing that Fu Sheng was furious at the moment. Fu Sheng came to Hancheng this time, nominally to relax, but actually wanted to observe Imohan's strength up close and collect some supplies. He had only heard about how strong Imohan was before, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Finally, he had a chance to let his people follow him, but they couldn't say anything. After 2 days of running around, they only brought back a few hundred crystal cores, saying that the zombies here were mentally ill, and most of them didn't have crystal cores. How could he accept this? And now, in addition to Imohan, there is also Wenqian, whose strength is unknown. This makes Fu Sheng really angry. Finally, he couldn't help but decide to go out in person tomorrow to see what's going on with his own eyes. After one night, the next morning, when Wenqian and others left the cabin, they saw Fu Sheng standing in the hall with Xia Ran and Chui Yin. Wenqian raised her eyebrows and heard Fu Sheng say, "Do you mind taking me out to see the world today?" The old fox couldn't sit still. Wenqian laughed secretly and said happily, "Wow! I finally have the opportunity to see Mr. Fu's strength. I'm so excited and happy." Fu Sheng had a bad feeling when he heard her flattering him. He frowned and smiled perfunctorily at Wenqian without saying anything. After landing, Fu Sheng thought for a moment and made a wrong decision. He got on Wenqian's car. Wenqian's first destination today was the place where the remaining supplies were stored. A few dozen minutes later, Fu Sheng, who had never felt uncomfortable in decades of riding in a car, got off the car with the help of Chui Yin. He took a deep breath for a while before he felt relieved. While Wenqian was adjusting his body, he took the lead and activated the automatic search function to store the supplies in the space. So when everyone acted together, the result would definitely make Fu Sheng dissatisfied again. Seeing is believing. Fu Sheng didn't see Imohan and others find the supplies, so he just thought there were none. Occasionally, there was a moment when he doubted whether there was anyone who could take away the supplies silently like Lin Yin. But he immediately denied his speculation. After all, it was terrible for one person to have such a supernatural power. He couldn't believe that there would be others. Wenqian saw Xia Ran coming, so she used the skill of attracting firepower even more rudely. Isn't this the reason why she didn't fight Xia Ran now? If Xia Ran couldn't help clean up the zombies, Wenqian should kill her. In fact, Wenqian also wanted to take action now, and she didn't think she had no chance of winning. After the end of the world, it was the first time that Fu Sheng saw so many desperate zombies. Chapter 319 Be Good and Call Me Daddy. Fu Sheng hid behind Xia Ran, his face a little pale. The fact that he hadn't taken action made Wenqian very curious about what special abilities he had. Xia Ran was also somewhat puzzled by these zombies that had lost their minds. But she didn't have time to think too much and could only deal with these bastards first. Xia Ran intentionally or unintentionally led the zombies to Wenqian's side. She was not sure how much of Wenqian's combat power had recovered, but according to reliable information, Wenqian had killed Sang Yi a few days ago. Sang Yi is a key member of the laboratory. They definitely don't want to spread the news of such a thing. But because Wenqian's action was broadcast live, everyone in the conference room saw it. They originally wanted to witness Wenqian's death with their own eyes, but they never expected to see those. And there is no wall that is impenetrable. So the news spread unknowingly. If the elimination of Wenqian's family was a confidential operation at the beginning, then now it is announced to the world. Wenqian looked at the zombies that were led in front of her, and she showed no mercy. She cut off the heads one by one with a knife, and her movements were so quick and clear that Fu Sheng was a little dumbfounded. In fact, Wenqian had never thought of hiding her strength in front of him before. It was really that his brain circuit was not right, and he always treated her as a canary in a cage raised by a Mohan. She had no choice but to do that in order to cooperate. But cooperation is cooperation. She can't even give up her life at the critical moment. Right? Fu Sheng watched Wenqian tear the zombies apart with his hands, and watched Fu Yuan shoot the zombies accurately with his gun. He became more irritable for no reason. They didn't stop for 5 hours. In the end, Wenqian saw that her people were exhausted, so she finally stopped and let them rest. She took everyone to the top floor as before. Fu Sheng was in a trance for a moment. and finally couldn't help asking, Wen Qian, what is your ability? Teleportation? Wen Qian answered half-truthfully, because I am afraid of death. This ability is tailor-made for me. Today you are here. When you were not here, I saw the zombies running so fast. Everyone in Wen Qian's base was basically used to her nonsense. So they just listened to her for fun and kept silent. Fu Sheng turned his head and looked at Cui Yin, who cursed in his heart, because what Wen Qian said was really too much. When the zombies met her, their legs would be so hot that smoke would come out. Right. He hesitated for a moment and responded to Fu Sheng. I ran pretty fast. It was considered that he didn't deceive Fu Sheng. Everyone sat down to rest and eat. And Fu Sheng set his sights on Fu Yun again. He suddenly felt that this kid seemed to be useful. So he said, and then, come to uncle. Fu Yun's body stiffened when he heard his voice. And he subconsciously hugged Wen Qian's thigh. Wen Qian touched his head and smiled. Mr. Fu. Don't scare the child. That's right. I'm an aunt's uncle. How could I scare him? Wen Qian. Thank you for taking care of him during this period. I won't bother you when I return to Bincheng this time. I am his only relative in this world. It's better for him to live with me. Fu Yun's eyes were red. And he whispered to Wen Qian, I won't go. Gu Wanwan beside him was also anxious, jumping up and down and saying, I don't want my brother to leave. Wen Qian, Mr. Fu has a really bad memory. Didn't I tell you before that this is my son? Fu Sheng was a little annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. Why am I talking nonsense? Isn't the stepmother a mother? If you don't believe it, go ask his damn father. Wen Qian was full of momentum, gently pulling Fu Yun's hair and forcing him to look up and look at her. Good son. Call me mom. Fu Yun. What to do? Who will save him? Fu Yun was at a loss, his little face full of panic. He was quiet for a moment, and finally uttered two words with a red face. Mom. Compared to acting this drama with Wen Qian, he didn't want to go to Fu Sheng. So good. Wen Qian nodded with satisfaction. You all heard it. Right? Whoever steals my son, I will fight to the death. Fu Sheng was speechless. Xiao Ran beside him looked at Wen Qian with a gloomy look. No matter how long it has been, Wen Qian still loves to play around. As long as she is happy, she can ignore everyone around her and do anything. Xiao Ran gritted her teeth and said, You mean? You are the mistress of the child's father? She deliberately made things difficult for Wen Qian. But unexpectedly, Wen Qian was not angry at all. But Wen Qian's men and Imo Han's people stopped eating at this moment, looked at Xiao Ran with displeasure. No one took Wen Qian's words seriously, and they all knew that she said those nonsense to protect the child. But what does Xiao Ran mean? Are you looking for trouble? Wen Qian and Xiao Ran met each other's eyes and answered her questions word by word. What I mean is, I'm determined to have this child. I'll kill anyone who dares to snatch it, including you. Xiao Ran, do you understand? Xiao Ran clenched his fists. Before I take the initiative to find you, you'd better not offend me. You know, I don't have a good temper. Wen Qian said with a hint of meaning. So maybe if it happens again, I won't be able to bear it. There was a hint of murder in her eyes. Others didn't know if it was their illusion, but they always felt that the wind around them seemed stronger and colder. Fu Sheng saw that something was wrong between the two of them, and he asked, Did you know each other before? More than that. Wen Qian looked at Fu Sheng with a smile. She wanted to steal my man. Mr. Fu, if I can't help but kill her one day, don't blame me. Xiao Ran, don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Whether Wen Qian was talking nonsense or not, Xiao Ran knew it in her heart. If Imo Han hadn't been there, she probably wouldn't have been so anxious to deny it. Wen Qian didn't bother to say anything to them anymore. She pulled Fu Yu into a corner a little further away and held him in her arms, giving him a full sense of security. Imo Han didn't say anything for a long time. When he saw her go by, he followed her. Wen Qian's vision darkened, and when she looked up, she saw him staring at her, and in with an obscure expression. Wen Qian's heart sank. Oh no! I forgot about this love brain. He wouldn't be angry because of what I just said. Right? Wen Qian's brain worked quickly. In just a few seconds, she thought of several coaxing plans. The three-piece set of kissing, hugging and lifting up is the most reliable. I will try it when I go back tonight. Wen Qian secretly sat down and decided in her heart, and then saw Imo Han squatting down and touching Fu Yuan's head. He opened his thin lips and said a few words, which made Wen Qian and the others petrified. Be good? Call me daddy. Fu Yuan. Wenqian. Is this guy sick? Chapter 320. Wenqian is pregnant. Although the others did not hear what Imo Han said to Wenqian, they saw the scene of Imo Han being driven back by Wenqian. Wenqian pointed behind Imo Han and said the word get out in a concise manner. The shape of her mouth was so easy to recognize that everyone understood it. What surprised them was that Imo Han did not show any displeasure because of Wenqian's words. On the contrary, he left with a smile on his face. This seems to be a little different from their impression of Imo Han. Yi Xinghua and others under Imo Han were not surprised because they were too familiar with Wenqian and did not think there was anything wrong. Imo Han and Wenqian had always had a good relationship, and they were used to it. But those who came from the base and other cities were keenly aware of something. Imo Han could not like Wenqian. Right? Several men exchanged glances tacitly. Why did they have such an idea? Because they had discussed privately before what was the best way to win over Wenqian. Let Wenqian become his girlfriend. They forgot who first proposed this bad idea. But this simple sentence made them all care a little. After all, who doesn't want a girlfriend who is beautiful and powerful? They had also asked the people in Bincheng base about the location of Wenqian's base before. But the answer they got was that they didn't know. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Bincheng base, and the number of people who know where Wenqian is can be counted on one hand. They continued to ask. And after learning that Yi Xinghua and Lin Yin had been to Wenqian's base, they also went to find them. But these two people were stubborn and refused to reveal a word. The only one left was Imo Han. They all knew that Imo Han was not easy to get along with, and they had no hope for him from the beginning. Later, someone tentatively asked Imo Han, and the result was as they expected. At first, they all thought that Imo Han did not tell them about Wenqian, because he was worried that Wenqian would pose a threat to him after cooperating with them. But now they have another guess. Imo Han would not be like them, wanting to pursue Wenqian in order to retain her powerful fighting force. But doesn't he have a girlfriend? They had heard about this from people at Bincheng base before, and it was said that Imo Han admitted it himself. Now that he is doing this, does his girlfriend know? Several people squatted together and discussed this matter in a low voice. Has any one of you seen his girlfriend? No, let alone us. It seems that few people at Bincheng base have seen her. Didn't they say before that he and Xinyu were a couple? No. I asked Xinyu about this, and Xinyu denied it. That's weird. Who is his girlfriend? Everyone looked at each other and suddenly fell silent. Their expressions gradually became a little ferocious. No way. It couldn't be what they thought. Everyone turned their heads to look at Wenqian in unison. Wenqian happened to see this scene and was shocked because their reactions looked a bit like zombies. The group really didn't want to believe this was true, so they decided to find someone to ask. Who to ask? They set their sights on Yi Xinghua. As far as they knew, Yi Xinghua was the one who had been with Imo Han the longest in the entire Bincheng base, so he must know about this. Yi Xinghua was eating compressed biscuits and drinking water seriously when he heard them calling his name and saw them waving at him mysteriously. He stood up in confusion. They dragged Yi Xinghua further away to ensure that the conversation would not be heard by others. And then, they spoke. Is Imo Han's girlfriend Wenqian? Puff! Yi Xinghua spit out the water he had just drunk, not wasting a drop, and sprayed it all over their faces. Are you guys going to die? You dare to make up any rumors? If Wenqian hears this, be careful that she will beat you up and make you cry. Yi Xinghua was shocked. He didn't expect these people to be so boring. He wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, turned around and walked back. But after 2 steps, his pace gradually slowed down. What did they just say? Who is Imo Han's girlfriend? Wenqian? Yi Xinghua took a breath, feeling like a new world had opened up. He thought carefully about some things that happened in the past, and the more he thought about it, the colder his back felt. No one could say who Imo Han's girlfriend was, or even if he had a girlfriend. After all, there were many people who were targeting him, so it was possible that he said that on purpose to help him avoid bad luck in love. But what if? What if it was true? Then who else could his girlfriend be besides Wenqian? Yi Xinghua's head seemed to have been knocked open, and he felt cold and extremely sober. Only Wenqian lived in dormitory 002, and Imo Han would only go to the cafeteria to eat when Wenqian came to the base. Even when Imo Han was sick before. Did he ask me to call Wenqian? Yi Xinghua became more and more scared the more he thought about it. He swallowed his saliva and glanced at Wen Qian, who was coaxing the child, and Imo Han, who was talking to Wen Ring. He was dumbfounded. In another corner, Qi Chen leaned against the wall and eavesdropped on their conversation. He rolled his eyes to the sky. It's not like he has a habit of eavesdropping. He listens to everyone's conversations. After all, using his supernatural powers is tiring for him. Those people looked too suspicious. He was afraid that they had ulterior motives. So he thought of eavesdropping. But he didn't expect. A bunch of idiots. Qi Chen suddenly felt that he was superior to others. His back was particularly straight. And the 3 words "come" and "ask me" were written on his forehead. Unfortunately, no one took him seriously. Yi Xinghua was a stubborn person. There were some things he couldn't hide at all. So after Imo Han found out that he was always peeking at him, he simply called him over. But before Imo Han could ask him what was going on, Yi Xinghua asked him with a fearless expression, "Sir, is your girlfriend Wen Qian?" He spoke in a whisper. And even Imo Han couldn't hear it clearly if he didn't listen carefully, let alone others. Imo Han raised his eyebrows, not knowing why he suddenly got it. In the entire base, Imo Han originally thought that the first person who should have discovered that something was wrong between him and Wen Qian was Yi Xinghua. But this wouldn't have let him down again and again. And he had no choice but to choose Lin Yan again. As a result, now, Yi Xinghua finally figured it out? Yi Xinghua was numb when he saw Imo Han's expression. And his head was buzzing. "Sir, why don't you deny it?" "Because my girlfriend is Wen Qian. I can't deny this." Imo Han teased with a pleasant tone. "It's okay. It's not too late to find out. I thought you would wait until our 2 children were born before you could see it." Yi Xinghua almost held back his breath. "Wen Qian is pregnant?"